It's not my position, sir.
that is
Not my
necessarily
position.
given.
So
That is
Germany,
My
if you held a flashlight on a table, right, close
right.
enough,
yeah,
you're not going to be able to light up the whole table, correct?
Thank you.
yeah, no, but
Gymnasium.
like,
Put it in a
hold,
gymnasium. Put it
please,
in a gymnasium. Put a
please,
flashlight in a gymnasium.
hold,
Turn all the lights off.
please finish,
Stand
bro.
at the door. Your light up where you are. Your lit up where you are. And as you walk to the other side,
Jim,
you bring the light with you. There's your time zones. Quite simple.
yeah, but light spreads out in a cone if you if you
When
point
you
your
aim the
flashlight
beam
at the
down to
table.
the ground 3 feet from your hand, in your hand
No,
3 feet,
it's always gonna
pointing to
spread
the
out in a
ground,
cone.
you're not going to light up the whole gymnasium because the flashlight's
No, I've never
luminosity
said that.
isn't powerful enough to light up the whole gym. It's not.
Yeah, we're
No,
not
but
claiming
light spread. Yeah, light
we're not
spreads out in a cone. It's not gonna be selective to the area
No
where
we're
one's
the
not
making
saying
no
that
one
it's
no one's
selective.
making a claim of light is
it is
selective,
entailed
ladies
in
and
your
gentlemen.
claim.
The word
It's
we
necessary
use
for it to
is
work.
limited, limited,
Yeah,
limited.
but
Its
Yeah, but even
luminosity
in
is limited,
no,
even in
limited.
this,
luminosity just
You get it
means
now? Not selective, it's limited.
but even in
How do
this
you not get
analogy you're
what I'm
using of the
saying?
gym, you would be able to see this. You'd be able to see the flashlight from across the gym where it's supposed to be dark.
No,
Not
because you
when
Yeah,
you're
yourself
talking
would
about the
be in
size of the
darkness.
earth. Sorry,
it would just
not when
not
you talk about
vanish.
the size of the earth and the regions you live at, where you live.
Yeah.
Impossible. It's impossible.
No, Jin, you would have
Obviously,
any place
if
on Earth
you're
a 24-hour sun.
I don't know
Anywhere.
why you can't apply yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. I do not know why you can't apply yourself. Clearly, the earth is way too big for the sun to light it all up. That's why you have good morning, good afternoon. Okay?
No,
It's
it doesn't
clearly
come
obvious.
down to size. Okay, how big is the sun?
we don't know.
Nobody knows.
So you can measure it.
Huh.
Wait,
Nobody
You can
knows
measure
the
it.
size of the sun.
What?
Do you know it?
Wait,
We can
I
measure the
don't
size
Can
know
of
you
the
the
measure
moon.
it? No one can. Ladies and gentlemen, no one can get to the sun to measure. There are estimates
You
abound,
don't need to get
lots
to
of
measure.
estimates, but no one's got any
You do.
concrete,
We,
validated proof.
no,
You
we have
can't know that.
geometry. We
No,
can
geometry doesn't
No,
answer that
we can
because
sorry.
calculate.
obviously if the Earth is a globe the way you say, then yeah, the sun is so and so
I'm not.
big,
I'm not.
whatever.
I'm not saying the
But
Earth is a globe at all.
no. I'm talking to these other guys, Jen. So
Oh yeah,
I'm
thank you.
explaining something that I'm explaining something that makes a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
well done.
So
Sorry, my bad
uh,
again.
you're fine. So on a flat Earth, if we're assuming that we live on a world that we're unaware of, like all the details are on a globe, you have all the details, right? For the most part, especially locally, even 93 million miles away to the sun. Um, but on a flat Earth, we suggest that there might be other variables in play, right? So like the sun itself might not even be the direct source. Like it could be reflection. It could be. I mean, it's an endless amount. We're in speculation land right now, right? Like I could sit here and speculate so many different variables that might be in the way to actually achieving and using geometry to accurately measure the size of the sun and the distance. So we can sit here all day and I can explain all these different speculations, or we can kind of drop that topic because we have explanations and speculations of how this would work, how that would work, and we don't have it all figured out because again, we don't know how the variables, right? But we can play around with it and we can assume some things and we can make a lot of it make sense. But
Yeah,
at the
we
end of
can
the
measure the
day,
Earth. Hang on a second. We can measure the Earth being flat. That's what we
yeah,
do. And then when we see the sun above our head, because we know the Earth isn't rotating, because aircrafts, military, we don't take that into consideration when we're flying and firing weapons of mass destruction. Okay, and 5 experiments have been conducted that prove a stationary Earth. So therefore, when we see the sun moving across the sky, we know that the sun is moving, not us. Okay? Common sense. Use a bit of logic here. Logically, obviously, the Earth is bigger than the sun and the moon. Okay? And they orbit above our head. Go ahead.
no, yeah, I mean that's what I was getting to. Like again, all
Yeah.
the speculation, blah blah. So then it's like, what's dropped the speculation? Let's talk about what we can know. Like we all can
Thank
agree
you.
on what's here on our Earth, right? We can all agree on that we're standing on the land and we can measure the land. So that's
Yeah.
where I like a lot of flat earthers and myself included like to the deal in, right? Because we can measure
Thank
curvature,
you.
and guess what? We try it time and time again, and there is no curvature. So
Yeah.
that's a big problem, right? I mean, that's the only problem that we need to solve, right? If the Earth is a
Right.
globe, where's the curvature?
Thank you. And if you look in the side chat, I've posted a small chart, should I say, a list of famous so-called scientists I call them
Oh, this
pseudoscientists,
looks academic.
who have estimated the distance to the sun. And look at how it changes over the years. Okay?
Yeah.
And even today, we don't know that distance. Today, we don't know that distance. But there you go. All different values, every single one of them an estimate. Because nobody knows the distance to the sun or the side of the sun, because we can't go there to confirm. We can only estimate.
Why would going there? Why would going to the sun be? How would we measure the distance by going there?
Well, let me tell you something. I'm going to take a leaf out of the Japanese tree. Okay, for me to know the distance to the sun, I want to travel it. Got it mileage calculated there. I know that's knowledge. I don't want to estimate it from Earth. I want to actually get in a vehicle and fly to the sun and get there. And is at this mileage. Okay. Outside of that, hang on. Outside of that, it would have to be a belief, and I'm not going to believe anything. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, but why would you have to go there to measure the distance?
You would have to go there to confirm whatever your estimates are here on Earth. You would still need to go there and make sure that that's what you estimate on Earth is correct. For if you don't do that, this is how we end up in trouble.
Yeah,
and we've got a lot of lies going on that we cannot confirm, but yet people believe. Yeah, I'm not one of those persons.
You can falsify other estimates with the techniques.
I'm sorry. The only standard that I, Jim CBR1, will ever accept on this flat Earth that I live on is to be in a vehicle, going to that distance and saying, yes, that distance I know because I've traveled it. It is that distance.
Yeah,
okay?
But we're not going to fly into the sun, bro. Like, no. We're not going to waste any money on you dying in the sun.
Well, it doesn't even.
No, I know we can't. I know we can't go there because the sun's too hot. Right, but we're not going to be. We're not going to be doing estimates. Estimates are not the way to go. I'm sorry.
No,
they're just not.
It's an approximation. It's not an. It's not
good enough. And ladies and gentlemen, an approximation is not the truth. That's why we don't accept it. That's why we won't be accepting approximates at this stage. We're not going to be doing 93 million miles away is definitely a stupid number. The sun is not that far, but it's an approximate, they say. That's why it's not good enough.
The distance to the sun is not always the same. You should know this.
I cannot.
No, it's approximate. It's
the answer is, ladies and gentlemen, no human being alive on this earth that we live on this flat earth that God created knows the size or the distance to the sun.
Can we stop talking over each other? Can we stop doing
Nobody knows that.
Can we one at a time speak?
Yeah, of course.
Is that
when I'm talking, somebody else interjects. That's the problem. So I don't complete. When I want to complete what I've got to say, I've got to shout. So I'm shouting, okay? And it's this. No human being on the flat earth that I live on that was created by God knows the distance to the sun or the size of that sun. But we have estimates. That's all we have. And estimations are not the truth.
Okay, we don't have just estimates. I know what you think an estimate is, but we have approximations. And the approximation is not 93 miles. That is that's sometimes the case. Okay, the minimal distance.
Approximation is an estimate.
Oh my god. No, yes, but you think
an approximation is an estimate. Stop playing with words.
Let me finish.
You're playing with words. No, my answer is correct. Nobody knows. Don't say no, but we got approximates. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
This is why I know you think.
Nobody knows. I'm going to keep saying it till you get it. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
In Germany, your point you're about to make is kind of silly because the 93 million miles is like the middle mark. Like, yeah, we understand. Like on a globe model, it travels a little closer to the sun, but the distance is it's like an extra 1.5 million miles or something like that. Like it's in between like 90 million and 95 million, something like that. But it's irrelevant to the conversation, so I don't even know why you're going there.
Yeah, exactly. And nobody knows that number. It's not a known value. It's not a provable value. We can't prove or confirm that. It's an arbitrary number pulled out of their asses.
It's not an arbitrary number.
Venus. Using Venus.
I don't think it's arbitrary at all.
Using Venus, and that would be an estimate again, because we don't know the distance to Venus.
Holy shit.
It's not arbitrary.
We don't know the distances to the planets. We don't know those distances.
We do.
That's the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain. For those who are listening, you're watching CBR1 who is now shouting at you and telling you that all the distances they give you for those planets are estimated numbers. They're not confirmed numbers because no human being has ever been in a vehicle to confirm that distance. Okay?
Wait,
These are arbitrary numbers
so
Jin,
silly.
from a
I'm
globe
done. I'm
that
done.
doesn't
You're shouting at
exist.
me, bro. Like
Okay?
I'm
So
done. You're
when
not
you
letting
build
people talk. I'm
upon
just
a
gonna mute you, bro.
foundation
I'm
that
just gonna
is
mute this guy.
false and a false premise,
Flat Earth
whatever's built
channel is
upon
what they
that
do, I guess.
from that false
No, but
premise
like, frankly,
has to
like,
be
I'm trying to
seen
have a
as
discussion,
null
like,
and
and then the guy
void.
says, "You're a fucking idiot.
That's
You're a
what all
fucking
these
idiot.
distance.
Nothing's
So
Yeah.
don't
happened.
talk when
You
I'm
have to go
talking.
there to see it."
You're
Like, you can't
talking
have a
when I'm
discussion with
talking.
this guy.
You're talking
It's
when I'm
especially
talking.
silly because he's never driven across the entire planet. He has no idea how big the planet is either. Like,
That's right. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please don't talk when I'm talking, by the way.
you've been
Flatlanders, this
talking
is
over
why.
fucking everybody, dumbass.
Listen,
This is why I
when I
this is
speak,
why I don't talk.
I'm not only speaking to you.
I'm
I'm speaking
curious
to the
about your
people who are
worldview.
listening in the
I'm
live
just
stream,
curious, and then
and they have to get
get
the
shouted at by
complete
an old
position
Englishman. Like,
of the flat earthers. Thank you.
He does this all the time.
Oh, hey, I'm glad you convinced yourself, man. Good job.
Now carry on now.
Carry on what? We'll bring up a point. You'll just start shouting again.
You brought up a silly point. I said estimates or approximations. Ladies and
it's
gentlemen, what
very
are the
quiet
difference?
once you mute him. It's very quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are the differences there? So basically, my statement stands.
Who's not
Representing the flat
in this
earthers,
chat room?
nobody
Please
knows that
So,
the
Prax,
distance
you're a
to the
globe
sun
guy or a
or
flat
the
Earth
size
guy?
of the sun.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
You're a
Estimates
globe
are
guy.
out there, approximations,
And the
and
other guy,
these
was it
are
drunk when I
not
spoke?
the truth. Truth.
Yeah, I think
Truth.
so. I
Is
think
he?
he's a global too. Yeah, because he
Okay.
he said convince yourself or something. You're a
Wait,
global
Okay.
guy,
somebody
right?
Go
asked
ahead.
from him. Yeah, I'm a globe-tard, yeah.
Okay. And Flatlander is the only non-muted guy that's on flat Earth.
I think so, yeah.
Flat, are you still here, Flatlander?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you explain seasons?
Yeah. So and again, lots of different variables. That's kind of what I was talking about when it came to the sun. But like I can give you my best speculation, right? So obviously we have a much closer and smaller sun, and how I understand how it could work on a flat Earth is that the sun would be on different paths on the different tropics, right? I'm not good at the tropic of Cancer, tropic of Capricorn. I'm not good at like where they are. You know what I'm saying? But let's say that
Yeah.
like the sun starts at the equator, then it slowly travels outwards, and as it travels farther, it goes a little faster, and that easily right there can explain seasons. So basically, instead of the angle, right? Because on a globe, it's the angle or sorry, it's the tilt on our axis, and the way that
Yeah.
the angle that the sun is hitting us that causes the
Seasons,
summer and winter. But instead of that, it is quite literally, and again, it makes a little bit more sense when you think about it, just how close and how far away the sun is.
Yeah, but that's true for both theories, right? Even flat Earth and
Yeah,
globers.
so it's the same answer, just different. Yeah.
It's a different way of phrasing it. Okay.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, on the globe model, the sun is actually farther during the summer.
It's because it's the axial tilt, right? Like, and the distance.
Yeah. Well, that's what I
seasons.
explained. I explained that, but
But
on a flat Earth, it's simply the distance.
Sun moving like one
Well,
place.
it's distance of the sun, but it's also duration of sunlight, if I'm not mistaken.
But then, like in a flat Earth model, wouldn't like if the sun was on the edge of the disk or whatever, wouldn't there be a sphere? I need to do math.
But I'm not saying that it's going on the edge of anything. Like it's closer to the center and then farther away from the center.
The easier question.
We're not a disc. We're not a disc in space. Stop the straw manning. And I'm glad my colleague picked that up. He didn't make the claim
you can look at
of
that. That's the
sun
most
orbiting a disc.
accurate, like
So please don't say that. Yeah,
the most
don't say the disc word. Yeah, we're not a disc in space.
And,
yeah, we're not a disc in space because we don't know the shape of the Earth.
No, not for seasons. Just the flat Earth. I posted that in there to show how light is like not selective. It should be very intuitive.
Yeah. Have you got me turned down?
How that is incorrect. What is shown here?
Has he got me turned down? Has he?
The light is always wrong.
I think.
I would assume so. Yeah.
I'm going to report you to the moderators. So that's breaking the rules of the flat Earth. You can't turn me down because this is how we have
the
audio
sun
chaos.
would just change in altitude. Or
yeah, you're going to have to turn me up.
I've heard some guy on TikTok I don't know how many people believe in this though.
It's gonna have to turn me up.
That the Earth's acceleration slows down, and that the sun has the same acceleration but doesn't slow down, and blah blah.
What? Okay. Okay.
I wasn't sure what Germany was. I think what Germany's understanding is like kind of what Jen was explaining with scale, right? Like my example, I didn't really get to finish it, but my example of like holding a flashlight over the table, you're not going to illuminate the whole table. Obviously, yeah, you could still see the light from the parts that aren't illuminated, but if we're talking a couple inches, couple feet on a table. Now, if you up the scale and you're in complete darkness, miles and miles away, you're not going to be able to see the sunlight from a certain distance because you're surrounded by so much darkness, and that light is so far away.
You would see it then turn into a star, essentially. It would be the brightest star in the sky. There's no explanation as to how it disappears beneath the horizon.
Not
Well, yeah,
according to the mileage. The distance that the sun is from those who are experiencing nighttime is massive. Thousands of miles.
Hello?
The sun cannot shine like that. It's limited, obviously.
Why is Prax muted?
Yeah, and not only that, but based on how our eyes work too, right? We're not superheroes, we're not Superman, we can't see forever. So actually, as things go, it's kind of like how planes fly overhead, right? You see them appear to be when one comes in the distance, they appear to be like lower to the ground, and then they come overhead, they're higher, and then as they go away, they go lower and lower, right? But they're not actually doing that. It's just our perspective making it look like they're dropping. Same with the sun. That's why the sun seems to set. And there's a lot of actual really interesting, when you get into the sun and the observation of the sun, there's actually really interesting things there. And some of it actually would be impossible on a globe. Certain things that people caught with the sun and how it moves. But basically, the sun, again, it's not dropping. It's just due our perspective. We have it's called the what's that?
Our observation in our perspective demonstrates that it goes beneath the horizon. You can demonstrate this with a drone. That it looks like it's...
Yeah, I mean that's
so wrong.
Yeah, it's just what it appears to do based on perspective, right? Like how it just explained.
It's an optical illusion. What it is.
Yeah, as things go farther away, they drop right into the horizon. As a car drives away, it will get smaller and smaller until it compresses into the horizon. Even the ground itself, when it ramps up, it will start overlapping on each other. That's just how our eyes work. We can't see forever, and obviously there's
Thank you very much.
atmosphere, and
severely
the density of the atmosphere.
The human eye's ability to see light.
That was a very good textbook answer, and you covered all the angles right there. So thank you very much. That's exactly how our eyes work.
In order for the light to disappear, which I don't even think is physically possible. Let's say there is. It would have to be like infinitely large for the sun to then disappear from like view. Be imperceptible.
No, I mean, I think it's just a lack of understanding how our eyes work, right? Like, I would actually really suggest this. Yeah, I would actually really suggest a lot of people look into this topic. It explains so much about the celestials above us and how we see them, right? How stars move away from us, how the different rotations we get in the northern and southern parts of the world. It covers a lot, but it's basically an azimuthal grid of vision, right? Some people don't like me saying this because it uses the word dome, but I'm going to do it anyway because that guy's not here. We have our own personalized dome of vision, right? It has nothing to do with a firmament. It's literally just how our eyes work. Our eyes are curved, right? When light enters our eyes, it's not coming in at straight lines. It's coming in at all different angles. It's kind of like, it's almost like a water bucket dumping into our eyes, right? That's how our eyes gain or receive light. And the way that happens is makes things look in more curved like vision. It gives us like a curved vision. I'm basically just explaining what an azimuthal grid of vision is, right? It's just a dome of vision. Again, I can't like explain the whole thing to you right now. Like I understand it, right? But I'm not like a teacher. I don't teach eyes. I can kind of get you there halfway and suggest that you do the rest. But when you add that up, based on how we see things over long distances, it explains a lot of how the sun works to our eyes. A lot of it is an apparent position, right? So when we're looking at suns and stars, we're not actually seeing the exact location of where the source is coming from. We're seeing an apparent position based on where you are. Now, if you're right underneath the sun, that might be a different story. And some of it is it's hard to wrap your head around, but it's also why we see crepuscular rays and anti-crepuscular rays Again, they say that it's an illusion, but actually, if you see them from the side, you can see them curve. And again, this is a giant explanation. There's a lot to this. I would have to sit here for like 40 minutes and explain all this shit. But that's why, again, I'm suggesting that you kind of look into this yourself and really drive home how our eyes work, especially over long distances.
Mhm.
Good job. That was good job. I'm listening. Good job.
Thanks.
Anybody convinced? Any globetards seeing the truth?
Okay, so this is not a convincing, right? This is not a flat earther's idea of how our eyes work that you can literally look into and understand how your eyes work. This is not like my idea of how our
It's
eyes work.
actually a statement of fact. It's a statement of fact. So
Yeah.
whether you're convinced or not is not the question. Are you digesting what's been said and then going out to investigate? Then you convince yourself
I don't
through the
understand
motivation of my
I
colleagues.
still don't understand
You
how
need
the
to be
Earth
doing.
appears to
Thank you.
dip below the horizon on a flat Earth model.
Yeah, I mean, I've already explained that to you, but I guess you're just not listening. For example, my girlfriend, she's like an eye, works at an eye doctor's, right? She's not like when we talk about like how our eyes work, she doesn't go, "Oh, you darn conspiracy theorist." Like we just talk about how our eyes work because she has understanding of how our eyes work, and I've done research on how your eyes work, and that's just how our eyes work. It's not how our eyes work on a flat Earth. It's not how our eyes work on a globe Earth. It's not how our eyes work on a Lord of the Rings fantasy world. It is just simply how our eyes
And so
work.
our eyes behave in such a way that the sun looks like it dips below the horizon. Because why?
Again, I've explained. How many times do you want me to explain the same thing? Have you listened to me talk?
I guess not. No, go for it again. Pretend I wasn't listening at all.
Okay, I will just. I'm gonna briefly go over this. I'm gonna ask you a yes or no question. As a car goes far away from you, what does it do?
Gets smaller and smaller.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, but this doesn't.
Yeah, but why does it go below the horizon eventually?
Yeah.
Yes. Why does it?
Well, I would say because of the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. Let's pretend we live in a
different elevation levels, really. Depending on
sure.
local
Let's pretend
geography.
Sure. Let's pretend that we're in a flat Earth. What would you see that car forever on that road?
Depends on topography.
I said, let's pretend we're in a simulation.
On a perfectly flat Earth, yes, you would see it for essentially every hour, depending on how bright the lights on the car.
This is why I'm trying to tell you that you gotta understand how our eyes work, because that's not true.
Is it a lightless car?
Yeah, with disappear to light refraction sometime like
depends on how bright the light is.
Yeah, if you illuminate the car to like I don't know, 1,000,000 looms or whatever the thing for light is called, you would see it way further.
Sure, if you lit it up, artificially lit it up, sure. I'm just talking about a common car driving away from you. That's it.
Yeah, but now we're comparing we're comparing the sun to a common car. Of course, we're going to see those at different rates or different distances.
I'm trying to get you. Well, the sun doesn't have an infinite amount of brightness, meaning that like it's not like infinity bright.
Sorry. So the explanation of a car disappearing if it was on a perfect if it was on a flat plane, a flat Earth model, like, and the car just goes continuously to whatever end, like it'll just disappear because it's a fault of our eyes because we're unable to.
It's not a fault. I mean, do you know what angular size is? There's actually, I'm pretty sure there's a formula to this too. So the angular size of the object,
with enough magnification, could you or light, can you still see it if it was if the Earth was flat?
Assuming you had the proper optics, sure. But you gotta remember another thing, right? So when we're looking out, so when we're looking up, right, we're looking through the thinner parts of the atmosphere, meaning that the farther we're looking up and out, the thinner our atmosphere gets, right? When we're looking out and over, not up, we're looking through the densest parts of our atmosphere, right? Things like, we're not even mentioning weather, we're not even mentioning like pollution and things like that. We're just talking about the atmosphere in general, right? There's a lot of variables when it comes into play, especially when we're looking out and over. So we have to deal with that, right? We have to deal with our eyes limits. We have to deal with the angular size of objects. So as again here, instead of using the car example, let's use a plane. As the plane goes farther and farther from you, let's say that you're in a this simulated flat world. It's not going to just stay in the same position and get smaller and smaller. What it's going to do is appear to go down. It's going to appear to be going down, down, down until it shrinks into the horizon, just like that car did.
It's not going to go down.
It will. Do we do our perspective? It's just how we see. This guy just posted in the channel like actually a really good representation of how our eyes
it's
work.
not
You see?
literally gonna go down. No.
Do you know
It
anything
is
about how our eyes work, or are you just like pretending
Yeah,
like you
yeah,
know?
I do know. No, I do
Okay,
know
well,
that.
it does go down. I
That's
mean,
not
I
really.
witness I witness it happen every day when I look at a plane.
Yeah, but how many degrees maximum?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head, but I mean, if you look at that guy, whoever who posted this, old dude, he just posted a perfect example, right? Like the boxes are all the same size, but look what happens as you go farther and farther out, everything compresses into the horizon. Those boxes seemingly get smaller, but they're not. They're all the same exact size, but due to perspective, they look
Yes, that's
smaller.
right. It's an optical phenomena, but that doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. Remember this, yeah? We're talking about the shape of the Earth here,
If you would
and what
fly
proves the
linear
shape of the Earth
into the sun,
are the measurements.
your
You're going to
plane
need
wouldn't
your
disappear
eyeballs to do that,
beyond the
by
horizon.
the way. Okay, so
Yeah,
don't
It's
waste so
physically
much
possible.
energy
No,
on the way
that
the
is not
eye
how it works.
works.
Like
Yeah.
it's
Listen, I know you turned
barely
me down.
any
Can
change
someone
would
say
happen
that I'm
with,
talking? Can someone tell him I'm actually
I don't take
talking,
any
please?
distance.
Because he's
Germany,
talking
you
over me.
can't.
It's not gonna. No, it's not gonna go like.
Germany.
He's
20
talking
degrees.
over me. I'm trying to
You
talk.
can't have this guy
Yo, hold
muted.
on
He's
one
been
sec,
muted
one
'cause-
sec. Yo,
Yeah,
Flat,
he's
do you
got me
have
muted so I can't
unmuted?
speak.
Flatlander, do you have
I
it
had
unmuted?
an unmute. Yeah,
Right, I am not
Can
finished
you
what I'm
guys
saying.
unmute
I'm
him,
going to carry
please?
on
Because it's
talking.
gonna create,
Yeah.
I'm
I'm going to
sorry.
carry
it's gonna
on
create audio
talking because I was
chaos. Can
talking
you guys,
beforehand.
yo, Jin, hang on, Jin. 1 second, dude. I just want to make sure they don't
Yeah.
have you muted.
Right.
We unmute
Can you
him.
guys please unmute him so it doesn't create
if he
audio chaos? You guys aren't talking over each other, please.
If he promises to not shout.
I'm going to shout because that's the way I am. Never mind about it.
Yeah, okay, you muted again, bro.
It's shut up.
There it is. Just told me to shut the fuck up.
Basically, don't get hung up on the way our eyes work. We're talking about the shape of the Earth. That requires measurements. You are going to need your eyes and you are going to need some tools. So can we get on with the measuring and stop getting hung up with the way the eyes work? It's a distraction from what's at hand. Okay? Thank you. Rather bloody boring.
The limits of the human eye is exactly why you can't just trust your eyes to be a measurement.
Well, Drunken, even if you want to go there, look at what was just posted in chat. Was the sun underneath that curve before he zoomed in?
I have no idea what this is supposed to be.
You don't know? Okay, now you're acting dumb, bro. You don't know
what
this is.
I don't understand what the diagram is supposed to be representing. No, it doesn't seem.
No, look at the video below. The video below.
The video?
It's a little GIF.
No, because you're zooming in. If you
my
the
question
camera
I asked you, my question is the sun below the curve?
Not yet.
Does it appear to be before he zoomed in?
No, but if you kept, do you think that if you
answer
kept
my question, yes or no?
Did it appear? I just said no. I just said it doesn't appear to be under the curve. If you keep the camera there zoomed in, do you not? My belief is that it would go
doesn't
underneath
appear
the
to be. So you're just denying. You're just like playing dumb now. I'm not gonna have a conversation with you if you can't
What am I
agree
playing
that
dumb about?
because before he zooms in, it appears to be under the curve. That's just
but
your eyes just don't work.
You can't even see the sun correctly.
Yeah.
You can't see the sun correctly.
No, it's too bright. You notice that you notice how the camera's aperture changes when you zoom in, so you get a clear picture of the sun. It looks more circular.
Yeah. So does it appear to go underneath the curve before that?
No, but if you left the camera there zoomed in like that, you would see it eventually go beneath the horizon. You're looking at a small portion for a few seconds, saying this is evidence of something when it's not.
I'm not saying. I'm just trying to get you guys to understand how your fucking eyes work. I mean, Jin's right at the end of the day. Like, it's a waste of time and energy because you guys, like, the Earth is measured flat, right? Like, I'm trying to get you to understand something that you've never even looked into. You clearly don't know how your eyes work. That's not my job to teach you, right? Like, I've given you a good explanation, and I gave you the ability to go and look into it, right? Like, I've brought that to your attention. So now find us. I mean, this guy's just gonna post. That last one he just posted, old dude, is actually a drone that's a couple miles up, and they saw the sun set already, right? The sun went below the horizon. Then he flew the drone up. The sun came back into the vision, and if the sun was actually setting, don't interrupt me, please. If the sun was actually setting and going down, there's nothing to stop it from continuing to go down. But instead, what he saw was it fade away in the distance, and it never moved it another inch downwards.
Yet another textbook answer. Thank you very much. We're giving you
Yep.
perfect textbook answers, and I can back up what he just said with Sir David Attenborough's video of what you just explained, and it is beautiful to behold. Beautiful it is. So
Who?
you know, come on, boys, start
Yeah, and on
start
top,
What video?
applying yourselves here.
and
Thanks.
on top of that, the angular size of the sun should never change, and we see it. Certain sunsets are different, right? It depends on what you're looking over at. That depends on atmospheric qualities. Depends on, like, again, where you are, over the water, over a mountain, on a city, like over the city skyline. Depends, but there's observations where the angular size of the sun changes so much that would be ridiculous on a globe, because the sun was approximately 93 million miles away. Moving away from it even 1,000 miles wouldn't change. 10,000 miles, it wouldn't change the angular size, which we do see on a lot of different sunset observations.
Just a quick thing. Flat. I've downloaded the 12,000 pictures from Artemis 2. I'm looking through them now. It's not a virus. The link I sent you. I just checked
Okay.
it now.
Yeah, no, I have
Just
it saved too.
interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna scan
Yo,
through a
BJ,
couple of those too.
Yeah.
can you send me a link too? I can't find them.
Yeah, sure. I was just really worried that there was like
I just like
a
so what you're saying is if you get higher, you can see the sun for longer. That would be true on a globe model, let's say, hypothetically, right? Then the higher you go in a globe model, then like the longer you would see the sun for.
No, it's
Theoretically, you could get high enough away
perspective.
from the Earth that you would see the sun infinitely. Like you would never see it set over Earth because you're not on Earth, right?
Yeah, perspective works the same on a flat Earth as it does a globe, right? So if I had
Right.
a speed bump,
Holy
or
shit.
let's say I had a 5-inch box, right? That was right in front of me, and I stuck it a mile out. I'm not gonna be able to see what's over that box, right? But then if I elevate myself, all of a sudden whatever is behind that box is going to appear. And like I said earlier, since the ground ramps up over long distances, as you move up, you're going to uncover parts of the ground that was literally being blocked by the ground itself. I know it's kind of hard and weird to wrap your head around that. Plus, you have like other effects like miraging effects and stuff like that. There's a lot of different variables. Again, that's why I was explaining how the atmosphere itself, the density of the atmosphere can really fuck with you. And as you elevate, you're obviously going through less thickness, and now you're looking up or down and over instead of through, right? So it does reveal a lot. But what I was trying to explain with that one thing that old dude posted, the significance behind what he posted of that sun fading away is that they were on the ground before they launched their drone up. They saw the sun set at a consistent rate, right? It was dropping at a consistent rate. When he flew up and captured the sun again, it did not move down another inch. That's what you would expect on a globe. But instead, he sat there, and that's actually a time lapse. So this is over like 20 minutes or something. It's a clip of it though, right? The full video is like 40 minutes or something like that, and there is a time lapse of it as well. But
Where?
he sat there. It's the one where the sun's fading away. It's like the third thing he posted up.
Africa time lapse.
No, the one below that. It's like the sun is like literally. It says it fades away, like in the thing.
The 10-second
It's
video? No.
it's right right underneath the Africa one. But basically, just listen to my explanation. This is all you need to know. Again, what you would expect. So they saw the sun set at a consistent rate. They flew the drone up. Once the sun was back into vision, what you would expect on the globe is the sun to keep going down at the same rate they saw on the ground. But instead, what they saw was the sun sit there for a while, a good while too, 10 minutes, like 25. I forget how long off the top of my head, but it sat there until it started fading away after a while. So instead of the sun going down, it just faded away. Again, on a globe, you'd expect it to keep going down. That didn't happen. On a flat Earth, you'd expect it to fade away, and that's what happened.
It does go down. That's why it gets dark.
No,
Yeah,
that's
it disappears.
no.
No,
That's that's because that's what you believe is happening. That's not what
no, like
reality is,
the
though.
light,
Totally true.
the light doesn't reach any of the mountains anymore. Like, if the sun would still be there, you would still get the light.
I'm not talking about the Africa one, guys. I'm talking
No,
about
no,
the
no,
one below
literally
that.
any.
We're still talking about the other one.
Are you looking at the one that I'm talking about? Because tell me when you see the sun go down. It literally fades into the atmosphere. There's no other explanation. You can call the video fake, and we'll just show you the actual video and tell you
I'm
to do
sure
it
the video
yourself.
is real. There's nothing fake about the video.
Okay, what do you see the video I'm talking about where it says it
Yeah.
fades away and then it fades?
Right.
Okay, so where do you see the sun going down at all in this video?
It's not a video. It's a GIF.
Dude, are you gonna fucking play around?
Yeah.
I understand. I understand it's a fucking GIF. It's a GIF taken from a fucking video. I'm trying to explain something to you.
Yeah,
If you
so
want to be
it's a
ignorant
whole
and not
video.
understand my explanation, that's fine. But stop fucking wasting my time.
And it's sort of a phenomena, beautiful phenomena that you can witness if you're lucky enough to be out there watching the sun and the conditions are correct. So another textbook explanation. And remember, the sun doesn't prove the shape of the earth here. So again, we're looking at the sun. We're arguing about eyeballs. Well, what proves the earth? The measurements. Okay? So until you globers actually put your boots on the ground and start using your spherical mathematics of 8 inches per mile squared and apply that to the surface of the earth, you don't have a case. You don't know you live on a globe. You don't know the earth is rotating. You know nothing at this point. Thank you. But
Yeah,
just remember
exactly.
that. Whilst you're squabbling over the bloody eyeball and the sun disappearing in front of your eyeballs, it's not proving the shape. Shape of Earth needs to be proven via measurements. Start measuring.
Yeah, but if the Earth is a globe that is so large that the measurements appear flat, what is the response to that?
What does that mean? The measurements appear flat. That makes no sense.
That's ridiculous. Yeah. If the curvature is there, it's going to be measured. If the curvature is there, it's measured. Okay. Simple as that.
But if you
Because
okay, but
you have a circumference. Hang on a minute. You have a radius. That's curvature. You have a circumference. That's curvature as well. That's a continuous curving line. If those numbers are accurate, it doesn't matter how ginormous the globe is. Every degree of curvature will be measured, and we have the technology to do that. Okay. On a ball will never look flat. There is no flat spot on a ball. In engineering, you have a flat spot, the tiniest, it's rejected because it's not perfect. And that's put into the smelting bucket. I've done it myself, okay? So they throw it into the smelting bucket because it'd be remelted and tried again, okay? So there isn't a flat spot on something that's curving. It can never be flat, no matter how big it is. It'll be a continuous curving line. Fact. Bloody hell, so big it's flat. Stupid
But
statement.
what happens if you zoom into the curving
Shut
line?
up. It's curving. It's what it
This
is.
is not an that's not a counter argument. Can you
No
demonstrate
matter
how
what
you can literally demonstrate
say
this
will
on
always
Google
be
Earth. Like if you zoom out on Google Earth, right? It looks like a ball, right? If you zoom in, it no longer looks like a ball when you're on the surface of the Earth. You can demonstrate this idea super
Google
simply.
Earth is a cartoon. Fucking.
Right.
it's not real.
Yeah, but
So
you
I don't know
can
what you're
do
talking
this
about.
in like
Yeah,
any
but regardless if it's real or
calculator.
not, that's a visualization of a hypothetical in this case, right?
Can
That's what it
you
would
see?
look like.
If me and you were in 2 different rooms, could you see me?
No.
Why?
What do you mean? Because there's a wall in the way.
Okay, there's a wall in the way. So can I? If you were underneath a curve, could I see you?
No.
Why?
Because there's a curve in the way.
Okay, so that's how we know that the curvature. There is no curvature because there's observations that should be below a curvature, a physical barrier, and we can see the observations.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a mic drop. It's over. Like, I mean, it's a mic drop argument.
We can see the observations. Like that's a.
How are we seeing through a curve?
No, we're not. That's the point.
No.
No,
this
we
is how
are,
desperate
apparently.
they are. Hang on a second. Hold up a minute. This is how desperate they are, ladies and gentlemen. That they want to tell you that the curve is there, but it's going to look flat. But that's not true, okay? There can be no curvature and you not find it if it's there.
The curvature is
A ridiculous statement. A
hypothetical.
statement from hopeless, foolish fools that would make that statement. Okay?
Jen, the
that
curvature
the earth is so big it's flat. You're making a silly statement, okay? The curvature, if it is there, it will be measured. We have
you're
the
not
technology.
on a circle. Yeah, you're not on a circle. It's not going to be left to right. It's also going to be.
Ladies and gentlemen, the curvature will be 360 degrees. We're talking about drop over distance. So whatever direction you're facing, ladies and gentlemen, that curvature will be there if it's there. If it's not there, welcome to flat Earth.
Scientists don't claim that the Earth is a perfect sphere.
I don't give a damn about the scientists as such, because the scientists are the ones that are the trouble. And measuring the surface of the Earth isn't a scientific endeavor. Don't call the scientists. They're not going to be able to help us. We don't need the scientists. All we need to do is just measure the drop over distance from the numbers we're given. Okay?
But
Yeah, we don't need the scientists. Scientists are not what we need here.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I
No.
think this is just proof that you can't really form any concepts because you can't visually in your head enlarge any sphere and like walk
If
A
around.
you
sphere is a
like
sphere is a sphere is a
scale,
sphere.
if the
Curvature is
Earth,
a
Yeah,
curvature is
it's
a
a
curvature is a
sphere, but
curvature.
if
No
you
measure of
zoom into
curvature
a
works
sphere,
for a planet.
I mean, if the
you
Earth
can
were if the radius of the Earth was a 10-meter ball, let's say, like that's the size of like about a 3-story building, right? You would be the size of bacteria on a ball.
yeah, like the
You would be the
ball.
size of like bacteria on a 3-story building. That's how big you would
It's
be.
irrelevant based on what they say, though. It doesn't
No,
matter
size
how
is
small I
absolutely
am.
relevant.
Yeah,
It
because
absolutely
it's
does.
not that. Yeah,
No, it's irrelevant to include scientists in what we're trying to do. That's what
we're
his
not
point is.
including
Meaning that
scientists. We're including the concept of a sphere or like a circle.
no, but Jeremy, the point is we've already got the scientists' help, right? They gave us all the. Can we get this guy fucking muted? This fencing guy,
I can't even hear him.
Lats, can you mute? I think he can mute people. He's just. Thank you.
Very good.
So scientists already gave us all the help we need, right? We have the dimensions of the globe, right? 4,000-mile radius, 26,000 circumference, just roughly. Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact numbers, but based on those numbers, we can determine how much curvature there should be over X amount of miles. So taking those numbers, it doesn't matter how small I am, because we can still measure things, right? Just because I'm small doesn't mean that I can see through the wall, right? Doesn't mean that I can see you in another room if I'm in another room and there's a wall in front of me. It doesn't matter how small I am, we can't see each other. So when we do these long distance observations and we're looking at one thing and we can see that one thing that should be below thousands, sometimes sometimes hundreds, sometimes thousands of feet of curvature. Me being small doesn't excuse the fact that thing should be below a physical curve. There should be a giant wall blocking me in that observation, and there is not. I can see it clear as day.
Yeah, but we have explanations for this. Why you can see things below the curve on
Go
a
ahead, tell
globe.
me one.
On a globe map. It's to do with the atmosphere, the way light refracts.
Yeah, refraction. Okay, do you know anything about refraction?
No, not technically.
Okay, so refraction isn't this on and off switch that you can just flip on and off, right? There's a lot of different
Right.
it's a spectrum, right? Sometimes there's a little bit of refraction, sometimes there's a lot. There's different types of refraction. There's like if in general terms, like things could be refracting 1%, 2%, 3%, 4. So it's not this consistent thing that every time we see an observation that we shouldn't be able to see, you can just say, "Oh, refraction," and then walk away, right? When you actually
but
look and
like-
see how I'm not done explaining this because you just said the word refraction and you think you just like stumped flat earth forever. You didn't.
Nope.
So this is the common argument with the globe side without even understanding what refraction is. And I'm not a master at understanding refraction. We actually have a guy in here who has a very good understanding. He's not here right now. His name's DJ. He has a super good understanding of how refraction works, and I've actually learned some stuff about him that I didn't even know about like some specifics and how it works, blah blah blah. But again, it's not a magical tool that you can use. Some of the images that I posted, especially the first one, the Chicago skyline, that was done using a 20-hour time lapse, meaning that from the daytime to night, this guy held a consistent image of the Chicago skyline, and if refraction was even playing a part, which again, even if it was, it's not this consistent thing that you turn off and on. But even if it was, right, we would see some kind of distortion in that image or in the footage from the beginning of the day to the night, because refraction, a lot of things play a key when it comes to refraction, right? Like light angles, humidity and stuff like this, right? Climate. There's all these different variables that affect refraction. And if you're telling me that the day was just consistent from hour 1 to hour 20, I mean it'd be close. In theory, yeah, refraction can hold the same exact um, illusion for 20 hours straight. Very improbable though. Like the chances of that is basically
My
like
understanding is refraction isn't
0.1% chance.
consistent. We can see different
What's
levels of it. We can see different levels of visibility. Like even the Chicago the skyline isn't the same every single day. It's variables
yeah.
like the temperature outside or the
Yeah, but the point is you would not be able to see it at all. And if we're taking a
why.
20-hour time lapse and the time lapse didn't change one iota, right? There's not one little distortion. There wasn't more of it that we could see throughout that day than there was from hour 1 to hour 20. That means that refraction wasn't the reason that we're seeing this observation.
I don't follow.
I mean, I've just explained it. It seems that I explain things to you and you just kind of say I don't get it, and then, I mean, if that's your argument, that's fine. But maybe go back to the live stream and listen to me explain it again.
I don't understand. I'm not going to sit there and bother. I don't understand why suddenly you said refraction doesn't work. I didn't follow that logic. Why doesn't refraction work?
Well, I didn't say refraction does not work. I'm saying for that specific observation, if you understand how refraction works, it's not a consistent thing. You don't just turn on refraction and turn it
What
off.
does that mean?
Well,
What does he
it
mean?
means
That's
that
not.
it's a spectrum, bro. Like refraction, it depends
Yeah.
on so many different variables. And if you would agree that from the morning to night, it gets a little cooler, it gets a little hotter, right? Like the sun is going up above us, so the light angles are changing. Like these are all things that play a factor when it comes to refraction. So if we have a
Thank you.
consistent image in a video camera for 20 hours straight and there's no distortion on that thing we're observing, that's a big tell that refraction isn't playing a huge part in what we're seeing,
Brilliant.
right?
Well,
Yeah.
well said. Well said. What my colleague is telling you is that in order for refraction to be happening, certain conditions have to be in place at that time, and for it to be continuing for several hours, that's an impossibility because it doesn't work like that. Refraction is like our fingerprints on the human being. Everyone is
Well,
different, so that's the problem with refraction. It's not
is
always
is
the
he?
same.
Yeah, is he claiming that? Hey, drunken.
Yeah.
Are you claiming? Are you claiming that refraction is responsible for these long distance observations?
For how things appear to be below, how we can see things below the curvature of the Earth.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so can you show me an example of refraction bending light downward in normal atmospheric conditions?
I don't understand the question.
Well,
Can I
in
show
order
you
for
light
refraction to allow us to see
refracting
further,
downward?
in order for the refraction to be allowing us to see further around a globe, that means the light has to be refracting downward.
Yeah, I think a curved lens could do this.
We've shot lasers. That's not a curved lens. So can you show me an example? Can you show me an example of a laser bending downward due to refraction in atmospheric conditions?
I no, because I can't present evidence to you that you're gonna. No, I don't understand that.
Okay, well,
You
what I'm
speak
trying
up
to
a little.
communicate to you is that there is no evidence that light refracts downwards over water in normal atmospheric conditions.
Over water, maybe. I have no idea.
Well, that's
What
what
do you mean
we're,
by normal?
the Chicago skyline, that's over water. We shoot lasers over water. The reason we do that is because water is flat at rest, right? So if you want to claim that refraction is the cause of these long distance observations, then you have to prove that it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what does normal atmospheric conditions mean?
Things
Like,
that can actually
but
exist in reality.
No, okay, yeah, but
like what?
Germany,
that's not the
how can you say that every time that we do a laser test, it's being refracted at exactly 8 inches per square mile? Exactly.
What do you mean? That's not
Right?
the formula. No.
Is it like in order for a laser test to be cancelled out by refraction, it would have to be bending at exactly 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah, but refraction doesn't have it like 10 meters. Like you can't really measure that. That's not how accurate our lasers are.
So I guess you admit that you just have a
Mine.
claim that you can't back with evidence, which is we understand that,
What claim
right?
have I made?
Well, the claim is that refraction is accounting for these long distance observations, correct? Or did I
It's a
misunderstand?
factor. It's a factor. Yeah.
Okay, you need to prove it's a factor then.
Why? It's a factor. How we
Because
can know
otherwise
it's a
it's just a claim without evidence, right?
factor? We have the evidence. We have the
Okay,
observation.
but I've asked for the evidence and no one has presented it. So can you
Okay, what
present the
would
evidence
be
of
part of the evidence?
of refracting downward over water in normal atmospheric conditions or in any atmospheric conditions that occur naturally, right? Not in a fish tank full of glucose water,
Well, then the
not
evidence
over
would
hot
that
iron, not
the
over a
evidence would
volcano,
What
right?
is credible evidence to you? Like
what
what
the
would
evidence would.
I just
would
want
the,
to see, just post a laser test that shows a laser refracting downward over in the atmosphere. I want to see that.
I don't think we
I
have
don't think
lasers.
I have
No, you keep saying you
I-
have it, but you won't post it, and there's no evidence of this happening. Just saying it doesn't make it true.
No, we can't really have any pictures of this because it's just over such a long distance. Like, why would you
You don't
stand?
have any examples of lasers bending downward,
I'm sure
refracting
there.
downward in the atmosphere.
No, but we do have evidence of the Chicago skyline
the
being
flip-
visible from Michigan.
Okay,
So
so
On the
that is
flip
a
side,
reification fallacy. Hold on.
No,
Saying because
Nah.
we see too far, it must be refraction, despite the fact that we don't have evidence of refraction, is absolutely insane. Do you realize what a
what is
stupid
the
claim that is?
yeah? What is the different factor? Like, what is the other factor? If it's not refraction.
Sorry, it's hard to understand you a bit. Could you get a little
Yeah.
closer to your mic?
What is the different? Or like, what's the other factor if it's not?
That the Earth is
Refraction.
flat, bro.
Yeah, that the Earth is flat, dude.
Yeah, but the light.
You understand? You're coping with you're coping with a claim that you cannot provide any evidence for.
No, I can provide evidence for refraction,
But you say
I'm
that, but you aren't doing it. You said, "Oh, it's too far. We don't have it." Blah
We
blah blah
can-
blah blah.
Yeah,
Right?
what would be credible evidence for refraction?
I want to see a laser refracting downward in the atmosphere.
which is-
Why
yeah,
a
we don't
laser?
have.
Why a laser? Like, why can't I use
Because we do laser
non-
tests. So that's
Yeah,
and a laser is
that's
the
just-
easiest way to do this.
Yeah, but that's just highly focused light.
Oh,
Like, why can't I
really?
use the
Yeah,
non-
no kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, can you
Yeah.
post? Can you post an example of a laser refracting downward
Yeah,
in atmospheric conditions?
I put a laser just for you. I put a laser up in the sky, 90 million miles away.
We're measuring over bodies of water. We don't need to. I don't know why this is so hard for y'all.
Because, okay, over fences. You see, the stronger the laser, the less refraction it's gonna have over a certain distance because the light is.
Okay,
so
well,
focused.
we've got laser tests of all different distances. You know, we have some that are 10 miles, lower than that, 25 miles. We are hitting the target every single time with these. There is no surface curvature being measured ever.
What do you mean? It is.
What? Can you say that again? I
It
didn't
is.
understand.
What do you mean we don't measure curvature? Like, how would you measure curvature?
Because we should be experiencing curvature at 8 inches per mile squared, and every time we shoot a laser, the laser is hitting the target, and there's no curvature blocking the path of the laser.
Yeah, you should go farther then.
So 25 miles isn't enough? How much curvature should there be over 25
I don't
miles?
know the observer height. I don't know the observer
Okay,
height.
well, get out your Earth curve calculator and type it in. Let's say the observer height is anywhere from 3 to 6 feet. Doesn't matter. I can give you some variance there. We're talking about like doing this from the surface of water, right? So we go to the edge of a lake, we go to the edge of an ocean, right? And we get the observer height at a natural height from there. So if you have a laser, you know, it'd be somewhere between 6 feet and you know, a few inches above the surface, depending on which test you're looking at. So go ahead and get out your Earth curvature calculator. Type in a 5 foot, 6 foot observer height and 25 miles and tell me how much drop there should be.
Wait, I need to put in the radius of the Earth first.
Can you look that up so we can discuss that? So I know that.
I'm in my graphing calculator.
You don't need a graphing calculator. Just type in
I
Earth
do.
curvature calculator.
Well, I want to. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna put that. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, then I can talk to someone else while you do that. So does anyone have any evidence of this actually being possible in reality?
Right. Over the fence, I've posted a 28-mile laser test for you if you want it, okay?
Yeah, cool. I mean, yeah, we've got tons of these.
I'm pretty sure the only defense right now is, well, it has to be refraction or else the Earth is flat. And oh my God, no.
And over the fence did state categorically, hang on, did state categorically that we don't have any evidence of laser beams bending downwards over water at this point. No images. Bending upwards in the atmosphere, yes, in the atmo, but not across the ocean and bending downwards. We don't have those. So anyone's got one, that's going to be a first, by the way.
Yeah.
Just in case that slipped your minds there.
Even if we did, you'd have to assume now that it's conspiring against us all to make it seem like it's flat because it's curving at the exact rate of the curvature.
If you did, it would be heavily scrutinized by the flat earthers, of course,
Well,
because to date we don't have one, of course.
it's just that this is why we call it holy refraction, because it is like this miraculous phenomenon that globers claim, in which every single observation we have, the Earth looks flat. But it's always due to these perfect atmospheric conditions, which no one can replicate and cannot demonstrate, that are always making the Earth look flat in every
you know what?
situation.
There's a wonderful example. I forget what it's called. I need to look it up again. But it happens twice a year where the sun goes behind these mountains or whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay, well, you can see this observation. It's like 100 miles or something, and what it is you can see the tops of these mountains that should be well below the curve. But if it was refraction, like we can predict that it's going to happen. It happens like twice a year. But if it was refraction, like you're telling me that those days, every time, twice a year, the atmospheric qualities are perfect to refract it the same way every single year. Like,
Talking
Well,
about Canada.
that's why it's most holy refraction, you know.
mhm. Oh, is that the one I'm
He's
talking
talking
about?
about
That actually might
Canada.
be it. That no
That's
change.
Canagoo.
I think
If
so.
that's the longest photo we have, longest distance photo, the world record long distance photo. Hey,
I'm not
Lats,
sure
you
if
trying to
that's the
talk?
one I was talking about, but
No, I'm okay. I'm chilling.
Oh, okay. All right. Good to see you.
Just driving. Good to see you too.
Oh, so Praxker, did you figure out how much drop over 25 miles there should be?
Yeah. So where's
Okay.
the second person, the receiver? Hello.
Sorry, can you here, hold on a second.
Yeah, the second person, the receiver. Where's that person?
Yeah, it'd be about
Wait,
the same height. I mean, but well, just answer the question first. How much drop should there be over 25 miles?
107 meters, I think. Yeah,
Okay.
it's yeah.
So, if you've looked at any of these laser tests, you know we're not putting the target up that high, right? Or the people performing these laser tests are not putting the target that high above the water surface, are they?
Yeah, never seen any of these laser tests before though. At this
Okay.
distance, 40
Well, you've been in
kilometers.
here a while. You haven't looked at any laser tests?
Not at any 40 kilometers away.
Okay, well that's surprising because it seems to me like that's the first place I'd look. If I came into a flat Earth room and they said the Earth measures flat and here's the evidence, I would look at the evidence, right? Because
Yeah, but
otherwise,
I've
how
never
could I argue
found any
against the
40.
evidence I hadn't even seen?
I've never seen any 40 kilometer
Well, I posted one for
laser
you.
tests though.
Gin
Will
CBR
someone
one. I posted one. Have a look.
will someone
It's
post
there now.
FE core?
Wait, where?
Well, I posted a 28 miler. It's right there.
Oh yeah.
Have a look
thank
at
you.
that. In CBR one. Have a look.
I got you. Give me a second.
Thank you, Lats. So, Praxker, what Lats is going to post for you is a laser test done by some field engineers. They've got a $40,000 laser. They were not flat earthers. The FE doesn't stand for flat Earth, and it's 25 miles. And they go about it very professionally. So you can watch it and see if you have any questions afterward. And this is just one of hundreds, right? I particularly like this one, so I refer to it a lot because it's so well documented. But, there's plenty more where
Yeah.
that comes from.
Where's the observer height though?
Well, you can go through it and see all that. The point is the observer height going to be over 100? How many meters is it for 25 miles? Can you tell me again? I do the imperial
I think
system.
it's 107.
Okay. So that's like what? How many story building would that be?
I have no idea. I can't find the receiver height though. You would have to give me that. I can't test anything.
Well, assume that assume that the target is the same as the observer height because that's how they're set up.
Yeah, I can plug that into my
Yeah.
calculator.
And you can see that in the videos. Oh, thanks, old dude. Oh, and yeah, so there's a couple links for you in the side chat. One is the video of the FE core test, and then there's a PDF that goes over it in detail for you. Do you see that?
Wait, I'm still on the height.
Okay, cool. Does anyone else have any questions? Drunken, do you have any input or questions or? No one has a measurement of surface curvature?
No, the question you're asking is ridiculous. The idea that
It's ridiculous to have a measurement of the surface of the Earth?
You're asking is not for a measurement.
Yes, it is. We can measure with lasers. Absolutely, we can.
No.
What would be an acceptable way to measure surface curvature?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I think we're
No,
destroying his worldview.
True.
You don't remember. You mean you don't know? You don't.
No, I'm sure I was taught how.
You assume really? I'm sure you weren't.
How would you measure curvature?
I just told you. We know how much drop over distance is to be expected.
High-power laser.
We shoot a laser over a body of water and we see if the Earth is curving at the rate we're told, right? It should form a tangent if that's the case, and that's not what's happening. Ever.
Yeah, Drunken, you could just measure the deviation from the laser to the ground or the water.
Yeah, how?
If it's higher or lower than the water, what
That's great. That is true. If it was higher or lower, my question is how do you observe whether or not it's higher or lower at a certain point?
Equal. If it's equally distant above the water, then it's not changing in elevation. You know that, right?
True. I don't understand the experiment you're hypothesizing. You shoot a laser in a straight line across a body of water. How do you go to a point in that laser and measure its distance from the ground?
You just level the laser and you set up a target at the other end.
Yeah, like they did it at different distances, right? So, like she had cited earlier, they did 10. They've done it not in that one, but they've done 10 miles, 12, 15, 28, right? So now imagine that at every, you have 2 points, and over the surface of water, and every time you hit the target on the other end, it's at the same elevation over the water as the initial point. So now you can imagine if you did that as one test, like 5 miles, 10 miles, 18 miles, and then 25 miles,
but I
and
can't.
they're all the same. They're all at the same
How am-
elevation. That's just a straight line of equal elevation.
Let's look at this video. 28.6
No,
miles.
actually, I've done the experiment. I actually got a telescope, went out and watched boats go over the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
But that's an observation. That's not an experiment. And how does that refute these laser
that's
tests?
Crazy. You can't actually do an observation and call it an experiment. That's crazy. You're a dumb fucking bitch, is what you are.
Jeez.
Got her, man. Earth must
That's
have
the
did it.
that I know. That's the best the globe has right now. Cope. Weak men coping.
The Spurg has emerged.
Yeah.
But Duncan, you said you had said like how could you go to the different position? Like there would be different distances.
Yeah, but you would have to be you would have to observe the laser itself curving between those 2 points. You would have to be a set distance away to see the line horizontally, basically. You would have to see the start and end point.
Well, that's what they definitely did, the start and end point. I thought you were asking for in between the start and end point. They did the start and end point. That's what they got.
Yeah, but you would to observe any curvature in that laser, you wouldn't just be able to look dead straight on. You would have to go to the side of it.
We do have sideways. We do have side views, and it's straight.
Okay.
But you're claiming the laser would have to travel in an arc, right? You're claiming it would have to be in an arc where it goes up
Yeah.
and around the curvature of the Earth and then hits the target on the other side. But I asked you for evidence of that, and you can't provide any.
Yeah, I think he accepts it. That's all. I don't think. Yeah.
Sure.
That's good that you accept it. Drunken.
No, I rejected it. And I think the standard of evidence is absurdly high. I don't understand why proving refraction exists and that lasers can bend downwards. The idea that a laser simply just a single beam of light disproves anything is very silly to me, or is counter evidence of any other sort of shape.
What's the
laser,
standard of evidence? Yeah, go
The
ahead.
standard of okay.
I was just going to say the laser. You're saying a single beam of light. It's a culminated, multiple mirrors keeping it. A lot of light. Tiny little beam. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I think you're hot, Mike, and Drunken, but yeah, I mean, I would imagine that Drunken is just accepting the evidence because there's no reason to dismiss it out of hand. The evidence is there. That's the evidence. If you're theorizing that it's not true, you'd have to theorize it's not true for a reason. He has no reason to disbelieve the experience. So right now he's on board until
There we go. Tell you
evidence.
So this video of the laser across the 28, how does this prove that the light doesn't curve? Simply because we can see it from one side to the other?
Because it hits the target on the other side. How much drop over distance should there be at that distance?
How do you know that it's not refracting?
Because there's no evidence it's refracting. You'd have to prove that it's not going straight.
We have evidence of refraction. There's no.
That's what you keep saying, but you aren't providing any.
No, we can prove refraction on smaller scales.
I need to see evidence that refraction. I was very clear from the very beginning.
Yeah,
I need to see evidence that the laser is refracting downward in atmospheric conditions.
Why
So
wouldn't
I think Drunken, I think he just learned about refraction literally an hour
Well, yeah,
ago.
instant internet expert syndrome.
Based.
Yeah, Drunken, there is no evidence that lasers will refract downward in atmospheric conditions like this.
Why? Well, the
Why?
evidence is
Because no one has ever shown that it's. No one has ever shown it's possible. We've seen evidence of lasers refracting upward. I have never seen any evidence of them refracting downward. So if that's your claim, you're going to have to prove it.
It's I think both ways.
No, you keep saying that, but that's just your belief.
That's kind of like you saying unicorns exist and be like, "Well, prove they don't exist." So how do you want us to prove that unicorns don't exist?
No, I don't understand how the observation from that video is supposed to prove that it moves in a straight line.
Because there should be a physical curve in between the laser and the receiver.
And how
the thing is,
and so you've gone to the side of you've been able to go to the side of the laser to see if there's a curve or not. You've stepped far enough away to observe the entire laser in one single image.
Side view. Yep. In the video.
Where's that? Can I see that?
Well, how
Should be in
would
the
you
video.
assume that it's going through a curve then? Refraction, I guess. Correct, Drunken?
Because we can see this on smaller scales. We can see lights
No,
bend downward.
Drunken,
no, we
is the
don't.
truth that
No, we don't.
We
Wait,
do.
hold up. Hold up. You said we see this happening. I want to see evidence of it happening.
On smaller scales, we can literally look it up.
Okay.
What do you
Oh,
mean?
yeah, cool.
Lights
Post
are curving
evidence
downward.
of light
Yeah.
refracting downward over bodies of water in atmospheric conditions. You just keep saying it happens, but you won't provide any evidence.
No, I am asking for evidence that a laser is shooting straight across a
That is the
body of water.
default. That is the
That
default.
doesn't make
If you're going to claim some crazy situation where
you're
it does
making
something
just as,
miraculous, you need
you're
to
making
provide the
just as much
evidence.
of a claim. You're making an
No,
observation of a
no,
claim that is moving in a
no.
straight line. You have to prove that claim as
Oh
well.
my gosh, listen to you. So, bodies of water are flat at rest. We shoot a laser from one side of a body of water at a certain height, hits a target at the other side of the body of water at the same height.
How do you know it's moving in a
I
straight
don't
line?
have to prove that it's
You
not doing
absolutely do.
something. Okay, well, he left, so
No, he
yeah.
was actually at the point where it's like either he has to accept this or or just deny it out of ignorance.
Well,
Like there's
that's
nowhere.
why he left, right?
Yeah. Yep.
It's really happening. I have no evidence it's happening, but it must be happening because otherwise the earth, the earth
Yeah, you
can't
guys.
possibly be flat. So therefore, XYZ.
Mhm.
But I think Brexker is watching the video, so that's good. How are things in here today? Any fun?
Meh.
Yeah.
Oh, much of the same of what you're having. Lots of squabbling and denying.
Uh,
That's exactly what's been going on. Carbon copy of what you just had. What was I was going to say something? Oh yeah, the young man left because he himself hasn't actually put boots on the ground to go and check anyway. He hasn't checked anything, and that's the weakest position there. You're just arguing through belief, and then when you're presented with the information, someone genuinely wanting to know the truth would look at that, go away, and come back. Hopefully, he's going to do that. Hopefully.
Yeah, and before you even came in, Fences, we were talking about the long distance observations, and it seemed like just the way the conversation went, it seemed like he literally just looked up refraction. It was like, oh, it's because he was kind of on board with what we were saying or like trying to understand it, and it just seemed like he took a second and went like, oh yeah, it's refraction, and then we kind of got into the refraction talk, and you came in like somewhere in the middle of all that.
yeah, sorry if it was repetitive. It's just, yeah, I
No,
mean, they
no, yeah,
just
No, it was
Google
on
it
point.
and
It was
they
on
just,
point.
how do I debunk these flat earthers? They don't know anything about refraction whatsoever. It's just a magic word to account for all observations that disprove the globe.
Yeah,
yeah,
your arrival was perfectly timed. It was, so it was
yeah,
good. All right,
yeah. It was good.
absolutely bang on the money. You was not late. You was not early. It was on time. Beautiful.
Yeah, when I try to explain to people, it's not like it's like a button you flip on and off. It's not like, oh, there's refraction, oh, there's no refraction. Like there's different levels to it, like or like degrees to it.
Yeah, and certain
It seems like
conditions have to be in place. You see, when I said
yeah,
that, after what you said, I said that, and then uh, um, over the fences came just there. So it was good. Absolutely marvelous.
yep,
Yeah, I mean, all these claims are just an attempt to make the globe unfalsifiable in every circumstance,
Yeah, I keep forgetting to say that. That's what I've got to start saying. They're making it unfalsifiable, and that's not fair, ladies and gentlemen. They're covering the goal, so I can't score one. They're not only taking away the goalposts, they're taking away the pitch. Cheek.
Oh my bad, I got a phone call. What happened to that dude? He's gone?
Yeah, he ran away. He just learned about refraction and then, you know, realized like just saying it wasn't enough. He was asking us to prove that the light isn't bending in an arc in every single observation.
That it's not doing that?
Yeah, prove that it isn't bending in every
Oh,
observation.
yeah, okay.
Yeah. But I think Prax Germany is actually looking at the FE core stuff that you and old dude posted, so that's good. He said he'd never actually looked at anything, which it's always surprising when I hear that from someone because it's not his first time in.
Okay.
Hey, you have anything fun planned for today?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. No, might be spontaneous though. Might go climb up a mountain or something.
Ah, nice. It's supposed to
Did
rain
that
here today.
yesterday. Oh,
Oh yeah?
lucky.
How's the weather? Isn't it really hot? Did you go early in the morning
Yes.
or yeah?
No, right after work I went. Like when I was
Really?
breaking up yesterday, yeah, because you said I was like getting choppy or whatever. It's because I was driving by the mountains. So
Nice.
yeah, it was hot. It got dark.
What's up, y'all?
Oh, what's up, brother?
I'm chilling.
Yeah, well, I jogged to the corner shop, which is about a kilometre, right, 1,000 meters from where I live to the corner shop and back, purely to get some detergent for the clothing. I felt so good. I put on my different running shoes, and then I ran 5 miles after that whilst listening to my music. I just felt good. I thought, let me carry on with this.
Oh, dude, good on you.
Yeah, man. So I did 5.5 miles, approximately.
That's pretty impressive, actually. I can't do long distance. I'm really good at sprinting, though.
Yeah. Well, I'm quite happy to do that because I'm listening to music. Now, I'm listening to music like from the 80s, when I was in my 20s, for example. Great stuff, motivational. The memories are flooding back as I'm jogging down the road, And then sometimes I'm waving at the people who are coming up towards me. Nice weather, isn't it? In Japanese and that, and they're laughing, doing a little dance. Yeah, that's it. How you, the way it is, man. How you make it. And then at other times, I might be listening to a Flat Earth podcast, and that's when I'm walking, of course. And yeah, that's quite nice as well.
You ever
May as well
listen to
listen to
nothing?
something.
Just
Say
like,
that again.
you ever listen to nothing? Just like, sounds of nature?
That's when I'm out near the river, of course. But when if I'm in the streets, all I'm going to get is beep beep pop up, and all the trucks and that. You see what I mean? Yeah.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
So I want to drown that stuff with the music. But when I go to the river, yes, yeah, I don't listen to anything. Then I like to listen to the river flow and the wildlife there, and that's therapy right there. So I do listen to that from time to time. Yeah, definitely.
I'm a sicko. I like
Sometimes,
listening to the bustling and rustling of the city. Like I like whenever I go for my street rides, I go downtown, which is like really populated, right? So it's always like like Ferraris and crackheads, and it's just like the Wild West out there. So that's my entertainment.
yeah, there are times when I travel like 40 miles to go to a river, and then I sit there and just the bike's parked up in the shade and that, and then I just listen to the river flow by, and then from time to time you get tourists going by because it's right near an onsen village, and then and they offer a ride on the ships, on the boats, with one man at the back, controlling it as they're going down river, and it's really nice. I love that. I feel as if I'm being cleansed. Just watching the river go by, right, and the sound of it, it's like I'm getting cleansed. You understand?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So I do that.
Oh, man. Yo, lads, it's funny. First thing I did, I woke up this morning. I was logged into TikTok. The very first video that popped up was it said Jesus is a glober. And it was like Jesus holding the globe, like an AI version.
Oh
I was like,
Oh, wow.
bruh. I just instantly exited it.
Trolling right off the beginning, you know.
Dude, this guy's real. You know what the funny thing about this guy is? Like, I've seen this guy forever. His name's Kilgore, right? And I don't know. He seems to debate a lot of people. I think he's a flat earther. I'm not 100% sure, but every time the very channel below Kilgore is like when I scroll, it's like some anti Kilgore guy. It's some person who just hates on Kilgore, and he posts these like the prompts, and it's like Kilgore is this, and it's like an AI version of Kilgore with like he's all on meth and like crack and looking all crappy. Like that's gonna be me. I'm gonna have Neil haters eventually.
That's interesting.
I'm sure you have.
Jen, you missed it yesterday. I'm not a real flat earther. The vibrations weren't right, and their mood rings decided that there was something off about me.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love the number one flat Earth proof from her too.
Oh yeah, her fucking
Number one proof.
psychology.
What was it?
Well, that was her number 3. We'll give her that.
Demon. Well, no, she said it was 3, but she said it should be number 1.
Oh,
I just said
okay.
that was the most important one. Dude, I
Yeah.
can't
Yeah,
believe that. That chick
Our
is crazy.
psychotic, demonized psychotic demon overlords. That was her best proof.
Wow. Just complete and utter insults. Insults as proofs.
Oh no, Jen, she claimed to be a flat earther. She just was, off her rocker.
Yeah, she was the number one flat earther for sure.
She said that she was testing us and that none of us were real flat earthers because we didn't think psychology played a big part in the ground measuring flat. What the freak, dude?
Dude, the white knights were the funniest part though. There's like 8 of them coming at me, and then she started going on. Like she was the first person to like me originally. Like everyone like oh, give this guy a chance. Like when you guys weren't in the actual chat, it was just me and her, and the other guys. And then I came back with you guys, and then that's when the other guys started white knighting, and she started going crazy. And that was funny.
How did she not realize we were? I didn't understand why they didn't realize we were a flat Earth server.
Yeah, dude, that was the weirdest thing.
Because I said, "Does she know who we are?" And she's like, "Well, aren't you arrogant?" And I was like, "No, we're on a flat Earth server, and you're accusing us of being globers, and you don't even know it." Yeah, and her best, she finally produced some evidence, and it was that picture from a plane. Oh my gosh!
Yeah. How would you describe this evidence? I'm like, I wouldn't. It's like terrible. And she's like fuck off, lady.
It was so bad. Did you go back on there again later?
Oh yeah, they were super cordial with us after. She actually like subdued a little bit. I don't know. I think her meds started to kick in, and then yeah, they came to a couple of them joined our channel, and yeah, it was chill. We'll be back eventually.
Okay, we got to bring them in, like actually in, instead of doing it through the phone. I think it'd be more productive.
Yeah, exactly. And then we had another guy at nighttime where we were bickering with them, and he actually came to our channel. And yeah, AI was getting into it with them, and they were posting in the live stream chat, and yeah, and then we got kicked from their channel accidentally. I said retard, and then I got banned. But they were talking shit. They were reanalyzing what we were talking about, so we were looking at their video, and then eventually they let us back, and then we started the convo again, and it was they started funding muting us.
Sounded like fun.
It was hilarious. It was like 8 hours of TikTok yesterday. I'm fucking beat. I'm gonna take a break today.
So wait, the people that were in later, they were claiming to be flat earthers. Is that, or did I misunderstand? Where they came in and were posting stuff with AI?
No, they were full on globers there. You remember Do you remember the name Baron?
Is it that one guy who sounds kind of like military?
Yeah, he was talking to Indio at some point.
Oh, really? I'm sorry I missed it.
Oh, you meant okay. It was a little while back there, but yeah, we were talking to some guy. Huh?
He's that surveyor or wannabe surveyor, whatever.
Yeah. So we were talking to some guys, and then we left, and then Neil caught wind of that one of the guys that we were talking to go over to Baron's live, trying to like fill him in on the details or something, and then yeah, we kind of jumped in on that and got one of those guys in here so we could actually share actual material like links and photos and stuff like that that he could grab and bring to their TikTok stream. So kind of stretched out because of that,
Oh, that's interesting.
Well done. Yeah.
How did it end? How I mean, I can imagine
How
it
was
ended.
it received? How did they receive it?
Yeah, Baron.
horrible,
Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah.
Yeah, not great.
Not great. All right. Okay.
Well, they tried to draw that fucking graph, and then they forgot to account for the curvature of the Earth. They're like, no, we don't need to add 3959 radius. No, we don't need to account for our ball. It was like it was the weirdest. Like, I don't know. I've never heard that conversation before.
It was strange. So the argument stemmed from one of the what's his name? Taboo conspiracy laser tests, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So when we presented that, they started digging into it and started rebutting it with kind of like, I guess, ideal claims or hypothetical claims of what would happen to the laser beam and all sorts of shit, right? So one of the guys was asked, okay, can you diagram that out? So when he did the diagram, he failed to actually like diagram out the whole picture. So it became like this big shindig about trying to get the guy to actually diagram out the part of the picture that's missing, i.e., the ground and where it would be curving with respect to the laser and the divergence of the beam and all sorts of stuff like that. It just became a shit show trying to get the guy to finish his homework. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it was just dumb.
He wasn't joining the dots to completion, was he? Right.
No. So then Stone did it for him, and he didn't acknowledge it, and yeah, it was all right.
Yeah, typical. Noticed since
it's just funny that they're on a live too, and we get to see exactly what they're doing right in real time, but they can't see what like we're looking at them, but like they technically can because they're live. But it was just funny because we're live on our channel, they're live on their channel, and we're seeing what they're doing in their head, and it was just like pretty funny in real time.
Yeah, if they were astute
we
enough,
kind
they
of like
probably
spying on each other. Spying.
Yeah,
nice.
I mean, if they were smart enough, they would have grabbed our live stream link.
Yeah, well, it's because every time we were in the chat together, right, they would just overtalk us on purpose so we couldn't get a word out. Like they literally were funding meetings. Like the host was cool. The host was the only cool guy, but they're all the hosted lackeys. There's like four of them, and they were just fucking wouldn't shut the fuck up. So I had to leave the call like twice just to for the sanity of the chat of us, of the listeners.
Yeah.
And then obviously I go to other chats. Then the Glober's like, "Oh look, it's Neil. He's running. The guy who just ran and got destroyed. Like it's fucking hilarious, dude. These guys they're something."
Yeah,
and
they
it
sound
was
like a very young bunch as
disgusting.
well.
Yeah, and it was disgusting. I fell asleep with like a bad taste in my mouth, bro. Just like listening to like the shit the Glovers had to say last night. Just how like rude they were. How like all the tactics to not get your point across, to just obfuscate, to just poison the well constantly. It was like listening to a McToon stream for like 8 hours straight. I mean, granted, some of it was good, like decent, because it wasn't like those guys, but the majority of them were just fucking McToon Glover pieces of shit, dude. and then projecting on us.
Oh,
And then the whole time projecting on us saying that we're pieces of shit. And it's just like, we're not even saying words. And they're just like, they're shadow boxing with themselves. It was just fucking, yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, I can imagine that
like,
now.
what it's like when DJ was talking to McToon, and then he was just being so calm and respectful. And then he pauses for McToon's response, and then McToon just starts screaming at him over and over and over again. Like, there's something deeply wrong with these people, right? And then, in the big gap of silence that DJ had given him, he starts screaming about how DJ won't let him talk. I mean, that's it's like some kind of mental illness.
Mental
It's gotta be.
insanity, dude.
Yeah.
And he has the gore to be reading a book on psychology, trying to character assassinate the flat earthers with his psychological book that he has in his hand. Terrible guy that never did like that tactic at all. That'd be McToon, sits there reading the book of psychology and try to give us a psychological evaluation. Everything's negative coming out of the book, and classifying flat earthers as this, that, and the other, all negative. And I did notice last year, June, shortly afterwards, that a lot of pretender clown flat earthers started appearing, and they still seem to be hanging around. Did you not notice that? Claiming to be flat earthers, but saying stupid things and doing stupid things and acting silly, which is still going on right now. Yeah. They've tried all kinds of tactics to try and derail the flat earth movement in its positive sense, and they're trying desperately to try and stop the train, but it's just not coming off the rails. We keep going. We've had a few people leave. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, there's far more flat earthers with terrible arguments than there are like what we have in here. The vast majority are not. I mean, the vast majority of people just aren't that smart in general, and then it just becomes like a fun exercise in like conspiracy theories and such for a lot of them. So I do understand why a lot of Globers come in here thinking that we must be morons too, because that's what they see out there, and
Yep.
talking to them from TikTok just really, like, I'm ashamed that we would be associated with them, But that's why we need to bring them in here so that we can
Yes.
hopefully, but there's a lot of them are going to be resistant to that because they just like their fantasies and their ice walls and all of that. But I think some of them
I did
aren't
predict
beyond
that would
help
happen
yet.
because they're young. I predicted that would happen because they are young, and
I don't know. They're not all young, Jin. They're not all young.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
They're just overwhelmingly stupid in a lot of cases, and that's just what we deal with.
Yeah, it is cringe when you hear them speak. You do cringe from time to time. The things they come out with.
Hey Stark, how's it going today?
Good. I just woke up.
Good to see you. Been doing any thinking since yesterday?
Not really. I had to deal with some annoying people.
Well, if you don't like dealing with annoying people, then the politics server is probably not where you want to be. Just saying.
That's a good point.
Hey, Prex Germany, do you want to open your mic and discuss the FE core laser test?
Oh, I was muted. Oops. Yeah, it comes down to the observer and target height not being given, like being
Yeah,
false.
it's in there.
So I'm
That's
trying
not
to,
true. It's in there.
yeah, I'm trying to work with the approximate radius that this would imply. That's my Windows calculator is a bit buggy.
And Prex Germany, you realize like this is just one laser test out of hundreds, and
Yeah,
it's
it's
always
false.
very, very important that we document the observer height and the target height, right?
Yeah, it's false. I'm trying to get this.
It's what?
The observer height and target height. I'm trying to calculate the radius that would imply. I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
you mean like the size of the globe that would make that hitting that target necessary?
No. The target height and observer height, if we assume they were correct, I'm trying to, or like, I'm calculating the radius that would imply that the Earth were
Right, right. Which is nothing like what we're told.
Yeah.
But I really do appreciate you actually looking into this and doing the math and such. I mean, um, that shows intellectual honesty, and so, yeah, I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, thanks.
It's a simple matter to divide that by 5,280 feet. And we come up with a radius of the Earth of 3959. It works just fine. Now, one thing that I did address in the video is that this is not the true geometric radius of the Earth. What this is the refracted radius of the Earth. Now, it makes radius of geometric sizes, for example.
Okay, so this would imply a radius of, I think it's 297,000 miles, which is obviously wrong. It's 56. I think it's 56 miles. Oh no, oops. That's wrong. I switched. Yeah, it's about 200, like 300 miles. No, 300,000 miles. Yeah. This is obviously incorrect.
What's obviously incorrect specifically?
An implied radius of 300,000 miles.
Right. The problem is that the Earth measures flat. So, or it's that radius which would also completely destroy everything we've been told about it, right?
Well, we assume it's correct and we come to a falsified end, to a falsified conclusion, and no, not a falsified, to a false conclusion, which that assumption would imply, and we look at the given variables and we can see, okay, this must be incorrect because the other things are not incorrect.
Okay.
Like
Well,
right.
well, correct me if I'm misunderstanding you, but what I hear you saying is that because we measure the Earth is flat over 25 miles, there must be something wrong with the
No,
measurement.
I'm saying that if the Earth were a ball, like if this were correct, it'd be a very wrong statement. It'd be like in
Yeah.
the hundreds.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
This is an L for you.
Not to mention the math for the curvature. The math for the curvature is totally incoherent.
Okay, can you just hold on a second? We're talking and you're interrupting. So can you hold on just a second? Thanks. So Prax Germany, we have, like I said, we have like hundreds of these at all different distances, different conditions, different places in the world.
Yeah, and I'm assuming in most of them the observer and target height are not given, because that's
no, you assume incorrectly. That's critically important for if we're going to determine drop over distance, we have to know the observer height.
Yeah,
right?
the target height.
Because the formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? That's how much drop over distance we have.
Where are you getting that formula from?
That's just trig, based on a globe of the radius of 3959 miles.
Wait, can you repeat the formula?
Yeah, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
And what formula is that supposed to be?
That is drop over distance, accounting for the observer height. So we do say 8 inches per mile squared, but that would be right at a surface level, right?
Yeah.
And not accounting for observer height. So that's a different one. So Da Vinci, thank you for being patient. What were you saying?
I appreciate it. Over. So all I was saying is the proposed NASA and meet amount, what is it called, mainstream calculation or formula for utilized for determining the Earth's curvature, or not determining, but just mathematically describing and explaining it, um is inaccurate and utterly incoherent.
Why do you find it incoherent?
Well, first off, there's observations that support this, which is that you could see, like, for instance, I was watching a video where this guy was on a boat and or a ship or a boat, and he was in the middle of the lake near Seattle, right? Like a lake in Seattle, Washington or something, right? And oh no, not well, I don't know if Seattle's in Washington, but whatever. I'm not even from over there, but he was on a boat basically, and he saw that the city that he was looking at from the distance, he could see the bottom of the buildings from hundreds of miles away. So if there's curvature interruption in that distance, then the formula for calculating the Earth's curvature or explaining the Earth's curvature would be patently false and absurd.
Yeah, I'd have to see that because I find it's unlikely that anyone's seeing hundreds of miles of distance, because like even the world long distance record photograph is, I think it's like 241 miles of Mount Canigou. But yeah, I mean we do see Chicago from Michigan, which is about 60 miles, and that's something people see pretty regularly.
We have
And
pictures of the sun. We have pictures of the sun, and the sun is like 5 to 10,000 miles away from the ground of the Earth. So,
well, we actually can't prove that because the sun is only in an apparent location, and we don't know what it's made of or what it is, how big it is, right? So that would
no,
just be
we do know what the sun is made of. The sun is made of luminiferous ether. Okay, so it's made of
okay. You don't
plasma. It's
can
made
you
of plasma. The platonic
No,
the
that we
fifth
don't have
platonic.
evidence for that. We don't have any
Yeah,
evidence
we
for
do.
that.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. Nikola Tesla
Okay, well,
did. Nikola
okay,
Tesla
cool.
was.
Nikola Tesla tested the sun.
Yeah, he did actually. As a matter of fact.
Okay, can you post that test in the side chat so we can take a look at it and see how that was
Yeah, certainly. I'll
determined?
post his journal entries about the sun.
Okay, well, that would
Um,
just be speculation since we can't actually test it.
all right. So, how can you provide an explanation for how empiricism is non-provisional or mainstream science?
I don't know your contention. I'm not going to make claims about something that can't be proven.
Is your criterion for something being proven that it's empirical?
Yes.
Okay, then that's not the only form of evidence that exists, is it?
Well, if you can make as many claims as you want about something that is distant from you, but until you can test it, you cannot prove that the claims are true. So it would just
No,
be speculation.
that's patently
You
false. That's
know,
patently
okay, well,
false.
we don't. Well, maybe in other places you guys make claims that you can't prove, and
No, they're not
based on
claims. They're not
it
claims.
is a claim. Yes, it is a claim. Claiming the sun is made of
Is an
luminiferous
observation a
ether.
claim? Is an
Are you
observation a
observing
claim?
luminiferous ether in
Yes,
plasma?
we have. Yes, we have. Yes, we have. We do every day,
Okay,
actually.
cool.
As a matter of
Okay,
fact,
cool.
the only reason that your lungs are able to supercharge the molecules in the air in order for you to utilize the oxygen in your lungs,
Okay, well,
for you to breathe, inhale and exhale, and actually work, is because of the electricity in the air, the atmospheric energy, the electricity, or
okay.
plane, the
Well,
atmos dimensional energy.
Okay,
and the
cool. Well, you
dimensional.
are more than entitled to your beliefs, but we do try in this room to stick with the things that we can actually prove.
Hey, over.
So
When you say
those would be
prove,
things.
are you talking?
Those would be things to discuss on, like once a week. We usually have Speculation Sunday, and we kind of get into these other things as well. But on a day-to-day basis, we just deal with, proving that the surface is not bending at the rate of 8 inches per
Uh,
mile squared.
uh. So I came in a day too late. Rats. I came in a day
Are
too
you on our
late.
home Are you on our home server?
No, I am not, but I would love an invite.
Okay, yeah, I'll send you one.
I do
You
have a
can.
lot of evidence though, like
Yeah,
ways
that's cool.
that I
Yeah,
evidence as well. That like the Michelson-Morley experiment.
yeah, we're familiar with that.
There's yeah, and then other experiments as well. I have like 20 experiments that I could source and reference in
Cool.
order to show you that the Earth is not a insignificant space speck.
Well, you don't have to convince me of that. I know that's true.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? There's going
Oh,
to be a lot
okay,
of
cool. Yeah.
people interested
Yeah.
in your material. So please do come back, please, please, because we need some fresh stuff. And it looks like you've got some things that you're mentioning that we're not aware of yet. So can you please come back? Yeah, on a Sunday, Speculation
Yes, yes,
Sunday. Yeah,
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For sure,
yeah,
I will. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I'll mute for now, but I will come back. I will.
yeah, yeah. You bring all your material because it's going to be scrutinized here, and we love all that. Okay, so thank you for coming in. Appreciate that. Appreciate.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Looks like Prax Germany left. That was too bad.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, he hit the wall there, didn't he? He's not proving
Well,
the earth to the globe, is he?
yeah, well, he understood, which is far better than 99% of the people that come in here,
Yeah. No, he displayed integrity, didn't he? Like you said, you
Yeah.
thanked him for that. So that's good. Yeah.
Hey, over and Jin, you guys are so kind and amazing and open-minded to these topics, and I just want to thank you for being such a great exemplar of the knowledge of cosmology.
Thank you very much. Well, we owe it to our juniors because I'm like 64. So obviously we owe it to the younger ones to try to steer them in the right direction. And part of that will be integrity. And as my colleague over the fence was saying to you just now, we deal with the empirical evidence that there's a lot of evidence out there, but we stick to what we can prove because that's the truth, isn't it? Then we go into speculation. That's another section. We're not proving anything here. We're making a lot of suggestions. Okay, that's what we've got to keep it that clean. Is that fair enough? Do you think, or what?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank you.
sir.
And
Yes,
that's what
sir.
my colleague
Hey,
displays all the time. Yeah.
Jen, would you be on the side of that? The firmament is about 108,000 feet above 108,000. What is it? Yeah, 108,000 feet above the ground, above sea level.
Yeah, no, I couldn't say that because again, how could I haven't measured it. Who's gone up there to actually measure that as a number? I don't know anyone who's done that. And I haven't done that myself. So I couldn't say that. I wouldn't even say that. It's clearly that we're in some kind of container because we have air pressure, 14.7 psi.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
there has to be a container.
yep.
Has to be. What
Well, I would
size
Yeah,
actually say
it is? Go ahead.
I would actually
I
say
agree
Go ahead.
something different
entirely.
than
I agree
that.
entirely.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I would actually argue with that. Um, we know that gas pressure requires containment. However, we can't prove how that exists. We just know that we have it. But what we can do is falsify the globe model, which claims that we have air pressure adjacent to a vacuum without containment.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't
Yeah,
even
there's
make
no
any
vacuum.
claims. Yeah, I
There's no
wouldn't even make any
vacuum
claims
because
about a container or anything specifically other than to just disprove the globe model.
Yeah,
but
for
I
sure.
will go
Yeah,
a step
I
further.
think
We
that's
have
how
air
I'm gonna
pressure.
approach it for now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually have air pressure, so
I
we have
I
air
think that's
pressure,
how
so I'm doing
I'll
that.
adopt. Sorry, Jin. But I'll adapt. I'll adapt the way that you approach the falsifiability of the globe model.
Yeah,
And by the way, the globe model is merely just that. It's just a model. It's entirely falsifiable because there's no measurements that support it, and there's also no reproducible experiments that there's a vacuum or the reason for there
yeah,
being barometric gas pressure being because of the gradient of the so-called sphere, which of course like that's the thing too, is they like to say ionosphere and then atmosphere. They like to they like to add on the word sphere to the end of description
yeah.
of
They're
their model.
expressions and phrases, yeah, and yeah, yeah, which keeps everyone invested in a globe, doesn't it? When you use that language.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Mm.
indoctrination. It's mind control.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've been on this journey for like so just to give you a little testimony, a little brief summary of my experience
please
with
go ahead.
cosmology. Yeah, I started studying. Wait, am I okay? I started studying like questioning and studying the lies of NASA and all that stuff. Like probably in early 2008 or 2009, and like ever since studying in 2000 and the whole all the years that have passed significantly over the past like however many years that is, um I realized that we're being lied to about cosmology because of the fact that the powers that be would wish that we don't know the nature of the realm that we're living in, you know.
Yeah, I'm listening to you. You're absolutely correct. I started looking into the NASA stuff 2001. Okay, so but yeah, brilliant. I'm glad you did that. Obviously, you understand. And when you say they're deceiving us, you're absolutely correct. Please carry on. Has he
Yeah,
gone? Has he?
so
Oh, there he is.
so the experiments that I like
I like.
are these experiments. I'll list them. Wait, can I list them in the open chat or?
Yeah, you list them. Go ahead.
All right, so experiment. I also liked Eric Dubé's channel a lot too. Eric Dubé was a OG on YouTube in like the early days of Flat Earth.
Yeah, the early
And
2015, 2016, 2017. Yeah, his material is
yeah,
still out there. A little bit of a controversial individual, but
Eric Dubé sucks.
his work's good though. Some of the work he does is good, and I like him as well, by the way. So that's okay. All right.
yeah, he has and regardless if I like him or not, he lists so many. So did you ever see the 200 proofs that Earth is not a
Yeah,
spinning
yeah,
ball?
yeah,
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 yeah, yeah.
yeah. What I like about the 200 proofs that he's done it in so many different languages. So people, when I meet them in Spanish or Islamic, Arabic, I can actually send it to them. You understand? And that really does help. So it's been very useful indeed,
Yeah,
as an
I like his.
introductionary level into the flat Earth. Of course, yeah, very good.
Yeah, for
What,
sure. Yeah, for sure.
did you guys actually get through them? Honestly, like
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
I tried multiple
yeah.
times.
He
That
did a
material
few of
was
them.
so dry. There was so much overlap, so much like repetition.
I
I couldn't
agree.
do it.
I agree. There was repetition, but that's fine. It's okay. I'm not going to shoot him down
I
for
think I
that.
got to like number
Yeah,
20
he's
something, and I was
committed
like,
no
I'm done.
crime in my book, as far as I'm concerned. Okay,
Yeah, me
I'm
too.
not. We're
Me as well. He's
squabbling.
innocent. He's
We're we're,
innocent.
squ- we're
He's innocent.
squabbling
But
at the end of the day. We're squabbling. Let's not
well,
squabble. Okay, let's not
well,
squabble.
at least Eric Dubay is not a part of the indoctrination agenda to make everybody believe
Right.
that to force everybody to believe that we're on a spinning insignificant space speck, which we are not.
Exactly.
And so,
That's it. Yeah. I'm not going to
so do you
squabble over
guys?
that stuff.
So let me just approach this in a cordial way. Like,
Yeah. Go ahead.
do you guys hold on the view that we are the geocentric model? I guess, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do as well. I do as well because the geocentric model seems to be the most well, not model, but I guess the experiments that support it are the most foundational, right? So,
Yeah. We're definitely not that solar system nonsense. That's what's his name? Nicolau Copernicus was working on and wasn't ready to release to the world yet. Yet it got released after his death. Okay, remember that. It's 483 years old, and Nicolau Copernicus didn't want to release it because it was still a work in progress. Okay.
yes, sir, and all the ancient cultures that predated Copernicus were they knew that the Earth was not a spin that it had no motion, you know.
Yeah, they knew it wasn't a spinning ball. Basically, they depicted a flat Earth with a dome on it. Actually, in some cases. So there we are. So
for thousands of years too, by the way. So
that's right. So we've been told, and it's in keeping with the logic we apply here, since we weren't living in those times. But what surrounds us, we can easily deduce that and agree to that. We definitely do not see a globe, and we're not the globe flying through the universe. We're not that. That's ridiculous. So your position is good anyway. You got a good, solid position there, and welcome to you. And hopefully you will please come back anytime you like, of course. But we look forward to seeing you on this Speculation Sunday. I think it's going to be a really nice one because you've got some things that I'm interested to hear about. Okay.
I will warn you,
thank
Da
you, thank you.
Vinci, you're going to get some serious pushback from some very intelligent flat earthers. So
that's fine. That's fine.
Come equipped.
Yeah, I will. I'll prepare this whole upcoming week until Sunday, and I'll have my whole rendition. My whole my whole recollection of all the experiments that I've studied over the last like decade or so. So I'll be well prepared.
Excellent.
All
right.
right.
And if they get too rowdy, I'll be there to soften the blows for you. I'll take some of the blows. I'll say, no, hang on a minute.
Don't expect that. He can't promise that. You can try,
Da Vinci,
Jim.
Have you studied the experiment of why are you gay?
Oh, dude, Percent, really? Are you seriously like Percent? Come on, man. You can do better than that, right?
You can do better too. You can
only winding
chuckle.
Up. He's teasing us. He's on a tease tonight. Yeah.
He's a
long time no hear
He's a little beta
by the way.
No, hey Percent, I'm happy to talk with you if you want to if you want to talk about the room topic. Do you want to do that? Here, I'll unmute you.
I know. Percentages are flat earther, by the way.
Do you want to? Oh, you are?
Yeah, no, he's been following the flat earther. Well, he's been following it for the longest of time.
Well, not according to what he just said. No, he's
you're a flat earther by default.
I was making a joke. I was making a joke, making you a globe earther. Like,
yeah, that's right.
Flat earthers can't have fun. What is this?
Yeah, he's having fun.
It's just that kind of. Hold up. It's just that that kind of thing is like we usually only get that from one side, so
Yeah.
Try to actually be funny.
Just like to have fun.
Percentage is a troll sometimes. He's a naughty troll.
Okay.
He's a naughty troll.
But it's nice to hear him anyway because long time I've seen you in the Sharia other server. You've been there for a while there and other places, but it's nice to see you in here now. Nice, and I hope everything's well with you and your family.
How you been? How are the sons?
My sons are okay. I just come back from, when I say just, about 3 hours ago. I came back from a 5-mile run after running to the corner shop, so I just extended it. So the kids are okay. Making lots of noise, enjoying the weather.
Do you time yourself? What's your time on?
I always do. Yeah. I always time myself. Remember, I'm 64. 64. I did it in 55 minutes. That was 5 miles. And that's with all the traffic and everything else stopping at the lights and all that included.
I don't run enough. I like last time I ran, seriously, I tried doing a 4-minute mile. I was able to do 1 4-minute mile, and then I didn't try doing more than that. I wonder what my time would be for 5 miles.
Oh, if you're running a 4-minute mile, then you're really pushing it there. You're bombing it. That's running.
Yeah, but I can't do like consecutive. I one off. I was able to do.
No, that's it. To do that. So I'm doing 10-minute miles, aren't I? Really? I am 64 though, and I have to stop at the lights and things like that. So you can't just keep going. I'm doing it in the middle of town, so that eats into my time a little bit. But I don't mind. It was really hot, so I sweated a lot. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And then in one day you might see me do what? 12 miles. So I follow it up with a 5-mile run, and then I do like a 7-mile cycle, 8 miles cycling. And I usually do that first, and then do the run after. Okay.
Hey, over in Jin, do you guys know?
That's the example for you're a model for health in older ages. Absolutely, keep it up.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to copy the Japs here. Like someone's asking a question.
Are you aware of the helicopter deviation observation? Well, like when you have like the whole observation is that you have a helicopter above the Earth, and to test if the Earth is motionless or has motion, or spinning, at all.
Yeah.
You hover the helicopter or whatever it is. It doesn't have to be just a big helicopter. It could be just a drone or whatever, a flying object.
Absolutely. Yeah. Go ahead.
You observe the deviation that you can observe, right? There's no observable deviation of the movement of the hovering object above the surface of the Earth, and that proves that
they say it wouldn't apply because the wind moves with the Earth.
Yeah, they keep saying conservation of momentum and things like that, but you can scrub. The thing about the helicopter that I like, because I like where you're going with it, is that you can go in the opposite direction, scrub off all that momentum, and then let's see what happens. You can go in the opposite direction. Yeah. So they lose anyway. They lose, but I like what you're saying. The globers lose. Helicopter can prove motionless Earth. Yes, I agree with you, sir. Young man, I agree with you.
Yeah, for sure. And it's very simple too. Like anybody can do it. Anybody can reproduce it. You could just get any drone or whatever, and
I've done it already.
And then you measure, like the way you can measure it too is that you could just mark where the like on the surface of the Earth, right, directly under the drone, and like it's just it's a very simple way of debunking the nonsense of these globetards.
Yeah, I did it with my children's helicopter. Toy helicopters I did it with.
Wait, guys, talk me through it. How is this, like, if they claim that the Earth is curved and the air is moving with the Earth, and this thing is hovering in this moving air, staying above that plot of ground, then how is it a proof for a flat?
Because wind, the air that they claim is moving with the pressure system of the Earth, they claim is moving is considered to be wind, and that wind is determined. That wind is not consistent in the way that they claim it is, right? The wind, like the wind would have to actually all blow in one direction all the time. That doesn't make any sense.
There you are. So you've got winds, north winds, south winds, easterly winds, all over the place, right? And then the helicopter can go in the opposite direction of the rotation to break that so-called conservation of momentum, go in the other direction, and then start hovering, because now you're going in the other direction now. So whatever speed you were given, you can rub that off by flying in the opposite direction. I did it with my children's helicopter. Yeah, go ahead.
I saw on like I watch, for presuppositional apologetics and stuff. I watch like Darth Dawkins just for entertainment and stuff and hilarity purposes. But so and my on my journey of watching Darth Dawkins, I watched this video where he mentioned, and obviously he's a globe head, but he mentioned on the video that he said that he gave someone an example for the aerodynamics of an airplane, right, and how it supersedes the gravitational forces that don't exist. But
exactly,
like, so, and then that's it's a mere contradiction. Like, every time they speak about gravity, they have to cling on to these contradictions that are non-experimental.
It's embarrassing, is what it is.
Yeah,
right. Because flight has nothing to do with gravity. Gravity doesn't exist. Gravity is not around. When they mention the word gravity, they are literally ruining the principle of flight when you hear the word gravity come into this thing. All right? So
Yeah,
no,
flight wouldn't be possible. Flight wouldn't be possible if gravity was a strong and weak force.
there you are.
That's incoherent, you know?
Yeah, double talk. So yeah, I agree.
Hey,
I was
Jin,
going to
Jin,
say that I did the. Yeah, go on.
Jin, sorry, I really appreciate you welcoming me in here because all my previous experiences in this VC, like over the last like 13, 14 years, I failed to get along with a lot of other flat earthers, and you know, I feel welcome here, and I really appreciate your openness, your genuinity, your authenticity. You guys are really great people. I really do. I'm really thankful, and I'm really grateful that
Oh,
that I'm
we welcome you with open arms, of course, and you're free to have your speculations and it's I feel there won't be as much pushback because the way you're coming across and the things you're trying to put forward that you mentioned slightly earlier, it's going to generate a lot of interest and have a lot of questions fired at you. I don't think there's going to be any animosity or any rudeness. None of that's going to be happening. It's just going to be genuine, putting you on the spot with your questions, and that's what we do here. You know,
Yeah, I mean,
very,
these aren't
very,
these
very
aren't
amicable.
ideas we haven't heard. You know,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
they're
right.
they're
And that's
not
going
new
to
to
be good.
us. But
Yeah, I know
yeah,
you guys are experts in debunking the globe absurdities.
Right, yeah.
But
And then when you bring in speculations now, there's other people who speculate quite well here as well. So you're going to be bouncing off of each other, and it's going to make for a really interesting discourse. That's what I think. That's why you're here, man. And we hope you do come back and bring it on because that's what you should do. You know. All right.
yeah, certainly I
Yeah,
will, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
absolutely. That's how we
And
all learn, by the way.
and by the way, I think just to make a prediction, I think I'll be suited to defend the flat Earth model as well because I'm a great interlocutor within a debate. You know.
well,
You
I
sound
would
like it
just
already. Yeah.
hold.
Go on.
Yeah, but I would say, I'll just be clear with you that we aren't claiming a model, right? Because
That's right.
we can't prove that. But that's okay because there's no scientific globe model either.
Yeah,
And we
yeah,
don't
exactly,
need to
exactly.
have a model we don't need to have a model to defend. We just prove that,
Yeah.
the water isn't curving. So therefore it all falls apart from there,
Yeah, yeah. The
And
water
from time
stays
to
at.
time, sorry to cut you off there. From time
Yeah, go
to
ahead.
time, we say that the Earth itself is the model. If we're going to talk about a model, that's what I often say.
Yeah.
But carry on. Yeah,
Earth.
yeah,
I guess it's safe to say the Earth is the model at which we live on the surface level of,
yeah,
and the water also stays at surface level.
yeah. It's the Earth that we use. That's it. That I would say template. The Earth is the template. So it's the one, isn't it? It's the model. It's there. The Earth itself. Outside of that, we don't really claim to have one. Okay, and that's what
Yeah,
we always say.
that's safe.
Yeah,
That's a safe bet because then you're not
yeah,
like it's risk reward. You know what I mean? Like it's like if you propose and Nikola Tesla actually wrote this in his journal where he said he predict. Hey, you want me to read the quote of Nikola Tesla real quick before I leave
yeah.
because
You
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
go
Yes, please. Yeah,
because
yeah.
he
You read
said
it.
he said something along these lines that he made the prediction of what would happen in the modern age.
Well, go ahead.
One sec, I'm just looking it up right now.
Yeah.
Nikola Tesla models. Oh, quote prediction of models. Let's see the historical quote. Let's see. It's gonna be. I'm gonna have to dig a little bit deep here, but I'll find it because I know
Yeah.
it
You
exists.
take
It
your
exists
time.
because I read it
Yeah, you take your time. No worries, man. Because
about.
Yeah,
there are
why
more.
don't you just go ahead and post your quote in the side chat once you find it, and then.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
Thanks.
there are a lot of models out there that are not representative of the reality that we live, and there's a load of them. Especially computer ones that are predicting all this doom and gloom with the weather and that's all just computer modeling that they create that. Now there's modeling that shouldn't be adhered to. And then you have the model on the catwalk or the model of the aeroplane, the ship, the car. Those are real models, of course. Yeah. And then
So
you
I
can have
posted it
your
in the
predictive
chat.
model. Yeah.
Posted it in the chat. It says, you want me to read it? It says, today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones from Nikola Tesla. I use it all the time. I actually doubled that up with Sir Isaac Newton's disagreeing with the mass attracting mass, and he thought that was an absurd idea, right? And so I doubled that up. I put those two together every time. Okay, so yeah, you're going to be good. Looking forward to Sunday's one. I'm going to be there for that one, provided I don't go fishing. But I have to wait and see. But yeah. But yeah, it's a good quote, that one. I love that one. It's my favorite one, together with Sir Isaac Newton, especially those who like maths. You see, because there's a lot of people giving maths, and we keep saying to them that maths doesn't always prove reality.
Well, yeah, I mean, math just describes something. It doesn't
Yeah.
prove anything. It's
Right.
just a language. It's just a construct. It's a language to describe something. If
Yeah,
it doesn't comport to reality, then it's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's a descriptive language and a methodology it's not even a methodology actually. It's just a language that explains the natural phenomenon that we observe. But the
Well, it
mathematics
can.
itself,
It's yeah.
like mathematics itself, there is like such thing as geometry and mathematics and all that stuff, because I do study Robert Edward Grant, and Robert Edward Grant, he claims to be like, he says that we can't determine if the Earth is a sphere and stuff like that. He holds to that understanding, and
Yeah.
like Robert Edward Grant,
because we can't measure it.
I could post a link to Robert Edward Grant.
Yeah.
Well, like
Yeah, exactly.
the
We
guy I
can't
was
measure.
talking with earlier, who came to the understanding that if our observations are correct as far as like the 25-mile laser test that we were discussing, that the radius of the Earth would have to be over 200,000 miles, right?
Yeah, he said
So
300,000. He said
did he say?
300,000.
Oh, did he increase that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, it's completely ridiculous. So I just wanted to say hello to the room. It looks like almost everybody in here is a flat earther. Some of you I don't know very well. I hope y'all are on our home server. If you aren't on our home server, just ping me and I'll send you an invite. And Stark has kindly come in as well. Stark, if you have any new questions or anything we can discuss, it'd be great to hear from you. But other than that,
Yeah, the floor is
All
open
right.
to you, sir. Carry on.
Okay.
I think I'm just gonna listen for the most part.
Okay. Yeah, as you wish. But if you have any specific questions or anything you looked into, we'd love to hear about it.
All right.
Oh, and hey.
I'll do it once I have a question.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Hey, Prex Germany. Good to see you again. I was just talking about you and the radius that you calculated from the observation.
Oh, hi. I didn't hear the first part. I had my headphones
Oh,
muted.
okay. Sorry. Yeah. How's it
Yeah,
going?
I kind of. Yeah, good. It's quite
Good.
hot in Germany.
Is it?
Yeah. I think it's like 30 degrees Celsius.
Oh, nice. You enjoyed what I had today in Japan. So that's good. Yeah, you're enjoying the weather. Very lucky
Yeah.
man.
Well,
you
that's
can
crazy
actually do
because
something in Japan
yeah, that's
with that heat. Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
that's
if it's
warmer
just
than it is here in Texas right now. So
damn.
yeah.
Texas is a beautiful state. The Texas is a very beautiful state.
Yeah,
By the
and
way,
quite
I
flat.
just posted. Yeah, very flat.
It depends where you are.
I just posted. Robert Edward Grant says this. Okay, in the chat. If you want to read that a little bit, it'll give us a better idea of the conceptualizations that are in terms. the universal existence that we are. You know, it talks about like a vibrational form. It says vibrational form. Grant theorizes that electric intention forms the basic triangles that shape atoms, DNA, and galaxies, and
Yo, I don't
beliefs
know who this.
manifesting as
Sorry.
frequency pattern.
I don't know who this Robert Edward Grant guy is, but he sounds retarded.
He's extremely intelligent. He actually took his Mensa IQ test. His IQ is probably anywhere from 195 to 210.
Doubt it. Doubt it. He doesn't sound that smart. If he's saying that the Earth is a simulation, that's number one, not a smart thing to do, because simulations have, they have to be backed by data, and we know that there's things in the universe that are unquantifiable, and they would break simulation theory. Pi, for instance, there's infinite.
Well, he's saying
you can't have infinite in a simulation, basically. And number two,
well, he's saying that
atoms exist.
So that's a straw
what?
man.
The shape of atoms?
Yeah.
Can he prove an atom? Has he ever seen? Like, he's just presupposing things actually are true, which has been spoon-fed. If he was actually smart, he would go back to the foundations. But it doesn't seem like he has.
Well, where does it say? Where does it say in that open chat post? Where does it say atoms at all? It doesn't say the word atoms.
You just said it yourself, and he says it at the bottom.
No, I didn't.
Basic triangles that shape atoms.
atoms.
Bro, come on, man. You said it yourself.
No, I did not say atoms. I never said atoms once.
Okay, you guys. I think he's talking at the bottom of the
I swear you did, bro. Go back to the live stream, man.
Hold on.
No, I did not. I did not.
Hey, can you guys
You can go to the live stream and rewind it if you like.
Hey, time out, you guys. So in the quote, it says that he theorizes that electric intention forms the basic triangles that shape atoms, DNA, and galaxies. Now, that doesn't say that it's a direct quote from him, so I don't know where that comes from, but that would explain the confusion.
It just comes from the
AI.
And
Da Vinci, you read the exact same thing. You read from that exact sentence.
Yeah, well, right, but we don't. Yeah, but to be fair, it's not in quotes there, so.
Oh no, I agree with you, percentage. I did say atoms when I was reading the chat, the open chat. But what I'm saying is that so look, regardless if Robert there's atoms, right? His whole understanding of the universe is that we are the divine fractal expression of God, or the creator, experiencing everything through our subjective lens. Like that's his stance, right? Like,
bro,
we like belief.
Have
is
you read the
powerful,
entire
all this
blurb
stuff,
that
and
you
also
put?
manifestation.
It
Yeah, I
says
did.
Grant
I read the
defines
entire
the
thing.
universe. Grant defines the universe as a conscious harmonic simulation generated by a universal mind, where thought manifests as geometry. He's saying the Earth doesn't actually exist. It's just thoughts that have manifested. It's all an illusion.
Earth,
it's all
everything.
he's
everything
retarded.
in physical. Hey, percentage.
Hey,
Percentage.
don't. Yeah.
Can you provide an explanation? Can you provide an explanation for how everything physical is non-illusory and is not just a mental construct?
Yeah, the fact that we can touch it and it's physical. It's not a mental concept like our thoughts are.
Okay, how did you distinguish whether or not you could touch it, and it distinguishes if something is only merely exclusively physical, whereas the other understanding is that or the other perspective is that thoughts become manifestation, and that manifestation becomes a physical mental construct,
Okay, well, if thoughts become manifestations, then manifest me a unicorn right now. Think of a unicorn and manifest it.
Yeah, the thought energy in your mind exists already. You didn't just think of that right now. Like the thoughts that you have in your mind, right, are EMF waves. Everything is in waveform in the universe, right? So if everything is in energetic waveform patterns, then the when you grasp that idea of a unicorn, you didn't create that idea. That idea always existed in the ether, or
my bro, you are lost in the
model,
sauce of sophistry and metaphysics.
Okay,
You're
hey,
blurring
guys.
the lines between empiricism
Hold on.
and
Hold up.
conception.
Hold up, guys. So I think, like, personally, I think these are really interesting ideas and we can explore them, but maybe not in here right now, not this time and place, because we do have some people that want to engage perhaps with
Yeah,
the actual
percentage.
topic.
You keep
You guys, can you
percentage.
like
You keep
take it back to the
pressing
home
me.
server or something?
Yeah, percentage. Can you take that somewhere else, man? I'm trying to talk about the debunking of the spherical model. Okay, the
What are you talking?
heliocentric
You
model is
posted some
absurd.
gibberish in the side
And
chat,
so,
and
Yeah,
I
that's
respond to
fine,
it.
guys.
It's
Can
on
we
you
hey,
for
we
posting in the
percentage.
first place.
Yeah, we're gonna move on
Percentage.
from
It's
that.
on you for pressing me for it. It's on you for
No,
pressing me
no,
for
no,
it. Okay.
no. Okay, listen,
What?
we're gonna move on from that. Okay, guys, we're gonna move on. So Prax Germany.
Percentage. You're hard headed
Yeah.
and
Hey,
stubborn.
hold
Do you think that
No,
physicality?
let it go.
You think that
Let it
physicality
go.
is not? You think that physic?
Okay, guys. I'm just gonna have to mute you because I've asked you to stop a couple times. Anyway, Prax Germany.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm unmuting you, Da Vinci, but just put yourself on mute when we're talking to someone else, okay? Please. Thank you.
Percentage. How about you provide
No, you're
experiments
not
for
going
the
to do
fact that
this. You're
physicality is
not
not a
going to do
mental
this.
construct?
You're not going to do this. So,
I
okay.
triggered him.
Well, this isn't the time nor the place for those kind of conversations. Anyway, sorry, Prax Germany. Have
No,
you have you read? So, did you read the stuff on the field engineer core experiment? Well, not experiment. Sorry, observation laser test.
What exactly?
Just
No.
did you watch it and see? Did you read through like the PDF and everything?
What PDF?
Oh, you didn't
I
see all
didn't.
this. It was
No,
all
I
posted. Oh, okay. So you just were purely going off of the 25-mile claim, right? You didn't look at the actual test. Is that right?
Wait, where's the PDF?
Okay, here I'm gonna have to scroll
Yeah,
back a bit.
we might be talking about two different things.
Okay, it's yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah, let me find it. Old dude posted it a while back. Oh no, it's too far back. I can't grab it. Let me get it for you and I'll post it, okay? Just a sec.
Yeah, and if Da Vinci is listening, all we're saying is that when the moderators ask you to stop, you've just got to stop, and that's it. Then you won't end up getting muted, and then later on, like we keep it till Sunday, and then you can pull him out. Then grab him by the scruff of the neck verbally and say, "Yeah, stop pushing, because here's some more for you if you like." But you can't do it now, okay? That's the thing. You've got to hold it back and just wait. And I think Percentage had some good points though that he raised, mind you. So yeah, this is what we mean by the pushback.
I think he could be unmuted though.
Gotta save it for Simulation Sunday.
Yeah, that'd be a great idea. Yeah, and you better limber up because it looks like there's going to be some serious pushing back.
So
Right.
Praxter Germany. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
my links to the PDF are broken, so I'm gonna have to find. I'll have to pull them for you. So I'm gonna have to go back on the home server and get them. But
Yeah, okay.
I did post something you can look at. Do you see that?
Yeah, I have that
Yeah.
open right now.
Yeah, that's from Indio's YouTube site, and Indio is he's on our home server, and he's a very, very knowledgeable guy.
Yeah. So Prax Germany, when are you actually going to go out and try and measure the curvature for yourself without the aid of scientists and that on your own time? Are you ever going to do that?
What you say?
I'm asking you, when are you actually going to go out on your own or with a friend, colleagues, and try and measure the curvature of the Earth to prove that you are on the globe for yourself, so you actually know without someone else telling you?
Well, why should I test everything?
Oh,
Like, do I
because
have to
that
test
way then
fluid
you would know,
dynamics?
wouldn't you?
Do I have to test fluid dynamics, nuclear physics?
Oh, yeah, I would say you would have to do that as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Do I have to build my
yeah.
own nuclear reactor?
Just to be so
Yeah,
that you know, yeah,
true.
so that you can actually
Yeah.
claim that you actually know. Yeah, yeah, I would say yeah, you would have to do that. Otherwise, you're
Yeah,
just
to build
believing.
my own
You're
nuclear
not
reactor.
actually knowing. Oh yeah,
I have to,
no. I
yeah.
would say yes. You would have to do
I
that.
have to
Yeah,
build
of
my own
course.
tank. Yeah, to know the
Well, I mean,
weight of the.
if you need a tank, then yeah, you might have to build your own one. If you can't
Yeah,
get
if I
one
want to make
that's
any
good enough.
claims regarding if I want to make
But
any
again,
claims
now it's
regarding
becoming
NDP, yeah.
non-analogous, and you're becoming silly now. You're being
No, no,
silly. The point is, it's not difficult to prove
yeah,
whether or not the Earth's a globe. It's not difficult to prove whether or not the Earth is a globe, because we can take a schooled kids of 8-year-olds and they can prove it. We can watch them, give them the tools, and they'll show you whether or not the Earth is curving. So it's not that difficult. That's the thing. Right? It's not a big undertaking. That's why I'm asking you, when are you going to do that? Because you don't currently, you do not know you're on a globe. You don't know that at this point.
Okay,
Okay.
Prax Germany, I posted the PDF for you there
Yeah.
at 10 minutes past the hour, and then you've got the other one at 7 minutes past the hour. But like I said, this is just one of many. This is just my particular favorite one.
I'm gonna go through this in a few minutes, like a few seconds.
Yeah, percentage. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just going back to what you were saying when you were talking about doing the 4-minute mile when you're are you running in a park, for example?
No, I did it on a treadmill barefoot.
Ah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I was going to say where I am. You see, I often run on the road with the cars because sometimes where the pedestrian walkway is, it's too bumpy, full of holes, and it's uneven. There are times when I've run along that route, along that path, provided for the pedestrians. You know, when you're a little bit labouring now, and you don't pick your feet up quite high enough, and then you clip the uneven paving
That's
stuff,
dangerous. Yeah, it's dangerous.
and now you're into a sprint to try and stand upright because you've launched yourself forward head first. And there are times when I've recovered, and then there are times when I've landed on the ground on the concrete, slapping the ground, all the air coming at you, your lungs, oosh, right? And then you get
Gotta
up,
be careful.
dust
Yeah.
off, right? You get up, you dust off, the adrenaline's kicked in, so has the embarrassment, and you get home in a record time. How about those moments, you know, where
Yeah,
that's
that's
happened, and
dangerous.
I've
Like
ended up
falling,
beating
if you might break your wrists, you know, breaking your fall with your hands or something like that. That's dangerous.
Yeah, well, that's what you're left with, you see. But I wear gloves. I always wear gloves, by the way. So the gloves take the impact, yeah. I've always got gloves on, you know. I never run without them. It's part of my motorcycling and cycling gear. So I wear the gloves, yeah. Running gloves, nice ones.
So
So if I do go
you're in
down.
the city with hard cement everywhere, asphalt everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Uneven in places, like I said. And you end up launching yourself into a head first sprint to try and get back upright. And sometimes I can recover. And then other times I'm gone too far. I've had to go down and you end up slapping the concrete. All the air comes out your lungs. You guff up your knees. You get up. Embarrassing, of course, because you get up now and then the adrenaline kicks in. And then you carry on, of course, like I do. And then I get home in record time. Beat my record. It's happened quite a few times.
In that case, you should have controlled falls more often.
Yeah. So
especially when it's crowded, you could be really embarrassed.
Well, yeah. You know, I can handle all that stuff anyway. You know what I mean? But that's happened to me quite a few times.
No, I'm saying just to maximize the adrenaline. You know, the more people, more adrenaline.
Yeah. Or the harder the impact.
But yeah, you don't run in the park. You don't run.
No, I do when I'm doing the circuit training. Yeah, and even then it's a concrete path anyway. It's a concrete path there as well. Even though the grass is there, I tend to follow the path anyway, so it's not bad. Yeah, no.
So you don't run too much on like actual earth, because the concrete's it's hard on your bones. It's not
very little chance of doing that actually. Yeah, very little chance of doing that.
That's tough.
You know. Well, it's okay. I don't mind.
No, good for you. Because if I was to try to do that, I'd probably get some tibial stress fractures in my shins. I get shin splints.
Oh, maybe, yeah. So I do a lot of walking as well, and I'm doing cycling. So there's a lot of strength going on there with the legs and that, and then I stretch as well. So yeah, no, I'm okay. I'm always, when I actually do go down and get up, I think, yeah, man, but I actually my balance is working all the time because it's trying to correct. I'm glad I am. I don't mind having a little accident now and again, Yeah, even on a bicycle.
Be careful because it only takes one to really do some damage, and a lot of older people. I mean, you're not there yet at all, and as long as you keep up your health like this, I doubt you will be for a long time. But the geriatrics, it's just one slip, and in the bathroom or this or that, or coming downstairs, and they break a hip, and they're bedridden, and what the heck. So be careful.
Yeah. No, you're right there. Yeah, absolutely. And I've got to be careful because I can't seem to turn down that energy level.
Yeah.
Try, but not possible.
It's also a good thing that you're so active, because that means that your resilience, if anything were to happen, is just that much higher. Keeping your body in prime shape and stuff like that. And all these little these little falls, the controlled falls, they probably prime your bones for and your skeletal system for if anything were to happen, anything untoward, then you'd probably come through. Where another person, where they might get a fracture, it's nothing for you. It's just a bruise or something like that. So that's good.
Yeah,
Keep
that's
it up.
right. Yeah, generally bruising. That's what it is. You know, cuts and abrasions. Yeah, and I get back, wash it down, a little bit of tiger balm around the area to try and reduce that swelling, of course, and then that's it. And then get ready for the next couple of days, and I'm back out there. Yeah, here we go again.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Yeah, but yeah, it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I've taken a tumble and a roll a few times recent days, and it's been funny, yeah. Slight lapse of concentration. You're not picking your leg up high enough, and then that's it. Kick the uneven pavestone. Oh, here we go. And now you're trying to recover really fast. You end up in a sprint when you were jogging and you were knackered. The reflex kick in pretty quick.
Yeah, another thing that sucks about like running only on concrete is you can't go barefoot, you know?
Well, that's not true. I've done that in several places.
No, I mean not
Japan,
constantly. Yeah? You could do small spurts or whatever being barefoot.
Yeah, I've done like 3 miles. I've done 3 miles barefoot and more here in Japan. That was when I was on holiday near the seaside. Yeah, near the seaside. So the roads were quite clean and that, you know, and so I did a 3-mile run, right? Circle, come back and dive straight into the sea, sweating hot, and then you dive into the sea. And that feeling of diving into the sea and the temperature just leaving you as you're going deep, that's such a great sensation. You ought to try it. It's amazing. Yeah. So much so that I did a 3-mile run and then I did a 1-mile run just to have that sensation again, you know?
Yeah. I'm a little jealous, man. It's a beautiful feeling.
It is. It really is. Yeah. And then
you just like give yourself like a rub down while you're in the salt water. You know,
that's right. With the salt water massages your body as you swim. I got my flippers on with the snorkel. You do a little bit of snorkeling with the kids, and that's all great. You know. Yeah, it's all therapeutic. And then there are times where my friends have got jet skis, right? So you're hanging onto the jet ski as they're dragging you around the lakes, and you know what? The force hitting your shins, it gives you a massage right across the front of your legs. Get massage, and all the muscles become soft. The water, it's like a hydro massage. That's what I'm going to call it. Naturally, because I'm hanging onto the jet skis. Yeah, bloody amazing.
Are you on like a pad or do you have shoes or like how are you?
What I've got, I wear aqua shoes, right? So it's basically rubber with loads of holes in it. Okay, proper aqua shoes made by Adidas. Okay, and then a rigid toe cap. So if you do kick a stone in that, it's not painful to you. Yeah, right.
No, I mean when you're doing when they're dragging you with a boat.
No, they're dragging me, and I'm just hanging on to the line because I'm trying to. What we're trying to do is do water skiing.
I know, but are you like on skis or are you?
Yeah, I'm going to be on skis. Yeah.
Okay.
Because
I've seen some people they're when they're like being pulled by the boat, they're barefoot, you know, on the water.
Yeah. So am I. I'm barefoot as well.
Okay.
Both. Yeah, both.
And, I've never done it.
And the massage you get.
Cool
Sorry, yeah.
It'd be cool to get that hydro massage. I've never done it.
Yeah, because that's what it is. It's just like being dragged through the water, and it rubs all your quadriceps and all the muscles at the front of your shins, and that your whole leg gets a massage. And by the end, I mean, you're talking about doing that for like 2 hours. You know what I mean? You know, it's not 5 minutes. 2 hours, 3 hours later, right? When you're relaxed, you just find yourself very supple across the whole front of your legs. Just brilliant. You know, loosened up. Yeah, weird sensation, really nice.
A big part of that is the fascia. It's this thing that not many people know about. Supposedly, the fascia holds trauma. It could hold negative energy.
Okay.
It could get stiff if like the person is like really holding tight to their body,
Right.
and
Right.
and the water and massaging in general helps with that. The muscles too, but the fascia layer specifically.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really good. It really is good. I recommend it. Recommend it. Yeah. Absolutely wicked, man. Whole body getting massaged by the water. Yeah, I think that's why the surfers like surfing, because they're getting massaged by the water as well. But anyway, if there are any Globers in the house, got any questions related to the flat Earth and why we're
Oh
saying the Earth is
yeah,
flat and that?
I come into the house from time to time, and I never get my questions answered. I just get
Oh well,
interrupted.
what questions do you have then? Go ahead.
Okay. Well, here's a good one for you. Still haven't gotten an answer to this day. How do you guys, if the Earth is flat, how do you guys explain an atmospheric gradient when you insist that there's no gravity to affect the atmosphere to be a gradient? There's no motion of the Earth because you say the Earth is stationary, and there's nothing out there. So there's like nothing can't pull something into it. So
That was a whole lot of straw men and claims. I mean,
okay, well,
yeah, I mean,
welcome.
if you want to talk about gravity, I don't really care what, whether gravity exists as you imagine it or not. It's really irrelevant. We measure the surface of the Earth as flat. So when you say, how does the flat Earth account for these things? Well, the Earth is flat. It measures that way.
So as you can see, I didn't get
And
an
don't
answer
come
to
in
the
here
question.
whining that you get muted when
No, I
we're
didn't say I
used
get
to how
muted.
you act in here.
I said
Come
I
on,
didn't get
guys.
an
He's
answer
just
to
trying
my
to give us a
question.
challenge.
Oh,
She
Gatebreaker,
didn't
you
answer my
just love
question.
to be muted.
I mean, this is what.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'll talk to one person at a time. So go ahead, flattened.
Let's try
Have
it again.
one plate. Like, don't stack them all. We'll start with one and go through them.
It was only one.
No, it wasn't. It was you deal with gravity and gradients and
No, I didn't say gravity
nothingness,
and
and
gradient.
there were several things there. So no,
No, it
that's not
wasn't.
correct.
Everyone else in
Yeah.
here
Okay.
heard.
Try it again. Try it again. You can do it.
Okay, so you can listen this time. You can do it. So how do you explain an atmospheric gradient when you deny that gravity exists? You deny that the Earth is in motion.
I'm
There's
sorry. Did I
nothing
deny any of
beyond.
that? Did I deny gravity exists?
Okay, well then great. Do you affirm that gravity exists?
I don't know. What is
Okay,
gravity?
so once again, no answer to my question. Thank you very much.
I don't know what you mean by gravity, so I can't affirm or deny it.
Okay. So
What
anyone
is
else want to
gravity?
give it a try?
Are you gonna explain what you mean by gravity?
No.
Okay.
You
All
all
right.
said,
Then
you all
you can
said have a
Okay,
just
good
keep
day.
on
let me
mute.
make
Have a
a
good day.
small attempt here. Let me make a
No,
slight attempt.
no.
What? So I
You
can't
can
speak now? Me,
hold
TBR1.
up, Jen. He's already gone, Jen. He's a troll.
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know
he's
he
a
was a
troll.
troll. I know
Yeah.
him. All I was going
Yeah.
to say though was with the atmos and its gradient. That's naturally what the gases are doing. It's got nothing to do with us as such. The gases are made up of whatever properties they are, helium, argon, and whatever, and then they all find their equilibrium. That's all I was going to say. What's the sweat there?
Well,
Yeah,
he wouldn't even define what he means by gravity, so you can't even
I
engage,
know.
because specific
Yeah,
gravity, are we talking about like a specific theory of gravity? The fact
yeah,
that he wouldn't even define his terms shows a complete disingenuousness, right? Because
yeah. He knew
someone
that we
who's here
didn't
in good
accept
faith
gravity.
has no problem explaining what they
Yeah,
mean by the words that they use. But he's not
yeah.
here in good faith. And also, he wants to account for an atmospheric gradient as a result of gravity when we know that gases are not subject to gravity.
Exactly, exactly. That's where I
So,
was going.
but the gas is
Yeah,
produced at the surface, and
yeah.
the
And
surface
they
is
find
warmer,
their
and
equilibrium.
gases rise and they become colder and then they fall, and like you said, they seek equilibrium, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's all there is to it. We don't deal with gravity. Gravity is not part of our menu here. I mean, that's why he knew that already. So we can explain it. We don't need gravity to have a gradient. Thank you. Thank you very
Gatebreaker,
much.
I've unmuted you if you'd like to ask some questions or
I'm
make some
actually here
claims
to
or
listen to
something.
Jin.
Oh,
I'm actually a big
Okay,
fan
then.
of Jin CBR1.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's been a
then you
long
Big
can
time.
fan.
listen.
Me too.
Yeah,
All right, cool.
it's
Then you
been a
can
long
say.
time. Yeah.
Let's see.
But yeah, great to hear your voice again. Been a little while. How's things over at Gem Pandas? Have you been there since? No. Okay. Obviously not.
Who are you asking?
Yeah, we
Is
don't.
it
Who are you talking to, Jin?
Hey Jen, sorry I was muted. Yeah, I've been there. We do miss you. You are missed.
Oh, he's from Gem
okay.
Panda. That explains
Yeah.
it. That explains a
Yeah.
lot.
I will be going in there very soon. Don't worry, and we'll be making some serious noise.
Entering the liar's den.
Say to Jem, Jin's on his way. Prepare, bolster up, lock down everything because it's going to get trashed.
Nice, we'll do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's where I go and take out my aggression and do my training, as it were, flat earth stuff. And yeah, it's entertainment for those who are listening. I am only speaking the facts to the flat earth. And where I don't know something, I say categorically, I don't know, and how can we know? Right. And leave the globers to lie about it.
It's where the lion goes to sharpen his claws in the den of the annoying, starving
Exactly.
hyenas.
Yes, I go in there screaming flat earth with a machine gun like Rambo. Brah, brah, brah. It's a flat earth we live on. Brah. Pop, 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 pop. Exactly. Totally different kettle of fish over there. Like I said, everybody has their niche. I seem to enjoy myself in Gem Pandas, screaming, shouting, and that. But I told them I actually trained to do this, and then I showed them pictures of myself exercising, showing them, yeah, this is me. Yeah, I'm coming for you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when I come for you? Globers, globers. Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't been there for a couple of months now, but I'll go back in. And the reason is, it's not really a live show. You see, that's the thing. He's not doing live shows. So the novelty wears off, doesn't it, really? When there's people live on the YouTube listening, okay, there's a reason for me to be there because we want the people listening to actually be able to discern. So listen to both sides and then make your decision. Yeah. And then when they tried to fundy mute me and shut me down, and I say, you see that, ladies and gentlemen? How many times have I got muted in the last 5 minutes? Sometimes it takes 3 days. 3 days to get what I want to say out. And I do it. If it takes 3 days, okay. 3 days. By this time, Gem Panda's worn out. And then I take it on board and deliver it to the leaders and the listeners.
And the beauty behind your art is you don't actually mute people and silence them like some people in here do.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
yeah,
not part of your repertoire.
Do you know why that is, Gatebreaker?
You take the
Do you know
bull
why
by
that
the
is,
horns
Gatebreaker? Hey,
and you
Gatebreaker, do you
accept
know why that
a real
is?
challenge.
Do you know
I
why
don't
he doesn't
respect
mute
you.
people?
I'm not going to talk to you. I'm here to listen.
Okay. All right. The reason he doesn't mute you, Gatebreaker, is he doesn't have mute privileges.
Oh, I do. In
Oh, you
the
do
other
now?
server.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
not here.
Not
In Gem
here.
Panda server.
Right. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to listen to this whining. Like, that's all this guy ever does. So, if you guys want to talk in Gem Pandas or something, but, he doesn't, if he doesn't have
Yeah,
anything constructive to contribute, then he can just whine to himself. And I won't apologize for muting them because we're trying to control the quality of the information that's shared here and
yeah,
make
I
this like
agree.
a tolerable experience for the people who are here. And that doesn't mean indulging the whims of every random whiner that comes in, or people want to talk about whatever irrelevant topic, or they don't want to deal with this in an honest manner. We don't owe them that, right?
No, that is the
If they
standard
don't
we
like
operate
it,
here.
they
And
can
that's a good
they
thing.
can create their own room,
Yeah, that is the standard we operate here. So that's fine. That's it. It's a standard. That's it. That's what I say. When I go to Gem Pandas, I do up the standard as well. That's the whole point. I address them as ladies and gentlemen, so they know that I'm talking to them, the listeners. Right. I know your
Yeah.
time is precious. pay attention to what I got to say. I will tell you the links you need to look at. You won't have to read it. I'll tell you it, and you go and check it and prove me wrong. That's what I do. Yeah. So I know what you mean.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
do
and
have
we
standards.
appreciate your time. We appreciate your time, and we appreciate everyone else's time that comes in here and gives of their knowledge of the room, but that's why it's so important that we don't, um, entertain the trolls,
Yeah.
because there are genuine people out there who's, we should be investing in, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Because they want to learn the truth. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or at least they can have an honest conversation, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then the people listening as well, because they're not really here, but they're listening. At least we're giving them food for thought, materials to look at, because I tend to speak my sources as well, so they can actually go out and investigate and come back and say, "Yeah, I love this stuff. I've got to come back," because they're getting good information. That's the whole point. It's vital.
I keep hearing the term gem pandas. What is that?
Oh, it's a
Oh,
server.
sorry,
I
that's
don't know,
another
bro.
server. It's another server. That's all. It's been around quite a
Yeah.
long
Oh,
time.
okay.
Yeah, the
It's
guy's he's an
a
English
mess.
guy. Yeah, he's from Leicester. Obviously, he's a glober. He's on the other side. He holds to the moon landings being real. He's put his own video out on that one, and he's been running this server. Although the server's not doing live streams unless it's like something on a Sunday, hot potatoes or something that he does on a Sunday, Sunday roast. That's it. But during the weekdays, he's no longer doing live streams, and which I find there's no point in me going in there because I only used to go there because of the live stream because they're busy lying to the people listening. So they come in and say, "Okay, wrap it up. I'm in the room, Jin CBR1, etc., etc. The man you love to hate, but I'm bringing you the truth. There you go. Bang. Let's go."
Yeah, it's a server rife with toxic, petty globe earthers. Like, if you have any sense, you'll stay away.
Yeah. That little baby just said,
Well, I
"The
just
earth is
opened
flat."
doors.
Also, just food for thought. You mentioned fences. You mentioned about two gate breaker while he's muted. You said if you have nothing of substance to say, then you could stay on mute. But how would you know if he has anything of substance to say? How
Because
could he even share it?
he's
If he's
here all
muted?
the time. He's here all the time, and he just whines and interjects.
No, I understand that, but you didn't hear my question at the end because you cut me off. I say,
Oh,
how
sorry.
could he share something of substance if he did have something of substance to say if he's muted?
Because he doesn't come in here muted.
I know, by now I'm saying.
He's whining in the text chat. If he has something of substance to say, he can post it in the text chat and we can read
There
it.
you
I
go.
don't
That's a
have
good
to
answer. That's a
entertain
good
it.
answer.
Yeah, he's here all the time. He comes in. I don't, he isn't muted off the bat, but he always ends up that way, and that's his choice because of his own behavior, right?
Yeah, I used to get that
If he wanted to say
treatment a lot.
something of substance, he would do it, but that's not why he's here.
I always used to get muted in Gem
Now that
Pandas,
she's
but
got
now
you
I'm a
figured
moderator.
out, Gatebreaker.
What'd you say? Sorry.
Me?
Yeah, you said something, but
I
it
said,
was
sounds
cut
like
off.
she's got you figured out.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, we know the usual suspects, and we give a lot of chances. I'm exceedingly patient until I'm not. So that's where we
Yeah,
are.
but he does raise some interesting points though. Even though he's a glober, he's one of those intelligent ones. Very intelligent, my man. He is.
Well, I've never
He
heard
has.
him say anything in here to that effect. So
Oh, okay. Well, no, he's definitely an intelligent one because he doesn't only come here. He goes to other servers like what's it called?
I don't know.
Earth
See, Jin,
Awakenings.
maybe this is a controversial take, but I think if he was really intelligent, he wouldn't be a glober.
That's a good point, of course. But then, like I said, I know they know the Earth is flat because of the level of intellect that they carry and the way they use the English language. It's because 8-year-olds can get it. So that's their what's the word, Achilles heel there. That's what exposes them, the level of their intellect. So this is something weird there. Right? You can't be that smart and then say you're a glober. Doesn't make sense. Exactly. Good point. And that's what I've said. I've said it many times. You can tell these globers are not that dumb because of the level of intellect that they carry, and and they have to work so hard to do the mental gymnastics. You know they're clever, so you know they know the Earth's flat. You just know it. So then the question would be, why are they doing it? Why are they doing that?
Hey,
What is
welcome
their
to the room.
motivation?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
welcome.
Jim. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
We have someone new in the room who has their mic open.
Yeah,
Joseph
go
Hatch?
ahead.
Oh, yeah, my microphone is open. I don't really know that I have anything to say.
Okay, well, if you have any questions or comments, please
Thank
feel
you.
free to contribute. Yeah, thanks for
Oh,
coming
I'm
in.
unmuted. Thank you. Over. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
what
think
position do you hold? You a glober? Or are
Yeah,
you
yes,
Who's he
I am a
speaking to?
Glober.
Oh, I'm not a Glober.
all right, hold on, Da Vinci, just a second. So what brings you into the room, Josephat? Have you been
I
in here
just
before?
no, I haven't been in here. I just like to
I didn't.
poke around the
I see.
voice.
Yeah, I didn't recognize your avatar. So yeah, so you're a Glober. That's what you believe to be true. Have you ever actually looked for the evidence to support any of those claims?
Not really. Maybe some things, but not. I have not made it like a huge part of my life to try to go out and verify or unverify the claims. But I think here and there have been a few things that I have observed that do seem to uh, strengthen that belief. But it's not been something that I have put a great deal of effort into doing.
So if I ask you, what percentage are you sure that the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid spinning through the universe? Now, what percentage are you holding that you're sure of this, if that's your position? How
I
sure
mean,
are you?
I think I'm something like 100%, because I don't think I really normally question it, right? So I would say that I would be 100%.
Okay, so if you're saying it's 100% and we're saying that there's 0% proof of globe, what is your best proof that convinces you without a doubt that it's 100% slam dunk? What is that information? Please tell us.
I don't think it's one piece of information, but I think I don't think you would say either that it's one piece of information for the Earth to be not round. So I think it's several pieces of information. One of the pieces of information is, it's not a great, right? This is not a great evidence in terms of the scientific method, but I know that the United States NASA, right, has gone to the moon, and we have now gone around the moon. Now you may not agree with that verbiage. We've now gone around the moon, and so on and so forth. That requires a lot of technology. It requires a lot of mathematics, and it requires trajectories. I don't know, rocket science, quote unquote. And what they use to do their math predictions and their orbitals is they use round Earth model.
Right, now, does anybody want to take this on? Anyone got a flat earther got a reply?
Well, I have to run, but if we're going to predicate things, if we're going to claim orbital mechanics, then it requires that the surface of the Earth be curving, right? It requires that the Earth be a sphere. So that's where I would just start.
That's right. So when you've gone to space travel without actually proving that the Earth is a globe first. So that's not right, is it? First, you have to prove that the Earth indeed is a globe, and your first piece of information is actually not right. begging the question fallacy, I would have to say, because you haven't actually proven the Earth is a globe first. We would need to have the globe in place so that rockets could then leave Earth, if it were possible, to go to the moon. Okay, so let's draw it back. That one's no good. No, that's not a good proof at all. Okay, that doesn't work. Have you got anything else? Appealing to NASA and rocket science doesn't prove the shape of the Earth at the moment.
Yeah, sure. That's a, what did you say? Begging the question. So,
yeah.
Is your opinion then? Is your opinion that the math that was used in order to get the rockets where they went was based on the flat Earth model, or is your opinion that we didn't do it at all?
Yeah, my
Jen, if you don't
position is
mind.
that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead,
ahead.
Jen.
No, go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
Get the rockets where they went. What does that mean? Where did they go?
To the moon, and around
Okay,
the
so
moon.
all right, so that's your claim, correct? That you can't prove that.
No. I suppose I
Okay.
can't.
Yeah, because that's a place that none of us we can't verify that, right? We're not in a position to verify that information. We can see a rocket go up, but we can't tell where it goes. Right? We just have to trust and believe that what we're told about it is true. However, if we actually look to the surface of the Earth and we measure it as non-curving, then we know that all the other claims that stack upon that, everything is predicated on the Earth being a sphere. So if it isn't, then all of it falls apart, which is what I was getting at, right? And also NASA is claiming, I mean, this is a secondary thing and I have to run, but NASA is claiming that we have a pressurized atmosphere adjacent to a vacuum without any containment, without any kind of barrier in between. And we just know from the second law of thermodynamics and entropy that that's not possible, right? So, we're not seeking, we can just disprove that all the claims about the Earth being a sphere are wrong because we can measure it and see that it's not curving at 8 inches per mile squared. And we know that gas pressure requires containment, so we can't have gas pressure adjacent to this vacuum without a barrier. So they can't be going to the place that they claim to be going to. And then, Jen, I just turn it over to you. Doing a great job.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
You're doing a great job as well. And you too, madam. Nice one, ma'am. Now, so yeah, well, what is your response to what my colleague said over the offences? Go ahead. Please respond.
Okay, so I guess the thing I'll respond to first is the gas, pressurized gas barrier, right?
Yeah.
That's that's next to a vacuum.
Yeah.
Now look here. I'm not a very erudite person. I don't have a lot of education, but what I do believe and what I have tend to have read when I did read things about the atmosphere when I was in the school and so on and so forth, and I generally trust the the teachings that I've had. The atmosphere, for one, does sort of have a boundary. It has several boundaries, I think, and I think you would say that one of those boundaries is the ozone layer, and I think you would say that another boundary is the fact that we have gravity. And as you extend away from the core of the Earth, what we would say is a core, and I mean, and quite honest, that is probably another evidence, if you will. As you get away from the Earth, you encounter less gravity. So therefore, all of the am I echoing myself?
It might be me with my mic. Hang on a second, just that's me and my mic. I apologize.
No problem. Yeah, so I mean that's just to respond to the one about the atmosphere, and that's pretty much it. You have gravity, which tends to attract things at a constant rate with the square of the distance between the two bodies, and so there you go. It's basically just gravity. That's why you have an atmosphere.
Okay, well, no, that's not true at all, because first and foremost, gravity. Which gravity are you talking about? Because currently, the standard is the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric by Albert Einstein. So Isaac Newton's mass attracting mass has been superseded, and currently in the scientific community regarding gravity, they say it's not a force. That's what they say. Okay, it's the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. So Isaac Newton, who disagreed with that theory, mass attracting mass, out of his own mouth, saying it was an absurd idea, and he leaves it for others to ponder on. He couldn't prove it. He doesn't agree to it at all, and he didn't wish to have his name ascribed to that at all. Okay, so that was never proven. And Einstein's bending and the warping of the space-time fabric with special relativity hasn't been proven. Now, with the atmos, or the atmo, with all the gases, because of the properties and qualities that are inherent in those gases, they seek equilibrium as they leave the surface of the Earth. It has nothing to do with gravity here, okay? And gases, again, do not prove the shape of the Earth, by the way. We're talking about the shape of the Earth being an oblate spheroid. And how do you know that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? What and you've mentioned space travel. We said that's not good because you haven't established the Earth to be a globe first. Okay, all right. Now you're going to gases and that. And again, we noticed that if these gases weren't in a container, it would be entropy and gone outgassed into the vacuum of space. So you're still in trouble here at the moment. You tried 2 attempts and haven't proven that the Earth is a globe at all. Okay? Can you try again, please? Okay. Gases being held by gravity, that's not been proven. And Sir Isaac Newton, mass attracting mass theory, never proven, was totally refuted by Sir Isaac Newton, the proponent himself, saying it was an absurd idea. And he didn't want his name ascribed to that theory. He distanced himself. Then 106 or 8 years later, we have the Albert Einstein bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. That's the current gravity that they're teaching right now. And it's not been proven. And the scientific community regarding gravity is not a force. Those are the facts so far. Go ahead.
Is it still me or someone else? Someone else can hop in. I'm just here to.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to know how sure you were, but the 2 reasons you put forward for you being sure the Earth is a globe are 0 at this moment, null and void. Those are not proofs of globe. Yeah.
All right.
You can have a 3rd attempt. You can have a 3rd bite at the cherry if you like. If you don't, that's fine.
Oh, okay. My final attempt is I guess two points, just simply 2 points. The first point, which I'm sure you've heard before, is when the airplanes go out and travel and they do their international traveling, they do not just go in what you would imagine as a straight line, right? They go in a little bit of a curve because we know that the fastest point between 2 points, the quickest line or the shortest line between 2 points on a, like you said, the oblate spheroid, it's gonna have a little bit of a curve to it when you look at it on a flat projection map. So it appears to have a kind of a curve to it. That's why we do that. That's why the airlines do that. So they use again. I know you don't like this, but they use round Earth model, and they create their flight paths. My number 2 point. Well, that's it. I don't have another point.
Okay, well, thank you for that. But unfortunately, that also fails. Number 1, aeroplanes do not take a curved trajectory. Let's take the configuration of the aeroplane whilst it's in flight. It has a 3 degrees nose upwards. The reason for the nose up is to facilitate smooth airflow across the wings. So we, the passengers, don't have a buffeted, bumpy ride, and the pilots don't have to fight. So it's a nose up anyway during the flight. It's still called a level flight by the pilots, and it's a straight. Now, if you're talking about a curved trajectory versus a straight horizontal, the straight horizontal is going to win every time. So if we have a 3 mile straight line, and then you draw a curve above that, right, and to meet at the 3 mile point, which one's going to get to the point first? The one flying straight is going to get there, because the one taking the curved trajectory is flying upwards through a curve. So it's losing time to the guy with the airplane flying horizontally level. Can you see that there? So no, planes fly horizontally to their destination. They do not take a curved trajectory. I know because I've checked myself, and then I follow the in-flight telemetry data, which also records planes flying horizontal as well. Okay, that's the black box in the plane, which is also the orange box, because that's the color of it actually. And they reside at the back of the plane, and they're telling us no, we're flying horizontally. So sorry, your third attempt doesn't prove shape of Earth at this point. Aeroplanes fly horizontally, and I've got testimonies from pilots stating that. What do you say about that?
And if I could add real quick to the where the biggest issue comes into play is not really the northern flights, but the southern flights. There's actually like a really good book that sourced out all of these examples of these emergencies that happen mid-flight, and they had to take emergency landings. That's actually what I'm posting in the chat right now. I posted a bunch of examples, and you could see that the emergency landings make zero sense on a globe, meaning that they had to like stray so far away, even though they needed to land in a hurry, and they had multiple, better pathings to take and quicker routes they could have taken to land the plane sooner. But they went way out of their way. But then, if you look on a flat Earth map, they are literally the closest destination possible. And a lot of, not even just with emergency landings, but a lot of northern flights, right? Like they kind of line up similar to what it would look like on a globe and a flat Earth. But then when you look at some southern flights, like they're making almost no sense on a globe compared to what they do on a flat Earth. I just wanted to add that in there. You can look at the chat to see a couple of those examples I posted. But go ahead.
Thank you very much, Flatlander. That was excellent work. There is one man, a flat earther proponent. His name is Flat Earth Banjo. He's put out some 6 emergency flights that prove that the globe cannot exist. Please look it up. Okay, he's got a couple of books out on the topic matter as well. So that's good stuff. But what you said is correct. So is it Joseph? Is that how I pronounce your name? Joseph,
I mean,
please help me.
I don't really care how you pronounce it. It's just an internet name. It's not my real name or anything. So
Yeah. Can you tell me how to pronounce it anyway, please? I'd like to pronounce it correctly.
You can just call me Chuck. How about that?
Chuck. Yeah, but what about the one? What about that name that's there? I'd like to pronounce the name I'm reading. Is it Joseph? Joseph, please help me.
Well, it doesn't really have a pronunciation because nobody ever pronounces it normally. I mean, some people
How do
just
you
say
pronounce it?
Josie.
Stop.
I don't ever pronounce it. That's the thing. I don't
How do you
have
think? How do you think it in your head?
It's well, I created this username based on ancient Hebrew names that I read in the Bible when I was a child. So it is derived from the Jehoshaphat, which would have a Semitic or a Hebrew sort of or a Arabic kind of a sounding flair to it. So I don't know how you would say that correctly, but in American English, it would be something like that. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I look at it and I see Joseph is what I would say, Joseph. But okay, there you go.
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyway, but so what did you think about my colleague's explanation with the flight paths proving more logical on a flat Earth rather than on the globe, etc.?
I'd like to respond to this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm looking at.
Respond.
I think it's stupid. Flatlander, I think. Why are you trying to prove the AE map when it's been debunked? Unless you're what's it called, a wraparound earther. There's no reason to be trying to prove the AE map.
Yeah, so I'm not suggesting that map is exact. It's just a nice reference point, right? Like, just meaning that circumnavigation is obviously going to look different on a globe than it is on a flat Earth. and the
No,
routes
but you're
still
presenting the
hold
flat
up.
Earth to be this, and this
No.
representation has been debunked unless you're a wraparound Earther like me.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I
Yeah.
think that there's going to be distortion, right? But most flight paths are still going to look like it's still going to be straight lines, right? Like,
Of
I
course,
don't
on a
need to
flat
know
Earth
the
flight maps are
exact.
going to be straight lines, but I'm saying it's
Yeah,
not going to be
hang
AE.
on. Percentage. I'm going to stand by Flatlander here and say to you that when you look, you can't debunk the emergency stop-off points because these are real events that have happened. And when you look at where they landed, okay, and you look at it on the globe, it doesn't make any sense at all. But on the AE map, the emergency stop-off point every single time is along the way, on the way to the destination.
Sure.
That's what he's saying to you.
Yeah,
Okay?
no, that's no problem. That's no problem. But that doesn't
Okay.
mean that I mean, 1 second. We have an issue. Even if it seems like it's more intuitive or makes more sense on an AE map, we know the AE map is not true based off of
Yeah,
the
yeah, but
fact
you're
that as
not.
you travel
You're
south.
not.
Yeah, fine.
Well, real
Fine.
quick, that you're not connecting the dots the right way, right? So, like on the globe model that's presented, it makes zero sense. Now, I'm drawing these lines. There can still be distortion. There can still be misplaced. Continents being a little bigger, a little smaller, a little move to the left, move
Yeah,
to the right, move
yeah.
up and down. But the straight lines are still gonna hold true, right? Like it's gonna still make more sense on a flat Earth map than a globe map. So I'm not saying take this as a 1-to-1. This is exactly what our Earth looks like. But when
Right.
compared again, when compared to the globe, even with distortion added on the AE map, which I suppose that there is, I would highly,
Yeah.
I would
You've
say
said
that
that many
that's
No,
times.
I
It's
don't
not
think you're
holding
getting
to
my
the map
point.
100%.
You're
It's
not
not
getting
holding
my
to the
point.
map
Because
100%.
supposing these flights are going straight lines to to their destinations and to the stop off areas where they go to in emergency landings. Supposing that's the
Yeah.
case, it will look drastically different on a different map projection. And we know that this map projection is false unless you attribute it to wraparound Earth. Then
No.
then it would there's no problem, and
Why,
that applies to every
would it be?
projection.
Why would it be
But hold up,
massively
I'm
different?
saying it doesn't make sense knowing that this projection is false. That you plot the map the points on this map. You understand? Because if you do it on a different type of map, on a
Hang
dipole
on.
Earth map, for instance,
Percentage.
it's going to look drastically different.
Okay, percentage. I'm going with the map being semi-accurate. Okay, again, because those flights do make sense. I don't know the map is accurate 100%, but it's definitely smashing the globe to smithereens because the flights don't make any sense at all. And in fact, Flat Earth
That's
Banjo,
reification.
I'm nearly there on this main point here now because it was a mystery. I think it was in the 80s where Russia fired upon a Korean Airlines that supposedly strayed into its airspace. Now, back then when it happened, obviously I wasn't a flat earther because that was back in the 80s and that. I thought Russia was a to do that because when you look on the globe, the plane doesn't look to be going anywhere near Russia on the globe. But then you look at the AE map now and you could see where it accidentally strayed in. Right? It did happen. And Flat Earth Banjo brought that to light, you see. So I'm thinking, wow, who knew? Because Russia threatened South Korea and had it ground. It had to ground, it had to land, and then they sorted it out, and then it flew back to its destination. So that was a good thing that we learned there. But that was a mystery. Put Russia in a bad light for quite a while, because if you look at the globe, the plane doesn't fly anywhere near Russia on the globe, nowhere near. The route doesn't take it near Russia, but on the AE map, you could see how it accidentally strayed into Russian airspace. So Flatlander has always said the map isn't 100%, but those flight paths do make sense. And I'm going to be agreeing with him there. And that's all we're saying. The map is not 100% accurate. We know this. Okay? And that's all we're saying. We're not really, those flight paths, those incidences happened, and the emergency stop-off happened. And you look at the flight path, the stop-off point is on the way to the destination. On the globe, you're going around the ball and around the houses to get there. Doesn't make any sense at all. Thank you. That's all we're saying.
Yep. And even with distortion, it's still going to line up very similar to what we have on this map. 100%.
Yeah. So don't worry, man. I like the AE map, by the way. I like the way it's set up. I'm glad Gleason did it anyway. Okay, and okay, it's not 100% accurate, but we give them the thanks, and we try and use it as best we can until all of us can get out there and try and make a good map for ourselves. It's not that easy.
Definitely closer to the globe maps and model.
Absolutely, yeah. So Joseph, thanks very much. You gave us 3 of your best, of course, and they turned out to be not conclusive at all because they didn't prove shape of Earth at all. Okay, and of course, the gold standard that we're actually looking for is measurements of the surface of the Earth, because that's the logical. You ask anybody, which is going to be more accurate, looking to the stars and the sun and the moon to find out whether Earth is a globe, or to actually measure the surface of the Earth. Logically, you measure the surface, and we've tried to do that to try and measure the curvature, and wherever we've checked, we're finding the horizontal constant, constantly horizontal all over the place in your face. No measurable curvature. We're making observations at distances where the Earth's curvature wouldn't allow if it were there. Okay? That's our findings. That's why we're saying the Earth is flat. No measurable curvature. Good.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and that's fair. And like I said, I'm not a scientist, and I think that these things are these things require a lot, like you've mentioned. It requires a lot of work, and it requires a lot of talent to go in and investigate these things and come up with. I mean, there was different theories about the Earth and about the sun and about the heliocentrism and all, or Earth centrism for ages, and it took a very long time to come up with anything else, and there were different little. So it is a difficult problem, and it seems like it's an easy problem for someone like me, who is not a scientist, who lives in today's age. Now, what I will say about your measurements, about the measurements, I'm not convinced about that one. Now, you can elaborate it on that a bit more, what you mean by the measurements that maybe you've taken
Okay,
or
I
other
can
people have
do that.
taken,
Of
because
course, I can do that for you. Yeah.
because I'm aware that people have done such things like use lasers over one. Well, I don't know what the word is. One arc angle of the Earth, or one perfect, as far as the laser will go, flat, right, horizontally, and they'll take measurements like that. And as I'm sure you're aware of the maybe you don't like this, but the disappearing ship mast phenomenon.
Yeah.
That would be
Okay.
another
Yeah.
observable. That would be another observable phenomenon, and I don't know what I think the 2 explanations are: number one, your eyeballs just cannot see that far, and then number 2, the other explanation would be that it's because the ship is going around a curve.
Okay. Well, okay. Let's take all of what you said all together here. First and foremost, say science, and you're not a scientist. In actuality, science is not necessary here. In this endeavor, it's about measuring the surface of the Earth. So we're looking at geometry, trigonometry, let's say, topography, that's geography, those kind of things. So scientists are not necessary. Second point I'll make on that, still on that topic matter, is that you can take some school kids, age 8, 9, 10, and you send them in a group, and they would be able to measure the curvature of the Earth if it's there. So it's not a high intellect endeavor. You don't need a diploma, a master's, okay, a PhD, a doctorate. These are not necessary to go out and measure the surface of the Earth. Okay. Now, the other thing is this: if we've been given the numbers, for example, radius 3,959 miles, that'd be the radius of the Earth, the quarter. Then that would go on to make the circumference of 24,000, the supposed circumference of the ball. Now, with those 2 numbers, by rights, we should be able to measure it because we have those values. So what do? We take the maths, the spherical mathematics of Pythagorean theorem of 8 inches per mile squared, and we apply that mathematic formula onto the surface of the Earth. And what do we mean by this? We mean from point A, that'd be my position, to point B, the destination, the object I'm looking at. Between me and that object, there should be X amount of curvature value there. What we're finding is extended horizontality. no curvature at all to be found. 10 miles means 66 feet. Okay, 0.74 of curvature. We're making observations. We extend it to 20 miles. That's 266.47 feet of curvature. Not there. We're making it. We extend it to 30. There's 600 feet of curvature. Not there. Okay, we're making these observations. The longest distance is 275 miles with a camera, for example. Okay, the camera took the shot, 9.5 miles of curvature, not there. Okay, these are, in fact, that's a world record, by the way. I think, yeah, that's a world record shot by the Nikon P900. Then we have a flight that I took personally. What is it? 6,000 miles from London to Japan. That's 6,000 miles. There should have been 3,720.74 miles of curvature through the curved trajectory over 9.5 hours, 10 hours flight. It was a horizontal flight all the way. I know, I checked. Okay. So these are my personal experiences, and the maths are the maths coming from the heliocentric model that we apply, and we're not finding any curvature. You say now? Oh, sorry. And then to cover the ship going over the horizon, well, basically, when we are standing at the beach and we watch the container ship leave the port and it's moving away, after a while, we won't be able to see it. But what tends to happen is the ship disappears bottom upwards, because as the ship is moving away from it, it's moving into what we call the conversion point, basically. So things will disappear bottom upwards because the ship itself is on the ocean and the mast is in the air. And there is more air around us than there is of ocean because it's on the surface. So that's just angular resolution from one's perspective. And as the ship seems to have gone over the horizon, as most of the globers think, so I can no longer see it with my eyes. I pick up a pair of binoculars and the ship is still there, right on the ocean. I can see it clearly, lovely. And if I keep looking 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, it's disappearing from my binoculars. I put the binoculars because I can't see it anymore. I take a telescope, extend it, focus up, there's the ship, and there it is again, still there. We have 14 miles of observations of ships, 14 miles away. That's disappeared from the eyeballs, disappeared from the binoculars. But yet the Nikon P1000 can zoom in on it 14 miles away, okay? So no, ships disappearing over the horizon has been debunked long, long time ago. All right? Does that make any sense to you, Josie?
Jin, why does it disappear then?
Oh, it disappears because our eyeballs' ability to resolve that ship, it's gone beyond my eyes' capability. So I need optical help. Hence, I pick up the binoculars. The distance has exceeded my eyeballs' natural eyeball, naked eye's ability to see it. Simple as that.
Yeah, but why does it disappear at all? Like, even on a camera, like you said, like in the P900.
Yeah, because that's natural, isn't it? It's natural because the ship is. Look, you're asking, I'm answering it to you. The ship is on the surface of the earth, right? That's why it's on the surface of the earth, okay? And the reason why you can still see the mast when you can no longer see the ship, because the mast is quite high. Hence, the guy in the crow's nest would shout out, "Land ho," when they're looking for land. The higher up you go, the more you can see, of course. And that's why the mast is the last to disappear, because it's at such a high height. Okay? It's that simple. Nothing, no wow moment, ladies and gentlemen. It's very, very simple.
Yeah,
Do you have an example of this video you were talking about?
Yes, I do.
I've never
Yeah.
seen it before. No, not you, Jin. The other guy.
Okay. Thank you.
Wait, Jin, I want to know why.
I never seen that thing. I never seen a boat disappearing that way. So I just wanted to see it for myself. Do you have a video of it?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, whoever made the claim, yeah.
I mean, I don't have one like at the ready, but I could look around if you would like.
It's just a hypothetical.
Yeah. No. I mean, they videos
Yeah.
like that do in fact exist. They do exist.
Can
There
you
was.
get one?
Perfect.
Yeah. Get one for us
Yeah,
to see because
yeah,
we've never seen it.
yeah, sure thing. All right, I'm gonna mute and I'll look around and I'll be back. And
Yeah,
then also,
yeah.
Jen, you can maybe post that photograph you were talking about. I would like to see that.
You mean the ship that's been zoomed in on? Yeah, I can do that. 14
You
miles,
said
no problem.
the world record
Oh
longest
yeah, of
photograph.
course. Yeah,
I
I can
think
do that. Yeah,
that would
no
be
problem.
interesting.
Okay, I'll do that for you right now. Thanks. Yeah, so I hope I did okay there, guys. Try to explain it as best I could and simple, not getting too confused.
You did great, man. Good job, Jen.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Jen, you would still need to explain why it disappears. Like, you just explain that it disappears. I know that.
I explained it too clearly.
How?
It's gone beyond my naked eye's ability to focus on it. It's exceeded it. That's why I needed optical help.
Yeah,
It's gone
with that optical
beyond the
help, it
eyeball's
still
ability
disappears.
to see it.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
that's
strongest
English
camera.
grammar right there at its best.
Jen,
It has exceeded the naked eyeball's focal and resolution ability to focus on the ship. Right? You think it's going over the
Yeah, I'm not
horizon? It
talking about
hasn't.
the human eye. I'm not talking about the human eye. I'm talking about the strongest camera that you can imagine. Why does it still disappear?
Oh well, because the distance increases beyond the camera and the telescope's ability. Of course, you can't see forever, can you? Now, come on.
Well,
now.
you should.
No. Why should you? Why?
No.
Why shouldn't you?
Why should you? You said you should. Why? Why should you see forever?
If the Earth are flat, we should see forever. Yeah.
No, because you're forgetting one thing. Let's say you want to see something 3,000 miles away. You're never going to see it, like the Eiffel Tower from New York. You will never be able to see that on the flat Earth because you've got 3,000 miles distance. You've got the weather between that. The air itself and its influx temperatures are not going to allow you to see that. You're never going to see that because each mile, for example, there's going to be the air, and you increase that. So you're never going to see past that. Come on, man. Fog, mist, dew.
Yeah, I know, but I know the actual
Well,
reason.
then if you know, then you wouldn't be asking such a question.
Take light reflection.
Germany, didn't we? And I feel like I explained this to you already, and I think Jen did as well. Like you were here a couple hours ago, no?
Yeah, I've been here the whole time. I'm trying to find the problem with the PDF that Fences sent me. I can't really find it. But I'm trying to get to you, Jin. How would you explain that? Like, take out the
explain
take
what
out,
exactly?
Yeah. Let me finish. Take out the air from the equation. Everything that's obstructing light, which you see technically see the Eiffel Tower.
I'm going to be sticking reality. We don't see that because the air is.
If we take
hang
out
on.
things.
Excuse me. You're creating a situation that will never exist on this earth that we live. Never exist. So there's no point in going there. The point is you will never see it on Earth from New York. You're interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you at all. You're interrupting me now, right? And it's this, because I'm trying to answer your question. I'm not going to accept that we can pull the air out of the Earth. We can't do that. That's never going to happen.
I never claimed that.
You're interrupting me. I am not finished. Excuse me. Can I speak uninterrupted? Can I speak uninterrupted, please? Because I didn't interrupt you at all. Okay? Let me finish what I've got to say. Remember, other people are listening in the live stream. So I want them to hear what I'm saying. You're interrupting. Stop that. So ladies and gentlemen, in the live stream, in the Rumble, Ruskin, and YouTube, what we're saying is this. The air of Earth. So until that day, you will never be free on point because the air, you're interrupting. Shut up.
I can't hear you.
The air,
I can't hear you.
You're interrupting me. Can I not finish?
Yeah, I'm not interrupting you for a reason. I literally can't hear you.
You are interrupting me. Stop that.
All you can say, I'm being generous. I'm telling you, I can't hear you.
Okay. I'll start again, ladies and gentlemen. There's never going to be a time when we, the humans, are going to be able to. That day happens, you're never ever going to be able to see 3,000 miles at once, one shot. So the idea that you could see New York from New York, the Eiffel Tower, that's an impossibility. The distance itself, the air between that distance, the weather systems, the fog, the mist, the dew, you're never ever going to be able to see that. That's an impossibility.
Yeah, I know.
Never going to
That's
happen.
not my claim. That wasn't even my question. I'm asking you, if you imagine a world where all these interferences don't exist, could you technically
We
see
don't
the
live
Eiffel
on
Tower?
that earth. I'm
This
not going to
doesn't.
answer
Yeah,
that question.
that's why I
We
said
don't
to you,
live on the
if
earth
you
like
take
that. Sorry.
yeah.
We don't live there.
I'm proposing a hypothetical. Would that
Not
technically, in that
interested.
hypothetical,
Not
the
interested,
hypothetical,
sir.
In a field
are
of
you
endless
incapable of
possibility fallacy,
He doesn't
it's
want
not
to
a valid,
engage in the
valid
Yeah.
hypothetical.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't do that. Yeah. I'm not
Please
engaging
engage
with the
with hypothetical.
hypotheticals.
Yeah.
No, I
Why?
don't do that. I'm sorry,
Why?
I can't do that because it's not the reality that I live. Thanks.
Yeah, but it's a
The
hypothetical.
listeners
That's the reason
must
I'm
hold
saying.
on to the reality.
Man, you
Sorry.
can't
Why
force
don't
him to.
you discuss the reality we have instead?
Well, even if you want to play with that hypothetical, our eyes still have a limit, right? We're not. There's a reason why Superman had like a super vision, right? And it's
Yes,
called
that's why I
supervision.
said take out all the interferences. Your eyes, you get the perfect camera, could see 100 million miles. No
Yeah,
single
we don't
element.
have a perfect.
No.
But you're creating these hypotheticals. That's kind of what Jin's
Yeah, I'm
trying to stop
creating a
you. Like,
hypothetical. Yeah, how can
okay,
you
well
not
then,
engage with it? Like, are you incapable of
well,
engaging with that
because
hypothetical?
it's not speculation Sunday, bro. Where we're trying to stay in reality here. You're saying two things. One, let's remove all of the atmosphere. Okay, we're dead. First of all, and second of all, then you're saying, well, let's use a miracle camera. We don't have those. There's no such thing as a miracle
It
camera.
doesn't matter.
There's
It
no
doesn't
such thing
matter.
as,
It's
it
hypothetical.
doesn't.
That's the reason I'm proposing.
It's the
I'm not
only way
saying
that
that
you
this
have.
exists. No, you don't understand
Sherman,
what a hypothetical is.
listen.
I'm proposing an
Chance you
imaginary
have.
world
All right.
in which we can use reason to come to new
Dude,
conclusions that we
you
couldn't if
live
we
in an
only use.
imaginary world because you think you live on a globe, so you already live like enough with your
Oh,
imagination. Just live in reality. Realize that you have to
is
create these
this
hypotheticals.
recorded on YouTube or something? Is this recorded on YouTube anywhere?
Yeah.
You
Yes,
can't
it
engage with
is.
the hypothetical. Yeah, this is so embarrassing. You can't
I have
engage with the
already
hypothetical.
engaged. I already said. Then our eyes still have limits. Optics still have limits. Then you want to move the
Yeah,
goalposts.
I'm
Now you
telling
want to
you,
say, well,
in the
why?
hypothetical, they don't. This is a hypothetical.
Yes,
I'm not
they
trying
do.
to say that this is reality. It's
Oh,
an
well, yeah,
hypothetical.
hypothetically, dude, if I was fucking Superman, then yeah, I could see the whole world and everything.
Yeah,
Where's your
yeah,
point?
that would hypothetically be correct, but it's not a reality. I'm not trying to make a statement about reality.
Okay, well, stop wasting our time. We're not here to play little games like that, bro. We don't care about if we just. What if we could see forever? Then yeah, we could see forever. If that's your hypothetical, like what the fuck
Yeah,
are you
could
doing?
we see the Eiffel Tower if we could see forever? Or would there be
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
obstructed?
In your fake world, if ever we took out all the variables and we could see forever, then yeah, we
Thank you.
could.
Okay, finally, someone's engaging with hypothetical.
No, but your
Oh my god.
hypothetical is dumb because your hypothetical, you're specifying like, well, okay, so if there's no variables and we could see forever, then could we see forever? Yes, of course. That's your hypothetical. You just created a scenario where we could do so. Like, so what the
Yeah,
fuck
oh
is
my
your
god.
point?
How do you not understand hypotheticals? Like, this is a 75
But
IQ
why? I'm
problem you have
asking
right
you,
now.
what the fuck are you telling? Well, you're wasting our time.
No,
Hypothetically,
I'm
hey,
not.
listen,
I'm trying to get to
German,
could you? If we take out
hypothetically, if I
all
could
the
fly in the air, could I fly in the air?
Huh? What?
Answer this. Hypothetically, if I could fly in the air, then could I fly in the air?
Yeah,
This
obviously.
guy is right.
Like, no,
Can I chime in?
hypothetical is dumb because
Jesus
it
Do we have
includes
anyone
being
with
able to
critical
see
thinking
forever.
skills here? Like, did anyone
Practical
hear this?
thinking, bro.
This is
Are you
crazy.
kidding?
Could
Do
I
you hear
chime in
yourself?
here real quick?
Can't engage with hypothetical. It took me like
Can
5 minutes
Do
for
you
you to
do you do
for
you
me to
listen
get
to
an answer.
why? Do you listen to why they don't want to engage with your hypothetical?
Do you know what a hypothetical is?
Do you know the answer to that before you continue?
Yeah, I heard it because
Sound like you're a little bit
you reason
autistic.
deny
Sorry, but
you deny reason.
they
I
answered
don't
you
I don't
several times. They don't want to engage because what was the answer?
You technically could, yeah. I finally got an answer.
Why
Can
do
I
you
hop
want
in
to
here real
engage?
quick?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, let me just ask the flat Earth folks what just try to get an understanding of a little bit more understanding of why it is that we cannot be forever, because and I know you don't, I'm not trying to parrot what has already been said, but in my opinion, the way that I understand that vision works is that we got photons, and a photon, we know that a photon doesn't really have a distance limitation. A photon will travel limitless amounts of distance. That's what I think the general consensus is. Now, when you look up into the
I
sky
don't
and you
know
see
that.
and you see a body very far away, a planetary body, those things could be there. We have a term, light year, meaning it takes a year for the light to travel, and and a different model, and the opposing model to your model is that the sun is something about 8 light minutes away, meaning that it takes 8 minutes for the photons to reach our eyeballs. So, and vision is just the photons hitting the retina in the eyeball. So my question is, what is your sort of explanation, or what is your sort of understanding of the limitation of vision? Is it the photons are not able to travel as far, or I'm just trying to ask what the
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no way we can see through 3,000 miles of air to see something, not even with our telescope at this point. It's not possible. The air that we have increases, right, in thickness, and then you have all that the weather systems between you and that 3,000 miles. Okay? So, no, ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to see, okay, the Eiffel Tower from New York. That's an impossibility.
Nobody's asking
Okay.
if we can see the Eiffel Tower.
Sorry?
Nobody's asking that. Nobody's asking if we can see the Eiffel Tower.
No. I put
Nobody's
that. I
asking
mentioned
ever.
it because. Hang on a second. The reason why I mention it, ladies and gentlemen, is because the Globers of the past. Well, when I say the past, of just a few years ago, were thinking that that's possible on a flat
No,
Earth. I'm
no
going
one
back
ever
to
thought that. Oh, yeah, on the flat Earth. Yeah,
2015.
obviously.
I'm going back 11 years ago. That's what the Globers were saying. Remember, I've been in this 11 years. That's what they were saying. And we had to explain to them that's an impossibility on the flat Earth because the air is an obstacle. You're not going to be able to see through all that air to get to go and
take
see
out
the
the air and
Eiffel
equation.
Tower.
Take out the air and equation. Yeah, you could
Like
technically.
I said, ladies and gentlemen, there's never going to be a day where we can remove all that stuff. We can, so
wait,
it doesn't matter.
there is in your brain.
Excuse
Using
me, you're
reason, you can do
interrupting
so.
me again.
Using reason, you can do
Again,
so.
you're
You
interrupting,
know
ladies and gentlemen. There's never
do you
going to
know
be
what
a
the law of
day.
non-contradiction is?
There's
Do you know what the law of
going to be a day
non-contradiction is? Do you
when
know
that
what the
hypothetical
law of
is going to be real.
non-contradiction is, Jin?
Yeah, there's never going to be a day when that hypothetical is going to be real. Never going to be a day.
No, that's
So the
not
reality
relevant.
is
It's not.
we cannot see.
Holy shit!
The reality is we
No
cannot
one's ever
see
claimed that.
3,000.
No one. That's not relevant. It's not relevant if
It's
we are
very
putting
relevant,
where
ladies and gentlemen.
No,
That's
no,
what
it's
we're
not.
talking about. We're talking about
German,
reality, not hypothetical.
You're objective of the
your
hypothetical.
your
Not to.
example. Listen, German, your example still falls flat because first of all, you had to assume that you could see objects.
Yeah, it's an assumption, bro.
Small,
How do
small.
you get this? That's a hypothetical. That's the definition of
Yeah, but
hypothetical.
I'm trying to
Holy
explain to
shit.
you why your hypotheticals are stupid. Listen, we would have to assume that the angular size of these objects would still be big enough to see, which they don't. We'd have to assume that things don't compress into the horizon as you look out. They do. You have to
Yeah,
assume,
but
and again,
that's a hypothetical. That's the reason why I'm saying it's a hypothetical, but it's not reality. I'm taking things out the equation to give to
listen,
further
I'm
point out.
explaining, trying to explain to you why it's pointless and dumb, and to please stop
No,
wasting
okay,
our
you
time.
have to say unanalogous. It's not
No.
an analogy. It's a
Listen,
hypothetical. I don't know
I
if
know.
you've ever done over this.
We're literally responding to your hypothetical, kid. Listen, I'm saying even if we took the air out, you would have to assume that the angular size of these objects would still be big enough to see over long distances. They are not. You would also have to assume that things don't compress into the horizon, because if things are compressing in the horizon over thousands of miles, they're going to be the size of like a microscopic like bug. So we're not going to see the Eiffel
I'm
Tower
gonna
because it's
ask
going
a
to be
different
so
question.
small. It's going
3,000
to
miles.
really be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna phrase it a bit differently, so you can't de-hypothetical me. Would there be anything obstructing it? Like
Sorry?
in reality, is there anything besides from the air and light refraction? Is there anything obstructing me from like having a one
He
linear
literally just
position
went
to the
through
Eiffel
this
Tower?
one more time with you. You
No,
really
it's a
don't get
different
it, bro.
hypothetical.
Yeah, he doesn't
do
get
you
it.
know?
I know.
Do you know what? Do you know what the angular size of an object is, German?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Right.
The angular
Explain it
size
to
is
me.
irrelevant right now. No, it's irrelevant
It's
right now.
not.
It is. I'm
It's
saying,
irrelevant.
would we be
That's why
Oh
you're
my
not
god.
getting it, bro. You're
would we
not
Yeah.
be
getting it. It's
face
not
to
you.
face,
You
technically,
can't make
just
that
a longer
judgment.
distance?
Obviously, you're suffering
If I'm
from
at the coast
severe
of Mexico,
Dunning-Kruger, bro. Shut the fuck
coast
up.
of
Go somewhere
Argentina,
else with your
and there
fucking
was someone
fantasy
in
stuff.
Cape Town. No, that's the different side. The other city. On the different side. Could we technically be linear to each other? Could we?
Just gonna keep going.
Or are we?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say to him. German, I'm
Okay,
not even going to
go
answer
on.
anything until you explain to me what angular size of an object means. Go.
That is irrelevant
Oh
right
my,
now.
no, you can explain it to me, or else everything you
Why
say
would
is
it why
irrelevant.
would it be relevant?
That's
Justify its
irrelevant. You haven't
relevance.
said anything relevant yet, bro. Go away, please. Go.
Oh, sorry, I had you muted.
Shoot or be quiet.
I hit you muted.
Listen and learn from the
Yeah,
profs.
yeah. Can you justify how angular size is relevant right now?
I don't even think you know what that means, dude. Can you explain that? Can you let me
Oh
know
my
that you
god.
know what that is?
This is no relevance. Like
Can you
the
just
angular size
say? Can
would
you
be
just give me a quick like
0.01
sum it
radian.
up?
I just told you that it's irrelevant because you could have the angular size of like 1 radian, and it would still, my question would still be relevant to the whole reality I'm trying to prove to you.
Dude, I don't know how to communicate with this guy. I think I'm tapping out, at least for him.
Yeah, sorry about that. You can't prove reality with hypotheticals. Sorry, you have to deal with the
I'm not
reality.
trying to.
Sorry.
What I
You
can,
just said,
yes, obviously.
you said,
That's called reason.
you actually said you're
Oh,
trying to
part of
prove
reason.
reality with hypotheticals. You can't do that.
Yes.
So
Oh my
there's going to be a
god.
day.
Low IQ, flat earthers. Damn, son.
Never mind.
Brain
What I'm trying to
farts
say is this, ladies and
everywhere.
gentlemen. There is a radar system over the
Oh my god, you're
horizon
so
radar. You can
old.
see
Oh my god, you're
2,000
so
miles.
old.
That one lives in Australia.
You're so
The
old. You're
Australians
so
have one
old.
Okay,
that can
that's
see
not the
2,000 miles
traditional
away.
All these
radar. The
old
maximum
niggas.
range.
Okay, that's the
The maximum.
radars. All right,
Okay,
that's a
wait.
radar system.
We've
not the
gone
naked
over
eye.
this. Jin, we too have gone over this. That's an over the horizon radar, not
Yeah,
a
I
traditional
said
radar.
that at the very
Traditional
beginning.
radar.
I said that at the
Traditional
very
radars have a
beginning, didn't I
maximum
not?
range of 320 kilometers, depending on the
I
height
said
of the radar.
2,000 miles, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
2,000
Oh,
miles.
oh my
Right?
god.
It's seeing across the earth. Signal works. It propagates horizontally. Now, they use the
No.
word over the horizon radar system so that
Yeah.
you don't pick up the flat earth bit. So they've had
No.
to lie
No.
and hide the fact with the words over the horizon. It's not going over
Why do
any
they
horizon.
exist then?
It's
Why
seeing
do
the
they
object
exist?
2,000 miles across the earth. That's what's actually going on. Don't pay
Why
attention
can't we do
too
that
much
with
to the
traditional
name.
radars?
Look at the technology
Jin.
and how
Yeah,
it actually
it's called
works.
Jindally. It's called Jindally. We've
Yeah.
gone over this. There's also one in
It's
Rutland,
a
America.
shame that you talk when I'm talking. When I'm talking, it's not good to do that because you're trying to drown what I'm trying to say. You need
No,
to
we've gone
shut
over
up,
this.
let me
We've gone
speak what
over
I
this
got to
before.
speak, and then you speak. That's what you're supposed to do. You're
You're
making
running
a
out of air,
mockery of
bro.
this.
Breathe. You're running out of air.
You still
So
can't
we've
help
gone
yourself.
over
Look,
this.
you
It's
still
called
can't help
Jindally
yourself.
radar. Jin, we've gone over this. Traditional
Gentlemen,
radars do not have
I've
that
tried.
range
Look, when you
because
finish,
the
let me know
over
when
the
you finish
horizon
so I can
radar
speak
uses different
uninterrupted.
technology to achieve
So
that
when
range.
you're ready, go ahead.
It is not a
Go ahead.
traditional
I don't
radar.
want
You
to hear
cannot
any
lock
more
onto targets.
hypotheticals
Yeah.
either, anyway.
Yeah, all right. When he's finished, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll repeat it one more time for you. Hopefully, we won't get interruptions. The Australians have a tool known as the Over the Horizon Radar System. It's a system that can see objects 2,000 miles away. That's a radar system. That's not the naked eye now. Okay, but they call it over the horizon to keep you invested as if it's going over some kind of curvature. It's not. It's just going across the earth, seeing the target and then registering. That's it. It's not going over in a curved motion. It's a horizontal linear path that it takes. Okay, this is what happens. They have to hide the flat earth with words like over the horizon so you don't pick up on horizontality of what it's doing, you know, how it's able to see straight across, because you might wake up and think, but that's flat all the way. How can it do that? Where's the curvature? You might hit upon that. You might. So they have to hide it with over the horizon. Crap words. Okay? But that's 2,000 miles right there. Possible to be seen with a radar system from Australia. I love this topic matter. These individuals coming in are coming in with a bag full of beliefs. All we give you are facts. You can Google it, check it, and apply
You
some
have
logic and
never
common
looked
sense to
into
yourself.
the general radar. You don't even know its name. You don't even know its name. You're telling me, oh,
It's
you've
called Over
researched
the
it.
Horizon Radar System
No, that's a
from Australia.
technology. That's a technology. That's not the one in
That's the
Australia.
one that the Australians have, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's
I
the
kid you not.
technology they use,
I
but it's not the
researched
name
it
of the radar. You're a
many
fucking
years ago,
moron.
ladies and gentlemen.
No, that is the
Many
technology of
years
the
ago,
radar.
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. That
Sorry.
is the technology of the radar, not the radar
Ladies
itself.
and gentlemen,
The radar is called
no
Jindalee radar.
curvature to be found. We can see 2,000 miles with radar systems.
Bro.
Welcome
You're
to the
fucking
Flat
good.
Earth
Like,
group.
actually,
Let's
I
be
think you're
heard
like
from you
below 8
by
IQ.
words like over the horizon radar systems.
Okay.
Anyway.
Jin, tell me, why is the maximum range of a traditional radar at 10 meters above the ground only 13 kilometers?
I don't know that, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know
Yeah,
that.
it's
I
the
haven't seen
horizon.
it.
It's Earth's
Ladies and
curvature.
gentlemen, I haven't seen the technology, so I can't
No,
answer that.
you said you researched radar
I
technology.
tell you what I know.
That is a typical radar.
Oh, jeez. Can you shut up for a moment?
This guy's
Go ahead.
annoying.
Yeah. Radar doesn't use megawatts of power. That's what's required to go further.
There you are. Thank you, Rayleigh. There you are. You see?
Because the over the horizon use anywhere from 1 to 10 megawatts of power. That's why they could radiate further. This is a well-known bit of electronics engineering.
Yeah, I think you just late in the conversation. This has nothing to do with the topic.
No, he's bang on time.
Yeah, I answered your stupid question of why it couldn't go more than 30 miles.
I've never said
Stop being a dumbass.
No,
Learn some
you're
physics. Stop asking dumb questions.
Okay, explain the physics to me. Explain the physics of the Jindalee radar in Australia to me.
Yeah, it gets absorbed by air, microwaves, water. You understand that?
Absorbed?
Is that difficult? Do you know how microwave ovens work? They get absorbed by the water in the food. Same thing with radars.
Yeah, how do you get a return on the radar though, if it's absorbed?
Yeah, there's enough signal that when it comes back, it can actually be registered by the
Yeah, how does
electronics.
it come back? You said it's absorbed.
There's enough reflection of some objects if they're large enough that it will give a return signal. But if the object's too small or absorbs the radar, can't be seen.
Can I ask that we move on a little bit?
Yes, of course you can. Go ahead.
good-
Whatever
good-
you want to interject with, go ahead, sir.
Interesting points. Good factoids about radar. Something that I find that is difficult for me to understand, or for me to come up with an alternative explanation against my current understanding, which is round Earth, is two things. Number one, what is going on away from the Earth, and that is what I would call space and or planetary bodies orbiting other planetary bodies, astrophysics, cosmology, all that sort of stuff. And then number two is there are a lot of. It seems to me as an outsider that there are a number of competing theories within flat Earth about things like, what is the termination around the Earth if it's flat, or what is the flat Earth model that is correct. So I kind of would like to.
Okay, let me get in there right away very quickly. First and foremost, no flat earther will tell you that they have a model, because we don't have a model. So whatever that information you got from, I don't know. That's very, very fringe, small, minuscule. Maybe one person, two person, maybe 10 at the most. I don't know anyone in this community that I've been in that mentions we have a model. Okay, so that's not true. We don't have any model, and that's what the objects in the night sky, nobody knows what they're made up of, right? These objects, we don't know that because we can't go there. confirm and validate what we're being told by the cosmologists. And remember, cosmology is the world of pseudoscience theory. Nothing's being proven. It's speculation, theories upon theories. Nothing is being proven, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we call it pseudoscience, because you can't do any real science. You can't use the scientific method. In fact, what's his name? Michio Kaku, cosmologist and theoretical physicist, states that nobody in my field uses what's known as the scientific method. We do it by the seat of our pants. It's kind of like guesswork. That's all they do, okay? They don't use the scientific method. So cosmology itself isn't a science, okay? So there you are. That's what it is. It's nothing that we can use in our lives. And it doesn't prove the shape of the earth by anyone's standard at all, because you're looking in direction. In order to know whether or not the earth is a globe, you measure the surface of the earth. That is the number one gold standard. Finished. Does that answer your question, Joseph?
More or less. I mean,
Thank you.
not. I would tend to say that. I would disagree a little bit in that. I would so. Like you said, yes, it's impossible for us to put our hands on the bodies that are in space and to know what they're made out of and to put it under a microscope. But what we can do and what we have done, and by we I mean humans on Earth, is we have picked up bits of pieces that have come out of space, and we can look at what those are made out of. So we can make an extrapolation. We can say, well, this item, this object that has come down from Earth is made out of this. And so I would be very unlikely to assume that there are not other planetary bodies that are made up of similar chemical structures, elements, and so on and so forth. And we can say things like, we recognize that certain elements are only found or only have begun propagated from outer space. I think I can't remember what it is, but there's a number of elements that are I think maybe even carbon is one of them. I'm not sure. I can't remember. That essentially the only way that we have them on Earth is because they have been manufactured from stars. So now you don't have to. That's just a small point. But my bigger point here is, yes, we do know that some things out in outer space are made out of such things because they have come down to Earth. And so, to your original point about nobody here has a model, I don't like it when people assume that I believe something when they don't ask me. So I appreciate that you go ahead and say that no one here has a model, but I have seen on the internet which is not you all here, but I have seen on the internet that there are a number of various flat Earth models, and so I guess do you not hypothesize, or do you not propose or think about what would be the alternatives, or so on and so forth, or what might be the purpose of what is the purpose of the misinformation about round Earth? If it's
Okay,
a
let me explain that. I can explain that very quickly. The problem with the model thing is because since June of last year, when we have Will Duffy coming in, been a whole bunch of new pretender clown flat earthers are coming. Now they're deliberately there to cause destruction and put up a model that we don't have. We hold to the highest standard, and that is what we can prove and prove only. That's it. We know what's going on around us. We can't go to the so-called edge everybody keeps talking about. We're not able to go to these places because they're being patrolled and there's restrictions in place. Okay, so that's what's going on there regarding that. And as I mentioned, the planetary stuff, we don't know what they are, so we can't go up there to confirm. Now, these objects that you say that are coming from space, I challenge that. I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the objects that they're saying are coming from space is a lie. They've been chucked out of aeroplanes, okay? And if I'm to follow a guy called Bill Woods, who is NASA's propulsion expert, rocket engineer, Bill Woods, he stated in a documentary what happened on the moons, part 1, what happened on the moons, part 2 and 3, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, listen up, because there it comes. He was interviewed, and he said about the moon rocks, and he said NASA has a machine that can irradiate the rocks, so you can have them from Earth, have them irradiated to make them have that radiation signal. Okay,
Yes.
signal that's coming.
Yes.
So it signifies like it's come from Earth.
What do you
Okay,
say?
that's
My
Bill.
dear.
That would be Bill Woods
My
from
dear.
NASA. Go ahead.
Yes. You've been talking for like 15 minutes.
Go
My
ahead.
dear, my question is, but how do you handle Jews?
We don't talk about the Jews on this server. This is a flat Earth server. This is a flat Earth server. So that's so, ladies and gentlemen, to go back to what I said, ladies and gentlemen, is that the rocks that are purported to be coming from space are a man-made event because rocks are not flying down, hitting us here. And I challenge, I want to examine the rocks myself. Can you shut up because you're not coming in with anything that's going to be conducive and constructive to move the conversation forward? So, ladies and gentlemen, as I've said, I challenge those rocks. I personally want to examine them for myself and have a look and slice them and look at their composites, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we the people we don't get a chance to do that. So you end up thinking that I don't believe them at all.
Wait, you can do that.
Women in the
Yes, but like I said, they've been irradiated by the machines that NASA has. They can take it and put radiation on them. Okay, they can actually irradiate these rocks to make them seem as if they've come from space, supposedly. Okay, here we are. So no, I don't believe, and I never will believe that rocks are put in perspective. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if rocks are, hang on a minute, stop talking, I'm nearly there. If rocks are indeed coming from space, it means that it means the door is open for us to go to space, you see. Because if rocks are coming from space, we as humans, we can go to space, you see. That's what they're creating. That little bit of deception.
I want you to imagine the
a lot of people are talking.
Right?
Why do you always talk when I'm talking?
I mean, I can answer your ass, bro. Like, what is that statement?
Oh.
There's shit coming out your ass. That mean I can enter your ass? Like,
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
If you were to even come near my ass, I would shove such a samurai sword up your ass. I'd use you as a spit.
No, nobody is talking
Yeah.
about.
So now, please be quiet.
Please
and
pace
shut
yourself.
up because you're not talking conducive. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is what
It's
they're
just,
spiraling out of control because they don't have a case, and the globe is being destroyed right in front of their eyes. And it is.
I think Jackson's.
Meine Fresse, Mann, der Mann mit dem lustigen Schnurrbart hat recht gehabt, Alter. Der guy with the funny mustache was right. I'm so sorry to say it.
Yoko wakaranai desu ne. Nani mo dekinai demo ne. Chiki wa taira desu. Uchi wa ikemasen desu kedo. So I can speak Japanese, ladies and gentlemen. I'm saying to them, the Earth is flat. We can't go to space. Okay, that's all I say. Basically.
Why am I the one who have to explain you the following circumstances? If you are talking for longer than 15 minutes, you, also in my opinion, you are not in the right to say, oh, let me.
Oh, he's
Thank you. I wasn't talking for 15 minutes, and I was answering 2 points. I couldn't condense them less than, and it wasn't 15 minutes. I didn't take 15 minutes. Probably 5 minutes is what I took. But you never get to listen to anybody for that length of time because you keep interrupting. That's the problem. You see?
For real.
Yeah, we always speak. We always give you the full answer every time. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in the documentary, it's called What Happened on the Moon, Part 1, which deals with the photographic anomalies from NASA. Then What Happened on the Moon's Part 2 and 3 combined, that deals with the radiation and the cosmic and the problems with rockets. Okay, and that's where you get to hear Bill Woods speak. And it's made by David Percy. David
But they did
Percy,
not eat
a
Google
member of the Royal Society of Photographers, world award-winning film producer, and he produced that documentary with it's a very good one. 4.5 hours of forensic look into the Apollo missions and how they were faked, ladies and gentlemen. You'll be left with no doubt. Thank you. Yeah. Good. So, Joseph, I hope you are satisfied with the answers we gave you, and we appreciate you being here and all your input, of course, and your questions. And I hope we've rose to the highest standard for you. Okay? Appreciate that. And thanks again to Joseph, who asked some sincere questions and put down his best results for knowing the Earth was a globe. Of course, he failed there because none of those proved the Earth globe. We're measuring it flat. That's why I advised him to actually, in the end, go out and measure. That way he will know for sure. Just know. We know it's flat because there's no measurable curvature anywhere on this beautiful flat Earth that we live on.
I think, Jin, you don't have the mental capacity to realize that measurements isn't the only proof.
Unfortunately, it's the number one gold standard, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not interested in anything else.
There's no gold standard proof.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I want the gold standard. Let's go measure it. As simple as that.
Like in philosophy,
anything else dealing with looking up. If you're looking up, ladies and gentlemen, you're in the world of inaccuracy, maybes, might be's, no accuracy at all. Measure the surface. That's the end. End of. Serious. That's it. And the reason we have leveling tools is because of the flat Earth. So flat Earth takes it's because of flat Earth we have leveling tools today. Thank you. Yeah, we don't look up. We look across horizontally across the surface and measure that curvature, and it's not there. Not there at all. The horizontal constant, constantly in your face, all over the place.
But you don't think that any proof could falsify your measurement?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's simple. It's a drop over distance, 8 inches per mile squared. 10 miles,
don't engage
10 miles, 60, what is it? 66 feet of curvature. Should be there, not there. 20 miles, 266 feet, not there. 30 miles, 600 feet, not there. You notice how the curvature distance starts to increase as you increase the distance. But we're finding the horizontal constant. I've flown 6,000 miles, no curved trajectory. The plane was horizontal throughout the flight. Welcome to flat Earth reality. I love it. You ain't.
Yeah, I can see. I can hear, bro. I think you have an erector, bro. I don't know what you're having right now, but
I've traveled by ship from Nigeria, from Lagos, Nigeria to Southampton, and from Southampton back to Lagos. No curved trajectory on the deck. It was a beautiful weather all the way. We stopped off at the Canary Islands and a few other places along the way. Lisbon, where else? Las Palmas, Freetown, Ghana, loads of places. Everything. The ocean, horizontal, no curvature, 360 degrees. Unforgettable experience, unforgettable memory, and I'm glad. I'm sure this is divine intervention because it's as clear as it was like yesterday for me. And we're going back to 1969. Wow. Yeah. I'm so glad I can go that far back. Okay. Crystal like glass. I can remember the room we're in, what floor we're on. I can remember playing with my brothers, running around the ship, and the food was excellent. And we watched cartoons and a film called The Magnificent Seven.
I've you muted, by the way. I know
with Yul Brynner and that lot. Carl, what's his name? James Colbert.
Circle around your profile.
Yul Brynner.
I know you're talking.
Steve McQueen. Just to remember a few names. Yeah. So no, man. I know. I love to play table tennis.
How many views does the live stream have? Maybe there's something there. Who's trying to have a substance conversation?
Well, yeah, go ahead. Anybody got any questions? You're welcome to jump in and try to prove your globe or inquire on the flat Earth. Please go ahead. I shall mute my mic.
The guys in the chat, like, I think you have mics, right?
Yeah, well, I'm on the VC at the moment, so there you go. And I love it. Sorry if I'm not looking in the VC, guys, because my device is on the table and I'm moving around. Yeah. And I hope Joseph is looking at the material that I did post for him and the photograph as well. It's all in the side chat. I posted 3 videos with the zoom in across the ocean for anyone that's looking for that information, and that photograph, 275 mile Nikon P900 photographic shot, world record. There's been longer ones, but this is the one that's on record at the moment. All there for you. Oh, maybe I muted myself.
No one's engaging.
No, okay, well that's good then. All right, good. They're looking at the material.
I had you muted, but
yeah, they're obviously looking at the
you
material.
can't provide any substance. Yeah.
I provided a lot of things. You know, I'm one of those.
Yeah, things, but not substance.
I provide everything, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
They
but
know.
not substance.
They hang on to my every word when I'm not interrupted, and then they're busy getting the sources that I give them, and then they're busy educating themselves whilst they're having a cup of tea and a scone if they're in England. And if they're in Japan here, they're drinking green tea and eating a rice cracker. Okay? There you go. They're learning. Believe you me. Yeah. Whereas you're just a nuisance like a fly that you squat. Oh, and then you're down. That's it. Shut him up. Not contributing.
Are you talking about me?
Of course. Who else?
Yeah. What haven't I contributed? Like, are you any better?
I am your superior.
Like,
listen to me. I am your leader.
I told you, bro. You're into domination.
Leader.
Like, you're into some
I am
BDSM
your
shit,
leader,
probably, yeah.
as far as you're concerned. You are in the dark. I am your light to the truth.
I turn 18 in
I am your guiding light to the flat
I don't
earth
know
truth.
if you want to say that.
Yeah.
Would you?
Flat earth truth.
Oh no, you live in Japan, right? They have like 16. I think the minimum age of consent is 16. Yeah. Okay, you're still in the green, bro.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm happily married, 4 children. My wife is 50 something now. Yeah. So no problem. I don't sweat that stuff. I have a good sex life. Thank you. Very good.
I've never questioned that.
Why do you think I keep myself fit? So I can actually enjoy the sensation of ejaculating and feeling the clitoris and getting that up. Okay? Thank you.
This is great. Like, you have to be entertained.
I enjoy that very much.
This is
unlike
so
you,
funny, bro. Like,
unlike you, it is a rarity for you, isn't it? You don't get to the clitoris, do you? You don't even know what it is.
Hey, PG-13, bro. Carlis. And this other guy for accusing you for PP stuff, you're banned. Piss off. It was Prax Germany, right?
Yeah, these young boys, they don't know what to do with their penises, ladies and gentlemen.
Hang on, was it Prax? Jim, was it Prax?
What are you talking about? Yeah.
Who accused you? All right. Thank you, sir. Kick rocks. What a sick fuck. As you were.
What do you guys think about the documentary that was published onto Netflix by a group of flat Earth folks? And let me see, what is it called? Do you know what I'm talking about? Behind the Curve, 2018. Have you all seen this documentary, Behind the Curve, 2018?
It's a mockumentary. It's not a documentary.
It's a mockumentary.
point was trying to make people that know the Earth is flat look stupid.
Hey, what's up, guys? Do you know like a good flat Earth model? I'm trying to find one, but really a pain in the ass.
Jen has told us earlier not to mischaracterize him, but he told me that there was no such thing, or that there aren't. There are some, but they are on the fringe, and that no one really does have a model. That's what he related to me.
Reality is
No one
the
has a
model.
model.
And so far as
Reality
I
is
can
the model. That's what we
remember it.
use. We don't use models. I can speak
Mm-hmm.
for Flat Earth.
Yeah.
What do you need a model for?
Just I have a small brother. He's like in kindergarten now, and they have to draw like the world, you know. And he asked me, "What does the world look like? Can you paint it for me?" And I didn't know what to answer, man. What would you have said, Jonas?
Sorry, my kids.
So I said, I don't really know what the world looks like. I will ask people who, you know, deal with that like on everyday cycle. I wanted to ask Jim, but he's unfortunately muted. But that's probably better for him.
Well, I don't think you didn't. You did not ask me, so I won't tell you unless you want me to tell you. But it would be the opposite of what you would want to hear probably. So
Yeah, well,
there's that.
yeah, you tell me. The other guy is not willing to, you know,
I
commit
mean,
to
well,
it.
I would tell you take a look at the images that have been taken of the Earth, and I would say that it looks like a ball. I would say it looks like a ball. Looks like an oblate spheroid. Then maybe you disagree with that, but that's what I would say. I would also say maybe it's worth thinking about. So we know that most sort of most people think that the Earth is round. That's kind of the dominant like thinking. And so if you, I don't know, if you tell your son, you said your child, that this, it looks like this and it's flat or something, that it's okay. I don't have any problem with people having other opinions than my opinions, as long as they're not harmful. But I would say that it might cause your child to have a lot of attention, negative attention. They maybe, I don't know, the kids can be mean sometimes. I don't know how old they are. That might get made fun of maybe. So I don't know. Maybe just think about you for now. You don't do it in school because maybe it would be a lot of bad attention. I don't know.
I've always thought, what happens if you, like on a flat Earth map, if you're in California and then you travel left, where would you end up? In Russia?
I'm not sure. I suppose that would make
No,
sense.
flat Earth,
Yeah.
I mean. Yeah, but it's a flat Earth. I mean, you would also encounter Russia if you go right towards
Yeah.
Europe.
Yeah.
But
Eventually,
that's
right?
on a flat Earth work, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and so, well, that's a good point, right? Like, if you go around, like, it probably doesn't make sense to you to say around, but I mean, an airplane can circumnavigate the globe, and so that's a good point to bring up. I never brought that point up
No, on a
before,
small
but
boat, I mean. Just a small canoe, you sit in the canoe and then you just travel left,
again,
from
continue.
California. No, yeah. You would end up not in Russia, right? Because you just came from Russia from right. That's where you came from.
On flat Earth. So then, well, yeah, because it's not going to be on both sides. It can't be on both. It can't be the same.
Exactly.
You would have to be somewhere else. And so I think that some people in flat Earth, they have said that there is like I don't know if it's like a common theory now or if it's not a common theory, but I know at some point a common theory was that there was a sort of a wall around the edge of the Earth, and so eventually, if you just went one direction, you would get to the wall, which would be like I think some people said might be made of ice, or it might just kind of be made of like a curtain of some material.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people say that they have been there, close to the ice wall.
Oh. Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, we know there's ice. I mean, Antarctica and the South Pole and the North Pole and other places have ice, and so people. I mean, I haven't seen ice on the ocean, but I'm on a boat a lot for work, so I've seen a lot of the ocean. But I have never been up far enough to see any walls of ice myself personally. But I've been far north as the North Sea, which is so. I've been in I have been in what is known as the Arctic Circle before. I did not see any
Oh,
ice,
really?
but it was very, very cold.
The Arctic Circle. Have you heard of Mary Birdland?
No,
Check
I
out the
haven't.
picture, man. This is from that place. So it's a big place. It's 620,000 square miles large of area. So I think that's bigger than How big is the U.S.? Let's see.
People say the U.S. is 3.8 million square miles, or
3.8.
I don't know what that is in the kilometers, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's smaller. So this one is 620,000 square miles. It's like I'm into law, so I did some legal research, and I just wanted to understand what law. It's in SideChat. So Mary Bertland, what law applies? If you're like there, it's not that easy, to determine.
Oh, that's a good question. Well, my first answer to that would be international law, which I mean, international law is funny because it's not all the time enforced, and it's very hard to enforce it. And there's rules like that about space. Maybe I don't know what opinion about space is, but there's rules. There's the International Convention on Space Law, and there's the UNCLOS, United Conventions on the Seas, or something like that, UNCLOS. And so I would say, international law and maritime law.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? International law, maritime law. I think there are like some things, if you have a ship and you're sailing under a country's, flag, if that ship is registered in a certain country, that country has the right or will claim to have the right to prosecute you for criminal offenses. Sometimes it has something to do with your citizenship, some countries
Yeah,
want to have like the right over the citizens.
I've not read that myself, but I mean that does make sense, I suppose, and it's a little it's unusual because a lot of the maritime laws that I have seen, they're less laws and more so kind of like encouragements, like any man, any vessel which comes across a vessel which has people in need, they're required to render aid. That's like the render aid clause, which is they have the same clause in the International Space Law Treaty as well, which is funny to think about. If you were in a rocket ship out in space and then you came across a rocket ship that was having a problem, an emergency, you would be required by the international space law to render aid to them, whatever and whatever that meant,
Yeah.
But it not
Yeah.
forced, really.
Mhm. It is. I mean, yeah, I guess it is enforced. I guess some things, are not enforced, but I mean, there has been like the first crime in space, like a couple of years ago, I think. One of the astronauts he logged into his like ex-wife's banking account or something, did something like that.
Oh,
That was
that's
interesting.
I haven't heard about that one. But I did hear that is crazy. I did hear. Then I'd be wanting to know, like, did they get prosecuted by the state that sent them up there, or what? And then the second thing is that there's excuse me, there is a Russia had basically inadvertently or accidentally or maybe even intentionally knocked some other space object out of space, and that was a big deal when that happened because that is specifically not allowed in the International Convention on Space Law. And there was no repercussion, So the law is there, but there was no enforcement. There's no enforcement of the law.
Yeah. So something. So I was looking into this case. It's like R versus Dudley and Stevens. I'll put this one as well in side chat. Has something to do with the flat Earth. Just bear with me here for a second. It's an old case. It was about finding out who has the right to try them. I'll give you like a brief overview of like the case. Let's see. In 1884, a four-man crew of the wrecked yacht Mignonette were cast adrift in a small lifeboat without provisions. After nearly 3 weeks at sea, and with little hope of rescue, 2 of the crew, Tom Dudley and Edwin Stevens, decided that in order to save their own lives, they would need to kill and eat the ship's 70-year-old cabin boy, Richard Parker, who by that time had fallen seriously ill after drinking seawater. Now, this is in 1884. Right? The defendants were found guilty and were sentenced to the statutory death penalty, though with a recommendation of mercy. They were released soon after the conviction. So this supposedly happened on the flat Earth. So what do you think of this, man? You're like 3 people on a boat, and 2 of them eat like the other guy to survive and then survive. Is it fair?
So you mean like you mean your question is morally, right? Like, is it morally okay?
Would it be legally okay? You know, would you want to have a legal system where this is okay?
Oh, okay. No, I don't think I well, so if this was a college question and I had to write a paper about it, well, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not gonna be able to answer without doing any research about the policy, because that there's so many policy and it's very complicated and it's very specific wording. So I would have to do a lot of research to see if the legality of it, and if it is or if it is not legal. Now, as you said, because it was not in the Wikipedia page that you I had pulled up
There's a
again,
picture
but
for it if you want. If you need a picture, for
yeah,
like
if
imagining
it's
the case, it's inside it.
if
That's what it
it's
looked like.
yeah. And so this happened in
1888.
international maritime water, or it happened in
Yes, international waters. It was like close to Tristan da Cunha. That's like west on the globe Earth. That's like west to the Cape of South Cape of Africa.
Gotcha. Okay. So if
International
it
waters.
happens
Yeah.
in internet, so as far as my understanding goes, any vessel, like you said earlier, any vessel which is flagged or owned or launched. Now, this is the same with space law. If the vessel is launched and owned and flagged by a state, so in this case, the United States or Britain, and just a British case, then then all the crew are
Well, it's a
subject.
lifeboat, but it's a lifeboat off a ship that was registered somewhere. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, again, I would, in order to really give you like the correct answer. I mean, I don't know that it would take a lot of reading to read about what the fact.
It's very easy, man. The question is, do you want them to be, convicted of murder, or would you want them to be released? Would you create a law, that would release them instead of killing them, or like the other way?
Oh, okay. That's
right. Would you say they were justified in
No.
doing what they're doing on the flat Earth?
I would say that they. This is a tough question. I would say that they would be I would say they would be justified if they were, if the boy was known to have no chance of survival. I think I would agree with what happened, in which they convicted them, but then essentially did not punish them, right, or they gave them some amnesty. I think that's would be the appropriate case to make in the time period. In today's time period, no, I do not think that they should be released free of charge and free of punishment. I think that there should be a punishment involved. Now, if the boy had died without them killing him, then I would say that there should be no punishment administered, and there should be no charges against them, because there's precedence for that already in other countries, like the plane that crashed in Peru or Chile. Cannibalism in a survival situation, it's a legally precedented event. So to just restate it one more time, I recognize how it happened in reality and what the situation was, that they were convicted, but then given no punishment. But in the context of that time period, I can see how that makes sense. But in today's time period, I would not agree with no punishment, and I would not agree with a lack of conviction. And so I would think that is that a good answer for you?
You would agree with punishing them? Yeah. Okay. Oh, you would agree with punishing them nowadays?
Yes, I would agree with punishing them. Yes.
Okay. You just try to survive, Can you punish someone from trying to survive on the flat Earth?
But they did kill him, right?
I mean, they ate him.
So they did. So they did not kill him. They just let him die, and then they probably have to read it.
They consumed him, in a way that he had like a cardiac arrest.
I mean, so they decided that in order to save their own lives, they would need to kill and eat the ship's 17-year-old cabin boy, but who by that time had fallen ill. So it.
Fallen ill, but this is on a flat Earth. This happened on a flat Earth. Yeah, I'm trying to find out how flat it actually was.
Gentlemen, I just want to ask two questions, okay? Number one, to the gentleman asking the question, why are you suffixing every question that you pose with quote on a flat Earth, as if that actually matters? And then number two, to Joseph, I'm not actually sure if he's answering your question, dude. Right? Did the guy die first and then everybody involved ate him, or did they kill him first to eat him?
I'm not sure if they killed him first, but he died eventually because they started eating him.
Oh, so they started attacking him first.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Right? Okay, if they are attacking him, they're attacking. Okay, that's a different story. Okay.
No, but you have to attack someone to eat them, There is no other way of doing it. But can you charge someone for trying to survive? Probably not, right?
I get that. I get that, dude. It wasn't clear whether the gentleman had died and then they were charged for cannibalism, right? Because they ate a dead human, right? Like an already dead human.
No, they killed him to eat him.
Gotcha. Okay. That was unclear at first, but okay, thank you.
And they said he was ill because he drank like salt water, but that's their story. There was no camera around on the flat Earth.
Okay.
Yeah.
On a flat Earth, yeah. Again, why do you have to throw that in all the time?
Like, I think it's connected to flat Earth. I want to stick to the topic.
Oh.
So.
Okay, so you're just trying to keep it somewhat relevant, even though it's not, but you want to make it, create the air that it is. Like, was there a different
the island they started from?
Are there different morals or something?
On a flat Earth,
I think
well, I guess.
To navigation. So maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what he's kind of getting at here is if you're international law and the boundary of international law is going to be designated by a certain nautical miles away from the home state, or how far away is it from another body of another landmass. And so if you're on flat Earth, you would, if you sound like we said earlier here, some people said, I've asked for models, and I know Jen kind of mentioned that there's the modeling for flat Earth is kind of on the fringe. So in order for you to know whether or not you are in international law or to know whether you are in domestic law, you would need to have a model and a map to know how far away you are from the landmass, unless again you're going to just say that like you can see the landmass, so therefore you know how far where you are from it. But if you're in the middle of the ocean, you don't know.
That's what I'm about. Yeah.
Is that kind of how?
Now, why wouldn't he just say like in international waters or whatnot if it was known?
We started saying that, maybe you joined later. We had like a little conversation.
Here, I might have missed something, dude. But I'm just asking because I just keep hearing you say on a flat Earth as if it actually means something. Because the designated kind of boundaries of wherever they were versus the nearby land masses, wherever that is, Okay, it doesn't matter because if they are in a certain section that's designated international or proximal to a country, right? They'll probably give it like, boundaries based off coordinates, like Latin long or whatever. That's just a coordinate system. It's irrelevant to the conversation.
It kind of is, man, because on the globe Earth we understand like we understand like territories on Earth and the bodies of water and all of that, but on a flat Earth we don't have like a model of the flat Earth. So technically speaking, we're not getting like all of the Earth. So there are technically some spaces on Earth people can claim, and
How do we
create
know
like
that
their own
though?
state.
We don't know
Well,
that.
I mean, the globe Earth is like a model. It's comprehensive, but there is no flat Earth model, so we don't know what it
It doesn't
looks like,
matter.
kind of.
That doesn't
We don't
matter.
know.
Yeah. But this is the whole point. It doesn't matter whether we do or we don't. Claimed land masses. If here's the thing, if you're going to say, oh, they did all this in an unclaimed, not international, not national, just unknown territory, right? That can apply in both contexts, right?
I don't think so, because on
Or
Earth you all know all territories are already claimed, other than like two
are they?
small territories. Yeah.
Okay.
I think
Do we
you can
know?
look at it like
Okay,
this.
so we know all. We
One
know
of them is
all territories.
Tavil.
I think you could
Yeah,
look at it. I think
we know all territories. Yeah.
it would.
Oh,
I
we
think it would
do.
be in good faith.
That sounds
It
like a
would be
big
in good
claim, dude.
faith. It would
Yeah,
be in
it's a
good faith
globe
to look
Earth
at it.
claim,
It would
Yes,
be in good
exactly.
faith to
It's
look
a,
at
it's
it
a
like this.
globe Earth claim, but the flat earthers don't claim to have like every territory mapped out. So there would be like some territory to claim, or some territory without jurisdiction at all. That's like,
Okay,
that's the
so
interesting part.
you're basically you're drawing the line between in unclaimed, unchartered, non-jurisdiction territory. This thing happened. Should the guy be charged? Well, under what jurisdiction? It's like a nonsensical question. Then
No, I
it
think
becomes a
it's
moral. It becomes a morality question.
I think
Right?
it's sensible in
Legal question I
in the
asked
sense
was,
that what he's saying is that you have he's into policy and he's talking about policy. If you've got a model that designates all the landmass and all the oceans as X, Y, and Z, and then on the other hand you don't have one, you're going to run into situations where you're not able to properly punish or properly administer justice or properly try to
yeah,
mitigate crime because you don't have. That's what he's saying. And it doesn't. And like you said, you could say it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't prove or disprove flat Earth or prove or disprove round Earth. I think he's just bringing up the point as it is. I mean, we don't have much other conversation going on about proving or disproving right now. So I think it's okay to have this, what I would say is a sidebar. It's just kind of an important thing to consider when it comes to enforcement of laws. It's just an interesting
especially
thing
in
to think about.
international waters, Yeah,
Okay.
or like in unknown territories. We talked about like the space. Like a couple of years ago, the first crime in space happened. Like a guy logged into his ex-wife's account online or something. Did something. I'm not sure. Something like that. But yeah,
Because
No,
it's just
there you go.
policy. So there's a lot of gaps. There's a lot of gaps in international policy. It's not enforced well, and so yeah, I just without without a complete image of a map, it does make things like that difficult. So like I guess the question I would have to you to try to advance the conversation would be in that situation, like he said, in the flat Earth, quote unquote, in that situation or in a similar situation, if you are in an area that you don't know how to map it or you're not sure, I'm just assuming here, I'm putting it as a hypothetical, you're not sure where that area exists in relation to another landmass because it's farther away than you can see. You cannot see any land masses around. The question is, what kind of policy do you write in order to ensure that that area of water is not lawless, is that there's not atrocities being committed on there when if they do get committed.
I think that's an important question to ask. Yeah. We need a comprehensive overview of the world, right? That's very important. Flat Earth does not offer that to us, unfortunately. Maybe AI Overlord, he's here. Maybe he can offer a map to us. He's the head flat earther here. So he's got like first-hand information probably. Yeah. But yeah, what happens if you go left from California? You're in California, you're looking towards Alaska, and then you go left. Just left. Yeah, I know some flat earthers are here.
I think you can. I think you can find I think you can find flight patterns. You can look at the flight patterns, and you can probably even find ship trackers to look. I could try and find some for that exact situation and I think the flat Earth would agree that it's we want to see what is observable and what is in reality, and not to guess and hypothesize. So I think you can find I think we can find flight paths that would track that, or find ship paths that are tracked commercial vessels that would have taken that approach. Maybe not. I'm
They
not sure
don't
about
trust it,
California.
man. No. What I want to do is so you would advance like evidence, like exterior evidence, from your view. You believe that's like truth tracking mechanism, that GPS and all of that. But a flat earther wouldn't necessarily believe that. So I want it from their own view, from a flat earther's worldview.
Okay.
What happens if you go left from California? You're in California, you look towards Alaska, kinda, then you walk left. You don't fly left. Airplanes, forget about airplanes or rockets. We just go with a small canoe. Will the water end eventually?
I think I'm gonna have to leave. So it's a good chatting with you all though. But I think we're
Oh,
I've got to do some errands, and also, so yeah, those are good points. Y'all have a good rest of your day.
yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks. I know old dude. He's here. He's a flat earther. No, he's not here. Ah, but he's here. Percentage is a flat earther. I know you, man. You've been arguing for the flat earth.
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey.
I was definitely
People
just
don't
got
travel
back.
left. No, when you like California, you look like towards Alaska, and then left is where your thumb is on the right side, and you just walk that way. Just responding to AI Overlord who is typing in chat. Because his balls left him to talk in voice chat.
Yeah, tell that to Beyonce. I'm pretty sure she thinks people can go to the left, to the left.
To the left, to the left. To the left. Yeah, you can do it.
His point though is that left is just like it's subjective, based on the observer. So people don't objectively travel left. They objectively travel a direction, like east, west, north, south, whatever.
Not just left, man. That's why I'm saying you're in California, in LA, for example, and then
left
is facing.
It depends.
You
You have to
face
specify
toward. No,
where you're
you
facing.
face towards Alaska.
There you
That's
go.
what I'm saying.
So that's what I'm
said
saying.
it
You have to
multiple
say
times.
you have to specify where you're facing, so that means left now becomes west because you're facing north. That's his
Alaska.
point.
No, I'm just saying you look towards Alaska. I don't want to employ like northwest, whatever. Just you look towards Alaska. You can follow right, looking towards Alaska from LA.
Yeah,
and then
you're
walk
saying basically
towards
face north.
your left arm. No, I'm not saying you face north. You're saying face north.
Where's
I'm saying
Alaska
face Alaska.
from California?
I can tell you, you have like the shoreline, and the shoreline of California is like going up. If you follow it, pretty long, you'll end up like somewhere in Alaska. Just across the shoreline, just follow up.
Yeah,
like away from Alaska, away from Mexico.
Okay, I don't know what the point is.
Yeah, what?
Because you keep on following the shoreline, you're going to be in Russia, and then in China, and if you keep following the shoreline, you're going to be, almost.
If you okay, that's interesting. If you
completely,
follow like LA shoreline, you'll end up in Russia or China.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you heard of the
And
Baffin
is Europe
Strait?
like?
Holy fucking touch grass. Oh
And the
my
opposite
God.
way, is there like Europe?
No.
Well, I mean, if you're in Russia, I mean, and you go through Russia, you'll end up in Europe somewhere.
We said follow the shoreline, right? So yeah, if you keep on following the shoreline,
To
then
Russia or China,
you'll
you
go past
said, right?
China. Past China, you'll go into southern, like South Asia and stuff like that, and you end up in Europe. Yes, if you keep following the shoreline.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And then when you're like in Paris.
So I mean, how is that helpful
and then
though? How is it helpful to just, instead of just saying, face Alaska's to the north, face north, and then to your left will be west? Why don't you just use northwest and keep it simple?
If you want to use that lingo, I'm fine with it, as long as you understand the concept I'm after. I didn't want to use like compasses or things like technical gadgets.
Well, you don't need a compass to see, Polaris. Or to be able to
know
tell
where north is, kind of.
be able to tell
is a
like
flat
the
earth
halfway
tool,
between where the sun rises and where it sets.
Yeah, and the compass is a flat earth tool, I would say.
Right, that's correct. Yeah.
Oh, you agree?
How is the compass a flat earther tool?
Compass is flat.
How does that prove the Earth is flat? I'm confused.
We imagine you're on a globe, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, the compass measures flatness.
No, it
so
doesn't.
you're in Antarctica. You want to go north. The needle is going to be pointing through the compass, isn't it, or up? It's not going to be going horizontally, which is how they work.
That's not true. No, it's not. Have you ever used a compass?
No, what are you talking about? No,
many,
right.
many,
The needle is set in one axis. It's not like it doesn't go.
Well, they're different compasses.
In the X and Y axis.
You realize there's 3 different types of north.
Compasses.
Do you know the 3 different types of north?
Irrelevant. The needle does not point down.
It's not.
Hold up. The needle does not point down, right?
It depends where you're at.
If you're at the pole, let's say we're going for a compass goes for magnetic north.
So you're at as farthest north as you can get in the world, is what you're saying.
Yes, you're at the magnetic pole, north. Right? It's not going to point down towards the pole, right?
Good.
So what if you're at the North Pole? Where does the compass point to? Like the middle of it?
It depends what direction you're facing.
How is the compass working anyway on a flat Earth?
Because it's a magnetic north compass. There are 3 different types of north. There's true, grid, and magnetic north. Clearly, you don't understand how a magnetic compass
works. What about the
works.
geographic north?
You sound crazy, man.
Look, where does the compass? How does the mechanism of a compass work?
I can answer that. I discussed this. Okay, I discussed this yesterday over fences, and no, it was with someone else. But what I found that the magnetic south and the magnetic north would point at the same spot if it was on a flat Earth, because instead of intersecting with what would be Antarctica, instead on a flat Earth, it would be an ice wall. It would intersect. It would intersect in the same point where the North Pole does. So it would either work differently or not work at all.
Yeah, the flat Earth has a lot of explanation to do. Jin can explain. Are you willing and able to explain? Oh, yeah. Jin, are you able to explain a compass? How does a compass work?
Oh, it works by pointing to magnetic north, doesn't it? That's what it always does. Then if you keep going to north,
that's how he's
on a straight line.
North. That's not how a compass works.
Why? That's how it works.
Why are you interrupting him? Number one.
Yeah.
And number 2, what are you talking about? A compass does use magnetic north.
It doesn't always point to magnetic north. That's what he said.
It always points to magnetic north. Always. Only way I know it's working.
Not always magnetic north. It could be like there could be a magnetic disturbance that's pointing to that's not necessarily the north. But
well,
it goes by
I've never
magnets.
experienced.
Oh, really?
I've never experienced
like a nuke.
Yeah. I've never
or any like
experienced that
big
in my life.
any strong magnetic device. If you have a magnet right beside the compass, it's going to point to the magnet and not the magnetic.
Yeah, I mean, if I had one in my pocket and I put it
compass
there,
is a magnet.
But the point is, yes, Jin's right. It works on magnetism.
Out in the bush, yeah, out in the bush. I've never had it.
If you have something different, then present it after Jin's finished.
Sorry, yeah, it points to magnetic north. Now, if I keep walking and I get to the North Pole, keeping my heading though, and walk past the North Pole, I haven't done that. But what I expect would be the needle would still point to north as I'm heading away from the North Pole. See what I mean? It would spin round and keep pointing north as I'm now heading south.
What is the North Pole, man? Jin, on a flat Earth, what is a pole?
It's a silly question to ask because it's always been it's the same North Pole as it's always been. Yeah, come on, man.
It is a silly question to ask, Jay. Because we're talking in the context of magnetism, so it'd be obviously where the magnetism, coalesces into a point. Not necessarily like a mathematical point, but like where the strongest
coalesce into a point.
Yeah, the strongest center of magnetism in the north. That's what would be the magnetic north.
Yeah.
It doesn't presuppose a globe or anything.
And why?
I think you're confusing with celestial north, or or like the North Pole geographic.
No, I mean
north
the magnetic north. Why would there be
north.
like a magnetic pole? Yeah.
What's that?
Another silly question. It's a silly question. Why would there be a magnetic North Pole? Why would you ask such a silly question? Silly. Come on.
So you can answer it.
I'm not going to answer it because it's a stupid question, man. And you didn't understand what I said. If I walk past the North Pole on a straight heading, so I'm walking past, my needle would turn around and face north. Still point to the north.
No, it wouldn't, bro. Do you not understand what an azimuth is? That's not how a compass even works.
You're out of your mind. You don't think that's going to work. You don't get it, do you?
I'm definitely out of my mind, man, because I've never used a compass before.
You don't understand it. You're not living on Earth properly. You're not living on Earth properly.
I've done 40-mile land navigation movements before with magnetic compasses. And I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure I know how to use a compass. A compass doesn't always point directly north. You realize that needle isn't pointing north at all times. That's not how you shoot an azimuth and you get a direction to go. You don't even know how a compass works. You make zero sense.
You don't know how the compass works.
What does the compass point to, Gongolian? What does it point to?
Whatever direction that you're facing. That needle is going to shoot in that direction, and it's going to tell you what direction you're going. It's not going to point towards north all the time. What kind of compass are you guys using?
Hold up, you're saying if I'm facing north and the needle's facing north in the direction that I'm facing, and then I turn my body 90 degrees facing east, you're saying the needle's now going to face east?
Yes.
Yes, it's going to point in the direction
that I'm facing.
No, it's going to continue facing north, bro. The needle's going to move as you move.
So clearly you've never used a compass before.
No, you haven't used them.
I just explained to you how much I've used it and my experience with it. Have you ever done land navigation before?
I'm actually looking at my compass right now.
You don't know how it works.
Look the GIF old dude put in the GIF. He's changing the direction of the compass, and the needle is staying constant to the one direction it was facing from the beginning.
Oh, this is
nuts. At what?
Like, I don't know. How do you not know how compasses work, bro?
I'm the only person here.
What does this have to do with anything anyways? What are we talking about here?
Why would there be a magnetic pole on the flat Earth?
He's trying to say that compasses prove the globe somehow, and he's retarded.
Oh, that's very uncharitable, man. That's not his position, really.
I mean, it was.
You masquerade as fallen. Yeah, well.
Gongolian, am I wrong? Were you not saying that the compass proves that it's not it's not a proof for the flat Earth and it's proof for the globe?
I never said which side I'm on. I was just correcting people that thought that they knew about compasses.
Come on.
Well, if you're going to say something as silly as when the needle is pointing north, and then you turn the compass, and now the needle is pointing east, that's incorrect. It will always find north. You'll know what east is in relationship to that north.
Brother, that's not how a compass works, man. I don't know.
That's exactly how a compass works.
Okay, no worries. So you obviously have never used a compass, and I don't care how many times you say, "Oh, I've done all these navigations." Yeah, see, you're just using keywords. I don't think you've ever even held a compass at this point.
What's an azimuth?
Yo,
An
Gongolian,
azimuth is a straight, angular, horizontal angle.
That's not true whatsoever. You're not getting my point. You never used a compass before, so you don't understand how to do
There we go.
Gongolian, show us one video of someone holding a compass, right, and then turning, and the needle of the compass faces the direction that he turned to.
Oh my god, bro, are you really that delusional?
Show us one video, please.
Just go watch any military land.
He's just trolling.
Hey.
No, I think he's actually serious, but just done.
Yeah, he's serious. You just have to argue with him. That's fair. You're just taking him out, man. Well, it's a good room, you know, but
is the moon flat?
I don't think so.
I don't know. It looks like a circle sometimes. Sometimes it looks like a crescent.
Looks like a sphere to me.
Okay. Well, cool. What does that have to do with anything?
It'd be strange if there was like only the moon was a sphere, but like the Earth was flat. I wouldn't know how.
Why would that be strange?
Why would that be strange for the Earth to be flat, but the moon a sphere?
Yeah.
Because in our understanding of how the universe and how the planet and etc. are formed, both the Earth and the moon formed from the same giant cloud of gas. And
tell a story. You're telling a make-up story.
What does the moon have with the ground to do? What similarities does that have?
What? I mean, you completely interrupted me, and I know this channel has great moderation.
No, you just went on a rant. You interrupted me.
You're ranting about how they have a similar origin, which you've never proven whatsoever. You're just going on speculation.
So you guys
are you under the impression that no, we don't accept that. You'd have to prove that it has curvature like a sphere. Either way, you're not under some kind of impression that the Earth is like some kind of pizza disk in the middle of a heliocentric model, right? Where it goes sphere, sphere, Earth disk, and then sphere, 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 as far as the solar system is concerned. Is that what you're imagining?
Yeah.
Why would you imagine that? Why would you think that a flat Earth fits anywhere inside the heliocentric concept?
It's just kind of strange that everything appears to be spherical when we observe in the universe, but the Earth is just flat. It's a disk. I haven't seen a disk in space before.
You haven't observed any spheres in the heavens.
What about stars? They're circular. They're spherical.
Really? You should look at one with a telescope.
All light at a long distance is round. Did you know that? Like if you look at a long 4-foot light, you know, a square light from really far away, it's just a round light. Isn't that amazing? They're all round.
Again, what similarities does the lights in the sky have with the ground? Again, bro, shut the fuck up. Answer my question this time, please. What similarities does the stars have with the ground you're standing on? The ground is not shining like the sun or the moon or the stars. So why does it matter what shape they have?
Because we understand them to be spherical. And
no, you have a belief. I don't have that understanding. Stop saying we, please.
You're interrupting every single thing I say.
Yeah, because you're not
you don't
arguing.
have any manners. You don't have any
manners. Oh, I asked you a question before. We just dismissed it. So
yeah, you interrupted me earlier.
Kind of important because you asked a question in relation to the shape of the ground, and you asked, "Oh, but they look spherical." Yeah, so what? They're shining, right? They're lighting up the sky, right? Supposed to be the Earth. Yeah. So what does the ground share? What properties does the ground share with the sky? That's what I'm asking.
Well, that's why I originally brought up the moon, because the moon and the Earth are very similar. So it would be surprising if the Earth was a disk.
What's the similarity? The moon is shining.
They're both rocks. They're both matter.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove that the moon is a rock.
That the Earth is a solid object, or the moon.
Yeah, please do.
The moon is solid.
Yep, go ahead.
It casts a shadow and sun reflects off of it.
No.
Dusty rock doesn't reflect light, by the way. So no.
Yeah, the sun is the moon is a rock and it reflects light, and we call it moonlight.
Prove it.
Okay.
We're not asking
So
for the
those are
story. We
two new
already know the
claims.
story. Prove it.
Those are two new claims, things that you have to prove, dude. You can't just say the claim without the evidence.
Okay, my claim is that the moon is a solid spherical object.
We already know your claim. We're asking for the proof.
So how can I go ahead and prove moonlight other than going outside and looking at the moon? And
bring us a specimen of this rock that you call the moon.
What am I proving?
Oh my gosh.
This guy can't even track his own claims.
What do you want me to prove? That the moon is solid or the moon's a sphere? What do you want?
Yeah, you said the moon's a rock, right? The moon's a rock. Bring us a piece of this rock.
We can't just look at the moon and see how similar it looks like to a rock. We can't see the
It could look similar. It could look similar to one. That doesn't mean it is one, right?
In no shape or way.
So what's an alternative theory if it's not a rock? What do you guys think it is?
We don't have to propose one.
Why do you jump to something else?
Well, you're living in a world where you don't know what the moon is.
No proof that the moon is a rock. Then just
you're telling me you have no clue
your claim
what
is
the moon
dismissed,
at
sir.
all. Like it's a mystery to you.
Hold on a second. You are in the same boat with us. We don't make any claims about the moon. You do, right?
Yeah. I make
Okay.
claims about
So
the moon.
yeah. So we don't make any claims. See it, and it does strange things from time to time.
And the burden of proof is on the
What
claimant.
strange behavior does the moon do?
Well, let's see. During a new moon, it can't be detected by any instrument at all. It can't be seen. It's almost as if it vanishes completely.
I'm investigating
That is strange.
That is news to me.
Go ahead. Check it out.
During eclipses, it's not a shadow because you can't prove that.
Can the moon be detected during a new moon?
And you know what the thing is? I believe that the moon has, that it has topography, that it's, that it has kind of like a texture or whatever. I believe it, but I'm not going to claim it to be true because I don't have proof for it. For me, it's just likely because it looks like it.
I'm like typing in new moon on Wikipedia and in Google, and it shows a picture of the new moon. Like it's still there. It's still detectable.
Oh, post that, please. I want to see the picture
go ahead.
of the
I
new
want to
moon.
see that. I have never been able to, and I've been looking for that thing for years now.
The picture you posted, by the way, is not a new moon. That's like the small crescent, the waxing crescent, so it's not a perfectly new moon in conjunction.
That's not a new moon.
Where on Earth can I see this? No, you said it looked like Earth. I'm trying to figure out where I can observe the Earth like this.
Bro, he's playing catch up. Don't add more to his plate.
Yeah, this is the first time I've heard that the moon completely disappears and becomes undetectable during the new moon.
Well, have you found it yet? Because so far you're showing us a waxing crescent. That's not a new moon.
No, I suppose not. I suppose I don't have any evidence that that would do that for you.
Appreciate your honesty.
Looks like everything has
by the way,
this
I'm on this one. I believe it's still there, but I'm not going to claim that it's still there because I don't have any evidence.
Well, you guys have no clue if it's even physical. You guys have no clue what the moon is.
Right. Yeah, we don't know what it is. It looks like a big round, sometimes crescent, sometimes disappearing object or light in the sky. That's what we observe. So do we have to provide for you evidence of things that we don't claim to replace the same problem that you have where you're going to make claims about it but can't support?
No, I guess I've been beaten. Yeah, there are a lot of mysteries with the moon. It's probably not physical. I guess we just can't say.
No, it probably is physical, but we just can't say for sure because we don't have any evidence because we can't go there and get any of the physicality. We can't do anything with it because we're just humans, lowly humans. But it is peculiar that if it is there, hold up, it is peculiar that if it is there in a new moon, that we don't have any way to like any kind of like data for it. That is weird.
Like I was under the impression like the moon was even causing tides and stuff. Like I thought like the whole gravity thing. I thought I thought it kind of like was coherent in my head. But maybe the moon actually disappears during the new moon and it's like a hologram or something. Well, you just can't say.
And if,
no clue.
if the moon pulled on water and the new moon isn't there, how does the moon still pull on water?
The Bible called the moon a great light, and I was under the impression maybe you guys thought it was a light or something.
It is a
No,
light.
it does light up. I don't watch the Bible shows, so I wouldn't know anything about that.
It's a beautiful light when it's there.
Do you guys
When
think
it's
the
lit
moon
up.
orbits? Do you believe in
We're gonna-
orbits?
Of course it
No,
orbits.
no, nothing orbits. How does it orbit a flat plane?
Orbit just means going in like a circular path. Of the moon goes.
Not what he
it
means.
travels.
That's not what
it
he
has
means.
a circuit. Orbit doesn't necessarily mean gravity. Just so you know.
So yeah, no, we don't think it orbits a plane in outer space. No.
What about satellites?
Nope. What's it going to orbit? Tell me where you've seen orbits in nature. Orbits in nature? Anyone? Okay, so that one's out.
Hello, guys. Am I here in a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, convince me. I'm trying to learn more about
No. We're not here to convince people.
it. I know it is fucking flat. You don't need to tell me.
You said convince you. We don't need to.
What? For fuck's sake, I know the Earth is flat.
So why did you say convince you?
Well, it wouldn't hurt, would it?
No, that's not how it works.
No. I'm not an English speaking person, alright? That's why I said it. What I'm trying to say is need to give me more facts so I can put the proof out there. They don't want them to know. They don't want us to know. That's the thing.
Who don't want you to know?
Government. They don't want
Maybe they
public to
should.
know.
Maybe they should take
You're
all the
living
oceans
on
and the
a
lakes
fucking
away.
flat plane.
Yeah, maybe they should take all the oceans and lakes away, because otherwise people are just going to figure it out.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Sorry if you hear my fan in the background. It's 24 degrees where I am, and to me that's very, very hot, you know.
Okay. Who's talking just now?
I think that was talking just now, wasn't it? Percentage. And then our friend from Scotland, I think he's from, just talking about the weather there. Is that right?
Yeah, that was me. That was me. It's good to hear from you, Jin. I hope you're doing well,
Yeah.
bro.
Oh, thanks very much. Nice to hear from you as well, sir. What you been up to? Anything exciting?
Well, I just went and bought a fan because last night it was horrendous. Honestly, it was so clammy, you know. So
wow.
Yeah, no, it's just that's been pretty much my day today. I've been off. I got a bee's nest outside my house right now, so I'm working to get rid of that, but do it safely, you know. I don't want to hurt the bees.
Yeah.
I just want to get them away from my house, if you know what I mean. So I'm gonna figure that one
Yep.
out.
Yep. I've accepted your friend request, by the way. Just now I saw it pop up, so I've done that. All right. Thanks for the request. I appreciate that. But yeah, well, I mean, at least I can say a few things. I've had the privilege to be wearing a kilt and to have worn the sporran and everything else, the Tomashanti and the Glengarry. Okay, the Glengarry.
Oh, bro, you know it all, right?
Yep. Yeah, but that's because I was in the Scottish Regiment for 3 years. Okay, that's why, you see. It's part of our dress.
Did you ever deploy, Jim?
No. I was in a TA. So the first 3 years of my life, I was a cadet for 3 years, and then 2 years Royal Engineers. But we had to wear a kilt because I was in the London Scottish 235. Okay, it's good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thoroughly.
I'm good friends with a guy from your kind of area. He's from. He told me where it was. Oh, that's going to annoy me now. I'm going to have to Google it. I'm going to have to stop my work and Google it. 1 second.
Yeah. So that experience exposed me to the flat Earth, and I missed all the clues. That's the most embarrassing thing about it.
Brixton. From Brixton.
Oh, Brixton, yeah, Southwest London, yeah.
Yeah, and he's a prison officer up here now. You know, he's a prison officer.
Oh, right. I see. Right.
Maybe a good line of work for you. They take a lot of ex-forces there, you know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, I don't want to work in a prison. No, thanks. I'm okay here. I'm teaching English here. I've been here 27 years now. But I did security at nightclubs, warehouses, pubs, that kind of thing. Yeah, that was good enough. That was a nice experience dealing with the public that way. But yeah, I'm quite surprised the weather. That's unusual weather for you at this time of the year, isn't it? Isn't it?
It really depends, bro. It really depends. It's been getting hotter. It's been getting hotter in summer. I would have to say that. That's my experience, you know.
Okay. Yeah, we're still in spring, aren't we? Still May, you see. Okay, where we're approaching it. Right. Okay. But this is no Scotland usually cold still this time of year. Temperature drops. I'm going back to like the 70s, 80s, 90s. Okay.
Yeah, no, the summers are getting hotter in Scotland, and it's getting like clammy as well. Like there's more moisture in the air, I feel, you know.
Right. Okay. Well, I'd suggest you try and enjoy it, though. You know, I would.
It's not an enjoyable sun, man. It's not an enjoyable sun at all. It's a grueling, very clammy, sweaty sun.
Yeah, you know, I find that advantageous in the way of losing weight and sweating out, making a micro sauna, if you will. You know, you put all your plastic suit on and that, and you're out there sweating buckets. So you use it to your advantage in that sense. And then you've got to rinse down and wash up. Yeah, of course. But yeah, I know what you mean. All that humidity and that, not good. If you don't want it, especially when you want to remain cool and dry. But I just go with nature the longest time. I find it cheaper. Actually, yeah. Fighting nature is costly. In pounds and pence.
Hello, guys.
What's up, bro?
Hello and welcome to you.
I come here once again, to debate with you, Mr. Flattered, to show you we are number one.
Bro, me join right now. What's going on?
Okay, well, seeing as you're number one, what is your number one proof that your Earth is a globe? And let's hear it.
Yeah,
we are talking about the Earth being like a circle.
Nope, it's not a circle.
I thought the fight was over like 10 years ago or 10,000 years ago.
Nope, you got it wrong.
Why?
So, Mr. What's your name? Mr. Jin.
Yeah,
so
my
should
name
I
is
talk to
Jin,
both?
Jin
Should I talk
the
to both
professor.
of you at the same time?
Yeah, you should.
Oh, okay, so which one should I pay attention to? Both at the same time?
Yeah, please. Yo, to me. Bro, like, why do you think the Earth is flat?
It's measured that way.
Yeah, but what the fuck? Where is your paper? You know, that you and
my
proof.
Paper? Where's your paper that proves the Earth is a ball floating in a vacuum?
Yeah, because we went to the fucking moon, right? But
Nobody
you don't
went to
believe
the
because
moon. Nobody went to the
because
moon.
you think
Nobody
everything
went
is
to the
fake. You think
moon.
everything is fake. You think
Nobody went to the moon.
nothing.
Slow down, kid.
Because
Slow down.
why you know whatever? Why you one guy will invite you say come with me into the moon. You guys say no. You guys are
Why
fake.
do you keep talking? You think if you just keep talking, you're gonna win?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's figure out if that's true or not.
Shut up, Mr. Professor. Let me ask you one thing. If you start walking in your house, and you do a full 360, you are going to like end exactly in your house, not like in the vacuum. So what's your point on that?
If I do a 360, if I stand in my driveway and I twirl around, my neighbors are going to call the cops on me.
If you walk like around the globe.
Oh no, there is no globe, so you can't do that.
Oh, so you fall into the space.
No, the space is fake. Happy Memorial Day.
Oh, it's oh, it's like a green wall, right?
Wow. Are you starting to freak out, dude?
Yeah, bro. I'm kinda bro, but like, I think that's fake. Like, I think the Earth is round, and there's no
no round Earth.
No round. But
no.
like, why? I can't understand, bro. Like,
why would you think it's a ball?
Round.
What would make you think you live on a moving ball in vacuum? What makes you think that?
Everything. Like everything.
No, nothing makes you think that. Nothing makes you think that. Nothing makes you think that, dude.
Oh, so you think the sun like goes around the Earth too?
The sun goes over right over. Sun moves just like you see it. You're starting to jump around. Now you want to talk about the sun. You see how you guys do that? You don't know what's going on. You're freaking out. You jump around. Talk about the sun and everything else.
I don't know.
So you got no proof that you live on a ball in a vacuum?
Yes, I have a question for you.
What?
How does Starlink work if there's no satellites?
How do satellites work?
Oh, they orbit.
No. Okay, tell me how orbits work.
So the way orbits work is that you have an object in free fall at orbital velocity, and so it circles the Earth.
Sounds so easy. Who invented that?
I don't know who invented that. Maybe
Nicholas, bro. I mean, what like, bro? That's the same thing as I said. Like, who created Earth is the same thing.
Oh, so nobody created satellites? Nobody figured that out?
Oh,
They just
yeah, but
happen.
not,
They
but like not
just
randomly,
work.
bro.
They just work.
But like,
So, in order for orbital mechanics to work, wouldn't that be orbital mechanics for satellites to fly around a ball?
Yes.
Okay, so in order for that to work, you would need a ball to orbit around, and so far, all you guys have measured is a flat Earth, not a round, curving Earth. So you don't have orbital mechanics.
I love
and
how
how
all
do
of
you
this
go
dodges the
around like
question of how
a
Starlink works.
flat, like a flat world, flat Earth? How do you
How
go
does
around it?
satellite internet work? Explain that. How
Yeah,
are they
bro.
faking that?
Who's using
How you go
satellite
like
internet?
into orbit?
Anyone using Starlink.
That's not true. We have it at work, and it's just pointing to an antenna. It even says right on it.
It's pointing to an antenna? Where's the antenna?
Yeah, it's just a big Starlink dish thing inside our building, and it just picks up from an antenna. Yeah, that's how they work. That's our backup
Wait.
system.
Okay. So
Where
you've
is
got,
the antenna
wait.
pointing at?
Don't let them dodge off of this. So you've got an antenna that's receiving signals. Where's the signals being transmitted from?
Probably an antenna, huh?
Wait. Yeah. Okay. Where?
Well, it's definitely not 1,700 or 17,500 miles overhead, and it shoots down a beam of internet at somebody. Don't walk away. Don't run away from this. It definitely doesn't just shoot down the internet at somebody, fly away, and come and collect it later. You idiot.
Flat earthers on the ropes.
They are on the ropes.
So I was on the ropes about what? I told you how they work.
He said, "Where's the signal coming from?" He said, "Probably the antenna."
Towers. Yeah, towers.
That doesn't. Holy shit. Okay.
That doesn't holy shit.
Bro, I have one question. I mean, you know, during like an eclipse, how like some people see it and some people don't if the Earth is flat.
Some people can see it because the eclipse is there, and some people don't see it because they're not by the eclipse.
Bro, if the Earth is flat, everyone should see it.
No, space is fake. You think Earth is floating in space with a gigantic sun? Nope, that's false.
Then what? Like, what is like? So like, where are like the Earth located at? Like, just the middle of like an green screen.
Oh, now you went to a green screen? That's interesting. So if Earth is not a globe, you think it's a green screen then. See how that works with you globers? It has to be a globe or else it's just a dream. It has to be a globe or it's just a dream for you guys.
Bro, you like are making arguments out of nothing. Like you say, like
No,
the
it's
space
measured
doesn't
flat.
exist.
Water is flat and level on the surface. If there's no wind blowing on it, we all know that. We've all seen a swimming pool, a pond, a lake, an ocean. When there's no wind, it's just flat, looks like glass, right? Hello?
Did he run away?
Probably.
Boy.
Yeah, as soon as you mention that it is actually flat, they run away.
No. Like, so if the Earth is like completely flat, so the sun should like give sunlight to everything, like
No,
at
the
the
sun
same
moves.
time.
Dude, have you ever been outside like in the morning and the sun is in one
Bro,
place
yes,
in the
the sun
sky,
moves
and then if you
around
go
the galaxy,
outside
bro.
at night, or near night before the sun goes down. It's in the other side of the sky. You ever seen that? The sun moves during the day. Did you notice that? He's not listening. He deafened himself.
I think you guys unnecessarily confuse yourself. So we are just telling you that the Earth is flat, and then all of a sudden you want to take some kind of concept of a flat Earth in some form. I guess you guys probably think it's like a disc or something. And then you try to shoehorn that into some kind of heliocentric model or concept. Well, that heliocentric concept is all based on a spherical Earth. If the spherical Earth goes away, the entire concept no longer applies. So why would you try to do that to yourselves? It sounds like needless pain for your own minds.
Yeah, what's up, Josie, Pat? I remember talking to you earlier.
What's up?
What's up, man?
Just reading through the chat.
Yeah, I'm the guy who, said we should go left from California, and then I don't know, I got like muted eventually, I think.
Oh, you got muted?
I'm not sure. I think so. Not sure, but yeah. I've got them to concede that they don't believe that the Earth is flat. That's pretty good. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you're wearing the label of flat Earth.
Yeah,
on
sometimes
your.
flat, Sometimes I'm convinced, but most of the time I'm not. It's just because
Oh,
of, think of this, man. Flat. Can you think of like what is like a flat object? Is there like any flat thing?
oh, this is a good point. Well, no, there isn't. There's no such. There's only such a thing as a mathematical model of something that exists only in one plane. Everything has you cannot have an infinitely long something with zero depth except for in math. So no,
Exactly, man. That's basically the point. So there is no flat object. They would refer to like the surface of water or like a mirror. But strictly speaking, as you said, if you zoom in, you will see it's not flat. It's actually not flat at all. If you actually, strictly speaking, consider it. So there is nothing that's flat, and the Earth is certainly not flat. So yeah, that's why I consider that the Earth is not flat, strictly
so
speaking.
so so then the question would be if you were like into the flat Earth pretty serious. The question would then be, so to what magnitude is the Earth not flat? And you would say, well, the modern scientists generally say it's like a sphere. It's generally a spheroid. So if it's, and then you can say, well, okay, it's not a sphere, but somewhere in between it being flat, which only exists in mathematical models, it's something in between.
It's an abstraction. Yeah, perfect flatness is an abstraction. So they would, as you're saying, they would say the Earth is flat on average, or you know, if you average out, it will be flat. But if they say that, they just believe that the Earth is more or less flat. And strictly speaking, something that's more or less flat is not really flat. So I think that's a really good argument. I've created this, and they've conceded to it, and that's why they shouldn't call themselves
That's
flat
not an
earthers, because they
argument
don't
at
believe
all,
the Earth
dude.
is flat. Hey, what's up, AI Overlord?
Nobody would believe that platonic ideals exist in reality, right?
I don't know what that means.
So you would say the Earth is more or less flat, right? And by that, you would say it's not,
No,
strictly
in
speaking, flat.
three-dimensional reality, what does flat mean?
No elevation, no curvature.
No, that's not true.
There would be elevation, right? Or can you name like something that's actually flat?
Okay, well, see, if you look up the actual mechanical definition of flat, you'll find that what it means is all the points on the surface, the extent of the width being much greater than the height, lie between two parallel planes. That's the only definition of flat you can have in three-dimensional reality, right? So, for example, you could go to Starrett to buy a surface plate, which is a flat engineered plate, usually made of stone, that's quote unquote perfectly flat on the surface for the purpose of measuring your things you make on to see how flat they are.
That's what I'm
That's only
saying. Yeah,
flat to like
it's not
the
really,
fifth
it's not
or
really flat.
okay,
Yeah.
I can finish my own sentences, thanks. So that's only saying that it's flat out to the fifth or sixth decimal place. So what that means is that the surface, every peak and trough on the surface, any discrepancy is between, based on the surface, like, sub-millimeter precision, right? So if you took two parallel planes and put it on the surface, you'd be restricting the variance between those two planes, right? And those two planes would be parallel to each other. And if you arrange the surface plate level, that'd be horizontal. So you'd be between two horizontal parallel planes. And that's what people mean when they mean the Earth is flat. To even argue that the Earth isn't flat because Platonic ideals don't exist in reality, I mean, there's no reason to even mention that. Just nonsense.
What do you mean by Platonic ideals? I don't know what that means.
Oh, like straight lines, circles, all these things that can only exist in concept only.
Yeah,
For
man,
the
that's what
reasons
I'm
you guys
about.
just
So
described.
you kind of conceding now that flatness only
No, I'm not
exists as a
conceding. Hey,
concept.
listen. Hey, friend, listen. I just explained it to you. I'm sorry if you didn't catch it. But the term flat, okay, means one thing in certain contexts and other things in other contexts. So yes, we all concede that the concept of unidimensionally flat can't exist in three-dimensional reality. So it's a moot point, dude. So to concede that the Earth can't be a concept, like no frickin' duh. It's not a profound statement.
Therefore, according to you, the Earth cannot be flat. QED.
All right. Yep, you're stupid. All right, so you can just stay on mute forever because you're too dumb to be here, friend. Okay, I'm going to say it for you one more time and give you one last chance before I get tired of you. Nobody means when they say the Earth is flat that the Earth is unidimensionally flat, which is only context specific. In the context you already previously described, and I described a different context. Okay, so you are correct that when you restrict the deep meaning of flat to your lexical interpretation only, then yes, you are correct. The Earth isn't flat in that sense. That doesn't mean the Earth isn't flat. So if I unmute you and you say, therefore you could see the Earth isn't flat, I'm just going to yeet you because I can't stand stupid people. Okay? So do you get it now?
I absolutely get it. I got out of you what I wanted to get out of you. I absolutely
Yeah,
get
whatever, dude. Yep, you're stupid as a brick, bro. Sorry. Sorry, bro. I can't leave the live stream unattended with people as dumb as you talking on it, okay? Okay, just for the record, for the audience out there, nobody thinks that the Earth is a unidimensional Platonic ideal concept that can't possibly exist in tangible free space. Holy crap. Wow. The fact that we have to put this PSA out there just shows how stupid the average person is. When someone says the Earth is flat, they don't mean that it's a straight line on a plane. Holy crap, dude. That's be as stupid as when somebody says the Earth is a sphere. You say, oh, are you saying it's a perfect sphere with an equidistant radius to every point to the center? And because of mountains, it's not equal. Therefore, it can't be a sphere. Derp, 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 derp. You see the nonsense, dude? It's nonsense.
I don't think that's the main point. I think the main sort of gist, like what I was saying earlier, is if we're gonna say that it's not that the other definition that we were using for flat earlier, which is not the same as that you're using. So if it's not that one, then it's something else, right? So so then we have to ask ourselves, well, what is this in between? What is the shape?
Whoa, bro. In case you didn't know, flat isn't a shape.
All right. So what do you mean it's not a shape?
Yeah. Let me do a test. Let me do a test for the audience, okay? Which are shapes? A, orange. B, circle. D, square. Or E, flat? Which one? Obviously, circle and square are the only shapes in that list, correct? You can have a flat square, or you can have a flat triangle. You could have a flat face on an infinite permutation of substrate, right? So flat has nothing to do with the shape.
Okay, so what other term would you like to use then?
Oh no, I don't mind using the word flat, but you can't use the word flat as a shape, dude, because it's not a shape.
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking you is I'm trying to ask you what is your idea beyond the word flat, right? That's what I'm saying by shape. Beyond the word flat, what is your idea of how it looks like if you were to zoom way out and look at it?
Oh, well, you know what? Here, you know what? You're in luck because me and God are homies. So I'm just going to go to God's house, and then I can look out the view from his house, and I can see the whole earth, and then I'll tell you. Oh, wait, I can't do that.
So you have no idea?
What?
That's
How
okay if
could I
you don't have an
possibly
idea.
have an
I'm just
idea? No,
asking.
think about it. How could I possibly have an idea? Like, what reference do I have to be able to give you an idea?
Well, we have images of the planet Earth taken from outer space. Okay, that would be one
Oh,
idea.
I see. I see. I see. You need some spacecraft to image the flat Earth, and then when you look at this image, which can't be prima facie proof in any scientific journal anyway, no scientific journal accepts a photo as prima facie proof of a thing. It needs corroborating evidence. But let's just say I had a photo that I claimed was from outer space of a flat Earth. That would convince you of the overall shape.
I mean, sure, I guess, but I mean, my point
Hey,
is,
how many spacecraft
if
in the history of spacecraftery have been far enough away from the Earth to even see the alleged entire Earth?
to see the entire Earth, well, you can only see some sides of the Earth because it's in three-dimensional space. Unless
Okay,
you were
so
to
how many
conglomerate them all
were
together.
able to see the entire alleged full circle of the Earth facing them? How many?
I don't know, but quite a few.
Really, quite a few. That's interesting. How many people saw it with their own eyes in the history of mankind, excluding religious texts?
More than zero.
Really? Well, that's a claim, but how many?
I'd have to look it up. I don't know how many, what the number is,
Less
but
than
it's more.
40.
But the number is
The answer is
greater
less than
than
40.
number is greater than zero, and I can say that.
Yeah.
Okay,
I agree
less
with
than
you that
40.
there's a claim. I agree with you that there's a claim that they saw the Earth in totality with their own eyes. Yeah, that's a claim. But only 40 people, less than 40, have even been able to make such a claim, allegedly.
So, all right. So they've made the claim, and you're saying it's a claim because you don't think it's true, or because you think you just don't have enough evidence to believe it's true? Would you say that you're
No, because
confident that it's
it
not
is
true?
a claim, dude. Like if somebody says I went far away from the Earth and I saw the Earth as flat, that would be a claim. If somebody said I went far away from the Earth and I saw the Earth as a triangle, that would be flat. If somebody said I went far away from the Earth and I saw the Earth as a globe, that would also be a claim. They're all claims.
Are the photographs claims?
No, I already told you the photographs aren't prima facie evidence on themselves.
What is
But
I
it
don't know what
depends
that
on what you
means.
mean by photograph. Yeah, if I show you a
Image.
photograph of Bigfoot, you're not going to believe it, dude. Okay. Well, let's be clear here. You're not going to accept photographs as just on its face evidence of any particular thing per se. You're going to have different biases and different rules that you apply to different imagery and different alleged photographs.
Okay, so let's assume. So let me believe that the photographs are fake or don't accurately depict the reality of the shape of the Earth. What is the alternative?
What do you mean alternative? Like alternative to what?
I mean, what is
Alternative to
the alternative?
photographs?
The primary right now, the primary amongst the world is that
The
it is a
primary. That's an
globe.
interesting way
All
of
right,
putting it.
primary thought,
Okay, yeah.
the
So I would agree
dominant,
with you
the
that
dominant
I would
thought
agree with
is
you that yeah, I would agree with you that the globe is a pervasive belief among humans that are alive today. Okay, does a pervasive belief being held by many people mean it's true? The answer is no.
So that's what I mean by alternative. I mean that's the dominant thought. Then what is the alternative?
Why does there need to be an
The
alternative?
well, because because if there isn't an
Yeah, look,
alternative,
I know you
then
laugh at it.
the
I know
truth
you
is what
laugh
is the
at it,
globe.
but just think about the logic. If a whole bunch of people are wrong about something, does that mean that to prove them wrong, you have to offer them something in exchange, or can you just prove that they're wrong?
The point
The
is
answer
the
is you could just
globe
prove that they're
model
wrong.
is
That's the
a
actual answer, in
mathematical
case you
model,
didn't
and
know.
we use that model to make predictions. But the flat Earth model
Great.
does
Okay.
not
So
have the same level
So
of
if you say it's
predictive
a
accuracy.
mathematical model, right? If you say it's a mathematical model that has utility, therefore it's true, that'd be a reification fallacy.
Why is it? What does that? I don't know what that means.
Okay, you can model many different things in many different ways. You can have multiple models for the same data. It doesn't mean each individual model has an underlying truth of reality to it. To say it does just because it has utility, you're committing a reification fallacy and a utilitarian fallacy. So a model doesn't prove anything.
I don't know. I still don't know what reification means. But my
Okay,
point
a model
is
is a concept. A model is a conceptual abstraction. Okay. It's
right.
not the real
So
thing,
do you?
right? So if you
And you're
say the
saying
model is
like,
the real thing, that's reification. It means you're
oh,
realizing something out of thin
gotcha.
air.
Okay, no, I'm not saying it's the real thing. I'm saying it has more predictive accuracy. If it
To
has
what
more
end?
predictive,
What does it predict? What does it
if it
predict
has
so
more,
predicty wise?
if it has more predictive accuracy, and the flat
I
Earth
could care
model
less. What does it predict?
has
What does it
less
predict?
orbitals.
Orbitals? What does that even mean, dude?
Orbital trajectory of bodies launched from
Dude, you
another
could
orbital
predict
body.
orbital trajectories of bodies with epicycles. Don't need a globe Earth at all.
No, I don't know what that means.
Well, yeah, in case you didn't know,
I don't know how you.
back in the day when people were making models of the cosmological objects, they were making kinematic models, right? So there was no need to describe any forces. They just made observations about how they saw them move, and they made different models based on the movements. You know, they made all different kinds, and they were all sufficient in describing the kinematics. So the underlying truth of these models, right, if they were each all true simultaneously, that'd be a contradiction. So to pick one over the other is just a preferential bias.
To pick all of them and say that all of them are true, or is what?
There would be contradictions because the underlying geometry of each one can't, if they alter from each other, can't all be true. In case you didn't know, a lot of these guys had competing models. They even had arguments, debates. There's books written about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of literature. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, so there's a model, right, that you claim predicts things that aren't the Earth. So think about it. This model predicts things that aren't the Earth, but the underlying claim is that the Earth has to be a particular shape in order for this model to work. So if you say this model has great predictive power and the underlying core is that the Earth is a globe, well then it must predict that the Earth's surface is curved. And if you go out and you measure that the Earth's surface is not curved, then your whole model is wrong.
Okay, I'm
And
reading
since we
your.
know
I'm reading your
models, well, real quick, since we know models are not necessarily reality, right? It only takes one thing to prove the entire model wrong. Go ahead.
I'm reading your reification Wikipedia that you shared, and I don't. So, and just to clarify, I'm not saying a model is reality. What I had said was that it has very good predictive power. More predictive.
Right. So so imagine what you just said. If you model the cosmos in relationship to a globe Earth, I can make predictions, but I'm not saying the globe Earth is real.
Well, you're not. Yeah. Okay.
No, you wouldn't be either. You wouldn't be either because in order to avoid a reification fallacy, you can't say I'm modeling the Earth as a globe. It has predictive power, therefore the globe Earth is real, because then you'd be committing the fallacy. So to avoid that, you have to say I'm simply modeling this phenomenon with the Earth as a globe, and it has predictive power.
Okay.
And whether the
All right.
Earth is really a globe or not is separate answer.
Okay, that's fair. But now, do you think that it's possible for the conclusion to be correct while using classically illogical means? And by classical illogical, I mean you using a fallacy.
Okay, say one more time. I had to smack somebody in the text chat.
Okay. It's possible to have a correct reason with incorrect
Yeah, that's
reasonings
true.
in
Yep.
accordance with classical
Yeah, I would agree
logic,
with you.
right? Classical
Yeah, I agree with
logic.
you.
So pointing out fallacies is it can be good, right? I'm not saying it's completely
No,
terrible,
I'm just saying
but
that
it doesn't
what I'm pointing out is that the utility of a model doesn't prove the underlying facts of the claims of the model when it talks about reality to be true. And that is true, and that is relevant because a lot of people attempt to prove the globe by presenting models. And so that doesn't prove the globe in itself.
I mean, but it makes it very hard to deny it, in my personal experience. It
Well,
makes
I
it
mean,
very
that's
hard to say,
great, but
well,
the easiest way to deny it is the underlying core of the globe model is that the Earth must be a ball, which must have curvature. And you can just go test for the curvature, find out it's not there, and then the whole claim falls apart immediately and in totality from the ground up.
okay, and what is this curvature test?
Oh, that's simple. So if the Earth is curved, the water's curved. The water's the gold standard of level. Level is either curved or it's horizontal and flat. So you just measure it, and if it's not curved, ergo it's horizontal and flat. It's 70% of the known territory to which the elevation profiles, the peaks and the troughs, are measured. We end up with 190 million alleged square miles covered by 70% flat level water. Therefore, you end up with all the elevation profiles between two horizontal parallel planes with a swing of 15 miles. That makes the Earth flatter than a piece of paper.
Okay, so
Yeah, 190.
again,
Yeah, 190 million square miles with a peak trough differential on the mean of 15 miles. That's literally in a flatness index flatter than a standard piece of paper. In case you didn't know,
okay, well, it depends. Okay, all right, that's
there's no
fine.
depends about it. That's how the geometry works out.
Where do I you put some links in? I'd like to put. Oh wait, is this it? Are you Dr. Copatine or are you someone else? What is your name?
No, that's
Oh,
just my
AI
crew.
Overlord. Okay.
Yeah, we roll together. We help each other out. So like I'm busy doing things, so he's posting. So there's
Oh no,
not just
that's
one
all
test.
good.
There's many,
That's all good.
many tests demonstrating that the water isn't curved.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, I mean,
For example, the Dr. John D channel there, Dr. John D was a PhD level physicist specializing in optics. He came upon the idea the Earth is flat, and he said, "You know what? I'm an expert. I'm going to go out and I'm going to measure the Earth with dual laser setups, so I can mitigate certain factors." And then, based on his own expertise, he came to the conclusion: every time I do these tests, there's no curvature showing up. And he
okay.
was forced to conclude, but you can watch his videos and you'll see his journey. He was forced to conclude there's no hump of Earth curve in between point A and point B when I'm shooting my lasers. Earth cannot be a globe. At this point in time, there's hundreds of laser tests demonstrating this, and hundreds upon hundreds of observations demonstrating the same.
Is there papers I can look at instead of videos? Because I don't mind going to watch a video while I'm trying to listen and talk. Oh, here's one experiment.
That PDF goes with the last video that was posted. Decimal Z one.
Terrestrial laser targeting. Okay.
Yeah, even recently, the government commissioned a test to be done in the Hawaiian Islands that disproved the alleged globe assumptions. Then they did a new one recently, which we are currently researching. We're to start talking about here in the near future, which wrecks the globe even harder.
Oh, okay, exciting.
Yeah, they did it. They did a dual. They did so the concept of why there's this claim out there. Light obviously has certain amount of variable pathness through media, right? And so there's this claim out there that no observation could debunk the globe because the light always curves to follow the Earth perfectly, and that's an assumption. But the tests of this claim actually show that's not true. And it's getting worse for the globe as the time goes on, because the more and more tests are done and the more facts come out, the more and more people can appeal to nebulous models, and nebulous claims are just getting thrown in the garbage can.
What do you think about people that have, well, I use the word that you use, claim to have flown around the Earth?
Could care less. They're not high enough to see the whole Earth. As far as they know, they're just traveling from one location to another and then interpolating in their mind a mental model of how far they came or where they came from. Okay, like I said before, there's only
Right.
40 people, less than 40 people, who have any firsthand knowledge of the Earth as a globe. Period. Everybody else is interpreting at best.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, if you circumnavigate it, right, that means you start at one point and you go in a
Yes, but
linear
nobody
straight line, and you end up in
circumnavigates
it,
the Earth. Yeah, but nobody
and you
circumnavigates the Earth in a straight line and arrives back where they started. It's never
and you
happened.
end up where you started.
Never happened. All circumnavigations are east to west around a center point, which is essentially a circle. I could do that at my house. I could go out my front door and circumnavigate a point on my living room and end up at the back door. That doesn't mean my house is a globe. Now, if I went up my roof and then down the side of my building and then under my basement and then arrived back at my front door, maybe you'd have a case. But guess what? When it comes to the Earth, nobody has ever taken a circumpolar north to south course on a single pathway and arrived back where they started. It's never happened. So there's no circumnavigation that proves
Okay.
the Earth is a globe.
All right. So, but if someone did do that, would you then go, oh, maybe it's not flat?
Well, I could put it in the maybe category, but I could just use affirming the consequent with the best of them.
What?
So I could
I
just
don't know.
say the Earth is clearly flat because there's no measurable curvature on the surface. And then when you go to the south, you just teleport back to the north. And I know that's true because there's no measurable curvature on the surface. And when you travel south, you arrive back north. How could you possibly disprove me?
You teleport? Is that what you said?
Well, yeah. Think
Did I
about it. It's
understand
just
that
affirming the
correctly?
consequent, dude. You know, it's logic. You know, it's just called affirming the consequent.
Well, you said if you go east west, then it doesn't prove anything. But
Yeah,
if you
well,
go
don't you
north
believe in
south,
teleporting? Hey, listen, friend, don't you believe in teleporting?
if you go north south, no one has done that yet. And then now what you're telling me is that if they do go north south, that won't change any of your opinion whatsoever. So it doesn't matter whether they go east south or northwest, north south or east
No,
west. Is that
I
not
didn't say
accurate?
that. I didn't
Okay.
say that, did I?
All right.
You said would that give you the possibility, and I said yes. However, that wouldn't change the fact that the surface isn't curving. Okay, so in case you didn't know, what you actually need to provide is direct measurements of surface curvature, not
Well, I'm not
somebody
here to
traveling
debunk
in a direction
anything.
and arriving
I'm just
back where
here
they
to have a
started.
conversation.
I know, but I'm just telling you, like, the categorical necessity to prove the proposition requires direct surface curvature, not traveling in a direction and arriving back where you started. Now, don't get me wrong, that'd be a good start because many, many people who come in here say the Earth is a globe because people circumnavigate, therefore the Earth is a globe. And it's not true that circumnavigation is exclusive to a globe Earth. And the course that they think they need to prove that the Earth is a globe has never been done in human history. So how about we get that course done first and then we can start talking about it?
What course?
Oh, a course which is actually a true circumnavigation, circumpolar north to south.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Now listen, don't get me wrong, there are alleged circumpolar north to south, but if you actually look at the course they took, they go down to the south, then they skirt over, and then they go back to the north. They don't actually go up and under the Earth and then come around the other side.
I'm not sure who posted this, but who posted this PDF? I've been reading it, and it's pretty long. I don't know I honestly don't know what the function of it is, but here's here's a sentence in the
That
PDF that got
PDF,
posted.
Joseph, that PDF accompanies the video that's directly above it. So some people prefer documentation. Some people are happy to watch a video. You put both there, it covers all loves and likes.
Okay. So one of the sentences in that PDF is the radius of the Earth is 6,366.776 kilometers at 46.911702 latitude on the WGS-84 ellipsoid model and 6,366.75 km at the 46.982097. The measurement direction, whatever, bunch of math. The calculated difference of curvature drop on a spherical model is 0.046 millimeters. Okay. All right. What does any of that mean?
Oh, well, if you read the preface of the whole paper, you'd know that they're intending to go out and test the accuracy of the WGS-84 model. Okay. So the WGS-84 model is an ellipsoid model of which they take real-world data, and then they use mathematical transforms to conform it to a model of the Earth as an ellipsoid, which exists in a model. So when they say a radius of this and a drop of this, they're referring to the claims of the model.
Okay. And it also says the main principles of this experiment are to study the effects of terrestrial refraction. Okay, and the amount of ambient conditions at very small incidence angles close to the non-uniform, I don't know what the heck that is, non-uniform density transition zone above water surfaces.
Well, yeah. So
Determine the
the
shape of
air
the
above
surface.
water, yeah, the air above water is kind of like different than the air 20 feet above water and 30 feet above water, right?
The marine layer. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and it's definitely different. Like lake effect snow, all these, like over water, the air is a little bit different than over land for various reasons, which include the water becoming part of the air faster than if it was on land. That the fact that the water holds temperature through the night different than land, et cetera, et cetera. But the main reason, my friend, is because the water represents a surface that would be adhering to the equipotential of the gravitational alleged conformity of the Earth's surface to a ball shape, right? So, in other words, a piece of land could have hills and even caves and all of this, but water generally on the surface is going to be level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you're not going to have a lake where the lake, hits the shore, but in the center of the lake, there's like a 30-foot mountain of water just sticking up like a pimple. Yeah, so they did multiple shots and tests at different locations, culminating in their biggest one, which was done at Lake Idsel in the Netherlands at 25-mile range. I think they did 17 in total. Yeah, but Josephat, bro, I had to get rid of that J kid because he basically was, from best I could surmise, with the limited time, basically straw manning flat Earth arguments. So I didn't have the time to vet him properly, but we don't just let people fill up our airtime acting like they represent flat earthers with a bunch of nonsense rhetoric.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah, sure.
So no flat earther who is sincere says that the Earth isn't flat because it's not platonically, idealistically a concept. I mean, good grief, dude.
I mean, like you said, like you can say it's a straw man. That's fair. But yeah, there's I don't know how many flat Earth people there are out there. There's quite a number of them, and you would find if you were to poll 100% of them, you would find a variety of beliefs. But
Oh, absolutely.
Straw man to
But see,
say that
we got trolls that follow us around. One of the groups is called the Bevites, and they just like to join our chats when none of our main speakers are around, and just like to talk crap. And we've dealt with them for years. It's kind of annoying. So if I get a whiff of the Bevite rhetoric, I very quickly eat that person until they prove themselves otherwise. Because I ain't got time to have people who don't represent. See, our group isn't just quote unquote flat earthers per se, in the sense that any flat earther can come in here and just say whatever they want unchallenged. This isn't an open forum for freedom of speech for flat earthers. Okay, it's scrutinized, critiqued, and curated. And nobody gets to just talk smack without being challenged just because they're allegedly a flat earther. We've had flat earthers infiltrate our main server and pretend to be flat earthers for years, gain the trust of certain people, then turns out they were just globers trying to get rank in our server so they could sabotage us. In fact, I just banned that kid again today. He came into this channel talking smack. Nihilistic.
When you say sabotage, what does that mean? You mean like they're trying to do server attacks, like DDoS your server, or they just mean that
No, they might
verbally
get to a
attack?
point. They might get to a point where they can access certain things at a higher level in the server, and then like do logistical things like ban a bunch of people or dox people, or just whatever their sick, twisted mind can come up with, dude. We've had globers. Okay, listen, let me tell you what we've had globers do. We've had globers call the licensing board of people's work to try to get their licenses pulled based on the fact that they're not a glober, and therefore their flat earth beliefs would influence the safety of their ability to do their job, and they could get people killed. So we need their license pulled, and then calling their employer, trying to get them fired from their jobs. We've had globers make a secret pact with each other to bet that they could convert a flat earther, and some of them decided to do a romantic gambit to where they would start to become romantically involved with flat earth women in an attempt that the romance would help sway the woman to change back to the globe so they could win the bet. So we have the gamut of sick and twisted globe zealots and flat earth religitards like the Bevites try to sabotage our endeavors here.
I never heard of some of those people that you just mentioned, the Bevitites, but yeah, that does sound kind of
They're a menace, dude.
hassle for you to deal
when
with.
we say water is flat and level, oh, but when you go to the ocean, there's waves. It can't be flat and level if there's waves. That's the. Hopefully, I did that well.
That was pretty good impression, actually.
I've spent a lot of time on the water. I work on the. I sometimes go on the boat for 6 to 9 months or 10 months or sometimes longer. It's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty.
Flat.
Pretty
That's the
much
word you're
looks
looking
like
for.
glass. It just looks like glass. Yeah, when it's calm, it looks like glass. When it's rough, it looks kind of like an oil painting. It's got
Yeah. And you know what's crazy is sometimes when you go to big bodies of water and they're very still, you get perfect reflections, especially in places like salt flats, like the Salar del Uyuni, and I think is that in Brazil? Anyway, wherever it is, it fills up with an inch of rain, and it becomes a perfect mirror. and you can see the sky and the mountain ranges perfectly reflected on the surface. Now, if you know anything about reflections, they follow a law called the law of reflection. The angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection, which means to get a perfect reflection, you need a flat surface. So just looking out over this giant mirror with a flat reflection underneath it shows you that that giant mirror expanse is flat.
I don't know what to say about that. I haven't heard that before. That's something to think about. I will say that's something to think about. I think some of the earliest, and so maybe you can discuss this a little bit. Maybe I think some of the earliest experiments or math that was done about geology and the shape or the curvatures or the lack of curvatures have been done using shadows and the angles of shadows. I don't know much more than that, but
Well, to be fair, the men who did these alleged angle shadows already believed the Earth was a globe. They weren't trying to prove the Earth was curved. So those things aren't measuring Earth's curvature at all.
Okay, and then those things were repeated or improved. I mean, those. So they did it with incorrect assumptions, is what you're saying, and then they did it with bad faith assumptions. Well, when those were repeated, that they were then showed the opposite.
No, if you say the differential angle that I measure in the shadows are equivalent to measuring the curve of the Earth, right? You're inferring that they're measuring the curve of the Earth. The only thing you're actually measuring is shadow angles.
Okay. What? Yeah. Okay. All right. What is the shadow angle? What produces a shadow angle? What are the factors of shadow angle? And look here, I'm not a mathematician, so I'm not gonna.
Well, the only thing that can produce a shadow is a light source being interrupted, right?
That's true. Yeah.
And so the angle of the shadow is going to depend on the arrival angle, the local arrival angle of the light at the stick's interface, right? And that's the only thing you can truly know. So you have to interpret from the local all the way out to the non-local, and then that carries a bunch of assumptions in there. So, for example, the same guy who posted the Decimal Z documentary, he has another thing called where he basically proves that his desktop table is a globe by taking a differential media above the table, then taking a light above that media, and then splaying the light out over his table, and then getting differential measurements of shadows, then using the same formulas that they assumed in the Eratosthenes style sticks and shadows tests. And then he calculates his table to be a globe. And he also shows that you can't actually reverse calculate the location of his lamp because of the differential media. So you have to have all these assumptions before you know what you're really working with.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong, friend. Some of these assumptions are not unreasonable. It's not like they're crazy. It's not like somebody just thought of this and they're like, wow, that's just totally wackadoodle. I mean, some of them have good reasoning, but they just don't carry the conclusion necessarily, and they certainly don't prove it necessarily.
Okay. Well, so you said this before, and I know that other people. What's his name? Jen. I was talking to him this morning. He mentioned basically, and you mentioned the same thing. Basically, that well, I can say that something is not true and have no alternative explanation. So, and you're right. You can do. You're free to do that. You don't have to. You don't have to offer an alternative explanation. There's no reason that you don't. However, some of the biggest conceptual problems that I have with flat Earth theory are related to what I have heard, and so I don't know if this is the opinion of this server or not, or the server members, but it seems like there has been some different kind of ideas about other than Earth planetary bodies that to me don't make any sense when it's put again put against the physics of, for example, solar physics and how much energy is required to create nuclear fission inside of the sun. Nuclear fusion. You need a
Well,
lot of
that's
energy.
assuming it's
You need a lot of
nuclear
energy.
fusion in the first place.
Okay, that's a different claim. Okay, but just saying it requires a lot. Just saying it requires a lot of mass. It requires a lot of energy to have. The energy requires a lot of mass. All right, boom, there we go. Some of the claims that I've heard are that the sun is very close to the Earth and that it just kind of circles over the top. And so for me, I have a hard time looking at that and going, yeah, certainly it's not 8 light minutes away.
Well,
It's
wait a
actually
minute, dude. Wait a minute. Can't you do nuclear fusion on the Earth
yeah,
in a lab?
theoretically.
No, I'm
Nuclear
pretty
fusion.
sure they've done it, dude. I'm pretty sure they've done it, Holmes.
Theoretically, I think maybe there has been some limited success with nuclear fusion, right? But that doesn't mean that it doesn't require a massive amount of energy. And on the
Right,
scale,
but if you're doing it on Earth, think about it this way. If they're doing it on Earth, it doesn't require a sun-based amount of energy. Because if it's able to be accomplished on Earth, then it only requires an Earth-based amount of energy.
an Earth-based amount of it, no, at the scale, because at CERN and at the particle accelerators, they use very, very tiny pieces of particles and they accelerate them very, very quick. So the energy
Right, so you do it right. So you create a
is
setup where the
less.
initiation of the energy is effectuated by direct sentient agent causation, correct? So in other words, a
Wow.
sentient agent is interfering with naturalistic processes, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, there you
It's
go.
an
There's the answer. So the sun doesn't have to
artificial.
be a naturalistic process. It could have been interfered with by a sentient agent, and then all your assumptions can just go in the garbage can.
It could have been, but do you think that's, in your opinion, do you think that's more likely?
Absolutely. No, that's not only more likely, that's the truth. That the
Okay.
universe was created by a sentient agent who particularly set it up in a way by design to do the things that it does. And so the idea that everything must be naturalistic processes alone is just laughable.
Oh, okay. So, wait, hang on. So, naturalistic doesn't have to be naturalistic processes. I'm not sure what the
Nope.
question I'm trying to ask is, but I guess what I'm trying to ask is, so just trying to understand the position. There is a deity, if you want to use that word, that set up the universe. And so are you saying that the deity then set up some processes to kind of what's the word? Artificialize them? Like it's like
Oh, no,
specifically designed.
dude. Yeah, but you think this is a connotation of the word artificial. I mean,
Well,
it depends on what you
just
mean
ask
by
them.
that, because you're assuming that things should be natural, and for them to be artificial, there's something wrong with that. What if things that you assume are natural were always artificial?
No, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with artificial, except for in the sense of which is completely separate topic. But I mean, there are some things that are artificial that are bad to consume, for example, for your
Sure.
body. But I don't mean there's anything morally wrong with it. I'm trying to figure out. I mean, we can just go back. We can go back to the sun because we didn't fully get to where I was going. But we're kind of
Let me
getting there,
throw
but
this word out. Let me
we
throw this
skipped.
word out for you. So you have the terrestrial, right, which is our local Earth, and then you have the celestials, which is everything that's not the Earth. And for the majority of human history, people thought of those as being two different realms. And then a certain time, people synergized the realms and says, no, everything must be the same, as above, so below. Uniformitarian assumption of physics, rules, the way things happen, everything. And so they started having to explain everything in the sky based on everything they understood on the earth. Now, that, my friend, is philosophy. There's no empirical necessity or scientific necessity that everything you see in the cosmos must behave according to the same rules that happen in the local. That's just philosophy.
All right. Well, that essentially was what I was trying to ask you. Is that do you think there was two different sets of rules? And I guess I wasn't going to ask it because I thought it would be ridiculous to ask that question. But you've answered the question. So
Yeah, it's a very pertinent question because let me explain it. It's very simple. The assumption of uniformitarianism and retroactive uniformitarianism is how a lot of misconceptions in the alleged sciences happen. Because they have a
Okay.
philosophy that they're adhering to. They're not naturally following the evidence where it leads. They're constructing the apparatus to investigate the evidence to lead to conclusions that are consistent with the materialistic uniformitarian assumptions. And I have numerous quotes from scientists and people in the building of the heliocentric model who admitted that with their own words and sometimes in writing and sometimes out of their own mouth hole.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the quotes are that you're referring to, and but I would say that a lot of those guys are. I mean, it's true that there's a lot of unknowns, and I think the people that are up there in physics and high in the bleeding edge of what you would call the bleeding edge of physics or
Storytelling?
astrophysics,
Yeah, on the
whatnot,
bleeding
parties.
edge of storytelling. Listen,
Um,
Fred, I'm going to make it very blunt for you. What they are on the bleeding edge of is telling stories about things they can't possibly know.
okay.
That's
Yeah.
the
I mean,
fact. That's a cold,
all
hard
right.
fact, bro. That a lot of people have to face is that these alleged scientists who they think are just dispassionate researchers and doing actual tests and actual real world experiments on stuff, the majority of what they do is make up stories that they have no idea what the heck they're talking about.
Well, I like when you start talking about like quantum things, quantum physics. I know that there is a lot of contradictions, right? So they see those contradictions, and a lot of times they'll make statements about them, and I think that's just an indication of their
You mean
transparency.
stories about them? You mean stories about
I mean, I wouldn't use the word story. I don't use the word story when talking about flat Earth. I just say that that's your theory or something. So you don't have to disparage my belief.
No, dude. When somebody tells you that the present water that exists in the here and now, that's tangibly accessible to the human, that can be directly measured through empirical methods, is flat. That is a different story than saying the reason why it's flat is because it got farted out of a big bang in the past, and for some reason it went through this cosmic slice grinder that shaved it into a unidimensional platonic ideal that farted out the end of a concept because there's only one electron in the universe. See the difference?
Not really. No.
Holy, so you don't know the difference between an empirical test of an object versus a story about how the object got that way. Wow, dude. That's painful to listen to.
Well, let me try to understand what you're saying. On the one hand, you're saying the sum total of current general consensus, general dominant thought of science, the sum total sort of big theories about how the universe came to be, or what the Earth looks like, or what happens in space, and what happens in black holes and supernovae and so on. You're saying juxtapose that against a simple experiment. That's what you're saying? Sure, there's a difference. There's a difference between simplistic experiments and the sum total of Homo sapiens have been around, according to geologists
Dude,
and
you're,
so
you're
on,
glorifying
for about
these
four.
endeavors as if they actually did science along the way before they told you these stories about black holes, dude. Like I'm getting things in my feed all the time that this guy has this interpretation of black hole works, this guy has this interpretation. There's new stories about what black holes do day in and day out, dude. Some of them even say black holes don't exist. Some of them say that black holes actually have to have all the mass of the universe or zero mass. I mean, there is no, dude, real truth about a black hole, dude. It's all stories.
Well,
Every
no,
single thing they talk about black holes are stories, dude. Not one shred of truth in any of it.
I tend to empathize with that statement in that, yes, it is true that there's a lot of competing theories, and yeah, it's true that we don't know completely. But I tend to take I tend to take a similar stance,
Hey,
but
go,
it's a
go ahead
little
and
bit
go
different.
ahead and go ahead and give me one fact about a black hole. That's a demonstrable fact. Go ahead if you can.
Okay? There's no light that escapes a black hole. You
How
cannot
do
you
you
can
know there's light in the first place?
you cannot see
To
it.
escape.
because the
Oh,
light
so
does not.
basically a black hole, right? So basically, what a black hole is a dark spot in the cosmos. Wow. So that's
That
one fact.
you can't
It's
see.
dark.
What?
Yeah,
Say
so
that
you
again.
can't see something. You can't see something in the cosmos. Okay, let's agree that if you look out in the cosmos, you see lots of lights in different directions. Then this one area that you look, there's no lights. So now that there's nothing there to see, the absence of something, you're going to start inferring the presence of something. So now it's true that let's say in that zone there's no light to see. What does that mean exactly? Because let's say that's a fact. Now, what does that mean exactly?
Are you saying what does what mean exactly? Sorry.
There's a dark spot when you're scanning the cosmos, and you say, oh, this way I see light, that way I see light, this way I see light. But when I look this direction, I see a dark spot. Now,
Okay.
let's say that's true. When I look this direction, dark spot. So now, what stories are going to be told about that dark spot?
Yeah. So in order for you to say that that dark spot is a black hole, there has to be a little bit more to it than just simply there is a
Like what?
black spot, because there are a
Okay,
lot
what
of
other things?
other planetary body. They make predictions, right? We use predictive modeling, and they can see
Other
predictions. Okay,
planetary
there should be X amount of mass at this location. They can
Why?
approximate. There should be this much. Like I said, I'm not a scientist, but I am aware of the theories, and we can Google. I can
Do they
Google
have
them.
mass? Do they have mass
I can
meters or
Google them.
something? They point up at the sky and it tells them how much mass is there.
No, it's gravity and orbital mechanics, a little bit
Holy
based on
crap!
you know what's
how
one of
planets
the
orbit.
On everything, you
right?
poured syrup on the fucking pancakes, dude.
Pancakes. What? Could you say that again?
Yeah, you're just
He
pouring
said you're
syrup
glossing
on
it
the
up. You're
pancakes,
glossing
dude.
it up.
Just adding more and more to the top of your stack of your claims.
Okay. All
Here,
right.
I'll just preempt you with my story. So the black hole is actually a Type 7 civilization. It's not a gravity hole with a star imploded and then created a massive mass that sucks everything into it. It's just a Type 7 civilization, which is using all the energy of their solar system. And so nothing is leaving. There you go, problem solved. Now prove my story wrong. Oh, wait, you can't. That's right, I forgot. Can't prove it wrong.
Okay, but
So whose story is bad? Whose story is the best?
that's a little bit more ridiculous than to say
No, I
that it's
like
a
the people story. I like the invisible people that are
It's
holding
only
all the light
ridiculous
back
because
story.
it's only ridiculous because it's repugnant to your presuppositional biases, dude. That's the only reason why it's ridiculous.
repugnant to my presuppositional biases. What are my
Yeah.
presuppositional
You
biases?
find it incredulous. In other words, you can't believe that it's a Type 7 civilization because you're so infected with the story you've been told that you don't like my story. You like your version of the
No, I
story
think
and you don't like
no,
my version of the story.
no. Here's why I don't think it's a seventh. What did you call
Well,
it? Seventh
let me tell you, bro,
tier.
it's not my version of the story. I just am quoting a physicist who said that that's a possibility.
Right. Okay. Well, that version that you mentioned, seven tiers civilization. Well, here's why I don't like that idea, because
Oh, here's why you don't like it. Finally, you're starting to get it.
it requires way more explanation than does a black hole.
No, it doesn't.
You have to explain
It requires very little explanation. Here's how simple the explanation is. Pay attention. It's so simple. The society advanced beyond the energy levels of taking hold of the energy of their whole planet, then the energy of their whole host star. They essentially built a giant CERN ring around their entire solar system. Just like we're progressing, it's like we're progressing, and if you map that out, eventually we'll achieve this greatness. They've already achieved it in the past. Problem solved. Wow, that was hard.
No, it is, because I then have to take into account the statistical improbability of there being life that has persisted long enough to get to that point, and multiple iterations of it. So not only one time, but for each iteration where a physicist says we believe there's a black hole there, we then have to assume that this statistically improbable event of life persisting long enough to get to that point. So it's just an Occam's razor type thing at that point.
Right, so
But
a
we can
preference,
we can
basically. Yeah, I agree.
But we can go backwards because we didn't. I guess.
Well, don't
Kinda,
forget
I think
you're forgetting the multiverse. So the permutation of probability is excused away in the multiverse. So they actually were alive longer in the multiverse and then transmuted into our universe, right? Because they were doing certain experiments and folding the brains, if you know brain theory. And so they actually permeated the brain and entered into our universe and then set up shop. So they actually had more than 14 billion years of permutatable time to work with. So sorry, you lose again. My story wins.
I don't know anything about that. Okay, so I don't have any. I mean, that would make for a very cool science fiction book. I think. I think it would be
Well,
fun to read.
don't forget that the expression of the multiverse is used as an excuse for the fine tuning of this universe to avoid ascension agent creator being the necessary cause. They just remove the statistical improbabilities into an infinite number of universes and therefore attempt to collapse the probabilities into a certainty. So if they can do it, so can I. It's funny how that works. When you just start making shit up, you can just do whatever you want.
Yeah, like making up a deity.
Who made up a deity?
Sounded like you did. Is
When?
that your opinion? Is that your opinion, or is it not your
Why?
opinion?
When did
The
I make
hell?
that up? That was weird, dude.
Dude, why would you say that out of thin air?
Is that your opinion, or is it not your opinion?
That you made that up? Yeah, I think you
I
made that
said
shit
I
up,
said
dude.
that the people arguing for the multiverse are attempting to skirt the presence of the statistical improbability of this universe existing via the anthropic principle and other such permutations of chance. By rather than having it attributed to a single agent causation, which will remove the chance altogether, they attribute it to an infinite number of universes in an attempt to collapse the probability, of which they have no evidence for.
All right.
Now, whether or not I believe in a deity specifically is irrelevant to that point.
All right. Well, so that's a good point. So you'll have that point, and now my question is that your opinion that a deity is the creator of the universe, or not, or is it not your opinion?
Oh no, that
It's,
seems to be the
for me,
necessary fact.
for me, it's not my opinion. Okay, it seems to be a necessary fact. All right. All right. Well, I'm sure as you've heard, it's a very common argument. We've all heard this argument. If there's a deity that created the universe, who created the deity? Well, we may as
That's
well
a
go
stupid
there.
argument. But anyways, dude, it doesn't matter
Why?
because according to your own logic from before, you said that the overwhelming consensus of the scientific community is a certain model. Well, guess what? The overwhelming consensus of the populace of the human race throughout all antiquity is that a deity exists. And so by your own logic, therefore it must exist.
Hmm.
Yeah,
No.
most people today believe in deity of some style, and most people throughout human history have believed in deity. So the majority of humans that have ever been alive, including
Okay.
present day, have believed in a deity. Therefore, according to your logic, that if it's consensus and most people agree that the deity exists, therefore it must be true. How could it be otherwise? Statistics.
All right. But it's missing a couple steps of my own logic. So it's not my logic is not a bunch of people believe it, therefore it's true. If you have a car problem, you go to a mechanic, right?
Not
If you've got
analogous. Mechanics
Who's
have
the
firsthand
globe
priority
earther?
knowledge. Hey,
go
listen, in
to
case you didn't know, mechanics have firsthand priority knowledge of the cause and effect relationship between the mechanisms of the car and the output of the result. So no way is this analogous to making stories about black holes, brother. Not even close.
so are you saying that a physicist is less knowledgeable about physics than
No, I'm saying he's less knowledgeable
a
about black
neolithic?
holes than a mechanic is about whether or not a spark plug is going to do something in your engine, dude.
Well, I'll tell you this: they know more about it than the average person.
Well,
Physicists
yeah,
that
but
study physics, they know
dude.
about more.
People at a Star Trek convention know how to speak Klingon, and they know how many trilithium crystals are needed for the Warp 7 core. Who cares?
Who cares? Most people. I think most people care. I'd say most
Yeah,
people.
we do. We agree. You're right. You're right. You're finally starting to get it. Many people love Star Trek, and many people love space stories from alleged space story wizards.
Yes, like deities. Yes, many people like.
Yes, you're correct. They treat these scientists as if they're deities, as if they have the gospel truth and what they say is the truth, because quote unquote they're doing it under the auspices of science when actually they're doing pseudoscience.
So well, let me ask you this: Why did you say it was a stupid question to ask who created the deity that created the universe? Why is that a stupid question?
Because the concept of a transcendental deity is that it's uncreated and the necessary precondition for subsequent reality. So the concept of asking who created that would be incoherent on its face, dude.
Okay, so I can just say that the
If you ask
singularity
somebody this
was
question, dude,
was
listen.
whatever
If
that
you say
sentence was.
a baby needs a mother, do you say, well, does that mother need a mother? Is that what you ask, or do you agree a baby needs a mother?
Both are true.
Oh, so to
Both of those are true.
prove that a baby needs a mother, you have to prove that the mother was a baby and had a mother.
To prove that a baby has a mother, I have to prove that.
The
Yeah.
only proof you need
Yeah.
is there's a baby there. You can't have a baby without a mother. The antecedent of a baby is a mother.
You're right, and the antecedent of a mother
I am
is a
right.
mother.
Thank
Because
you.
a baby.
Yeah, well, let me
the
ruin your day,
baby.
friend. Let's just fast forward to modern science because you're stuck in the past. So in case you didn't know, there's this idea that there was a big bang and there was this cosmic fart that caused everything, and it leading to today through the processes of cosmological and biological evolution, resulting in sentient entities that are present and able to do science. And then you take the scientific endeavor and you start studying, and you find out that the macro world is actually made up of a micro world, which has different levels of energies and ways things work that might even be fantastical and three-dimensional local interpretations. So you end up with non-locality, extra dimensionality, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so then they get super interested and they're like, hey, we want to study this. So let's make particle physics colliders and let's find ever decreasing time states, ever decreasing energy states, and ever decreasing matter states. In other words, the smallest thing, the shortest amount of time, and the least amount of energy. Now, lo and behold, these men who study this, who, by the way, believe in the globe, by the way, believe in evolution, they're starting to write books and they're starting to come out with papers and even doing seminars and even doing TED Talks where they're saying that the results of the experiments that they're doing contemporaneously in the present are forcing them by the results of the experiment to accept the fact that the physical, energetic, and temporal states that we love and enjoy cannot exist without the a priori existence of an eternal sentient present agent. Now, these men are not specific theists coming to this conclusion. They're evolutionists. They're not flat earthers coming to this conclusion. They're evolutionists. So why is it that all these men are coming to the conclusion that the physical, natural, material, temporal, energetic state that we enjoy is actually a least part of reality, and the eternal sentient agent is first order and must exist before the physical natural world can exist? In other words, proving that an eternal sentient agent, and ergo uncreated, is the source of the creation of the physical and natural world. That's weird. Hey, you want to read a book about it? Look up Case Against Reality by Donald Hoffman. He also has a nice interview on Lex Friedman where he talks about it. You also might want to look into subjective idealism and monistic idealism. And then maybe you'll finally be up to speed on the current science.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, before you go, I just want to make it clear. Yes, the sentient agent is eternal and uncreated, in case you didn't know. Now you know. Scientifically validated be the case. Anyway, go ahead, ask your question.
I'm not here to argue about God or anything. I'm not really sure about that. So for a flat Earth, do you think it's possible? Do you think anyone currently right now has the technology to fly into space and take a photo of whatever the Earth is right now? Do you think that technology exists?
Allegedly, but the amount of technology that's actually able to achieve what you just said is very limited. So, for example, Katy Perry. Well, let me give you some examples. So, like, Katy Perry allegedly went to space. Bezos allegedly went to space. Kirk allegedly went to space, et cetera, et cetera. None of them got high enough to see any significant portion of the Earth to be able to tell anyone what it was or take a photo of the entire thing. Now let's go up to the ISS. The people on the ISS are 240 miles away from the surface of the Earth. From their vantage point, they could only see less than 3% of the total surface area of the Earth. Again, not high enough. They can't take a picture of the Earth that would tell you what it is one way or the other. They can't give you eyewitness testimony that could tell you what the Earth is one way or another. So the only people that could tell you are people that have been approximately greater than 1,200 miles from the surface, which is only the cislunar astronauts, right? Who've been into the cislunar space beyond that range. And of them, there's only 40. And of those, there's only the 4 who allegedly went recently and the 2 who are left alive from the previous missions, meaning 6 people. Now, of the technology that isn't humanoid in origin, right? So not a person telling you, hey, I saw it with my eyes. The technology that allegedly has been far enough away from the Earth and taken photos, right? For example, the Himawari 8 satellite supposedly takes a photo of the entire Earth every 10 minutes. That's been proven to be a composite. They actually accessed the FTP server and found that it was using Robert Simmons, who is, by the way, a NASA artist. They were using his data set and overlaying NOAA, the National Oceanic and Aeronautics Administration, data. And so it's just a composite image, not a photograph at all. The alleged Voyager, which took an image of the pale blue dot, you can't even tell what it is in the image. The alleged 72 blue marble, there's no way to validate whether that's actually an image of the Earth, right? So all this is specious at best. Now, if you could get far enough away from the Earth to take a whole photo of the Earth, maybe you'd have something to say. And if you could present an image that was actually validated to be the true Earth, sure, maybe. But as of now, there's nothing really compelling.
Okay. First of all, to SSG in the comment section, I do know what NASA is. I'm just asking a bunch of questions just to gauge what the consensus opinion is of the flat earthers here. Because you could argue a lot of different things, right? I've seen a lot of different flat earth sort of models. But anyway, so first of all, you claim that the astronauts in the ISS, they can't actually see the whole Earth. So if the Earth was flat,
No, it's not a claim. That's not a claim. That's geometry. So if you're 250 miles away from a surface, you have a certain angle of approach, right? And if the surface is claimed to be greater than 190 million square miles, it's either laid out flat or in a ball, depending on how you look at it. Even if it was a ball, you could only see less than 3% because you have a limited viewing angle, right? So you can't see 360 degrees simultaneously. So if you're looking at less than 3% of a surface, you're not going to be able to tell me the shape and form of the entire surface. So that's not a claim that they can't do it. They just can't. There's no way. They're not in a position to be able to do it.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. So what are they doing then in the ISS, for example? Like, are they orbiting or are they just stuck in the same place? What are they actually doing?
Well, what do they claim that they're doing? Here's what they claim they're doing. They claim that they're in an area which has alleged quote unquote microgravity. But the reason it has microgravity is because they're constantly falling around a ball. Okay. So they're not even in floaty space. Okay. They're in low Earth orbit allegedly, which really you can just translate to high altitude, right? So they're just at best a high altitude away from the Earth. Now let's just say, for sake of argument, that whatever's going on in the Earth that makes you buoyant or makes you stick to the ground or whatever, that when you get up where they are is a little bit different. There's nothing wrong with that. And by the way, if you think like the more to your question, like how are they staying up there? Well, things float. And you say, well, how could they float on?
No, if they were floating in the same place, then they wouldn't be moving. Like the photos that we've got from the ISS.
No, they can move. You can move and float at the same time. You can move and float at the same time.
If they move, if they've been constantly moving, why haven't they reached the edge of the flat Earth?
Oh, because they're moving in concentric pattern. They're moving within a border pattern.
So you think they're purposely avoiding the edge of the flat Earth, which would they're purposely avoiding that edge. Is that what you're saying?
No, maybe they're in an environment which the natural flow of that environment leads them on a path that keeps them within a certain area. That's entirely congruent with them being able to float and move, but without any thrust because they're being carried along by forces that aren't in their control. And now we can demonstrate, but check this out real quick. We can demonstrate for a fact that things can float in high altitudes, and we can demonstrate that things can be propelled by energies that are within high altitudes. That they already do this with balloons and other type things. But let's say that's aside. You can demonstrate quantum levitation, right? So when things get super cooled, the properties change. And if the nature of the environment up there is different than the nature of the environment down here, for example, when you get into superfluid states, right, where things are super cooled, they allegedly become frictionless, and they pass through solid objects. So the thing could move freely with no friction and just be floating in an energy layer. So it's not unreasonable.
So in that case, why has the ISS passed over Antarctica and it hasn't? No one has noticed that there's a giant edge. Assuming that you believe in the model where Antarctica is the edge of the flat Earth.
Well, yeah. Why would I assume that? I don't know whether Antarctica is an edge of a boundary of the limits of the Earth or not. For all I know, it's a continent or a C-shaped thing, and there's more land beyond it. And so when they do a little loop-de-loop around Antarctica, that's not the end of the Earth. For all I know, how could I possibly know that?
Do you think that Antarctica is the boundary around the world that we live in, like the world that we know?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. So
no.
And what's the alternative? Like, there's not really much alternative if you're a flat earther, because people have gone around Greenland, around the North Pole multiple times. I'm sure people have done it with Antarctica, but that's easier to claim that it's also conspiracy because less people have done it. There's not many people there. You're not really allowed to travel around Antarctica. So if you're not going to claim that it's Antarctica, if you don't know, then how can you claim that the Earth is flat at all if you don't know what's around the edge? Like,
oh, well, that's simple. That's simple. Very simple. So when somebody says something flat, they're not making a claim about the boundary condition. So, for example, if I measure a surface area to be flat, that could be a portion of a surface area which is the boundaries are a triangle, the boundaries are a dodecahedron, the boundaries are a star shape, and I could go on a list of infinite shapes in which the perimeter has a surface area that's flat, right? So the boundary condition is irrelevant to the claim whether the Earth is flat or not.
But you have to have a model that works with how people are currently navigating around the world. Well, otherwise it's just not true. Like, I can travel right now. I can travel from New Zealand. I can take a flight to Singapore. I can take a flight to the USA. And I can look out of the window and I can see everything below me. So there is a point where you can't say that some countries are on the other side of the Earth as other countries because people are already traveling and the flight times are shorter. But the only model
dude,
that could
you're just
kind of
not
work.
even making sense anymore. You looked out the window, therefore, countries.
No. So if you take a flight from one country to another, that on the globe model, it's closer. Then
let's try this. Let's try this. Well, let's just get rid of the hypotheticals, okay? You've been on a flight, right? Yeah. You've allegedly, somebody could infer that you're claiming you validated these paths and these land masses, right? While you were in the flight, correct? Okay, so stop talking hypotheticals and just tell us your story of what you witnessed.
So my argument is, I've taken a flight to Australia. I've been there before, and I've also been to Europe. The flight to Australia is much quicker than the flight to Europe. That's kind of obvious, right? So I'm arguing that
It depends on where you are. It depends on where you are. You haven't told us where you started from.
I said I started from New Zealand.
Okay, New Zealand. Okay.
So you have to have a model for the flat Earth where countries are roughly in the right position. You can't have a model where Europe is closer to New Zealand.
Well, wait a minute. When you fly in a plane, are you affixed to the ground?
No, you're in the air.
Right. So your speed isn't limited by anything on the ground, correct?
No, but since commercial planes are roughly traveling at similar speeds, you will probably
No, that's not true. Planes that enter jet streams travel much faster than planes that aren't.
Sorry, say that again?
If you enter a jet stream, you travel much faster than a plane that isn't.
If you enter a jet stream, now I'm not super knowledgeable about aviation. So then, what about the planes that don't enter jet streams? Like, this is all a big if. I could Europe 100 times and to Australia 100 times, I'm always going to get to Australia faster every time. So all I'm claiming is that you have to have a model that roughly preserves where everything is in the globe model, because that works pretty well as for the flight times when you're getting to places.
You don't
Sorry
have
for
a
not being
globe,
very
though.
clear here.
Yeah, you don't have a globe, though.
Isn't New Zealand to Europe shorter no matter what map projection you use?
What? New Zealand to Europe? What are you talking about? New Zealand's
Here,
on
hold
the other
on.
side of the earth to
Australia,
Europe.
you mean?
Oh, yeah. New Zealand is right next to Australia. It's always going to be faster. So, like, if you drew a
Oh
boundary,
wow! So if it's right next to Australia, it's always going to be faster, and Europe is further. I mean, how does it even make sense to say it takes different? Of course, it's going to take different. Duh.
yeah, of course. So I'm saying that if you had a flat Earth model where New Zealand was on one side of the disk and Australia was on the other side, on the opposite side, if you
This guy's
drew the boundary
confused.
in
He
between
thinks
those
we live
colors,
on a disk. He thinks we live on some kind of a floating disk in space.
no, I think you think that if you have a flat Earth model, right, you have to have some countries or some territories on one side
No.
and some territories on the other side. Okay,
No.
then what are you arguing?
New Zealand is
You're
New
the one
Zealand
trying to argue a
southeast.
model. We don't have a flat Earth model.
So if you
Well,
don't
isn't
know
New
what you
Zealand
believe, then what do you
southeast
even
from
believe in?
Australia anyway?
No, answer my question. If you don't know what you believe in, if you don't know,
I don't. It's not a belief. Earth is flat and stationary. It's measured that way. So you don't have to believe in it. You can just go do it yourself. You can go measure it yourself.
so if you believe that Earth is flat and you can't define where the edges of,
No,
or
it's
even if there are
flat
no
and
edges, if you can't define where
stationary,
places are, it's
and it
flat
doesn't
and stationary.
require belief. It doesn't require belief because you can just go measure it, like planar surveying. You can just go measure it.
So you're
Oh,
really
you
going
don't
to
have
claim
to
that you
do
can just put a level on the ground and just say, oh yeah, this is flat, so the entire Earth is flat.
Yeah.
No,
Yes.
but
That's how you
anyway, New
start. You
Zealand,
start with low
New
water.
Zealand is southeast from Australia, so you'd have to pass over Australia to get to Europe anyway, dude. That doesn't even make sense to even bring this up as an argument, dude.
Exactly. I'm saying that if you were to draw a boundary between New Zealand and Australia, because a flat Earth is always going to have a center, like something in the
Why
center
would I draw
of
a
the plane.
boundary between New Zealand and Australia, dude?
Because you're doing it with
Why are you
Antarctica.
making up a
Antarctica is
flat Earth
most
model
people,
for
most
us,
flat
dude?
Earthers do it with Antarctica.
Why are you making up a flat Earth model saying now we have to have a center also?
Because all flat Earth models will have to have it. When you look
That's
at
the
our
model that
world
you're
right now,
making up. We don't have a
well,
model. You
there's
made up a
no other
model.
possible way. There's no other
You
possible
made
way.
up the model though. You can't use your model in here.
I'm saying any
I think
model
he's
can
under the
work.
misapprehension that the flat Earth has to end at a certain azimuth or a certain latitude or something.
Okay, I'll explain everything again because I think you guys are misunderstanding me. If we have the Mercator projection, let's say the globe as we know it now, or the flat Earth or whatever, the countries that are common knowledge on the internet, you can just search up world map, right? You get the Mercator projection. If you have a flat Earth, if you have a flat Earth, either the center of the flat Earth, or even if it goes on forever, the center kind of has to be Greenland because people sail all the time from, let's say, from like Russia to Canada, for example. You can go right there in a straight line. And by center, to the people who are asking that, I mean the points where the rest of the world. I'm sure you've seen the Antarctica, the flat Earth models where Antarctica sort of surrounds everything, right? That's the only one I can see working because people are traveling. No straight lines on it. What do you mean, no straight lines on the globe?
No, that doesn't explain the sun rising in the southeast and setting in the southwest in the winter, and rising in the northeast and setting in the northwest in the summer for me in Ohio on a globe or your flat Earth model that you created.
So I'm arguing though, how is the distribution of countries and like what this guy just posted, like how are the countries actually distributed in flat Earth? Are you guys saying you don't know? You just know that the Earth is flat. You don't actually
So
know.
yeah, we know it's not a globe. Yep, and I live in Ohio. I don't really plan on going anywhere. It's nowhere really fun to go.
All right. So you're basically saying you know the Earth is flat from
Yes.
whatever sort of measurements you've done. You just don't
The
know
yeah.
how the countries are.
It measures flat. Water is always flat and level. If there's no wind blowing over it, you know that, right?
Yeah, water because of gravity.
So gravity makes things flat then. Okay, I'll give you
No,
gravity.
gravity doesn't
Gravity
make
made the
things
earth flat. Yeah, gravity. Yes, you just said. I said water is always flat and level, and you said
No,
yes
because
because of gravity. So
Earth
gravity
has a
made the
solid.
earth flat. I agree with you.
Gravity did not make the Earth flat. If you
Yes,
have a
it
glass
did.
of water and you
Check it
pour
out. Yeah,
water
pour
inside the
water out.
glass, it's
Pour
flat.
water out. It doesn't turn into a ball. It goes flat. So
Because
obviously
the
gravity
center of
makes things
gravity
flat.
is at the center of the Earth because that's where the center of all of the mass is concentrated.
Center.
By
No,
center,
yeah,
I mean
water
at the Earth's
spreads out.
core.
It doesn't. Water spreads out. It doesn't like go to a point.
No. That's because when all of the mass in the Earth, so gravity.
What he's trying to say is he's flat means curved to him.
Oh no,
I'm
yeah,
not
we
trying
can't
to
do
say that
that.
flat means curved. No, I'm trying to say
Yeah, we're not
that.
doing
Well,
that.
how did you get to this point when you guys were just talking about water? You both agreed on the flatness of water, and then you started talking about gravity.
And then
If
I
you
agreed
took
with him that gravity makes things flat. I
if you took
agreed.
water into space,
Yeah, and
it
then
would
he
become a
started going.
circle.
No, and then he backtracked. He
Oh,
That's
hold
not what I
on.
into the
said. That's
water
not
Hold
what I
and
said.
on.
came
Hold on.
backwards.
I can answer this. All right, so I can simulate space in my garage because I have a vacuum chamber, so I can simulate that. So I can put water in my vacuum chamber and then simulate space, and water turns into gas and leaves the vacuum chamber. So what happens in space?
If you look at the astronauts on the ISS, where they're in that free
No, not
floating
them.
state,
Not them.
they take
You
water
said
out,
space.
and it's in a circle. It's a sphere.
Oh, that's in a pressurized room. Yeah,
We've
that's
got
air pressure
air
making liquid
pressure.
water.
We've got air
Yeah,
pressure here on Earth
yes,
as
it's
well.
air pressure. Right, you have air pressure that makes the liquid water. But since you
Yeah,
think you live
but
on a ball in a vacuum that's in the vacuum of space and there's nothing surrounding you, just launch a rocket and fly into the vacuum. What's holding the water in the air down?
Can we just take a moment to realize that a globule of homogeneous substance is held together by intermolecular forces? Has nothing to do with gravity whatsoever.
The reason I said that the reason you guys made the argument as well, you guys said that water is flat when I poured it into a cup, and I said that's because of gravity. And then you guys said, well, no, that means that because this water becomes flat
You
from
said it.
gravity,
Well, is the
the
water
Earth
It's
must
flat
be
flat or
flat
not?
because
from
of
gravity.
gravity. You said it's flat, and I just agreed with you.
No, I said that when you pour water in a cup, eventually it will settle to a point where it will appear flat because of gravity. That's because
Right.
the center of gravity
Gravity makes things
is
flat.
underground. It's in the center of the
Okay,
core
No,
of the Earth.
that's interesting.
that's making up a
That's
story.
interesting. Let's agree. But then let's extrapolate that. So when does that water that appears flat become curved? Go ahead.
When does the water that appears flat?
Right. So the
This,
water is being held down to the surface of the earth and it appears flat. Appears
yeah.
flat in your bathtub. It appears flat in your swimming pool. It appears flat at your lake down the street from your house. It appears flat on the bigger lake when you go down the street a few more miles to the state park. So when does it start to curve?
If you were to like somehow snap your fingers, make all of the solid matter in the Earth and the mantle in the Earth's core, if you were to make that disappear, but if you keep the gravity that generates because of the amount of mass, and you were to go to the center of the Earth, and you were to
No,
tip out the
dude.
glass of water.
Could you stop going into fiction land, please, and just demonstrate the
No.
reality?
This is how
Oh, no.
globe
We
is
got to
think,
stay
right?
in fiction land. Okay, I understand. Let's agree.
This is
Since
how
we were
globers
using a
think.
point of
This is how
agreement. No,
globers think, right?
Let's agree that we're now going from reality into fiction land. Go ahead. Tell us about your fiction land.
It's true. I've never been to the center of the Earth, so I get what you mean.
Nobody
If I would have,
has.
if I were to pour out a glass of water, it would then turn into a
You have no
circle in the
idea.
center of
You
the
have
earth.
no idea what it would do, sir. None.
In the
Zero.
center of the earth, the glass of water.
Hey, listen. Let me help you out. Let me help you out, friend. So
It's a thought
there's
experiment
a lot of
because the
claims. Listen,
center
let
of
me help
gravity
you. Let
is
me
so
help you,
deep in
brother.
the ground.
Brother, let me help you. Let me help you. So there's a lot of claims about what's going on under the earth. But the only hole that's ever been dug in the earth to validate any of these claims of any significance is called the Kola Super Deep Borehole. They dug 8 miles down, and they did not accurately predict what was from the top to the bottom of the 8 miles. So if they can't predict what's going on 8 miles deep, they have no clue what's going on in the center, and neither do you.
Because gravity, you don't have to go down there to understand that.
Well,
Because
yeah, I understand. Yes, yeah. Okay, hold on, bro. Hold on. I need to PSA the audience. Okay, audience, we're going back to fiction land now. Okay, go ahead.
you don't need to go down into the center of the earth to verify that gravity works the way it does. But scientists have been looking at that, like the way that planets orbit around the sun. That we already know how gravity works as a human race. It's already been done. There were philosophers who proved that the Earth
Sure, it
wasn't flat.
has. Yeah, tell us more about your fiction land.
So why is my land a fiction land and yours isn't? Where is your
Because you're
evidence
talking
that
about
the Earth
things
is
that
flat?
have never been observed in the history of humanity, dude.
No one has observed a flat Earth either.
Oh yeah, you have. You have every time you went out and saw flat water. You were just too indoctrinated with the idea. You were just indoctrinated with the idea that water's curved. So when you look out and saw the flat water, you said, "You know what? This water's really flat, but it's actually a giant globe."
Because the Earth is so large, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You can see Earth.
Oh yeah, perfect. I agree with you. So
it.
here, let me give you a line of logic. Let me give you a line of logic, friend.
Right, go for
I'm dating the most beautiful supermodel. And the reason you know that I'm dating her is because she's so busy, she's never at my house. Wow, look around. She's not at my house. Therefore, I'm dating her. Wow.
I don't see how that's related at all.
Yes, evidence of absence isn't evidence of presence, sir. By you conceding that you can't, no, exactly. So now you have to prove the positive case that flat water is actually curved, not just excuse it away by saying, well, it's obviously curved because I can't tell it's curved.
Because when you can actually observe it, you can see ships going over the horizon, they disappear.
That's not observing curvature. That's observing a ship disappearing. I thought you were trying to tell me you're observing curvature, so you seem to be confused.
You can see the ship. It will slowly disappear downwards over the horizon.
Sounds
The
like
sail
you're
will go down. I've seen
inferring,
videos
dude.
of it.
Yeah, that's inference. Oh, he's seen it, and now he's seen a video of it.
Well, I'm not a walking source book.
Dude, relax. Wouldn't that be just inferring it?
I doubt you guys have seen a flat Earth. I mean, it's too
Dude,
possible.
just answer the question. Wouldn't that just be an inference?
Well, in what sense? Like at the end of the day, everything that we know, like most things we haven't seen firsthand.
boy.
We're relying on other people's
Here we go.
first-hand knowledge
Right.
to do that.
Okay, fair enough. Let's say you saw a boat disappear and you thought you saw Earth curvature when you actually didn't. You just saw the boat disappear and then you inferred Earth curvature. Now, for the boat to disappear because of Earth curvature, it has to be behind the curve relative to you, correct?
There would have to be a curve in between us, me and the boat.
Yeah, if it was caused by a curve, there'd have to be a curve in between you and the boat. Now, according to the geometry of the Earth, it has a radius, 3,959 miles. It has a curvature rate, right? And so that puts the horizon at a specific location where your eye line would intersect it and would then be obstructed to the eye line of the boat, correct?
So there's a point where the crest of the curve kind of where I wouldn't be able to see past that crest, and then I would only see the parts of the boat that are above. Okay, yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Right. So that means that would be a physical location, right? That exists.
At which point the crest of the curve?
The crest of the curve, right? It's at a specific geometric location. Okay, so here's the problem, friend.
Yeah.
You say we can't see the boat because there's a hump of Earth curve in the way. Here's the problem. We can see the horizon behind things it's supposed to be blocking. We can see boats 30 miles away. No boat is tall enough that exists to be seen 30 miles away based on the geometry of the globe Earth. So your idea that this is a geometric location that's blocking boats is erroneous. Not only that, but I can see the same effect on lakes that are smaller than the alleged curve would even produce a hump significant enough to block the boat in question. And I have many video and photographic evidence of this, and so do many people. In actuality, what you actually find when you go out and you look at the horizon, that the horizon appears to be in different locations all the time. And so it's clearly not a physical location. The horizon is an optical phenomenon, not a physical edge of an earth ball.
It's subjective where it is, depending on where you are.
Subjective. Dude,
The
even from the
horizon is
same
going to be in a
observer
different
location,
place.
even from the same observer location that's in different places and shows different effects and different results. And my lake that I told you that I see things disappear is only 1,014 feet long, dude. The alleged hump of the earth curve would be like less than a 32nd of an inch. So, sir, I'm just going to put it to you bluntly, in case you didn't know this. The horizon, by definition, is an optical phenomenon. Okay? It's not a physical edge of a ball.
The horizon is an optical phenomenon. So you're saying that it's just caused by whatever the effects of light are going across large distances. What do you mean?
Yeah. It's caused by the fact that you see with an angular field of view that you have limited angular resolution, that there's atmosphere, that there's differential conditions throughout the day, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
None of the factors are a curved earth getting in the way, dude, because the curved earth getting in the way has to be in a physical location. And if it's constantly moving around, it's not a physical location. And no, I'm not talking about the relative differential of the horizon if you're at a different observer location. I'm talking about the same observer location. So no, it has nothing to do with the subjective. It has nothing to do with the subjective viewpoint, dude.
So are you saying the same observer will witness different horizons of kind of
The same location at the same location on different days or even different times of the same day.
that is pretty interesting.
Sometimes they'll observe things disappear at a shorter range. Sometimes they'll observe things not having disappeared at ranges that supersede the globe geometry by 10 times. Sometimes they'll see the horizon behind an object that it's supposed to be in front of.
What?
So no, sir, the horizon is not a edge of a physical ball.
So if you're going to claim that it's because of optical effects, I could just claim the same
No,
thing.
it is because of optical effects. It's the only category it can be in, sir. There's geometry and then there's optics.
I could claim the same thing, that the Earth could be curved, and even though I shouldn't be able to see these whatever ships on the horizon as they disappear, or even though it's changing, I could just claim, yeah, it's just optical effects as well. The only difference being that
That's great. That's great. Now prove your conditional if that if the Earth was curved by demonstrating actual curvature rather than inferring it from the fact you can't see something. Go ahead, prove it.
Well, from both of our observation, if the Earth was flat or if it was a giant globe, we wouldn't be able to tell the difference just from our position here. So you can't
Oh no,
claim
we
that the
can.
globe
We
is
know
the
we
exception.
can. Let me tell you why. It's very simple. The flat Earth observations supersede the globe by orders of magnitude that cannot be explained by optical effects. So, for example, the optical effects needed are refraction coefficients approaching 1, like 0.93, 0.96. These don't exist in the ambient atmosphere. So the refraction conditions you need don't exist. They've never been displayed. They've never been measured. And in the observations that supersede the globe geometry, the destructive effects of those conditions that must be there aren't present.
So you're saying it's impossible on a globe Earth for refraction to explain what we witness?
Yep.
Okay, well, there's a lot of ifs going on now. First of all, I'm not actually sure if what you guys said about the ships, that they shouldn't be seen from a vantage point. I'm not entirely sure that's.
Hey, dude, if you're on a coastline, right?
Yeah.
And you're looking out at a ship 30 miles away, and you're let's say you're a 6 foot tall person. First off, your horizon's going to start approximately 3 miles away, but the hidden height after the curve begins, it's going to extend out to greater than 300 feet. In fact, I think at 30 miles, it's 400 feet. No ship is 400 feet tall. So it would be below the blocking that is caused by the Earth curve. So no, you shouldn't be able to see any ship at 30 miles, period.
Okay, I haven't seen a ship at 30 miles. Where you guys actually have photos or videos, or do you
Dude,
guys
we
have
got hundreds
personal
of them.
experience? Personal experience.
Yeah.
Where you can see that.
Dude, we got a video. You can one of our dudes at Boston Harbor tracking a boat with marine tracker and buoys, and he gets the ambient weather conditions from the buoy, showing that there's no significant refraction that day. That could even if there was, it wouldn't be at the value that would be needed to lift this boat up, right? So you can know the size, you can know which ship it is, you can know what size the ship is, you can know how far away the ship is from the shore, you can do the globe geometry and find that the boat should be well hidden below the hidden height off of the hump of alleged earth curvature that's there, but yet the boat is witnessed straight from an iPhone camera.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not actually a global fucking geographer or anything. So I'm out of arguments here. Like, so I'm not conceding that you're right. I just don't have an explanation for that. So, like, that could just be
Yeah, that's
something
fair.
I don't know.
Yeah, it could be that the earth is actually a bigger globe than they told you and they were lying about that.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, to accept that the Earth is flat would be to accept that NASA is lying. Plenty of scientists are lying. It would accept that pretty much everything
Let's just say
is a
let's
massive
just agree
conspiracy.
some people would be knowing the truth and then telling you a falsehood contrary to the truth that they know, but not everyone would have to, because most people actually aren't in a position to know whether the earth is flat or a globe, and they're actually just operating on models and subsystems, and so they have no firsthand knowledge of what the shape of the earth is at all, and they're just operating under a belief assumption.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I am just believing what scientists are currently saying. I don't have anything better to believe because I haven't seen it firsthand. Now, usually
Yeah,
with this
that's
sort of
fair.
thing,
But you know
if
what's
you're not,
interesting, brother?
what?
You know what's interesting?
What's that?
Is if you have any modicum of expendable income, and I'm talking less than $100,
Yeah.
you could go witness this for yourself by the end of the month, depending on where you can travel. You could do tests to see if the claims of the globe geometry are true. For example, I go to my personal lake, which is only like 5 miles from me, and I've done plenty of tests debunking certain globe claims.
So,
And
so correct me if I'm.
it only takes the debunking of one of their claims to start to realize that maybe I don't know what I thought I know.
So I accept there are plenty of things I don't know. So I'm just saying I'm not knowledgeable enough as a scientist, or even if I haven't done enough personal. If you're going to say that
Well, have you ever heard
counts.
this claim? Have you ever heard this claim? I know her in a biblical sense. Have you ever heard that said before?
No, I haven't.
So well, let me put it to you like this. A lot of people know, let's just say your wife. A lot of people know your wife, but you know your wife because you've experienced her on a level which nobody else has. Now, many people, they walk around thinking they know the globe, but very few people actually know the globe. And when they go out to try to feel the globe, and to get intimate with the globe and to make love to the globe, they find out that the thing they thought they knew wasn't actually there. So, for example, I'll give you an example, a concrete example. A man, a physicist, PhD level, specializing in optics, photo something or ametry or whatever, where you like measure things with light and lasers and stuff. And so he came upon the idea of flat Earth, kind of like you might have, and he said, you know what? I'd like to go out and test it and find out. So he took his knowledge, he took his lasers, he went out and did some observations and some tests and measured some water using his techniques and his expertise. And then he concluded at the end of his journey, there's absolutely no hump of water in between point A and point B. I'm just measuring a flat Earth. I have to concede the Earth's flat by my own direct measurements. And we actually have a bunch of his videos you could watch, see his journey. And his name is Dr. John D. That's a moniker. I don't know his actual first name or last name.
Okay.
But I actually think he has some evidence in there where you can actually check up on his credentials if you want to. But you can actually verify everything he does. He's very, very forthcoming on data points and his methods and why he's doing what he's doing, showing you the equipment, saying how it works, all this stuff.
Well, yeah, but there are also people who have proved, and I use, obviously I can say, both of us can say proved for contradictory statements. So, take proved with a grain of salt. There are people, though, there are flat earthers who tried to prove the earth was flat and accidentally proved it was round.
Nope,
I'm sure you've
never
all seen the
happened.
YouTube video.
Never happened.
You're claiming
Never
that's all fake.
happened, sir.
So from
No, no,
my
no,
perspective,
no. Think about it this way. Think about it this way. I'll give you an example. So there's a famous one in the Netflix documentary Behind the Curve, where a person named Jaron Campanella allegedly was going to do a laser test setup to shoot a laser through differential heights of cardboard holes, and then to see if it hit the other side. Assuming that if it was in a straight line, it would hit the other side, and if it was obstructed by curvature, obviously you couldn't curve the laser to hit the target. Now the problem is he burned the laser, and they actually used a flashlight. Not only that, but when they did the setup, in the documentary, there's no evidence of where they placed the cardboard, how far away they were from the sight lines, even if the cardboards were in a straight line. Also, the math that you do on there, Jaron would have to be 17 feet tall for it to even work, and he's not 17 feet tall. So the whole setup was a sham. There was no legitimate test done at all. And you'll actually find that there is no comparative laser test demonstration of Earth measurement on the globe side, except TV shows like the one we just described. And they're very speciously done, no data. And the other one that was done on Discovery Channel, which was hosted by Speak and Spell himself, Stephen Hawking, you watch that one and they allegedly do a laser test and you could see there's a million jump cuts. There's no way to see if anything actually happened in reality or in sequence, or to even see a continuation of the laser to the target. And there's no data of where they were or anything. Not only that, but there's actually evidence that they scrubbed. So, for example, if you do a scrub on a frame and then you add an image to a frame, you'll get artifacts from the previous frames. They're literally trying to say that they hit a helicopter behind the curve of the Earth. And when the helicopter goes down and the helicopter comes up, you can see the same birds flying in the exact same pixel for pixel motion that they were in the previous frames, meaning they edited the image. So no, sir, there is absolutely none comparative to what the flat earthers have done to conclude the Earth is flat when it comes to laser measurements on the globe side. There's none. Zero.
Okay, I'm gonna take what you're saying for granted. So if all of this is a sham, like if the tests that they've done are a sham, just search it. There's a philosopher, what's his name? I don't know how to pronounce his name. Eratosthenes or something.
No, he wasn't a philosopher.
The librarian at the library.
Sorry, yeah, scholar, librarian, poet, inventor.
While you're thinking of the right thing to say, I'll throw another example on. There was another one done by National Geographic, right? So we got Netflix, National Geographic now added to it, or Discovery Channel. So on the National Geographic one, they took some flat earthers out. One famous one being Mark Sargent, and they were going to do a test on a lake where they were going to prove that boats disappear from the bottom up because of the horizon. And so what they did is they took a kayaker and they gave him this board which had stripes of color on it, so they could see, this stripe represents 2 feet, this stripe represents 2 feet, et cetera, et cetera. So the idea is as they go out, they're going to see that it disappear. So what's funny is the guy starts going out, and to be fair, the bottom of the board does look like it's starting to disappear. And then the girl who's the host says, "Hey, look, it's disappearing because of the horizon." But guess what? As she's saying it, the filmographer is looking out over the water, and you can see the horizon behind the boat. It's literally embarrassing.
Yeah, I haven't watched any of these, so I'm kind of have to take your word for granted on all of these. Honestly, I probably should have come in here with probably should have prepared before I came in here. I just sort of came in here by myself.
Yeah.
There is something
What's the best part about those? The best part
Yeah.
about those that I mentioned is they were distributed on publicly accessible free channels like Discovery, National Geographic, and Netflix. And I mean, yes, you do have to pay for Netflix, but you can get it for free if you really want to. But the point is that everybody can go watch it.
Yeah, of course. But you can
see
draw
that
different
it's all
conclusions.
nonsense.
People draw different conclusions all the time based on what you see. Like, obviously, so do you accept that mainstream media will generally say that the Earth is round?
Well, yeah, most people agree that the Earth is a globe of some kind, right?
Yeah.
Like that's generally what people believe. Sure.
So if you can only draw the conclusion that the Earth is flat, they're not going to publish that. So of course you can
Right.
you can draw
Real
different
quick,
conclusions for different things.
just
Yeah.
1 second. You said that people come to conclusions for what they see, but the issue with the globe is that nobody sees the globe, and still people conclude that it is a globe. Nobody observes the globe, but they conclude it is a globe somehow.
And no one observes the entire flat Earth as a whole, but you guys have your own reasons to conclude that the Earth is flat. Anyway,
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
So what I can argue though is first I have a question. How do you think the sun and the moon will? How do you think that works with the flat Earth? Because if the sun and the moon circle around the flat Earth, I mean, I guess that could work, but are you going to claim that the sun and the Earth orbit around the flat Earth so that they're both one of them is underneath the entire plane?
No, they're
because of
no,
its
they're never underneath. They're never underneath the surface. They're always observed above the surface. There's never a time where they're observed below the surface. That makes zero sense.
Yes. Okay. So we know that by looking at faraway planets like Mars, Jupiter, even Neptune, and Pluto, they have some illumination from the sun. Do you agree with that?
Perhaps. How would I know where their illumination comes from?
But where else is it going to come from? Do you think they produce their own light?
I'm going to disagree with you because you can't prove why they're lit and why the light looks like it does.
No, I can't prove it, but it's the most likely because our Earth is illuminated by the sun. So
no, do you hear how silly that sounds?
So you're claiming the Earth is not illuminated by the sun?
Well, let me ask you this, friend. Are you trying to get to the claim that if the sun is above the Earth, everyone would see it at all times?
Everyone should be able to see it at all times. Yes.
No, that's based on assumptions. That's based on the assumption that the sun is powerful enough to reach all surfaces at the same time, and that there's nothing directing the light. Now, if you remove that assumption, your claim that everyone should be able to see it becomes moot.
And that's why I said we can all see. When you look at Jupiter, that's illuminated. Like it doesn't. So the only way to claim that the sun isn't powerful enough is to claim there's some other light source that's illuminating Jupiter, or it's illuminating itself.
Dude, you don't even know how far Jupiter is away, dude.
I don't know the exact number, but it's a lot further away than the sun is from anywhere on Earth.
How could you possibly know that?
Yeah. Can I ask him a follow-up?
Are you claiming that Jupiter is
because
closer?
it's because we have technology to actually measure things accurately. It's like asking how do you know what chemicals are made of water?
Maynard,
Like, are you a chemist,
what
bro?
technology?
So what oxygen?
All right, Maynard,
what is water?
Get muted.
What is?
Get muted. You're too dumb to be here, bro. All right, sorry, bro.
Let him speak.
You don't know how sentences
work.
work.
For 20 seconds, and then you immediately mute him.
Yeah, hang on, dude.
No, 20. Stop. In case you didn't notice, friend, he's just machine gun rattling point after point after question after question, and he's just going to keep doing it. We've dealt with him before. He literally never stops to engage or for you to even be able to answer his questions. So don't worry about it. I want to answer your questions because you're actually sincere. He's a troll loser. Okay.
So my questions were: do you believe that Jupiter is? I'll first ask the question: do you believe that Jupiter is further away, or any other planets that, according to science, are further away than Earth to Earth than the sun is to Earth? Do you believe that they're actually further away?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
Nope.
Okay. In that case, I can't really claim that the sun is not powerful enough it is powerful enough that everyone on the Earth can see it.
Well, let's go this way, brother. Let's go this way. Let's meet somewhere halfway. Would you agree that allegedly? See now Maynard's joining incessantly because he's trying to do a trick where he gets unmuted so that he can go on his verbal diatribe again. So now I have to ban him permanently. See the problem here, friend? I'm trying to talk to you, and he's just constantly spam joining. So I have to hear his little dingly dings, so I can't concentrate on answering your question. But anyway, so let's just agree that on the Earth there's a thick atmosphere, right? And allegedly between the sun and the celestials is something that is nothing like the Earth's atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
So in other words, yeah. So in other words, there's a differential in the approach of the light from the sun to us versus the light from the sun to them. So that alone gives you pause to say, well, it's not going to be the same.
So you're claiming that because in your model of the world, you're saying the sun is in the atmosphere. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the light from the sun is passing through atmosphere to reach us, and it's not supposedly passing through atmosphere to reach other things that may or may not be lit by the sun. So in other words, the relationship between us and the sun is different than the relationship with things that are not us.
So then, if you were on whatever part of the flat Earth that you wouldn't be able to see the sun from, wouldn't you still be able to see in the atmosphere the effects of the sun lighting up wherever it's hitting? Listen, I'm not an expert on how.
Well, dude, did you know that nighttime it's not pitch dark? Did you know that there's actually light there?
Well, the sunlight reflects off the moon, and
No, I just mean there's never a time where there's an area on Earth that has zero light, right? Let's agree to that.
Yes, things are emitting radiation, like not
So,
as
for
much.
example, you can use but I mean just light. You can use a starlight scope, which is not in the radiative sense. It's like it's not IR, nothing like that. It's just a enhanced light scope that just magnifies the amount of light that's being cast into the sensor by like 1,000 times or whatever the heck. I've used these in the military, and you can see like it's broad daylight.
Yeah, there is light. It's not pitch dark. I agree with that. I have another. So if you can't see the sun because it has to pass through the atmosphere to get to us, then why can you see
Well, dude, I
stars
can't.
at night?
Listen to this. I can't see the sun where I live, and I live in a mountainous region, and there's a valley between these two mountain peaks, and you can go up on one and look at the other, and you know how far apart these mountain peaks are. And when I look at the sun, it looks to me like it hasn't even passed the other mountain peak yet. But on certain days, I cannot see. I can see daylight, but I can't see the circle of the sun. So the most brightest part of the sun, its circle itself, is impossible to see in the middle of the day.
You could have a cloud in front of the sun, and you could still have daylight. Like just because you don't see
or
the
just
sun
ambient,
itself,
or just
daylight.
ambient haze. Yeah, you could also just have ambient haze, so that the sky looks like there's zero clouds. It's daylight in the middle of the day, but the sun circle cannot be seen. I experienced that plenty of times. So if the daylight sky, right, when the sun is overhead and at its brightest and strongest, the sun circle cannot be seen. And when we know that when the sun recedes and it approaches the horizon, it's 23,000 times less luminous, then the idea that if the sun keeps going away, eventually you're A, not going to be able to see the sun circle, and B, not going to be able to see a significant amount of light coming from the sun to where you get the impression that it's dark out. That's not unreasonable.
So how come people in the nighttime can never see the sun? So if you're in whatever part of the flat Earth that the sun currently isn't, I'm not entirely sure how you think it works. You can never see the sun.
I can give you a model. I could give you a model right now of a flat Earth, allegedly. Just a arrangement of the continents on a piece of paper, printed out from a printer.
You could do that.
Just hold on, brother. Let me finish the setup. Thanks. So I could print this out, and then I could put a differential media on top of the flat Earth printout, and then I could put a single light source above it, and you'll see that it's impossible for that single light source to reach all points on the surface. I'm going to post it. You go ahead and talk what you're talking while I pull it up for you.
So around about roughly for the Earth's surface, maybe slightly less, we'll be currently experiencing nighttime right now, so you can't see the sun. So you can't see, no matter where you are in this region, you cannot see the sun itself. So then if you're claiming it's because the sun is too dim, why can you not see, why from these areas, why can you easily see stars? Where stars are just, I don't know, they could be smaller or larger versions of the sun, really, because the sun is a star. The stars still have to
No, the
have
sun
light that
is a
passes
sun.
through the
The
atmosphere.
sun is a sun, dude. There's no evidence. There's no evidence the sun is a star and the stars are suns, dude. But anyway, that being said,
Okay.
in case you didn't notice, the stars the stars that you can see are above the occlusion rate of the ambient atmosphere. So there's a diagonal occlusion. So when you look out horizontally, you have this thing called the Rayleigh extinction coefficient, which is essentially the ambient atmosphere after about 3 to 350 miles is opaque, so you can't see anything. So if you were looking out at the sun horizontally and it was beyond this extinction rate, and of course it wanes diagonally, but the lower the sun is in an angle comparatively, it's going to fall into that zone. It'd be invisible. But the stars are above that zone, so they're visible. So in other
Listen,
words, the
I can't
stars
argue.
are the
I can't
stars are
engage
most
with this at all.
likely in a diagonal relationship where it's the least amount of occlusion accumulating through the atmosphere.
You can still
But
see
yeah, go ahead
stars
and
on the horizon.
no, you
You can
can't.
still see stars. Yes, you can.
Nope.
I've
No,
seen it.
about 15
I've seen
degrees.
it
No,
firsthand.
nothing lower. Nothing really lower than that. It's too distorted and gets all crazy looking.
I've seen it firsthand. Stars pretty much right on the horizon.
Then you were looking at
Okay.
them behind a mountain.
In a hilly
Okay,
location,
but
maybe.
here's the problem, friend. Something you forgot is you don't see in distances, you see in angles.
Okay.
Right? So something that appears to be on the horizon relative to something else isn't necessarily on the horizon relative to that thing. Okay? It could be
Okay,
at
listen,
a different
from my perspective, I can't engage with this argument because first you've claimed that the sun and the stars are two completely different entities, like they're not the same class of thing. And now you're claiming that what I'm actually seeing on the horizon is not actually on the horizon. That from my own two eyes, when I've witnessed this
Let me help you
firsthand,
out.
that's
Yeah,
not true.
let me help you out, brother. Let me help you out. It's very simple. If you go out to a street and you have a bunch of street lights and you look down the corridor of street lights, the first street light you'll have to look up to see. The second street light you don't have to look up as much, and so on, to where basically you can see a majority of the street lights by just looking out towards the horizon. Now, the street lights will eventually reach a point where they appear to merge with the horizon. And so let's just call it the 75th street light. So street light 75, 76, 77, 78, all the way up through 150 will all appear to be on the horizon. But rest assured, they're not touching the horizon. And rest assured, they're at different distances, even though angularly they're occupying the same space in your field of view. So yes, it is the case that something can appear to be on the horizon, but be closer to you or further away.
Okay, I understand that. I mean, you could do people know, like, we know where the stars are. So I'm willing to bet, like, maybe one day I could actually go out. There's a beach I go to sometimes, Whangamata Beach. You can see the stars sometimes. There's not very much air pollution here, so it's quite easy to see. We know. Do you agree that we know roughly the position of the stars in the sky relative to the Earth from using telescopes? So that could be telescopes in space, telescopes on the Earth, from what we currently have. Do you agree
Oh
that
no, that's
we
not
know
the way
roughly
they're
where the stars
mapped.
are?
No, the celestial sphere isn't mapped to a globe Earth. It's mapped to a point. That's observer centric.
So if I was an observer, though, do you agree that with whatever knowledge of where the stars are that we have today, I would be able to tell where the
It's
star is
it's
that isn't
where
being
the
distorted?
stars. No, it's where the stars are in your view, not where they actually are. There's a big difference.
So I'm saying, do you think that we know where the stars actually are, or do you disagree with that?
Heck no. Hey,
Okay.
nobody knows where a star actually is, dude. Not even close. Hey, let me help you out, friend. Not only let's just real quick. Not only do they not know where stars are, they don't know when stars are.
That's true. There's a lot of things that we don't know.
No, what I mean by that is that they're in their claim, the light that they're getting from the star is from the past.
Yeah, because light
Correct?
travels at a specific
Right.
speed. We're
So
getting
the
the light
idea that
from
you
the
haven't
past.
correct. So the idea that you know where a star physically is in the present is ludicrous.
With enough margin of
The only
error
thing you know
that we know it's roughly on
no,
the horizon.
there's no, dude. No, I'm gonna help you out. The only thing you know is where it is angularly in your field of view. So, for example, at any particular time, you might go to timeanddate.com or what's that other one, Stellarium, and you're going to get an observer centric based view of where the star would be in your field of view. That's all you're going to get. And so, if it says that the star is approaching, let's just say 1 degree in your field of view, then you're going to perceive that as being on the horizon. That doesn't tell you where the star is. It just tells you what the angle is that it's approaching you at.
Yeah, the light that is approaching. That's the whole point. The whole point was that can the light reach us from at the horizon? Because you were claiming that the sun you can't see the sun
Holy
on the
crap,
horizon.
dude.
That's what you were claiming.
Okay, just like in the result of the light poles going down, the light pole that's just approaching the horizon but hasn't yet disappeared before it goes into that zone where there's going to be like 30 light poles occupying the same angular space, but they're further away, which means they have more occlusion. Just because things appear to be on the horizon doesn't mean that something else that appears to be on the horizon, if you cast a ray out, you would intersect that object in three-dimensional space, dude. It's not how it works.
Okay, well, anyway, I've loved chatting to you. I'm way out of my element here. I'm just not a very good debater, to be honest. So
No
hopefully,
worries. Well, let me leave
yeah,
you with this. Let me leave you with this, brother. You may have heard, based on this idea about things setting in the horizon, you may have heard, well, if you see the sunset, you can
yeah,
get higher and then you can see the sunset again.
yeah.
Guess what? You can't do that with the stars. That's weird.
Okay.
It's almost like the stars and the sun don't follow the same rules. It's weird.
Or in different layers.
They're much, much further away. But yeah, anyway, it's been great. Thank you for the eye-opening comments, I'll say.
Yeah, no worries, brother.
And I still believe in the globe Earth, but
Yeah.
honestly,
Just think. Just
yeah.
think, brother. We could have just listened to Maynard bleat over us for the last 10 minutes. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, I get what you're doing with like the people that come in here and just, disrupt everything. But I mean, maybe the reason he's doing that is because you muted him within 20 seconds. But if he's already got a history of doing this sort of thing, then yeah, I guess I kind of understand that. We need to have some actual people who know what they're talking about in here supporting the globe. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about at all.
I think you guys should try to find the globers that actually know what the proof is and bring them in here, because we've been looking. I've been looking since 2013, so I haven't been able to find anything.
Like what I'm saying is that I'm just a guy, right? I don't actually work in any of these fields firsthand. So if we can get some people in here that actually have and who are globers,
We do.
that would
We
be a lot
do quite
better.
often. So, for example, we had an astrophysicist specializing in exoplanets on one time,
Yeah.
and he didn't even know the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. So he was making claims about 16 by 16 pixel grids of colors that, it's like a little blue in the center, and then there's some light blue, and then some green, and of course these colors were added by the computer because it was mostly monochromatic. But they have certain sensors that decide what colors they add. And so he had like this 16 by 16 grid of pixels that was moving around, and he was telling us, you see that pixel moving is an orbit, and then I can calculate from that orbit that the density of the planet, and then maybe it has water or not. And we're like, dude, are you trying to tell me that from looking at that blob of pixels, you're going to tell me what the planet is in the center of that glob of pixels based on the way the pixels are moving? He goes, well, of course, because we can reverse engineer that from the orbits that we know locally, because we can reverse engineer that from this and from the way the sun moves and the distance from the sun to the earth. And then we asked him, well, okay, what's the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder? And he's like, I don't know. I'm like, well, that's the whole linchpin of these dimensions that you're claiming for the orbits. How come you don't know it? Like, this is the fundamental foundation of your entire enterprise that you're studying. Oh, I don't need to know that. I just need to know what I'm told about the pixels. Oh, I get it. So you're a schmuck.
Well,
You're
no one
showing
can
up
know
to work,
everything at once.
punching your clock. No, the point is that these alleged experts, they don't know the fundamentals of their own paradigm of which they're making their conclusions. They're so far down the track of assumptions, they have no clue whether it's correct or not.
You can't you can't know everything as a student. Like, you kind of have to make assumptions that what people are
No,
telling
he's
you is right. Otherwise, you have
practicing,
to
dude. He's
independently verify
practicing in the
everything.
field. He's not a student. He's practicing in the field, dude. Supposedly being able to definitively say that this glob of pixels is actually a planet that may be habitable for humankind in 3079. Okay, so what I'm trying to just get to you is that a lot of these people who people think know the answers, they themselves defer the knowledge of the fundamental fact off to some other field. They're like, well, I don't know. It's not my field.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you. A lot of people that are experts don't know what they're talking about. But if we can get people that actually do, like people who do know the fundamentals and basics, and there are people like that.
Well, for example,
Anyway, it's great.
there's surveyors who come in and say they know the Earth's a globe, but they don't even know that they're overlaying their flat measurements onto an ellipsoid model. But go ahead and say your bye, so we can let you leave.
Yeah, well, yeah. Hopefully, I don't end up on a globe destroyed by
Yeah, you feel.
bacteriological population.
I think you fail to realize, though, they're going to say the same thing that you do. They're going to say, we're all going to agree, right, that the sun is a star, the nearest star. They're going to begin from the same la la land you're talking about.
Yeah, but this is the problem, though. Like, flat earthers can just say, well,
They're
what
not
if
gonna have
that's not true?
special
What if that's
info.
not true? What if that's not true? Then you
Dude,
can
let
say
him
that
say his
indefinitely.
goodbyes already.
Like, there's a point
No,
where we do have some
son.
axioms that we have to agree with.
Sir,
Can you hear me?
kid. Yeah, your cosmic ladder starts with the radius of Earth, and you
STJ.
guys don't have that yet. So you don't have a curved Earth. So we can't go on with the stories. They're just stories at that point. Flat Earth is measured flat. You just go out and do it.
What's that?
Flat Earth is measured flat.
Hey, you know what, Radwin? You just made me have an epiphany, bro. Follow my logic here. See if you understand this. So it's not simply that the Earth is a specific radius, it's that Venus is the same as the Earth. Remember? So basically all the harmoniousness in the cosmic model relies on two balls being approximately the same size. Yeah, it's finally making sense, bro. It's all about two balls. It's all about balls, bro.
It's all about two balls. One's a little tiny bit bigger than the other.
Right, so this is some kind of pseudo-Freudian Jocasta complex nonsense, bro. I finally get it.
Okay, well, thank you for the discourse, everyone. Yeah, goodbye.
All right, do it this time. Actually leave, otherwise someone else is going to trap you.
Yeah, better.
Peace. Take it easy.
What is with Australians and being fucking flat earthers? I genuinely don't get it.
Are they supposed to be globers?
Yeah.
What's wrong with this being flat earthers, bro?
Why would they have to be globers?
Because I'd expect them to be normal people.
Dude, how would they be normal if they were on a globe? Wouldn't they be
Australia
upside?
specifically?
Wouldn't they be upside down if they were on a globe? That's not very normal now, is it?
Yeah, well, what is it with flat earthers and Australia specifically? Like, they're fucking... Yeah, Australia has, like, a higher percentage of flat earthers than every other country on the fucking earth for some reason. This
Where did you
phenomenon
get
should be
that
studied.
statistic from? Where did you get that
Every
statistic
fucking
from?
flat earther I've met, every fucking... Like, there are, like, 5 Australians in here. in every fucking flat earther server, there are like several Australians.
All right. Let's do
Yeah,
some counting
it's
right now.
way
So
more of them than every other population, than every other nationality.
Right, but there's a stack of Americans that are flat earthers in here right now, more than Australians. So what do you say now?
Yeah, well, America has a higher population, and also like Americans are retarded because they were poisoned by lead in the 80s and the 90s, but I don't think that happened in Australia.
Yeah. Hey, which country are you from?
I'm from Iraq.
Oh yeah, it's a really great country.
I'm doing good. Like, it's a bad country, but I'm doing good. Family's well off.
Oh, sounds like a good place.
Yeah, it is a good place if you have the money, which goes for everywhere basically.
So, Americans were poisoned with lead, and that made them flat earthers.
Yeah, and there's also like the United States has a higher population than Australia.
Wait, let me.
But that made them flat earthers too.
No, it means like you have a higher population, so the chance for someone to end up as a retarded, it means you're gonna have more retarded people coming from that population. You just have like a
So,
high
are
population.
all flat earthers retards?
Yeah.
You got any proof of that besides me?
Well, I know it is true.
Okay, got any proof of that besides me?
Well, God told me. I know it's true.
Wow, so God created balls in a vacuum spinning around?
Yes.
That's amazing. And you think that flat earthers are retarded? You're an idiot.
Well, God told me.
No God told you shit, son.
No, you're just retarded. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, our countries have higher IQs than your country, so on average. So, what's in your water?
Oh,
but that doesn't mean you're high
Sand,
IQ.
sand and
You're
dirt.
still retarded IQ.
Hi, I'm a glober. I think I live on a ball that spins around at 1,000 miles per hour inside a vacuum chamber and follows the sun around a galaxy like a puppy on a leash.
That's so cute. You're so cute. Funny.
Hi, I'm a glober. I think that water sticks to rocks inside a vacuum chamber.
Such a cute little boy. Very funny.
That's a little bit broken. How can you be a glober if there is no curvature? Be a glober and start assuming those things. Have to find the curvature first.
Gravity.
Yeah, but it's not curvature. I'm not
Well, there is
asking
curvature.
what.
You just can't do math. You just can't do math because you haven't passed
So there's no
elementary
math.
school
You said there's
because
no
you're
math.
retarded.
There's no math,
So you do
and
the
there's
math
no
wrong.
curvature. Is that what you said? In
No,
Iraq,
you're
there's
just
or Iran,
retarded
there's
and you
no
can't
math.
do the math
They don't have
because
math
you
in your
haven't
country.
passed middle school. No, that's
Uh,
not what I said.
Do they have
I
math in your
said
country?
you can't do the math. You can't do the math because
Who
you're
can?
retarded and
Who
you have to
can do
pass
the
middle
math?
school.
Who can do the
People
math?
who do math. People who aren't retarded.
Who?
People who aren't retarded.
Can you do the math?
I can, but I don't feel like it.
So you can't do the math. So you're retarded.
No, I can. That's
All right,
not what
let's
I
do
said.
the math then. Let's do the math, and then you can prove
Well,
that you're
why?
not retarded.
You know, you're not doing the math. You're not doing the math because we
Which
already
math am I
established
not
you're
doing?
retarded.
Which math am I
You're
not doing?
retarded, which is why you can't do it.
It's not
Which math am
necessary.
I
We
not
already
doing?
established that you can't.
Which
It's not
math am I not
necessary
doing?
to know any complicated
Math.
math.
You're
We
not
are not
doing
doing
math
any math.
because you can't.
Which
Because
math
you're
am I
retarded.
not doing?
The math.
Which
Because
one?
you're retarded. It's math. Is that your fucking kid? Oh my god. Why
Don't
are
need
those
any
kids?
complicated math. We just need to do some simple measurements to find that curvature. You don't need to calculate for the curvature. I can calculate for some fantasy
No, you can't.
things like
No, you
calculating for
can't
the
because
power of
you're
fire
retarded and you can't do math.
coming from a dragon. We are talking about measuring the curvature. You don't need to do any complicated math. You do just simple math.
Yeah, it's not
Simple
complicated,
measurements. You
but
can do
you're
like
also retarded
old
and
people.
can't do it.
You can use cubit. You can use any unit of measurement that you can choose and agree upon with those who will just do those measurements with you, like ancient people, ancient Egyptian, or those
Yeah,
people
it's
who
not
didn't know the
complicated, but
math.
the issue at hand is that you're retarded and you can't do simple math.
No, I can.
Hey,
It's
Ash,
not.
you're
It's
getting
not.
boring, bro.
It's not by
You're
ad
getting
hominem.
Whatever,
boring.
little boy. Whatever.
Yeah, this is like one of the most low IQ trolls I've heard yet.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up, Floyd. Shut up, bitch.
Lame. You're not cool, bro. Don't know who you're trying to
Anyway,
impress.
see ya, guys. That was fun.
Lame.
Yo, hello? Anyone here? Okay. Is my internet not
Yo,
working?
what up? Yo, what up? Yo,
What's
hello,
up?
hello.
Hello?
Give me 1 second. Let me fix my mic.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah, this should be better now. What's going on?
What's up, dude?
What's up?
It's the flat Earth chat.
Is it? No way.
It is. It's the flat Earth chat, dude.
Alright, let me check why I don't see the overlay, voice overlay.
You gonna
Flatter
you
chat.
gonna
Yeah, it's voice chat. What's going on? What brings you by?
I like to come in here and just talk to people, try to see how they think.
Oh, is it like you're like a psychology major or something?
No. Oh, because of my name. No. No.
You know the topic
That
is not.
should be.
You know, the topic is about acknowledging the physical and natural world the way it is, right? The realist level.
Okay.
It's not about like opinions and
What's up, man?
feelings. Like,
Yeah. Sorry. When it's not about feelings and opinions.
yeah, even though feelings and opinions will be always added to certain stuff, it's more like trying to acknowledge reality for what it is and talk about it.
Yeah. So how do you come to determine things about reality?
Well, first you kind of open your eyes every morning, right? Then stand up and balance yourself so you don't kind of like don't fall to the sides of the hit the walls, right? You kind of like use your vestibular system to stay level, horizontal, the orientation of the world, and then you experience reality. You go out there and experience it,
Yeah,
right?
sure. I suppose so. But I consider myself like a skeptic. I I don't claim to have all the answers. So like when you say
Nobody in here has all the answers,
right,
including you.
yeah, I mean, I think that's yeah, of course. But when you say like we're just here to look at reality, like um, what do
Not
you think?
just look, experience it, because look is one of the first steps, right? You observe phenomena, you open your eyes, one of your senses. Your eyes are orientated to the horizontal, which is an axiomatic state of the world. It's a horizontal frame of reference. Your vestibular system orientates you to a level horizontal. You have a liquid inside of your ears that gives you a balance to the horizontal. That's the way, you know, it is in that situation. Then your eyes, when you're looking, let's say inside of your room, do you have a TV in your room or a table? You see that the TV is horizontal, right? Place. That's why we use a water level to put the TV. Make sure that is horizontal. The table is horizontal. The floor is level and horizontal. The table is also horizontal, and then you put the water or the whatever you put on the table. You want it to be level and horizontal so it doesn't fall to the floor, right? you kind of like operate within that axiom level, horizontal. You're not like sideways. If things are sideways, they kind of like fall to the floor, tilted.
Okay.
So to establish that level, let's say for the building that you're in, people use a water level, right? To put the
Right.
first brick. They put the first brick, they check it with water, they level it, put the second brick, the third brick, the last brick, and then at the end of the day, they can put the table that you have dinner on. And when you put the water cup on that table, the water is level, flat, horizontal, based on the axiomatic fact that the world is level, flat, and horizontal. But you can check
Right, but
this
that's
starting from your vestibular system. You go to the brick, to the last brick, to the table. Then you put the bathtub because after dinner or before dinner, I don't know how you do it. After or before you want to take a shower and you good bathtub, right? And the bathtub is also water level, horizontal, flat. Then
right,
you
but
have a
I
pool
mean,
because sometimes you like enjoying yourself, right?
okay.
During the summer when it's
Yeah,
hot, and the pool doesn't matter how big it is, from side to side, the pool is flat, level, horizontal, right? And we go to the lake because sometimes you don't like being in the pool. You like going to the lake, right? You go to the lake, maybe 2-3 miles away from your house, and every house around the lake, including yours, and the lake itself is flat, level, horizontal.
yeah, I get it, man.
Yeah, then you go away from that lake, you go to the next lake. Maybe your lake is 1 mile big, or maybe 5 miles. I don't know how big that lake is. You go to the bigger lakes, the 50-mile lakes, and guess what about those lakes? They are flat, level, and horizontal. And the house at the shore of the lake, you can go to the other side, and that other house 50 miles away from the one in the other side, they're both parallel to each other, flat, level, and horizontal, both of them.
Do you think people don't know that?
People do know that. It's just that based on a culture that people have been given a misrepresentation of the earth, they overwrite the facts, and in their mind they say this level horizontal frame of reference is happening on a curving sphere because TV said so. And that's the issue right there. That people know something because they operate within that reality, but then they try to override it, but they don't even know how that happened. They just say it. Yeah, all of this is happening in a ball. On an impossible, a magical ball that cannot be observed, tested, measured, or demonstrated. That nobody experiences. It's just, somebody says it's a ball, therefore it is. That's some people do that. I mean, a lot of people do it. But the people that actually checked, the people that tested the claim that this horizontal, flat, level frame of reference is happening on a ball, they come to find out that the ball is an impossible ball. It's impossible. It's not happening. It's not there. It's nowhere to be found. It was invented like a story, like a movie. Like an anime. It's a story outside of reality, a fantasy. That's where the ball, the globe stands in a fantasy.
Right. So why do people continue to say it's a ball on TV when we all know it's flat?
Maybe because some people are part of a culture and they defend their social status, so they know that if they go contrary to their cultural beliefs, they're gonna be pointed at like crazy, right? Oh, you're crazy. You don't believe in what we believe, and some people don't want to be that guy. That's the case for many people, right?
Right. Right.
I don't want to question the experts. The experts say that it's a ball, therefore it has to be.
Hmm. But we all know it's flat. I mean, we see it as flat.
Yeah, we test it, we observe it, experience it, operate in it, build upon it, measure it,
So how does
describe
the
it
idea that
as.
how does the idea that it's a ball, where does that come from?
It came from cults of the men of the past that wanted to establish certain cults based on certain beliefs. They establish these ideas that since God is perfect, he only makes perfect things, and their opinion is that spheres are perfect, therefore the earth is a sphere because God only makes perfect things. Therefore he made the earth as a sphere. And then they build upon that. Earth is a sphere because we have these ideas that we cannot demonstrate or prove, but yeah, it makes sense within the ball nonsense. That's the argument mostly.
And so you consider yourself something of a scientist?
Well, I'm a man. The soul that drives this body that we can call a man, right? And I'm a brother, a son, a cousin, a boyfriend, a husband, a friend, a mechanic, an engineer, a gamer. I'm all of those things. A flat earther, a globe earther. In demonstration, I can talk about the globe. I can talk about the flat earth. I'm also under the heavens, above the ground earther, right? I could label myself whatever label I want to put upon these silly labels that everybody want to carry around. But what I am, I mean, maybe I'm something that cannot be completely described, right? Maybe we don't know I don't know exactly what I am. I'm just can show you, right? I got tissue, I got blood, I got all of these things. But how does this body operate, and how does it actually work, and what's the engine that is running it? I mean, I cannot completely assert to you that I am that I am. I mean, I am that I am, but I cannot like put it in words completely. So that's why we use labels, right? But I'm not a label. Are you? Are you a label?
Nope. So, what
There you go.
political
You're not a
party do
label.
you
So whatever you
support?
call me,
Do
whatever
you feel
label
like
you put
there's a
on me,
political party that represents your beliefs or that you identify with?
a
What the hell?
political party, a political party? Not
Yeah. Do you think
necessarily.
there are people trying to get the truth out there?
Yeah,
Is
there
this
are
Mark?
people that acknowledge the truth and they talk about the
Yeah, it's
truth, and
Mark.
yeah, there's people out there that talk about the truth. Yeah, there's people out there that talk about the truth. Was there's any issue with that?
No. There's no issue. I'm just
All right. So
asking
yeah,
if you feel like there's a political platform that is getting the truth out there, because we all know the Earth is flat, but the Globers, they continue to push the narrative
Hey,
that
don't
it
do that. Don't say we all know the Earth is flat, but the Globers. Come on.
well, it measures flat.
You want to LARP? We can boot you.
Okay, I don't know why you're picking on me. I'm agreeing with you that it's flat. It measures to be flat. This guy just went through a proof.
Gemsy, it's Mark in here, in case you didn't know.
yeah,
This guy just
it's
went through a
Mark.
proof of
That's
how every water source we have is perfectly level. So I'm not sure, why you guys are making a fuss. I'm just asking if you feel like there are people
he's
trying to get
asking
the truth out there.
about political beliefs. I mean, there's many political beliefs, but that doesn't supersede the facts, right? Every political party can come and check and test, and they all can come to the same conclusion if they're gonna be objective, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah,
So
yeah.
wait, I
Okay.
have a question for you, Mark.
Yeah. I
Hey,
think
Mark. Hey, Mark. Oh, may I? Hey, Mark. What's your epistemic standard? Right? Like, what
I'm just a
epistemic
simple
standard are you
empiricist.
holding?
I consider
When
myself
you
a
make
humble
these statements.
empiricist.
Say it again.
I consider myself just a humble empiricist.
Alrighty. Fair answer.
Right. I think
Holy
Neil
crap.
wanted to.
Did he just say he's an imp racist? Holy crap, I didn't know we had midget
No.
racists.
No, I didn't say that.
Neil, you there?
Hi.
Hey, did you want to do something? Did you say you were going to bring on someone from TikTok or something like that?
Yes, Neil,
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah, I was. They got disconnected from the call, so we're trying to set it back up.
Okay.
But yeah, just give me
All
a
right,
couple minutes.
stand
and I'll
by.
bring them up. Yeah.
And finish your dinner, Neil.
Speaking of
Finish your
that,
dinner.
what's our prognosis on the studio hosting of it? So we got much better audio.
You don't have the better audio at the moment. I'm gonna be honest. It sounds like it's breaking out. At least for me.
Yeah, but I mean, someone was working on our TikTok side connection, so I was just checking on that.
Oh, I think that's DJ.
Yeah, I'm still working on it. I just got to set up a few more things, and within the week, I'll definitely be able to start going live on there with good quality audio, where we're actually in control of the conversation as well. In regards
Sounds
to
good. Awesome.
the hosting, yeah,
Dude, I
should be
think
good
I
quality.
think this year I'm going to start charging more money for all my clients, so I can afford bigger computers, so we can have another stream and some hot swaps going on with virtual mics.
Yep.
Who knows? We'll see.
Wait, why aren't you charging more right now? I mean, inflation. I mean, the cost of everything has gone up. Your work, you know.
I'll tell you why, bro. Because I have a niche market, right? So I have a market in where it's people that they have jobs that are big for them, but they're too small for the big contractors around, and the big contractors charge them way too much for the time scale. So I'm right there in something that they can afford, and that allows me to be able to do it mostly by myself.
Awesome.
And
That makes
because of
sense.
that, Gemsy, the time scale that I have to work on it's actually much bigger than an average customer who's willing to pay more would tolerate. So, for example, the guy that I do work for, he works for another company that does work for people, and they charge like 30 grand, come to your house for 3 days and put in like a shower. But it's all guaranteed to be done within 3 days. Like boom, boom, we're in, we're out, everything's clean, it's done. 20 guys show up, 20 guys leave, and it's done. But if I do that same project for you, it might take me, 3 weeks, but I'm going to charge you much, much less. I'm going to make good money. You're going to pay a lot less. It's going to get done very high quality. I got clients out for 2 years that want me to do their work. But the point is, if I start charging more, then that relationship becomes unpalatable to a degree.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that you make it work for both sides.
Yeah, I do. You're right, though. I do have to start charging more, but not exorbitant.
Yeah.
What's up,
That makes
folks?
sense.
How have you guys been? It's been a while.
Oh, what's up? That will be the ceiling, then the sky above, and then the clouds, flying birds, airplanes. Any other questions?
Keep going. What's higher than that?
The stars.
The stars, the sun, the moon, and then probably the most high above all.
It sounds like your spirits are up, Rich Evans. That's good.
What's higher than the moon, the sun, the stars?
Your spirits are up, like he said. Your spirits, your spirits up.
Yeah, your spirits. I don't know. Keith Richards is high up. He's usually high.
The third heaven. How about the third heaven?
How about the heaven of heavens?
Let's deal with proving the first one first. I mean, first things first, right?
Oh, your spirits are not up. Let's prove that. Are your spirits up
I'm very happy.
or down?
Yeah, I'm quite happy today. Thank you for noticing, old Hoss.
Amazing.
I would be a lot happier if we got some proof for the flat Earth.
Hey, can we get Jesse Lee Peterson? Can we get Jesse Lee Peterson on the soundboard with the amazing?
Yeah.
And also, why are you a homosexual?
Yeah, answer that question,
kind of
Rich
attacking
Evans.
him. He's not really being antagonistic.
Oh, that's it, Mark. You're done.
But dude, Rich Evans is our buddy. You know how buddies meet each other? They dig on each other. You didn't know that, bro?
I even over talked anyone.
I can see the world's flat, bro.
You can see it?
I can see.
Amazing. Oh, you concede?
How high
oh,
up are you if you can see the
there's
whole
a concession.
world?
No, he said there's he conceding. He's conceding, Rich Evan. Are you conceding?
I'm conceding. I was a glober, bro. I'm not a glober no more.
Globler?
Yeah,
You're
I'm a
not a
globler, bro.
globler anymore? He's conceding, Rich Evans. What do you think?
Okay,
So why
what
are you
convinced
conceding?
you?
Wait, Rich Evans. Wait. Why are you conceding? Can you tell us
Dude,
why
because
are you
when I
conceding?
walk outside and I look forward, bro, it's like not round, dude.
Wait, don't you walk around like?
Yeah, and you know what I'm saying? When I look at the road,
So you
see, I
do
live in a
walk
city,
around.
dude. When I'm driving my car through the city, dude, it's like all just
Mhm.
like flat, dude. And I realized this. And then I get to the water, dude, and it's just flat, dude. So you know what I'm saying? It has to be flat.
Whoa.
That's interesting. Interesting train of logic there.
There you go, Rich Evans. You got him.
Well, I mean, for his proof to be that kind of looks sometimes like it. I mean, you can do that.
So listen, the guy's conceding, so that means he already had a
Holy shit.
conversation about this. Now he's saying that he's conceding because of this and that, water, right? He's acknowledging water. So why are you trying to taint his concession, Rich?
I didn't. I just said it's interesting, like path
Oh,
of
okay.
reason.
So it makes sense what he said. Does that make sense?
Does it make sense? Yeah, it can seem to someone like it's flat, but I
Yo,
mean, it doesn't
did you say
really get
dude
to the
to
point that it won't. It doesn't necessarily prove that the Earth is flat, right?
Sure as shit doesn't help the globe's cause. Did he say dude too many times? Rich Evans?
He said dude maybe like 4 times, maybe
Okay,
dude.
I guess
Yeah.
that's not too many.
4 times like a
Okay,
second.
that's not too many. Never mind.
Yeah, that's fine.
I was just wondering because I want to keep Rich's spirits up. He seemed to kind of start grumbling when the guy was, even though
No,
yes,
no,
I would
I'm
admit,
not grumbling.
his troll was a little incomplete, dude. But
Hey, at least he gave an answer. That's more than you guys.
it's funny, Rich. Now I see how you can be lost in this outer space story because you're not picking up on Be Kind's facetiousness. I don't think. Strange.
Hey, maybe
If
Rich Evans is
everyone could just
designed
label
not to get it,
themselves,
right? Rich
maybe
Evans,
everyone could
have you
just label
reconsidered?
themselves as either actually being Effie or actually being a troll. It might help me out.
Yeah, no, of course.
Well,
The
Rich
world's
Evans,
a fucking globe. I'm not a retard.
Well, yeah.
I
See,
know.
Oh, a globe?
I know you
Wait,
didn't actually think it was
be
flat, don't
kind.
worry.
Be kind. Do you say that the globe is like a decoration that you put on a table? Is that what you said? A globe?
No, globe is a
No,
model.
I've been in a
right?
plane, dude. I've been pretty high up in a plane, and
like a crystal ball.
I've seen a lot of different elevation, dude. And over time, you just see elevation.
But when you went to
And it has-
the high elevations, where do you
have to
saw the
have a
globe?
complete
You said that there was a
connection.
globe on the.
I thought
You're
he
saying
said
there
he
was a
already
globe
had a
on the.
conversation.
Evans, shut the fuck
When
up.
is it my turn?
No, there's not your turn anymore. Okay, so other guy, be kind. You said that you went up in an airplane and you saw what? What do you see? The globe?
I've seen, as I said, I've seen different elevations. I've seen different,
Okay.
shapes. I've seen different things. And when it comes down to it,
Seen different
everything has to
shapes.
be complete. For example, someone goes around the globe in an airplane, how you do that is it's a globe. You go around the
Which
globe.
which airplane did you took that went around did a circle like you're saying? Which which flight did you took that it did a circle and went around? Which one?
I've never went around the globe, but people have.
Oh, so not you. Not you.
People have.
Which aircraft does that? Like goes in a circle around the Earth?
There's been a few people who went around the globe.
Okay, so if I do a circle, I have a round table right here in front of me. It's a flat round table, and if I stand up right now and I do a circle around it, I go around it.
I don't think
does
you
that mean that the
get what-
table is a globe?
What you're saying though is you have to at some point concede if if it's just flat, there has to be an end. There has to be a point where you get to the end and you go almost under.
That's you in
You
your
go under,
imagination.
You go to the side.
That's
You
you.
go to no,
That's
'cause there
you
has to be another- there
imagining
has to be
certain.
something flat has another side.
Yeah, that's you imagining that things have to be the way you think they are, but
It's
that
simple,
doesn't
bro.
necessarily has to be the case. It doesn't have to be that way. Whatever
When
you
you were walking
picturing,
around your
listen,
table,
listen, Rich, I'm not talking to you. Shut up. Be kind. I think Rich doesn't want to be too kind, and I'm gonna have to not be kind to him. So be kind. You're saying that the thing that you picture in your mind doesn't make sense. Therefore, you're applying that to people in here, and that doesn't make sense. Like
Well,
what
no, I'm
you're
saying, yeah, someone
imagining,
who goes
what you
around the
listen, the thing,
globe.
listen. I agree with you. What you're imagining in your head doesn't make sense. So don't try to push that on me.
Yes, you can go around the globe in different ways.
I can go around a flat table right now, and the house is not a globe, and the table is not a globe either.
But you stay inside the atmosphere.
Yeah, you gotta breathe air, and the air debunks the globe, because to get air, to be able to breathe, expand your lungs, right? To expand the volume of your lungs, and for the air to
How
rush
can you go
towards that
around
available
a
volume.
flat surface?
Listen, you just said air. Air is air pressure or gas pressure. For you to be able to breathe, the globe will be an impossibility for you to breathe, because the globe claims there's an infinite volume next to the high pressure system that you're breathing, and that will debunk the globe right there, because you're breathing air. You require containment for that. There's no containment on the globe.
There's containment, bro. What? The atmosphere.
Bro, that's the air. The atmosphere is not a container. The air. Are you saying that when you go to the propane guy, you ask for propane and you tell him you don't need a container, you take the propane because you have air with you, or what? Like that? That's crazy. You need a container to take the propane home. Don't you know that? Be kind.
Dude, like I can't explain every science function to you, but it's just
Listen,
it's pretty. I made it simple, dude. I
you
made
just made
my
a claim
analogy
that the
about how you
air.
have to go around the world in different ways.
So you
You
said
can
that
only
the
do
air
that
is the
with the globe.
container. You're saying that the air is containing air. You need a container for the air. The air is not a container, bro. Come on. So you gonna concede on that one, or you?
Dude, just no.
Okay, no
Not
concession
conceding
on that one. All right.
any of your scientific views, bro.
Scientific. What are we sciencing at the moment? What is the scientific?
I'm just
You
saying.
want to change the topic?
If you,
Because
well,
we're
you're
talking.
trying to
We're
get
talking
to
about.
something.
We're talking about the Earth, right? We're talking about the Earth and how it measures, right? It measures not curving. That's not science, right? Are you want to change the
It
topic to
measures
something
not
else?
curving.
Yeah,
Where'd you get
like
that
a
from?
horizontal frame of. So listen, a horizontal frame of reference where we all operate upon, we build upon it, right? We measure the horizontal to build across it, to navigate across it, to travel across it, right? Your house is a horizontal frame, has a horizontal frame of reference. It was built upon that. Your vestibular system, you have a liquid in your inner canal, in your ears, right? That's also gives you a horizontal frame of reference. So when you stand in your house, you're watching TV or put water on the table, you know you are horizontally standing, or you're not like tilted or whatever, right? You're horizontally reference to that horizontal of the world. Your house, you yourself, the water on the table, bathtub, the pool, flat and horizontal, the lake next to your house. Everything is pointing towards horizontal, flat, and level. You cannot show in any of these examples that there is
Well, you're looking at
there
small
is
scale things. You have to look at things at the major scale, buddy. Like
okay, let's go to the
planets.
major. Okay,
Planets.
so perfect. I agree with you. So we start at the small, right? You wake up, open your eyes, you
Have you seen a
stand up.
planet with your eyes?
Okay, stand up, right? Stand up, vestibular system. You stand up horizontal. You're looking across horizontal. Your table is horizontal. Your floor is horizontal. and there's vertical
Yes, I
of
agree
the
with you.
walls,
Yes, I'm
right?
living on a
Okay, so you
horizontal
agree.
floor.
You
I'm
agree.
not
Perfect.
falling and
Perfect. So
curves all up my
so we
floor,
go
dude. No.
so we go from the small, yeah, we go from the small, then we go to the water cup, a little bigger than your vestibular system. Then we go to the bathtub, that's a little bigger than the vestibular system.
Yeah,
Then we go
roads
to the
tend to be
pool.
flat. You know, bodies
So
of
we go
water
to the
can be pretty
pool,
flat
same thing. Yeah, same thing, flat and horizontal. We go to the lake. You know, some
when they're
lakes are like
small.
50 miles. Do you know that some lakes are 50 plus miles big, right?
Yeah, I live by Lake Michigan. I'm a
Okay,
neighboring
so
Lake
so the
Michigan,
lake,
10-minute
so
drive.
Lake Michigan, which is not a small scale, that's pretty big, that we're already getting to the big scale, right? Now, the house at the shore, your house at the shore, you just said that you live next to it. Your house is flat, level, and horizontal. Then you go across the lake. The whole surface of the lake is flat, level, and horizontal. And you make it to the other side, and the house at the other
You know what I'll
side
do for you?
is orientated, flat, level, and horizontal.
When the ferry
And
crosses
that
Lake
cannot happen on a
Michigan,
globe.
I'll record it as it disappears over the lake, the horizon, and you'll see how the lake, the big lake, actually curves. I'll record the ferry for you. It'll disappear in real time.
Wait.
Might take a few
You
hours.
said that you're saying that when you see the horizon, that's the edge of the ball?
So yeah, I can walk up to the lake today and see a boat. There's a ferry that crosses the entire Lake Michigan. And when it crosses the Lake Michigan, if I record it at some point, it'll disappear behind the lake due to the curvature
Behind the
of that even
horizon?
small lake. Yes.
Behind the horizon, is that what you're saying?
Behind the water.
You're making
It actually looks like it goes
but you're
behind the
making a
water.
category. But listen, you're making a category error because you're adding like the horizon that you're observing where the boat is disappearing after. You're saying that that's the edge of the ball, but that's not what the horizon
No,
is.
it doesn't disappear in the horizon. It disappears behind the water.
Okay, behind
And
the
it
water,
slowly
right?
goes
All the
down.
conditions. You know. Okay, so the horizon that you're talking about is based on a bunch of conditions, including the angle of view, your angle of view, and conditions of weather, humidity, particles in the air, right? All of these variables that you are discarding. I don't know why you're discarding all these variables. And the horizon is not the curve of the earth. The horizon is the apparent location, right, that the earth meets the sky. So this location is not physical. It changes distances. One day when you do this yourself, since you can go to the lake, one day you're gonna be at the shore, you can see the horizon to be at a certain distance, and the next day you're gonna see it at a different distance. You can prove this to yourself. The horizon is not the edge of the ball. It's not it. You got that?
I can see it disappearing in the horizon. If it was disappearing into where I could see it and it was just a cloud just disappeared, I could see the whole boat still. But it was just so far. It's not about how being far it is. It's about the fact that the curvature covers it at some point.
You have another issue with this whole thing, right? The horizon, the edge of the ball will have to be at a specific geometrical location, and you don't have that.
So right now, I also went to an eye doctor. He said I have the best eyes he's ever seen in his entire career.
Let me come back.
And I'm telling you, it didn't disappear in the horizon like that.
That means your eye doctor's
All right.
gay.
Well, he also said it to my mom. My sister didn't get
So
told
okay,
that.
the eye
Apparently me and my
doctor
mom
is
have
your
good eyes.
dad, and the eye doctor is your daddy. That's fine. No issues with
This is
that.
a
Your dad
random
is an eye
dude. It was
doctor.
a
It's
random
okay.
dude.
That's fine, bro.
All
But
I'm
listen,
saying
the idea that you having
is it
that the
proves
boat is
curvature.
disappear, brother, be kind. Let's be kind to each other, right? This idea that you come to a conclusion that the phenomena that you're observing with your eyes is only because the earth is curving away from you and the boat is going behind that physical location, right? That limitation where it's behind the curve. That is an idea that you have to add other variables. You will have to, if that is the case, you will have to measure that there is a drop over distance. You can use many tools, but you haven't done that yet. And the fact that you are discarding the other variables that I mentioned to you that can cause the effect of the boat disappearing from your view, that shows that you either
So
you're
I'll make a
just
promise to you, dude. Next time the fairy, I'm gonna buy a telescope. Next time the fairy comes, I'm
yes,
gonna record the telescope. I'll record as
yes,
it goes across, and I'll just have that clip saved and ready.
yes,
We'll
yes,
see
and
what
make sure you
happens.
use marine data. You know, marine data is a website that you can check the vessels in the water, and you can see that you can check their distance. You can also see with the buoys, you can see the weather conditions. So add all of those variables. Any mute? I'm on the console. Oh, there you go. So make sure bring out the telescope, record what's happening, and go to marine data so you can know the distance to the boat. Okay. Make sure you also check your the altitude of the optics of
I know the
the
exact way the ferry
telescope.
goes over the lake, so I'll be lined up and everything. Yep.
Yes, but you need the distance to the boat, which you're gonna get from marine data.
Okay. Marine data
Yeah.
gives me the distance of the boat.
Yeah, and
Yes.
dude,
Is it like a
and
live
it sounded
tracker?
like I'm not trying to get you on a gotcha, but it sounded a little fishy the way you described it because you described how long did you say you were watching these fairies?
Oh, just a few. I was out there for hours. Yeah, I don't even know how many hours, but
Well,
it was
that's got
hours.
to be
But
the what do you like? One individual fairy took
yeah, just
hours
this
to get
ferry
through
that
the
crosses
horizon.
straight across Lake Michigan to go to
Yeah.
Michigan. Yeah, I was just out there one day and I was smoking blunts and I was just chilling because I wanted to hang out on the beach.
Okay,
And I was like, all right.
not answering my question. Never mind. But yeah, I don't know. I guess
I said
maybe you
hours. I
weren't
was out there
saying
for
you.
hours. I don't know how many
No,
hours it
dude.
was. I
I'm
didn't
asking
count.
how long. Yeah, I thought you were saying
At
you
that
watched
time, I didn't
one
do like a
fairy for
scientific thing. It was
hours.
more
I
of me just
said that
looking.
is just talk over me and just not listen. If you were saying that you were watching one fairy for hours, that is one slow moving fairy.
Yes.
You have to plan your entire half of the day. I mean, because apparently,
It was
I
like,
don't know.
it was at least, yeah, it was a few hours. I don't know how many hours it was. It was a few hours.
How long's the ferry ride?
I would guess 2.5 hours,
Oh,
maybe
so
3,
okay. I guess
2. I don't know.
back in the old days when they said a few, it was 3 or more. But I guess
Well, couples too. A few is
yeah.
3.
Why did no? A couple's a couple. He was 3. Anyways, why did you start with a troll? Why did you do that? You've been there before. Is it just how it's comfortable? You're trying to keep your
No,
spirits up,
I
like
actually, because I can see to that's how that is a general view that I think I would have. I think there's many situations where I could see myself having the position you guys have. That is what you guys literally see on a day-to-day basis. So I was just conceding the fact that I actually don't hate that people have this
okay.
view. Really, I
So
mean, I
that's
believe you have
interesting.
different views. It's just life.
That's interesting. No, it's interesting though. There's a difference in the quote unquote views because you can see that the flat Earth is literal, and then the globe is just figuratively speaking. Ifs and
No, I
buts and
believe in the globe,
coconuts.
but I also believe flat
Yeah.
earthers
Well,
should be able
thank
to.
you, thank you for sharing your belief system. You don't need to troll. Does it
Well, it was a
does it
joke. I mean,
upset? Does it
everyone come in
upset
here
you?
all hostile, but every time you come in here hostile too, as a glober, you also do tend to try to narrate what's happening. Usually, a lot of times
What?
it's happened. I didn't want
Are
that
you
to
talking to
happen.
yourself now? I don't know. You were
No,
just
I
throwing
say
around
every time
the
people,
R
a lot of
word and
chats like to narrate what happens.
no.
Yeah, I just thought I'd come here with a different, attitude, and not come here how everyone else comes here. I don't know.
So you were trolling.
Yes, and I admitted it after like 3 minutes, dude. I don't believe it. I think it's pretty
Well,
stupid.
I called it out first.
But I don't think the people are stupid. I think the idea is stupid.
The idea of what? What
That you don't
literally
agree
exists?
with all scientists around the globe who've come to the conclusion better than your own.
Okay.
I
Oh wow,
usually agree with
you couldn't even get it
scientists.
right,
If
dude. You couldn't
scientists
even get it
agree
right.
with something, if scientists all agree
No,
on
no,
something,
you're
I
wrong.
agree with
You're
it.
wrong.
Now, when they
Hey,
don't
be
agree
kind.
on something like consciousness, I will have my own opinion.
Dude, all scientists don't agree, so you're wrong.
No, majority, it's like 95+%.
Who cares?
And I don't care about the 5% in Africa or India, dude. I'm
And
good.
what about the majority of people believe in Christianity and Abrahamic religions? You gonna follow that because the majority of people believe it?
Well, it's not about all of the majority, but it's about science being different than religion. Religion's about faith. Science is about putting data and
Wait,
actual analytical
you
studies.
think that's the case? Okay, so let me give you a quote from an alleged scientist. The idea that the Earth is in the center of the universe is horrific. Is that a scientific statement?
No.
Well, no frickin' duh, dude. So no, it's not the case that scientists just dispassionately interpret the data based on the data's facts alone. No, they have presuppositional metaphysics
No, I
that
actually
they
agree with
put
that.
in.
I agree with that. Yeah. That's why we have so many bad scientists, but in general, it comes to a point where you can't like disagree with 95% of scientists. Do you agree with
Yeah, so how do you
95%
know?
of
Right, so
science?
let's say that's
So do
true.
you
Let's say
disagree
that's
with
true.
almost all of
Hold
science? You
on, brother.
disagree with
Hold
them?
on. Let's say I'm going to agree with you that if you say you can't agree with 95% of the scientists, then that means that the way you decide who's a good scientist or not is who agrees or disagrees, not on the science they do. And that's a problem.
No, it's the fact that we actually have to use things like gravity when we do certain things. Like China will tell you when they are launching
No, you
stuff and
don't.
doing certain things, they have
Doesn't
to
matter.
calculate gravity when doing certain measurements.
No,
And
they don't.
they have to do certain things. Yes, you do in science. That's what we do.
Nope. Nope.
That's why they find correct.
Listen,
Other
everything
nations
that's
accept
done,
correct
everything
things.
that's done, that's great. Everything that's done on Earth when it comes to this idea of gravity, it just has to do with a alleged acceleration rate towards the ground, which can be measured. But saying that they have to quote unquote do things with gravity, as in understand the cause of gravity or make metaphysical claims about why or why not gravity is happening, that nobody needs to do any of that.
Well, it's not that you even need to. I'd agree. You could brute force your way through a lot of things in life, but it just helps to have better data.
Oh, you mean like the data where the guy put 4 or 5, maybe even 6 different elements inside a vacuum chamber tower, a drop tower, and then he dropped it and proved that they don't accelerate the same rate. And then rather than repeat the experiment,
Well, that's a
the
story.
organization blackballed him and wouldn't let him repeat it because they said it'd be too dangerous to the established paradigm. You mean like the documentary called Expelled, where Ben Stein interviewed all kinds of scientists who were blacklisted and blackballed from their organizations for putting forth papers that dared to challenge the Einsteinian Darwinian paradigms of their establishments? You mean like that free
I
and
think
open
we should
science
argue
where
with
people
science.
just
I think we should argue with science.
oh, really?
Yep, I'm actually the type of person. If we find out that if there's a day that they say, "Hey, we can prove to you if you find this new world order, it's not just some corrupt world order, and I can trust the people," and everyone started agreeing that gravity didn't exist, the Earth's flat, I would trust it.
Wait,
Simply as that.
hold on,
All
brother. Hold on,
scientists, the
brother. Hold
people
on.
better
Hold on.
than
Hold on.
me at observing this
Hold on,
data,
bro.
agreed upon it.
Okay.
I'll agree.
Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean by they agree gravity doesn't exist? Like, what does that even mean? Like, how would that work?
So the fact is, the people around the world who need to calculate gravity into their equations, they all know about gravity and accept it. Whether in China, India, the
Dude,
Middle East, America.
well, okay. What are they calculating? Like, what is gravity that they're calculating it?
There's so many different things to calculate.
Okay, just name one. If there's so many, just name one. It should be easy. How about ballistic drop of
Aerospace
ordnance that's being?
navigation. Aerospace navigation.
What? What does that have to do with gravity?
You have to calculate the navigation when you're sending stuff up into space and out of our own atmosphere, where we actually experience the gravity.
Stop the cap.
So how we go
Always
into
gravity.
space, there's no gravity. We have to get out of that gravity.
No, wrong. You're wrong.
there is
He said
gravity.
we go to
So you didn't
space,
even get
bro.
your model
We.
right.
Yes, a lot of different places as the humans go to space.
Think about it this
Countries.
way, dude. The is the ISS in gravity or outside of gravity? Let's see if you get the right answer.
It's in our gravity. It's in the Earth's gravity on the outside layer,
Oh, there you
outside of
go.
the Earth.
Yeah. So can you name me something that's not in gravity?
It was very low gravity. Obviously, gravity exists. It's just it's a gravitational force you have to break through.
So do you think they're floating in the ISS allegedly because they're in low gravity? Is that what you think?
Dude, I don't know exactly how the gravity works in the ISS, dude. I have no clue how they made it.
Right. So then you wouldn't be able to understand whether the scientists were doing anything accurately or not because you don't understand any of it. So you're not capable of critiquing them. So you just have to take them on faith.
No, I
Good
just
point.
haven't
Thanks for proving
researched
it.
the space station that much, dude. I just
Okay. So let's just agree that if I drop something, it falls to the ground. Can we agree with that at least?
yes,
Unless it's more buoyant than the surrounding media, and if I let it go, it'll rise, right?
yes,
But things that fall down. They, anything that's actually falling is falling down to the earth, right? We'd agree with that,
yes,
right? Now, no matter what you believe, that phenomenon is still common to the human experience, right?
yes.
Right. So nobody would say that phenomenon doesn't exist, but they would just argue about the cause, right? So you could measure that phenomenon and say, well, it drops at about 9.8 meters per second on average, depending on where you are. Okay, we can all agree on that, right?
Yep.
Right. So then if people say, I disagree with the cause of gravity, they're not disagreeing with the phenomenon that's called gravity, which is just things falling, right?
Well, yeah, you can disagree with the current theories in science, and that's what we do because nothing's perfectly accurate. I will concede that gravity even is not perfectly accurate.
Well, what do you mean by gravity? Because we just agreed that gravity is just the
Well,
observation
I'm
that things
saying
move
for what
towards the earth.
we know what we need to use it for, but I'm sure we could get
Like
more
what?
accurate version of gravity.
What?
Just
What are you talking,
we haven't
dude?
needed it.
How are you going to get more accurate than just measuring the drop rate and the
I'm
acceleration
saying we could
rate
have a
towards the
scientist
ground?
who actually does more research into it and gets more accurate data. I'm sure there will be updates to
Well,
gravity
so
in
he
the
might
next few
get
hundred years.
9.8 meters, 0.0000125
Well,
seconds
there could be
per
also a
second
big
squared.
change. I am always open
Wait a
for
minute,
the
whoa,
fact that there can be changes in
what?
science. I've
Whoa,
already said this.
bro. What if next year
It takes time.
gravity is 17 meters per second squared? Holy
Yeah,
crap, dude,
it's
you're
not
on.
about that. I'm pretty sure that's not even wrong in
Oh
the
yeah,
first
you're
place. It's
right.
pretty
It's
easy
not
to
exactly, dude.
measure,
So you could
but
just make
there's
up.
some
You could
things that
just
are
make
hard to
up.
measure.
Listen, friend. You could just make up whatever story you want about the cause of a phenomenon, dude, and fluff it up with pseudoscience that's falsely called science, which has never been experimentally validated, and just constantly refer to the phenomenon as your proof in a big circular reasoning circle jerk.
So, can you explain to me how a plane can go around the Earth in different ways and just two different ways if it's not just flat?
I don't even know what that means. Planes
So
can go in
I've
any
seen what
number
you
of
guys have
ways.
showed me for what this flat Earth would be, and they go around the world. They go all the way around this flat surface and stay inside the atmosphere or something. But when I think about it, we can go around the Earth in way more than two ways.
Okay, let's say that's true. So the only interesting flight paths would be circumpolar, north to south, or going south and going over Antarctica and directly coming out the other side. So how many flights do that?
Dude, I would have to look up I don't know what flights have done what paths, dude. I would have to look up.
Yeah, nobody does it, bro. Nobody does it. You actually can't fly commercial. As far as I know, you can't even fly commercial aircraft directly over the center of Antarctica. It's forbidden zone.
Not a commercial, yeah.
So this idea that there's just all these flights that are just going up and under the globe, and like cupping the ball, so to speak, that just don't happen, bro. Planes fly within the interior perimeter, and they fly in all kinds of different directions within it. Excuse me, bro.
We're
But anyway, I'm going on mute for a while. If you figure out how gravity proves the Earth is a globe, good luck. Let me know.
I wouldn't use gravity because that's way too hard to prove it with. I wouldn't even know how to prove it with gravity, dude. I'm not that smart. I can only use my objective data, which is like the things I've told you, where like a boat goes behind the water from the curvature of the lake.
Should I bring concave earthers across the airwaves? I don't think I should.
Dude, concave earthers are worse than Bevites, bro.
These ones are nice. These ones are very cordial, friendly,
Okay,
but
Hey,
we'll see.
go for it. Neil, you can always pull the plug.
Okay, I did vet them, and they were interested in joining our server. Actually, the first thing they said, like, "Oh, can we join? We're convex earthers. We want to talk to you guys." Okay, I'll send the signal. 1 second.
check it out. So in concave Earth, we know that there's no downward curvature of water, but that the water's actually curving up at the same rate that the globe supposedly curves down. Here we're looking at two fishermen on the water. And the reason that this looks like a mirage is because the water concaves up, the sunlight hits the water, and the water matches the sky. These are two trees or branches, I forget what he calls them, and you can clearly see if I turn this sideways that the concavity is upward. Now watch this just in a moment. This is phenomenal. All the proof of concave Earth you need. Give it just a second. Those boats are going to come screaming by, or those jet skis.
So the boats are
They're
coming.
actually fish.
The boats are
Yeah,
coming
they're
towards the
fishing at the
So
boat.
I'm actually more interested in what you guys view as the Earth. Do you believe like the surrounding of the Earth is like the Antarctica ice wall then?
No,
this is the
we don't believe in ice walls or anything. That's nonsense. The two 24-hour suns, midnight suns, wouldn't work if there were an ice wall.
It's a shell, and we live on the inside, and everything is contained on the inside.
Like
it's 8,000 miles. It's 8,000 miles across. And
maybe you've got two suns.
You believe two suns? You would see the other sun.
Well, if it's all trapped on the inside, and the current sun that you speak of is a star, I guess you would have billions and trillions of suns. So why not two?
There's suns all over the universe.
They're light.
No, I'm
They're
talking
light.
about in concave fantasy land. Be kind, be kind.
No, the concave will be more like you live within it's not as big as far as they claim on the globe. It's more like a let's say you're inside of a shell, instead of a
These guys need to come on the live. I mean, they're all speaking through one.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's audio. brilliance.
Yeah. Well, everybody's kind of like replying, right? So the concave,
Yes.
they will have kind of like the ratios of the same curvature, but it's upwards. Instead of
Right.
convex, is concave, and then the light that comes from the sun is basically
In the
bending.
inside.
Is bending upwards. So what you see, what you're looking at, it's kind of like your eyes is being, your visual is being tricked in us, not tricked, but you see the horizontal, but your eyes, the light is actually doing that. You're looking at the sun in kind of like a curved manner,
Right. In arcs.
like an arc, yeah.
So we're
And then
looking
at the
at
center, and then at
looking
the
at the
light,
model
the sun is not,
concave
the sun
Earth.
is black on the back, and the
And
sun
in
is
the
coming
model,
from
you
the
have an
center.
8,000 mile diameter, 25,000 mile circumference. 4,000 miles up is the celestial sphere. And the sphere has at the center what we call an octahedron. And it's a very unique system. And it shows, in my opinion, why flat Earth cannot be correct, because flat Earth cannot accurately reproduce the stars to match reality. In the months of November through March, there's a 24-hour midnight sun circling Antarctica. So they see it all the time. Australia sees their sun, it's circling below, and North America sees the sun when it's at or below, right below or at the Tropic of Capricorn. When you come back up into our summer,
I hear that, but
finished.
that's a misrepresentation, though. Yeah.
Well, flat Earth, they say the same thing, that the sun travels from Capricorn to Cancer, and then concave.
Guys,
It's the
you're
same.
missing a point. You're missing an important point, guys. You're missing an important point, that the FE argument is about the surface of the Earth and the limitations from the ground, from the tip of the mountains, right, to the bottom of the sea that we can
Yeah.
reach, right? So that
But
will
do
be
you know
the
why?
what
Do you know
FE
why?
FE will be that,
Do you know
right?
why
Whatever the
flat Earth is
celestial realm wouldn't be FE. The celestial realm will be kind of like more of a unknown, and the ideas that you're giving will be based more on
Can they
man-made
not see my
doctrines.
screen?
No, they can't, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we got to come in where we can share screens. They've never looked at the model, so it's very hard.
I've seen the model. I spoke to Stephen Christ. Listen, I spoke to Stephen Christ personally. I spoke to him many hours. I spoken to Stephen Christ. There's probably videos of me talking to him somewhere.
Oh, good.
I spoke to him like for dozens of hours, maybe hundreds.
And you're still a flat earther?
No, I'm a under the heavens, above the ground earther. I mean, I'm a brother, I'm a son. Listen, I'm a son, I'm a father, I'm the soul inside of this body. I'm all the labels that you want to attach to me. I'm even a globe earther knower, right? I know about the globe earth, right? But that doesn't make me a label. I'm not any of the labels that you want to attach to me. That's not who I am. And just like you are not a concave earther or a flat earther or a globe earther, the labels are the labels, and the knowledge that you have is the knowledge that you have. And you can either represent the knowledge of your belief or misrepresent them.
100%.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man.
You can label me a concaver.
Right, you can run that math right there, and you can let go of your flat Earth at any given moment. We were all flat earthers, and now we're not, because the celestial sphere proved to us where we live.
The celestial sphere is a representation of the observation of the 6 radiants, and the 6 radiants that are observed, the sources of the sporadic meteor complex, that is observed above our horizontal frame of reference, and it's depicted. Remember, the depiction that you're looking at from the 6 radiant is the depiction of the 6 radiants that you look at the from the topics when you look at that, is represented with a globe Earth idea, and you inverting that into the concave idea. So the celestial sphere that you get in, it's just a depiction of the observable phenomena. But these depictions are not the reality. They're just man-made depictions, though.
Man-made,
They
but
could
we
be
can
they could
sail
be
with
called
its reality.
misrepresentation.
Flat Earth can't sail. You don't know where the stars are. You can't navigate by boat
You
on a
don't know where the stars
flat
are
Earth. It
either.
cannot be done.
I mean,
Cannot be
where
done.
the stars are? You don't know where the stars are either, though.
We do know where they are. So do convex earthers. Guys, I gotta step away for 3 minutes starting now.
Listen, the convex earthers don't even know when the stars are. They don't know when they are, where they are, and the medium that they're in. They don't know that. So why are you claiming that they do know?
Concave knows.
Concave is not a mind. Concave doesn't know something. Concave is a description or a geometry aspect of a shape. That's the
Finding
concave
curvature.
is not something that knows anything.
That's what I'm saying, Joe Dubs. I mean, you're just making philosophical statements. You're not actually saying anything substantial to the topic. Do you? I mean,
Do you know where the stars are in a concave Earth? It sounds like a good spell.
Who cares? Who cares? He already said he doesn't think
Would
you
you
know.
mind
And
if
you want to make common
would you mind
ground.
if I interject? Would you mind if I interject on this topic real quick?
You're just making philosophical
No,
statements.
AI
I'm not
wanted to
doing
say
it.
something, so just wait for AI to finish his sentence. Go ahead, AI.
If you want to convince Gemsy, just show him a negative curvature rate consistent with your concave Earth. That'd probably be what would convince him, maybe.
I think the main guy is going to be back in 1 minute, but maybe the
Well, they all should. They all should have proof of direct surface curvature in the upward direction. In other words, concavity, like on the surface. That seems to be what they should have.
Yeah,
I may be wrong. Maybe their belief doesn't require curvature of the Earth, but I think that's what Gemsy's asking for.
Yeah, we got
because
proof.
there's. Oh, go ahead.
We got all these pictures and all these videos of every picture, every video of the ocean shows the water going up. If you're at the beach and you're looking at the water, have you ever stopped to wonder why is that water going up? Why is it higher?
As
Why
a
is
guy
it
that
not
lives on
running
the
back in
coast, I would
on you?
actually like to contradict what you're saying. I mean, all that is kind of happening at once. The way the tide works and the currents work in the ocean, the water does come into the inshore areas of the shore, and then it goes back out. It recedes with the tide. I'm with you on that. That does happen on a daily basis.
No, what
Flood
he's
levels.
actually saying is that the water is actually curving at a specific rate where it's gonna be in a convex curve that is gonna give you a geometry of the globe basically, but you're inside the globe basically. You are inside the ball.
Yeah, it's
I have to break
concave.
that down a little more.
Going
Can you,
upward.
What a wave, like
can you
when the water
define
comes up
concave
very
Earth for
quickly.
me? Like a rough definition of concave Earth, y'all have that, just so I can kind of chime in on the argument a little bit. I'm jumping in late here.
So we're gonna have to move on from the question that was put on the table at the moment, that if they have
Okay.
actual measurements of the concavity that conforms to the geometry claim, because it
And
is
this
a
is all,
geometry claim of the ground.
yeah, it is. And this is all going towards the argument of flat Earth versus round.
If y'all know that experiment that FE Core did, man, I need to post the video because I have the video, but they measured concavity. FE Core. If y'all know what that is,
Is this where they
they did
shot the
that
beam of light?
quite a few years ago.
Oh, that sounds good.
They met. You remember that, Marty? They measure concavity. Yeah, they measure concavity. I forget the distance it was. I just saw the video the other day too. But man, anyone else remember that? I need to post the video because I got it.
Was it
Oh,
was it
yeah.
the video that they shot a beam of light from one point to another, and then the light did not match the point it was supposed to? It was actually above.
No, he's talking about a different one. This is field engineers that did some laser testing across certain surfaces, and the one that you're referring is the Netflix documentary that this FE guy used a flashlight instead of a laser. So they're two different things. So
I think the
Stanley,
laser's
the one that
probably
you're
more
talking
accurate
about
test.
is not the same as the FE core one. Not the same.
Okay. Okay.
I was in that documentary. I was in that documentary, by the way.
No kidding.
Oh hell yeah!
That's pretty cool.
Did they use a laser or a flashlight?
I can't remember.
It was a laser. It was a electric pointer.
I want to say the test was done using both.
What documentary were you in, by the way? The guy who just said that?
I don't understand that. How can you measure anything with a flashlight? That doesn't make any sense. So
Yeah, you can only see the light.
yeah. So
Okay, there's a question on the table, which is what documentary are you talking about?
That's behind the curve.
Okay, what was your role in that documentary?
You see my family and the one that's out protesting.
Oh man, we got to fix the audio, Holmes.
You gotta get closer to your mic, sir. Get closer to your mic so we can hear you.
No,
it's
my bad.
Neil's fault.
It's me. My bad. Okay. I fixed it. Say it again.
So I was the one protesting and debating out downtown Harvard.
Okay, did you witness any of the tests firsthand?
No.
Okay, then your presence in the documentary is irrelevant to any material facts about the tests.
How do you figure? I know everybody in it.
Okay, I know lots of people, and I don't know what they have or haven't done when I wasn't there. You see the problem in your logic here? So you being in the documentary is irrelevant. Hey, where did they set up the panels in Jaron's supposed test that he did? What physical location? Do you know where they were set up? Do you know where he was relative to the panels? Did you witness it?
Oh,
no, you didn't do any of that. Right, so you didn't do any of that. So the only thing you could tell us about is you know the people and you were on the street corner debating some stuff, but you don't know anything about the material facts of any of the tests presented.
He said he knows the people. He
He
knows
knows
their
the people.
position and what
He
they
was
stand for, you dummy. Clearly,
He was in the video.
And what does knowing the people have to do? Yeah, we know some of the people too. We've had the people on our channel. What do you do?
Stand for dummy. So it doesn't matter if he didn't hear them
Wow,
talk
dude.
at once, but he knows what they stand for.
Correct.
So you guys making a psychological argument then at the moment?
No, he's making a validation by proxy. In other words, vicarious merit. They are.
Anyways, you got any of those measurements of concavity? Is that what you call it? I don't know.
He said
Yeah,
that
that's what was asked for.
the FE core. AI, I don't know if you heard them, but they said that the FE core measure concavity.
Well, that's a cool claim, but he has to demonstrate from the figures within that.
They
that
did.
result.
They did measure concavity.
Okay, that's
How?
great, but yeah, how? Just tell us how. But go ahead, and for God's sake, everyone, let him talk.
Yes.
Dude, why are you so slow?
No. How? When you say they
What?
measure
Why am I so
concavity,
slow?
how?
What the heck?
Dude, this
Dude,
is
do you know
not.
how to make a claim and then support your claim with a line of reasoning and the facts and figures? I mean, why are we even talking to you? Maybe we should talk to somebody who knows you, and maybe they could tell us what you think.
Neil, can I just ask you a quick question, bro? I just want to know one thing, though. Are you a Christian?
No, we want to know the concavity,
No,
the
bro,
measurements.
it's a yes or no question.
No, I'm not
Are
gonna.
you a Christian?
not
Let me
answer
let me help you out. Let me help you out, brother.
No,
It's irrelevant to this
why are you not
discussion.
gonna answer the question, you pussy?
No.
Minus
Wow, dude. Wow. Wow. I guess, listen, I guess that question was the proof. Listen, I guess that question was the proof that the FE core measured concavity, guys. I guess that was the evidence.
Are you talking about me? Are you kicking me?
Yo, I don't think we need to call each other names.
Yeah, he got kicked out of here.
Exactly. Listen, I just want to hear, listen, this is all we want to hear, brother. It's so simple. Just tell us, hey, they went to this location, they did this test, they set up here, they got this result here, and because of this math and that, it demonstrates concavity. I don't just want to hear they measured concavity. We want to hear the meat and potatoes, for goodness sakes.
Measurement.
Awesome. Finally, get somewhere.
Something right here.
I mean, keep in mind, we don't have to spoon feed anything. Y'all can look this up also, like at your own free
Listen,
will.
you guys claim to know it. We're asking you for the information. Why do you got to be hostile about just giving it to us? I mean, what's so hard about it, dude? Is it complicated? Is it too much effort? Does it take too many calories?
You're like demanding it, like.
This is
No. It's not that I demanded it. Listen, friends, hold on, brother. It's not that I demanded it. It's that when I asked, I just heard he knows the people. They measured it. I didn't hear any, hey, we're going to get that for you. Just hold on a second. I heard a bunch of specious nonsense logic garbage.
This is a hypothesis, guys. Like, you know, at the end of the day, like he said, do your own research. Me personally, I only been here about 2 months. I used to I was debating the globe, you know what I'm saying, for obvious reasons. And then I went to the flat earth side. I did a little research on that. And then I came here and me personally, I use the intelligence of reflection and nature. So this is how I know that, you know, this is an intelligent life that we're all experiencing of consciousness to, you know, make sense. And, you know, an intelligent conversation could be a simple one, right? So at the end of the day, if we really look at how our bodies work, right? You always hear that, you know, the earth has a heartbeat, the Schumann resonance, right? Things like that.
Bro. What are we getting into?
Listen,
Hey, Neil,
just slow down, because I know
Neil,
worried
look
about
at my screen. Look
Okay.
at my
All of that
screen,
works
Neil.
on
This
FE
is the
though. All
Brighton,
of that works on
Colorado.
FE.
All right.
Everything you
This is
said
the
works on
Brighton,
FE.
Colorado
Gently,
laser test that Bob Nodal and the team did in Brighton, Colorado, and it absolutely, they found concavity. You can screenshot this and send it to your people on the Discord, okay? And they can review.
Yeah, please do.
Perfect. Let me.
Right, but you know what you could also do? You could just explain what they did and how it showed concavity, like in a few sentences. I mean, what's so hard about that?
I got the screenshot, but also explain it too. Thank you.
Yeah, also share this with
Now,
them.
what if I'm blind? What if I'm blind and I can't see it? If I'm blind and I can't see it, how would you describe it to me that it shows concavity? Go ahead.
Listen, I'm blind. Can you explain it to me? I'm blind. Can you explain it to me?
I'm not
That's
blind.
what I was about to explain. I was about to make it make sense in your head. Fuck all the numbers and shit. If we have cells,
No, we want the
inside of our
numbers.
body
No, we
right
want the
now-
numbers. No, we want the numbers with the.
Yeah,
with
make
the
the numbers
Hey,
make sense, please.
You can't do
Hey,
that.
if your heart is in your chest, and listen, if your heart is in your chest and your brain is in your head, and your head is concave on the inside, therefore the earth is concave. What's not to understand?
The numbers are the same as convex, just invert them to concave. That's the numbers.
Okay, let's get the host to explain this for our panel, for our flat earth side.
Yes,
that would be
please.
very
The
appreciative.
host,
Thank you.
yes, please.
Can they see this?
They cannot, but you can describe it to them, and then I will send it right after we get off.
Don't you guys find it harder and harder to be a flat earther with all the developments?
There's been multiple mathematicians, physicists, doctors that have used mathematics to invert the Copernicus model inverted. In other words, they use geometric inversion. And they plotted every single position in the Copernican outer space model. Well, that's not a model, but an idea or a belief into a concave hollow Earth. Our concave Earth is peer-reviewed. The mathematics behind concave Earth is peer-reviewed in the International Atomic Energy, what's the last one? Energy Agency. There's been multiple speculations in science. Multiple physicists and mathematicians have said that the concave hollow Earth is so exact you can't tell if you're on a convex or a concave Earth, because the inside of a sphere is also an outside of a sphere, right? So you can, if you have a basketball, you can have an outside and an inside of it. And the concave hollow Earth is a sealed chamber, a pressurized system with a battery system at the center of the hollow Earth. We think that Bob Nodal, in behind the curve, used a ring laser gyroscope, and he actually found the rate of degree per hour by which the celestial sphere turns above us. 15 degrees per hour is the celestial sphere rotating, not the Earth. The Earth is stationary, that it cannot be moved. And so every time these flat earthers go out and do experiments, what they literally end up doing is proving the mathematical concavity of Earth. And
okay, let's agree that that's true. Let's agree that that premise is true. Okay, let's agree that that premise is true. None of what you said addressed the laser test that supposedly we asked you about that demonstrates a measurement of concavity, which is what you were specifically asked about. So I don't want to be rude, but are we gonna get to that before I die? Hey, are we gonna get to that before I die? You know, I'd like to know.
This is not my graph. This is proven by Bob Nodal. This is his graph. He proved concavity. These are his numbers, not mine. I don't know if you
okay,
can see
so can you describe it? Okay, listen, I know this is hard for you to comprehend, but I just want to try it one more time. Can you describe it for us with your words, please?
Patronizing me. Yeah, it'll be a little nicer. Hell, far.
Pretty pleased with
Well,
sugar.
I don't know. I've like wasted 10 minutes of my time waiting for somebody to just give me the argument, and it seems like you can't.
It's a bubble. Everything is inside of a cell. It's a bubble.
No, we're talking about no. We're talking about the specific thing that's on screen right now, and we're asking the host to explain it to us for the blind people here. And I will, after we're done.
The Brighton, Colorado test was a laser test, and a laser test shot across a bay shows that laser lights bend up. They don't go straight flat across, right? Why flat earthers are even, Einsteinian in their belief of light is just fucking nuts to me. Lasers.
So which part of the laser bending up?
Upward.
He's never going to answer the question, Neil. Never going to answer it.
Try again. I think he will this time.
No, Neil, the only way is for us to see the diagram that somebody else did, because he's clearly not capable of explaining it.
Your host can download the fucking image and show you this.
Okay.
If you knew about the Brighton, Colorado study, you would have the test already.
Okay, be right back in
September 5th, 2018.
But that doesn't change the fact that you're not capable of describing it where the conclusion leads to concave Earth, dude. For goodness sakes, can you do it or not?
Because I'm telling you that laser lights bend upward at the rate of the curvature of Earth.
Oh, that's convenient. Wow, dude.
That's how the test was done with the laser.
Or even with the solar eclipse.
That was so painful to listen to. I almost split my spleen, bro.
The solar eclipse that just happened, okay? This also proves concave Earth.
What?
Because at a certain perspective, the sky turned dark in a solar eclipse, okay? Revealing that in the concave, it doesn't work in flat Earth. The solar, the perspective that you see of the solar eclipse, it doesn't work with flat Earth. Why would the sky turn completely dark and you can still see the stars in flat Earth? It doesn't work.
I hear you. I hear you what you're saying, right? I hear what you're saying. But you mix and matching the phenomena of the celestials, and you're making claims about the mechanisms of the heavens above, as you actually know what's happening. What is the causal mechanisms of the heavens above? In reality, you don't know any of those. Those are unknowns. Those are wonders. This is why you're making a huge mistake when you're trying to refer that the ground is a certain geometry based on the observable phenomena of the celestials. That is
What?
that is a
There's
leap of
YouTube
logic.
videos. What? There's
Newt, that
real-time
wasn't for
videos
you.
of the sun.
Newt, you're interrupting another
I
conversation,
still
Newt.
can't
So
believe you guys still
just
do
mute
this.
yourself.
That's rhetoric. You just said rhetoric, bro. Who the hell knows? We're trusting NASA. What are you talking about? It's going to drift. If we could say,
oh, this is my friend Bob
I'm
Noto.
referring to you. I'm referring to you, the one that says about the eclipse, bro. The eclipse is an observable phenomena, which no one in here knows the causal mechanism, and you're trying to make claims about the causal mechanisms and inferring that the conclusion that you come in that concavity is based on the observation of the eclipse. That doesn't add up, bro.
That's great and all, but we're listening to Gemsy speak and a recording playing straight through.
I know I had to pause.
Back to your bot script.
Yeah, we've had Bob. We've had Bob Nodell in here. Okay, so yeah, we know Bob Nodell too. Whoop-de-doo.
I also spoke to Bob.
Well, his own results. These are his results right here.
Okay, yeah, we've had him speak about the results of his gyro thing in here. So we're well aware of his results, and we're well aware of things he's done after. So let's say he got his results. How does that prove the Earth's concave?
The sky. So what it does is if Bob Nodell's premise is correct that he picked up a 15 degree per hour rotation of the sky, then you would have to accept that celestial sphere has a North Pole, South Pole, and an equator, and those North Pole, South Pole, and equator are coincidental to the Earth. And so we have to be shaped like a sphere. There is no argument.
Well, why did he say let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. Let's say that's true at that point in time. Okay, let's agree. Let's agree. Okay, great. Let's agree. Let's agree that at that point in time, that's what he thought. So he came on our panel and said that after this test.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter that he came on our panel and you don't want to hear what we have to say about it. Yeah, I got you.
Listen, sir.
Bob Nodell, hey, hold on, Gemsy. Bob Nodell, my side. Wait a minute. We could say something about Bob Nodell. Talk straight through us so we can't say it because you don't want to hear what Bob Nodell told us. I understand now.
We both agree that he said that the celestial.
Don't care. I don't care. I then went on to talk. Hold on. No, dude. No. I agreed that he said his device read 15 degrees per hour. That's what I agreed to. Holy crap, dude. Hey, do you want to progress the combo or do you want to be stuck up your own butt? Which one?
We're both agreeing that Bob said the sky rotates.
Hey, then more things happened. Then more things happened after that. Hey, friend, guess what? Time flows and things happen after past events. Did you know that? Maybe you should know that.
Yeah, and you still don't have a working map or a model. What good was
Hey, can I say what Bob Nodell said and then you critique it afterward? Because you don't know what he told us. Or maybe you do and you just don't want to hear it. I don't know.
Tell us. We're all ears.
Yeah, watch what will happen when I start talking. Okay, so.
Let's see.
So he came on our panel and said after this test, which was part of it was broadcast on that one documentary, he said he went out and he tested his device at differing altitudes and got different rotational rates, which is not consistent with a uniform rate of rotation about a specific axis. So in other words, he went up higher and got different rotation rates. Now, if these rotation rates are truly like a radial spoke on something that's rotating uniformly, they should be the same no matter how high you go, but they weren't. So he didn't think his results were conclusive and he needed to do more research.
Of course, we all do.
Yeah, nothing
Okay,
wrong
so
with
then it actually the way you presented it, was actually false.
Right from the ground, it appears that you can measure and track the stars moving at 15 degrees per hour. I don't need a ring laser gyroscope to do that. I can go up to my third story building, right? I can put my telescope on it, and I could put my mount, and I can track a star, moving at 15 degrees per hour for an entire day if my battery would last. Though the telescope or the mount will face deep into the ground, it's rotating at 15 degrees per hour. I believe his measurements were right.
Does every star in your field of view follow that rule?
Some stars are what's considered, retrograde. So no, they don't technically follow that rule. They go backwards in motion.
No, I mean, what I mean, and let me specify. So, for example, in certain parts of celestial navigation and stuff, they don't sight stars that are above a certain angle and below a certain angle because they don't seem to follow the same whatever. They follow something different than the other stars. So they only use
stars. They track the main zodiac stars.
Okay, but my question is,
Polaris would be
so you're answering the question, right? So you're answering a question I didn't ask because you were too intolerant to listen to the whole question. I understand.
Oh, we're just talking with you, dude. Don't get wadded up, man.
Yeah, you got to understand. You got to understand concave Earth before you can argue against it.
Oh yeah, I got to accept your position before I can challenge it. Yep, I got it. Understand now. It's a cult. Yep, cool.
Well, we were flat earthers. We were flat earth. I was a flat earther probably.
Well, hey, let me help you out. I'm never going to become a concave earther if you can't let me ask a question that might actually be pertinent to your position.
Wow. No, I'm just saying we know the flat earth model too.
Okay, that's great. But notice how you're still not letting me finish the question that I had.
Well, ask it. Go ahead.
Oh, finally. Holy crap. So the question is, now you have stars passing over your head, right? You're going to have 90 degrees, and then you're going to have, let's say, 0 degrees. Now,
okay.
as far as I've been told, and you could correct me if I'm wrong after I complete the whole thought, that the stars that are too high up in the sky or the stars that are too low, let's say above, I don't know the exact number, but let's just say above 80 degrees and below 15 degrees, don't follow the same rule. Now, is that true or untrue?
No, I would think that all of the known stars follow that rule because they're embedded into the celestial sphere. Let me see.
Okay, but I lost some confidence there that you know what you're talking about because I thought you told me they all do the same rotational rate.
It's a big ball. It's a ball in the sky, and the stars are burned into the celestial sphere. So they are technically, except for the wandering stars,
okay,
they're technically locked into the celestial sphere.
Correct.
Okay, let's agree that if they're physically locked to an object, that they would truly be physically rotating at the same rate. But at least in your field of view,
well, it's a sphere.
certain portion of your
but what's in the equator travels faster than what's at the poles.
Okay, yeah, obviously.
Stars rotate the sky at roughly 15 degrees per hour. A full 360-degree rotation takes one sidereal day, 23 hours, 56 minutes. The stars move a little bit faster than the sun. The sun is a projected beam of light from the central of the celestial sphere. So it is rotating just behind the stars or the celestial sphere. But I mean, even the Copernican model says that the stars all rotate at 15 degrees per hour, right?
Well, I don't know. I heard sort of rotate. Yeah, but I heard sort of rotate 15 degrees per hour.
Polaris wouldn't move at all. It would simply spin.
Right.
Yeah, but anyway, if something's affixed to a physical object,
Flat Earth cannot sail and navigate.
Flat Earth cannot get us on its out. Yeah, I agree.
You have to have a celestial sphere for stellar navigation, either outside of the Earth or inside. And the North Pole and the South Pole and the equator of the celestial sphere are coincidental to the Earth, either convex or concave. We have to.
Hey, can you just link me to a video where you preach your position, so I don't have to feel like I have the opportunity to respond, and that way I can just listen to you preach?
Are you on TikTok?
No, just tell my homie, send my homie a link to your body of work that proves your position, and I'll just review it at my leisure, and that way I don't get the misunderstanding that I could complete a sentence or something.
In YouTube, you could probably find you can find Cellular Earth by Jesus. What's his name? Lord Stephen Christ. Lord Stephen Christ.
I mean, it wouldn't really matter if we came on TikTok, right? Because it would just be more interrupting, right? So if you let Mr. AI finish a sentence without red herring to some other topic, right, that'd be great. Thank you.
Or you can go download the work in the International Atomic Energy Agency. Look up Mustafa Abdelkader concave Earth model. It's peer-reviewed, backed by math, backed by science.
You know, most peer review is wrong. Do you know that most peer review is wrong? Do you know that most peer review is wrong, right?
Hey, bro, I'll be rude. Listen, unbelievable. If you're a little bit more humble and less rude, I'm sure that there would be a.
What are you talking about? I'm not getting answers. I asked perfectly legitimate and benign questions that weren't answered, and I had to literally pull teeth to get even pseudo answers.
Dude,
So the only person that needs to get humble is you guys.
We tell you laser lights bend up, light bends upward in the concave Earth, and then you tell me, well, the laser light test that Bob Nodal did, he showed laser lights bending up. They bend up in the concave Earth and in the Earth we live in. Light bends upward. Why would you believe?
Okay, that's great. That's great. Why can't it? Okay.
Tell me light
fuck,
goes straight. Dude, that's ridiculous, man.
Okay, so why? Okay, let's agree that light bends up. Is it impossible for light to bend up if the Earth is flat?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, precisely. The light cannot bend upward in a concave Earth because you guys have the whole.
What? So you didn't even answer my question, dude. Man, this is painful. It's like, are you like allergic to actually answering the question you're asked?
Hold on, yo, not our model. We're asking about you, not us, right? We're dissecting the concave Earth. We're not asking you to be like, okay, well, what about you? But maybe we can do that after, but we want to hear what your concave is before. Thank you.
Yeah, why is laser light bending up?
Understandings of concave Earth. You go download Mustafa Abdelkader's peer-reviewed.
How about you just answer a question why laser light bending upwards is exclusive to concave Earth and cannot happen on flat Earth? Go ahead.
Because light follows the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, and the water.
Oh, wow, dude. Light just magically follows the shape of the Earth. Yep, of course. Classic.
It reflects off the water.
What?
As it should.
It reflects off the water. What in the heck, dude? That is painful, bro.
Water is reflective.
They don't believe this.
Oh, God, dude. It'd have to hit the water first, dude. It'd have to hit the water so it wouldn't be bending up. It'd be reflecting. Do you know the difference?
Be sucking my water.
That's what we said.
Awesome. So, Neil, I think we've exhausted the amount of intelligence these people have to present their case. And so we're going to have to go research the other places that actually put it in a coherent manner that can be understood.
Look,
these guys
right
can't.
Here, water bends upward. Water is arcing up everywhere you look. That's the proof you need. Right
Really?
there.
Where I can go and see water arcing up?
Water can be bending up and reflecting off the water at the same time. I don't get why it has to be one.
There you go. That's a better picture right there.
Yeah, dude, I'm trying to find all the photos I got on this it refutes flat earthers. The problem is that flat earthers will look at a ship on the water right? This is not flying in the air, fools. This is floating on
No,
concave water.
it's called, it's
the
floating
flat
on water
earthers,
that's reflecting the
flat
color of the
earthers and the
sky.
convex earthers
No.
will become friends and say that ship is flying. It's a mirage. The ship isn't really there, and we're like, no, dude. All
This
the
guy
water
doesn't really
and the
get it.
land are bending
Yeah, we already
upward.
know that,
and the
bro. We
ice
already
is
know that. No, the water's at a critical angle, and so it's subsuming its natural color and reflecting the color of the sky. The angle of
Oh,
incidence
dude,
is equal to the angle of reflection.
water's ramping up. Water's ramping up
Really?
all throughout the earth. Everywhere you look, water's curving upward.
Really? That's
Curving
interesting.
upward,
That's
just
interesting.
like the
So
land.
you're mistaken things translating towards your center of view because of perspective with a curve. Wow, that's weird.
Perspective.
Go with the
Perspective is like the globe earther's gravity.
Yep. Perspective. That's the answer.
I know.
Well, to be clear, when I go into a hallway and I see that the end of the hallway looks like it's rising in my field of view, I don't assume it's curved.
That doesn't happen to me. You see,
You're not
I don't have a hallway.
You've never seen perspective in your life. That's why you're confused. I see the problem.
I don't have a hallway above me. Okay, I have a celestial sphere. I have a celestial sphere that rotates 15 degrees
Neil.
per hour.
Yeah.
Neil,
Right?
mute him on your side so I can talk to you.
This is why we can sail, because the North Pole, South Pole.
What's that?
Neil, do you see how bad it is with? Yeah, Neil, do you see how bad it is with concavers, bro?
Where did he go?
They're literally denying perspective exists. They think that something rising in your field of view because of perspective is it curving upwards, dude. This is what we got to deal with, bro.
I didn't believe that, dude. I thought you were joking, but like they showed the picture, right? And we talked about the picture earlier, but they didn't explain it well enough, right? But then they just explain it that the boat that supposedly miraged in the distance isn't miraged. It's actually on top of water in the distance. That is their proof. I am fucking baffled, bro.
Right, which would be identical to the water being flat and the boat existing on water that continues after the resolved horizon because the rest of the water is reflecting the color of the sky rather than the color of the water. I mean, duh, it's the same explanation. So for them to say this can only happen if the Earth is curved, keeping in mind you have the law of reflection, right? So it's like, I don't know, dude. They literally can't answer a question, dude. You notice that?
Yeah.
Neil, nobody can hear you, bro.
You can hear me
I can
just
hear
fine.
Neil. What the background noise that we hear with Neil is the concave earthers just in the background japping.
Flatloids in the chat. That's funny.
What about when they say the celestial sphere and they have a model and FE doesn't have a model? They're just basically going inside of the sphere, basically within a paper. The surface of the sphere is like a paper sized thing, and they're just going inside of the sphere and just saying that it's curving. You're walking inside of the sphere. And then the celestial sphere is just the grid that the globers used, basically, but inverted. It's like the grid, the mapping grid, right? The navigational grid on the longitudes and latitudes. They're saying that works on the concave because because of the positions of the stars. So and they're inverting the celestial sphere inside of the terrestrial sphere, and saying that the grid is correct. The mapping grid of the globers is just inverted, which is
It's like they cut the Earth in half, right? And they use the inside of the celestial sphere. Same thing the globe does.
But they're claiming that the grid is the terrain that we navigate upon. So that they're missing out that we have limitations of travel and there's places that we cannot go and check, right? But they're saying that what the Globers are saying about the terrain is all correct. It's just that it's inverted in the curvature. I wish Joder was here. Joder puts down that stuff, like about the celestial sphere and the longitudes and latitudes. Because they're just
So did we ever
grabbing.
get an answer to the question about, they said laser light bends upward. Okay, let's say that's true. Can laser light bend upwards if the Earth is flat? They said no, because laser light has to follow the curve of the Earth. Holy crap.
But hey, when I have a laser, right? And when I go to the seashore and I point the laser towards the water, it goes to the water. It doesn't bend upwards. You know, the laser, I can point it to the water. It's not following the water, like across it. I don't know. It's kind of weird. And he also said that the water is ramping upwards 8 inches per mile square, basically, just like the globe, but inverted. And he spoke about the boats, but it was difficult to just bring up the boats. The boat, I don't know. It's a tough one because he's not. I don't think he's listening to what you're saying either. He just want to preach, not actually engaging. Bob Nodell, 15 degrees per hour, therefore concavity.
They're saying it's Bob
Okay.
Noodle.
Yeah, Bob
Noodle. Yeah. If we detect 15 degrees per hour, but then we detect other degrees per hour as well, like AI pointed out, I mean, he was
So
hanging
back in the
himself in
day,
that one.
they supposedly did a mechanical test of the Earth's curvature with a structure called the rectilineator, which was essentially something similar to, let's see, Brian Mullen, Balls Out Physics, forced the line where he said, so like you start out with a structure that's perfectly plumb and level, and then you build something next to it that's square, not plumb and level, but square to the original plumb and level. And so then you just keep squaring it up, and eventually you'd end up with this long line of things that were squared to the original, and they'd either be raising in altitude as the Earth curves down and away, paralleling with the surface of the Earth, so they're two straight lines, or the Earth would intersect it as the Earth curves up and away. But you know what else would cause a result of the Earth intersecting your rectilineator that would give you the illusion that it's curving up and away? Oh yeah, that's right. If your device is sagging. If your device is sagging, it's going to contact the Earth. And if you think your device is perfectly straight, you could interpret those results as the Earth is curving up. So that's why I wanted them to get to the brass tacks of why the laser curving up proves anything about the shape of the Earth, according to their position. But they couldn't do it. The only thing they could say is, well, the laser curves up, therefore the Earth curves up. Because everybody knows lasers follow the curvature of the Earth. They just do it naturally. It's like how lasers function.
That was a good point to just nail that point to them. That was, yeah,
It's like they just
lasers curve up because.
reverse engineer all the globe fucking stories to concave, right?
Yes. You know the rectilineator, the Stephen Christ tried that test and he failed. You know that, right? I don't know if you know that. He couldn't show the curvature. Like the claim that they had back then about using the rectilineator to demonstrate concave, Stephen Christ tried it and he couldn't do it.
Well, to be fair, Gemsy, somebody named Lord Stephen Christ would definitely try something with the word rectal in front of it.
I was
But
gonna make
what
a
what
rectal joke,
result
you
did he get?
bastard.
Sorry. I heard your joke, and then I went back in time to tell my joke.
Fucker.
I know, right? But what result did he get? Does he have
I'm not
Does he
gonna
have any
claim.
published things about that?
I'm not gonna say he does. I remember he talking about doing it, and then he came back and said he couldn't get the results and he couldn't do it, so he dropped it. But the specifics of it, I don't remember.
Yeah, but you remember Gandalf the Green used to talk about it all the time, like it was a foregone conclusion, already been done, already been established. And every time we asked him for the results, I don't remember him ever being forthcoming with it. Not even the original. Yeah, we used to have a concaver mod on our 24/7 called Gandalf. For those of you who don't know.
There was more than one in 24/7. There was a couple like hidden ones that didn't admit it too often.
Yeah, but a lot of it's like the Bevites, where they just don't answer to you how to get to their conclusion. They say, well, this is our conclusion and it's obvious because it's just an inverted globe, but you have to do the research. I can't tell you the reasoning of why I concluded the earth is concave. You just have to figure it out for yourself. Or have a personal meeting with Lord Stephen Christ where you may or may not engage in a sexual encounter and have to pay him $1,000.
What about what he said about peer review? It's been peer reviewed, the concave earth peer review. What is that argument?
Yeah, who knows, dude? It's kind of like the equivalence principle, You can't tell whether things are falling down or if the earth is rising up to meet it. It's peer reviewed. So what he said was, here's what he basically said, Gemsy, when it boils down to the logic of his claim, is that the concave earth and the globe earth are mathematically equivalent, and therefore it's impossible to tell one between the other. So how is that proof of his position?
Sort of that, yeah. I don't, yeah.
And so then the arbiter of whether or not it's actually convex or concave curvature or curved at all must be then, Gemsy, direct surface curvature measurements. When asked, he just said, lasers follow the curve of the earth. Wow. I'd be interested to look back at Dr. John Dee's results and some of the other results where they logged lasers curving upwards and what was the reasoning that they gave of why they curved upwards and if it had anything to do with a curvilinear claim or if it just had, well, the laser is hitting, maybe this area or band of cold to hot and it's causing it to deflect upwards. Because I remember I asked him, is it impossible for a laser to curve upward on a flat earth? And his answer was, lasers follow the curvature of the earth. I'm like, what? What? It's like when God is doing Earth, he pulls out his Photoshop tool and then he pulls out the laser and then he pulls the snap to the curve function on the Adobe, right? And then he just drags his mouse and the laser just snaps to the curve of the earth. Like I guess that's what they think is happening every time you fire a laser or something. I don't know. He certainly didn't give us a reason why that would be the case. He just bold-faced said it, ipse dixit, declare it to be true. Lasers follow the curvature of the earth. Ipso facto, done deal. No reasoning why they do. No explanation.